Chapter 1. The beginning of saving Uchiha Sure Sway Brain Storage Area. Put your brain here and look again. Uchiha Hanya suddenly opened his eyes, finding the world before him, both strange and familiar. The antique decorations and ancient ninja tools made him realize he had traveled through time. This is the world of Naruto. Memories surged from the depths of his mind, and he understood his identity. He is Uchiha Hanya, an orphan. When he realized he was Uchiha, his heart was filled with shock and unease. The cruel reality was like a cold splash of water. The Uchiha clan was about to face the doom of extinction. What should I do? Why did I have to travel to Uchiha? Why not the Boruto era but the Naruto era? Uchiha Hanya felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, that he knew that in this world, strength is everything. Without strength, he had no right to survive. Just as he fell into despair, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host successfully traveled through time. Dual cultivation strengthening system has been activated. Dual cultivation strengthening system? A glimmer of hope flashed in Uchiha Hanya's eyes. As if he had grasped a lifeline, he had seen the power of systems in countless time travel novels and knew this was his only chance for a comeback. System, what functions do you have? He asked eagerly. This system can rapidly enhance your strength through dual cultivation with the opposite sex. Each dual cultivation will earn you system points to improve chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other abilities. The system replied coldly and mechanically, devoid of any emotion. Great. Awesome. Uchiha Hanya clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. He knew his path to a comeback would start today. There was no retreat, only moving forward. Uchiha Hanya took a deep breath, filled with determination and courage. He would use his own hands to change the fate of the Uchiha clan and write his own legend. Uchiha Hanya stepped out of his house, a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. He paused, suddenly recalling something, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said to the air, System, shouldn't I have a newbie gift pack? Ding. Host question detected. Would you like to cancel the newbie gift pack? The system's voice remained as mechanical as ever, but at this moment, it seemed to carry a hint of playfulness. No. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hanya's expression darkened instantly. His brow furrowed, and a dissatisfied arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course I want to extract the newbie gift pack. You dog system, do you want to swallow my newbie gift pack? The system seemed to sense the host's displeasure and quickly replied. The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the ultimate charm potion. This potion is specially made by the system. Once the host drinks it, you will instantly become a charming young man who captivates countless opposite sexes. Uchiha Hanya's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this. He knew that in this strength-oriented world of Naruto, charm was also an indispensable part. With this ultimate charm potion, he believed he could get closer to those targets in his heart more quickly. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hanya immediately set off towards the Konoha district. He was well aware that he had many admirers in Konoha village, and this was the perfect opportunity to use this charm to rapidly enhance his strength. After days of careful planning and relentless effort, Uchiha Hanya successfully booked rooms with several admirers and engaged in dual cultivation. During this time, he gained a large amount of system points. Without hesitation, he invested in enhancing his chakra, and each improvement made him feel unprecedentedly powerful. After breaking through his bottleneck, Uchiha Hanya's chakra capacity successfully reached the level of a Jonin. He felt the surging chakra within him, his eyes shining with confidence. But now a new major problem arose. Walking down the street, Uchiha Hanya stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowing deeply, forming a pronounced chin shape. He was not pondering a problem. Instead, he was anxiously spiraling in his thoughts. Recently, he had been frequently engaging in dual cultivation, but he hadn't expected that this diligent action was like throwing a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples in the higher-ups of Konoha, especially that venomous-eyed Danzo. This old man was the worst. He often came up with all sorts of schemes targeting the Uchiha clan. As soon as someone went missing, it was probably his doing. Uchiha Hanya stroked his chin, sensing that the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. He keenly sensed that someone was watching him. As for who it was obvious. No need to guess. The root ninjas, draped in black cloaks and with sharp eyes, were silently trailing behind him like ghosts. Ugh, I can't live like this anymore. I need to hide back in the clan. Uchiha Hanya muttered to himself, but his pace involuntarily quickened. Before returning, he specifically sought out the girls he had dual cultivated with the in different scenarios, facing different admirers. He said earnestly, "Dear little sister, I've got some matters lately, and it's not suitable for me to go out. If you want to find me, come to the Uchiha clan. I'll be waiting for you at home." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up as if they had discovered a treasure. After returning home, Uchiha Hanya couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He felt he was incredibly clever. He could avoid the surveillance of Konoha's higher-ups and still enjoy sweet moments with the girls. Haha, this life is truly delightful. Uchiha Hanya couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter echoed in the afternoon sun, as if even the sun was amused by him. Time flew by. The evening twilight spread like ink wash. Uchiha Hanya's home, however, was brightly lit, resembling a city that never sleeps. A figure quietly scaled the wall. It was Uchiha Itachi, his gaze sharp as an eagle, seemingly able to pierce through all darkness. But the scene before him made him widen his eyes, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. Through the paper of the window, two figures were entwined. One of them was Uchiha Hanya, and the other was a graceful girl with exquisite curves. The two seemed to be engaged in a mysterious ritual. Every movement, every sound burned like flames in the night, exuding an atmosphere of ambiguous excitement that made one blush. And heart race. This guy is simply a lustful fiend. So beastly. Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched, his heart filled with astonishment. Even for a seasoned ninja like him, this scene brought about an inexplicable sense of awkwardness and excitement. A wave of inexplicable impulse surged within him, as if he wanted to rush in and join their dual cultivation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in his heart. But that ambiguous atmosphere, like a poisonous snake, coiled around his heart, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. No, how can I, Uchiha Itachi, be swayed by such base desires? Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing that impulse. He turned to leave, but his heart remained unsettled for a long time. In the shadows not far away, Uchiha Shursui quietly observed everything. He witnessed Uchiha Itachi's departure, a hint of curiosity and amusement flashing in his eyes. What kind of tricks is Hanya playing? Even Itachi is tripped up? I must see what kind of medicine this gourd is selling. A playful smile crept onto Uchiha Shursui's lips as he silently approached Uchiha Hanya's home. He cautiously poked his head out to peek, and the scene before him made his pupils constrict. It was a scene of three people engaging in a dual cultivation. With one more person involved, it was simply 100 times more explosive than what Uchiha Itachi had seen. Every detail burned like a fierce fire in his heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. This Hanyi is really something. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming in his heart that having such keen eyesight was also a form of torment. Rationality told him he couldn't continue watching. Otherwise, he too might fall into it and be unable to extricate himself. I have to leave. Uchiha Shursui hurriedly took a few steps back and turned to leave this dangerous place. As he walked, he muttered, "Hanyi is really too much." Shursui almost lost control, but the real danger came a few days later. It was deep at night in the death forest of Konoha. This moment, the disheveled Uchiha Shursui was fleeing, pursued relentlessly by root ninjas. Due to his foolish loyalty, he had revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities to the higher-ups of Konoha, leading to an ambush by Danzo. After a hard-fought escape from the root's lair, he was ambushed again under Uchiha Itachi's pretense, nearly losing his life. Yet he had managed to escape. Now, the root ninjas were hunting him down to prevent him from returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. They seemed to be everywhere. Besides those chasing him from behind, some ninjas had already set up ambushes along the way. However, Shursui skillfully dodged each attack. Their strikes felt like hitting cotton, having no effect. But in the end, there were simply too many of them. Just as Uchiha Shursui found himself in dire straits, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. It was Uchiha Hanya. He had already exchanged for the Mangekyo Sharingan, with the left eye's ability concealment allowing him to eliminate his presence, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. The right eye's ability, instant death, meant that enemies would die with just a glare from him. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if it could penetrate the darkness and reach the enemy's souls. He glared at those root ninjas, and beside him, Uchiha Shursui was still unaware of what was happening. One by one, the ninjas fell under his icy stare, as if taken by the Grim Reaper. Uchiha Shursui turned his head to look at Uchiha Hanya's figure, filled with gratitude. He never expected someone would stand up to save him in this critical moment. "Thank you, Hanya. I didn't expect you to be this strong." "I once." Uchiha Shursui gasped, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Hanya merely glanced at him, said nothing, and silently led Uchiha Shursui away from the battlefield. They reached the depths of the Death Forest and hid in a secret cave. "You saved my life. I should repay you. But right now," Uchiha Shursui was speaking when he suddenly saw Hanya approaching him, extending his hands. "You don't need to say that. Let's skip the thanks." Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and firm. He said, "I save you only because I need your eyes." Chapter 2. The Ancestral Hall Killing of Traitor Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Hanya in shock, unable to believe his ears. His body was covered in numerous black runes, which are the marks of the self-imposed binding curse. "Don't blame me, Shursui. This is for our clan. Everything I've done is for the future of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shursui found himself unable to move, and the next moment, he felt cold fingertips touching his eye sockets. Then his eyes were gouged out. "Relax, Shursui," Uchiha Hanya said lightly. "I should be the one to thank you. Now, your Sharingan is mine." Holding the two Sharingan, Uchiha Hanya closed his eyes, guiding the system to fuse the Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Hanya's eyes underwent a tremendous change. That pair of eerie Mangekyo Sharingans slowly opened, releasing a heart-pounding power. After a few minutes of adaptation, Uchiha Hanya closed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He bought a pair of one-tomo Sharingan from the system shop. "Shursui, wake up," Uchiha Hanya called softly, his voice revealing an undeniable power. "What happened?" "My eyes." Uchiha Shursui struggled to open his eyes, shocked as he stared wide-eyed, and said, "I seem to remember. You gouged out my eyes. I gave you a new pair." Uchiha Hanya's voice was low and powerful, lying without needing to draft a script, secretly using the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. He said casually, "Those are the eyes of fallen Uchiha warriors. I have replaced them with Yang-release ninjutsu." "Hanya, what are you trying to do?" Uchiha Shursui's voice trembled. "The higher-ups of Konoha are preparing to exterminate the Uchiha clan. You must pull yourself together and fight for our clan." Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and firm. He said, "Otherwise, the Uchiha clan will be obliterated. You wouldn't want your clansmen to be slaughtered, would you? Even the children won't survive." Uchiha Shursui was stunned. He had never imagined such a thing could happen. His heart was filled with anger and sorrow, but at the same time, a strong fighting spirit surged within him. "We must inform the clansmen. At the very least, I have to tell the clan leader. I want to save people." Uchiha Shursui clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. "Exactly what I want. Let's go." Uchiha Hanya nodded, leading Uchiha Shursui out of the forest. After leaving the Death Forest, they passed through dark alleys and finally arrived at the Uchiha clan leader's home. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto had not yet gone to bed. Seeing Uchiha Hanya and Uchiha Shursui, they invited the two in for tea. Clan leader Fugaku, Lady Makoto. Uchiha Hanya bowed deeply and said, "I have something important to tell you. Please be prepared." The two exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. "Hanya, what happened?" Uchiha Fugaku's voice carried a hint of tension. Uchiha Hanya took a deep breath and recounted Uchiha Itachi's and the Root Ninja's heinous acts in detail to the two before him. With his narration, Uchiha Fugaku's and Uchiha Makoto's faces grew increasingly grave. "Itachi. How could he? How could he?" Uchiha Makoto's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "He betrayed the clan." Uchiha Shursui's voice held no emotion as he said, "He colluded with the Root Ninjas. They have been assassinating clansmen for some time, and they are planning to kill me before initiating the extermination." The two stared in shock at Uchiha Hanya and Uchiha Shursui. They couldn't believe this was true. But Uchiha Hanya's gaze was so resolute and unyielding that they knew he was not lying. "We must prepare." Uchiha Fugaku's voice seemed filled with determination as he said, "For the honor and dignity of our clan, we must fight to the end." After saying this, he stealthily walked out of the room and secretly released a carrier pigeon. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Hanya instantly launched an attack, using the instant death ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan to kill the carrier pigeon. The pigeon fell from the sky, landing in the courtyard. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became somewhat awkward. "Clan leader, what do you mean? Are you notifying Itachi to come kill us? You have a problem too. As a clan leader, you betrayed the clan, right?" Faced with Uchiha Kanya's repeated questioning, Uchiha Mikoto wiped away her tears, holding a kunai in her hand. She was ready to fight, but she was no match for Uchiha Kanya. Moreover, the earlier contact had already planted the self-imposed binding curse mark. Both of the couple were now unable to move. "Sure, Sway, go get the clan leader. I want him to see how I treat his wife. I want him to suffer." Uchiha Kenya knocked Uchiha Mikoto down and then took his revenge on Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Traitor, you have no human rights. You are no longer the clan leader. Therefore, the clan leader's wife is no longer yours. I want you to see how as Uchiha Kanya's words grew more passionate, his actions became more intense. The next day, Uchiha Kanya, under the name of Uchiha Fugaku as clan leader, summoned all the clan members, and the work of the guard team was set aside. All the clan members were in the shrine, except for Uchiha Itachi. Just as the clan members gathered in the shrine, discussing among themselves, the atmosphere became tense and heavy. Uchiha Itachi suddenly burst in, silencing the arguments in the shrine. He carried a coldness and authority that did not belong to the Uchiha clan. "What do you want to do? Are you betraying Konoha? Do you still see Konoha in your eyes?" Uchiha Itachi's voice pierced like an icicle, striking at the hearts of those present. He positioned himself as if he were Sarutobi Hiruzen, becoming the protector of Konoha in their minds. The clan members exchanged glances, a wave of inexplicable panic rising within them. They did not understand why an internal family meeting was drawing the scrutiny of Konoha. The members were intimidated by his aura. However, Uchiha Shursui stood up fearlessly. "You are a traitor to the clan. You are the shame of the Uchiha." Uchiha Shursui's eyes glowed faintly red. His Tomo Sharingan had been activated. He angrily pointed at Uchiha Itachi, his voice filled with resentment, saying, "You propose to let Konoha slaughter our clan. Why do you have to question us?" A flicker of shock crossed Uchiha Itachi's face as he stared wide-eyed at Shursui, shouting, "Where's your man Gekyo Sharingan? Where did it go? Who did you give it to?" His voice revealed disbelief. "Didn't you and Danzo take it from me? What are you pretending for? You're the thief, crying, 'Stop thief!'" Uchiha Kanya coldly interjected, deliberately pointing the finger at Danzo and Uchiha Itachi, hoping to incite the anger of the clan members. "You speak nonsense." Uchiha Itachi roared, but his voice was gradually drowned out by the murmurs of the clan members. "You know best what you've done. You unfilial traitor. You deserve to die. I wish I could kill you right now." Uchiha Shursui continued, his voice firm and powerful, and his expression grew somewhat ferocious. He pointed at his own Tomo Sharingan, saying, "In order to obtain my Mangekyo Sharingan, you colluded with Danzo. You took my eyes. Now this is evidence. Look at this. Is this my own eye?" The clan members began to murmur among themselves, their gazes shifting between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Some showed expressions of anger, while others fell into contemplation. "You are slandering me." Uchiha Itachi shouted furiously, "I have never done such a thing. I do not admit it." But his voice seemed so pale and powerless amidst the clan members' doubts. "Kanya, what is going on? Why is Shursui's eye Tomo Sharingan?" An elder clan member began to question Uchiha Kanya at that time. "I happened to find Shursui, or else he would have been dead." Uchiha Kanya's voice concealed a hint of pride as he said. At that time, his eye sockets were completely empty, so I had to secretly bring him back to the clan land and replaced his eyes with the clan's reserve. The clan members' gazes once again focused on Uchiha Shursui like a torch. The balance in their hearts began to tilt towards Uchiha Kanya's words. Uchiha Shursui was the pride of the clan. Although the members did not know he had previously opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, they now understood the matter, and they regarded the Mangekyo Sharingan as a treasure of the clan. Now that his eyes had been taken away, it was undoubtedly a great shame for the clan, Shursui. His eyes. Someone gasped in a low voice, filled with disbelief. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe, and the clan members began to whisper. The tide of accusations against Uchiha Itachi surged. It must be Uchiha Itachi. He betrayed the clan. He took Shirsue's eyes. We must not let him go. Uchiha Itachi must be dealt with seriously. The angry voices of the clan members echoed among the crowd. Their fury was overwhelming. Uchiha Itachi stood among them, lonely and helpless, his eyes filled with endless rage. In his emotional turmoil, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant, ready to strike the AT that moment. Uchiha Hanya also activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He unleashed his instant kill ability, an invisible force shooting from his eyes, striking directly at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened, his gaze filled with unwillingness and anger. But he was unable to react in time. Life rapidly drained from his body. He widened his eyes and fell straight to the ground of the shrine. His face twisted, and his Mangekyo Sharingan quietly revealed itself, flashing with eerie light. The clan members were stunned by this scene, unable to believe their eyes. After closing his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Hanya slowly walked over, gently grasping Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. To others, it seemed as if he was about to crush those eyes. But in reality, he had absorbed and fused Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan through the system. Chapter 3. Killing Danzo and the Third Hokage again. Uchiha Hanya's Sharingan form had undergone an astonishing transformation. The pattern of 6 tomo slowly rotated in his eyes, emitting a captivating light. In addition to his own Mangekyo Sharingan, he had also fused Uchiha Shirsue's, Uchiha Fugaku's, and Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Each time he fused, he gained a selection or upgrade of new abilities. His powers were greatly enhanced, including space concealment, instant death gaze, hypnotic brainwashing, pocket dimension, small world, Dharma body, giant-sized Dharma, space, teleportation. These abilities were manipulated by him as if they were toys. Because he used the ability of hypnotic brainwashing, Uchiha Fugaku's family of 3 was very obedient, with the only exception being that Uchiha Itachi was dead. Therefore, after Uchiha Itachi's death, they did not cause any commotion. Their eyes seemed to look at a stranger dying before them. I have cleared the traitors from the clan. What am I? I'm a hero. I will lead the clan to create brilliance again. I will make Uchiha great again. Therefore, I want to be the clan leader. Who agrees? Who opposes? Uchiha Hanya's voice echoed in the shrine, his eyes filled with confidence and dominance. The clan members were intimidated by his aura and lowered their heads in submission. Next, Uchiha Hanya wasted no time. He continued to use the ability of hypnotic brainwashing, making the clan members in the shrine trust him. With Uchiha Itachi's corpse still warm, Uchiha Hanya became the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan. He stood inside the shrine, surveying the surrounding clan members, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi's silence had gone on too long. Shimura Danzo could no longer wait. When he led the root ninjas into the Uchiha clan's territory, he found everyone gathered inside the shrine as he saw 3,000 clan members, regardless of age or gender, activating their Sharingan or upgrading it. A chill surged in his heart. Several clan members who originally had the 3-tomo Sharingan directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. These red eyes fixed on the root ninjas, causing them to feel anxious. What do you want here? Are you trying to rebel? I warn you, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, I will make your family suffer. The one-eyed Danzo Shimura roared as he stepped forward, striking his cane heavily against the ground several times. However, his voice sounded so weak outside the shrine. Uchiha Hanya did not respond to him. He directly used his ability to kill with a glance, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Danzo Shimura. Before Danzo could use his Anaji, he fell to the ground, closing his eyes forever. The root ninjas he brought also suffered consecutive cardiac arrests, collapsing one after another. Seeing the situation, the third Hokage, who had been manipulating everything behind the scenes, could no longer contain himself that he approached with many clan leaders and elite ninjas. Uchiha Hanya, you dare to kill wantonly on the territory of Konoha. This is simply the act of a demon. You indiscriminately kill the innocent, not even sparing your own clansmen. You are truly the embodiment of evil. You will only bring disaster and suffering to Konoha. The third Hokage's voice grew louder, yet it revealed an undeniable hypocrisy. His anger was merely an act, and his hatred was just a disguise to cover his true nature. Uchiha Hanya coldly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your hypocrisy disgusts me. You claim to act for Konoha, yet behind the scenes, you collude with Danzo to attempt to swallow our Uchiha clan. He spoke calmly. After the Third Great Ninja War, how many Uchiha clan members mysteriously disappeared? How many Uchiha clan members died on missions? Do you dare say these events have nothing to do with you? You are the real demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale with rage as he shouted, "Nonsense! This is slander! I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have devoted my life to Konoha. How could I commit such a despicable act? I am the benevolent father of Konoha." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding clan leaders and elite ninjas began to whisper among themselves. They looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious expression and couldn't help but feel doubtful. After all, the conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha was already a public secret, and as Konoha's leader, Sarutobi had yet to take any action. Do you think we don't know your true colors, Sarutobi Hiruzen? We have long known about your collusion with Danzo. You claim to act for Konoha, but in reality, you are only maintaining your own rule and interests. You are not fit to be Hokage. The clan leader is right. You are the real traitor. We must fight for the honor and dignity of the Uchiha. The voices of the Uchiha clan members grew louder, and their emotions became increasingly agitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your hypocrisy is truly nauseating. At that time, the fourth Hokage could have survived, but he died. Why is it not you who died? Why is it not you who used the Reaper Death Seal? Uchiha Hanya spoke again. Do you think you could deceive everyone? Let me tell you, your conspiracy has been seen through by us. Today, I will restore clarity to the villagers of Konoha. I will seek justice for the Uchiha clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from him. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other clan leaders were shocked by this pressure, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was different. As the leader of Konoha, he quickly regained his composure. Damn it, this is truly bullying. He took a deep breath and shouted, Uchiha Hanya, you will not act so arrogantly. Today I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will slay you, this demon, for the peace of Konoha. Prepare to die. A powerful chakra fluctuation erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The surrounding air seemed to ignite from this fluctuation. But before Uchiha Hanya, this chakra fluctuation appeared weak and superficial. He coldly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Enough talk. It's time for you to accompany Danzo Shimura. The six Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, like brilliant stars in the night sky, releasing a chilling power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the legendary invincible strongest Hokage, appeared so powerless in front of this force. How is this possible? I can't. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, his teeth clenched, each word filled with disbelief and shock. He tried to mobilize the chakra within him to resist this overwhelming force, but his efforts seemed so insignificant against this powerful energy. In the next instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure crashed heavily to the ground. Dust swirled around his body, and as he struggled to stand, he found his strength depleted, as if his body had been drained, rendering him unable to move. After struggling a few times on the ground, he grew weaker and eventually died. Are you also here to slaughter us, Uchiha? All enemies of the Uchiha must die. Uchiha Hanya's gaze was like a knife, sweeping over everyone, his voice cold and merciless, as if he were about to kill at any moment. Facing the numerous clan leaders, he made it very clear to indicate their stance, saying flatly, If you are enemies, then leave your lives behind. No. We were forced to come here to... It was all the third Hokage's coercion. One clan leader replied with a trembling voice, cold sweat covering his forehead, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. We truly have no such intentions. Please spare us. Another clan leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, hurriedly echoing, his voice filled with urgency and terror. They tried to distance themselves from the Uchiha clan's enemies, but under this powerful pressure, their words seemed so pale and powerless. Just say it. As long as you say it, I will know you are not enemies. Uchiha Hanya spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. The fierce pressure remained unabated as he looked at everyone and continued, "You will come with us now." The clan leaders exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. But under this powerful pressure from Uchiha, they dared not voice any dissent. What? What are we going to do? One clan leader gathered his courage and asked with a trembling voice. Uchiha Hanya coldly glanced at him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "You will have your clansmen surround the four great clans of Konoha. The Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Shimura clan, and the Mito clan. Leave none alive. Wipe them all out." These words thundered in everyone's hearts like a shockwave, and they stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Uchiha Hanya. Chapter 4. Gathering the villagers for a public trial. This is insane. A clan leader exclaimed, his voice filled with terror and unease. Insane? Uchiha Hanya sneered, saying, "They struck first against our Uchiha clan. If they are unkind, then we can't be blamed for being unjust. Now, you have two choices. Either follow me, or..." He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he said harshly, "Die here. Accompany the third Hokage to the grave. Accompany Danzo to the grave. Accompany the root ninjas to the grave." The clan leaders were intimidated by his aura and lowered their heads. They knew that the Uchiha Hanya before them was no longer an enemy they could easily confront. They could only choose to surrender and follow in his footsteps to execute this mad plan. As Uchiha Hanya led thousands of people, surging like a tide toward the bustling streets of Konohagakure, the entire Hidden Leaf village seemed to tremble. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if he wanted to turn all the prosperity of this land to ashes. The Konohagakure before him was no longer the tranquility and prosperity of the past, but had plunged into chaos and panic. People were fleeing in all directions, the streets filled with dust and a sense of dread. Clearly, this panic had been building for some time. Uchiha Hanya furrowed his brows, sensing the villagers' unease in the air. He looked at the clan leaders behind him, his voice cold and authoritative. "Why did the four great clans flee early? Did you tip them off?" The leaders trembled in response, their voices nearly drowned by fear. We really don't know." One clan leader stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He feared that if Uchiha Hanya became displeased, he would be struck dead in an instant. Uchiha Hanya chuckled coldly, his gaze revealing an undeniable determination. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, employing its hypnotic brainwashing ability. The leader's eyes gradually became vacant, as if their souls had been drained away. "Really? You truly haven't tipped them off?" Uchiha Hanya's voice was like a lullaby, drawing them in involuntarily. "I don't know, I really don't know." The leaders mechanically repeated the same phrases. Satisfied, Uchiha Hanya closed his Manjiki Sharingan. He turned to his Uchiha clansmen, his voice passionate and powerful. "Clansmen, we have triumphed. The cowards of the four great clans have fled. They are now traitors, and we will rule this land. We will become the true masters." Inspired by Uchiha Hanya, the clansmen cheered loudly. They waved their kunai and swords, their eyes shining with fervor. "You guys, capture the remaining members of the four great clans and bring them to the square in front of the Hokage building. And you all, gather the villagers. I'm going to hold a public trial." With his command, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan sprang into action. They darted through the streets of Konohagakure like hawks, entering the territories of the four great clans and capturing the remaining members. The villagers were also summoned to the vicinity of the Hokage building. In the square in front of the building, a massive crowd gathered, densely packed like ants. At this moment, Uchiha Hanya stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, overlooking the crowd below. His gaze was filled with indifference and ruthlessness, as if he were observing a swarm of ants. The elites of the four great clans are truly ruthless. So many clansmen, and they just abandon them without hesitation. He laughed mockingly, as if watching a farce. Suddenly, Uchiha Hanya's tone shifted, becoming serious as he said, "Though you may seem pitiful, you are not innocent. The time has come to pay the price for everything you once enjoyed." Just then, a member of the Uchiha clan rushed over. Breathing heavily, he reported, "Report, clan leader. The Nine Tails is missing. It should have been taken by the four great clans." Uchiha Hanya frowned, but quickly regained his composure. He replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. The Ninetales is just a pet with massive chakra. If we need the tailed beast, we could just catch it again. If Uchiha Madara can catch tailed beasts, so can I." He waved his hand, and a clansman handed him a megaphone. Uchiha Hanya took the megaphone, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Today, I want to tell everyone something. The era of Konohagakure has ended." His voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. In the land of fire, the era of ninjas has also ended. We will be the shogunate of the land of fire, and I, as the shogun, will rule over you. The villagers of Konohagakure began to murmur among themselves. But the matter was not yet over. A figure appeared beside Uchiha Hanya, the daimyo of the land of fire. The daimyo's eyes were hollow and lifeless as he took the megaphone and said, "I am deeply disappointed in your third Hokage. He has instigated internal strife in the land of fire. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has restored order. The land of fire will establish a shogunate. You will all become the shogunate's guards, just as the ninjas have replaced the samurai. Now, the shogunate guards will eliminate the ninjas of the land of fire. The judgment of the crimes of the four great clans of Konohagakure will be handed over to Shogun Uchiha Hanya." As the daimyo's words fell, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. People looked up at Uchiha Hanya and the daimyo on the rooftop, remaining quiet and awaiting the next words. "Thank you for the support, Lord Daimyo, and I also thank everyone for your cooperation. Next, I will briefly explain why they are guilty." Uchiha Hanya looked at the men of the four great clans kneeling in the square and said, "Your higher-ups are ruthless, but I will not be as ruthless as you. After all, there are too many of you. So, I will only deal with you adult men." His eyes sparkled with a cold light, and he clenched his fists as if he wanted to crush the anger within him. "Your crimes may seem distant, but they are closely connected to the matter at hand. The second Hokage was ambushed and killed during negotiations in the Cloud Village. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others as his guards. Why did they allow the second Hokage to sacrifice himself while they returned safely to Konohagakure?" A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he continued to fabricate a false history. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly escape the entanglement of guilt. However, why was he ultimately able to ascend to the position of Hokage and become the ruler of Konohagakure? His voice was low and cold as he said, "The era of the second Hokage, though briefly glorious, has already shown signs of decline. He was incredibly intelligent, yet he drove Konohagakure into the abyss." Chapter 5. Approving the four great clans and executions, the second Hokage established the Umbu, consolidating his power. He set up the guard department, binding the Uchiha clan as his watchdogs. He even founded the Ninja Academy, pushing commoners to the battlefield, creating endless cannon fodder for war. All of this was merely to maintain his rule. Uchiha Hanya's eyes were filled with anger and disdain, his words revealing a deep loathing for the second Hokage. He continued, "The ninjutsu he invented was mostly aimed at our Uchiha clan Sharingan. The Konohagakure guard department was, moreover, a tool he used to wear down our will, allowing us to waste time on trivial matters and unable to improve ourselves. At the same time, he incited the villagers' resentment towards us, gradually distancing us from the center of power." Uchiha Hanya took a deep breath, as if he wanted to release all the anger in his chest. He continued to fabricate false stories, saying, "At that time, the ninjas were not united. Everyone was wary of each other. The various methods of the second Hokage instilled fear in everyone. They were afraid they would become the next Uchiha to be suppressed. So, they teamed up with the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village, along with Sarutobi Hizashi and others as guards, to plot this assassination." Uchiha Hanya raised his left hand, his expression passionate, and said, "As a result, Sarutobi Hizashi became Hokage. But he is merely a puppet. Even with great power, he is nothing but a name without substance. However, he also learned how to collude with enemies, uniting with outsiders to bury the elite of the Senju clan in war. After the war, the Senju clan fell into complete decline. Can you still see them now? Even the princess of the land of fire, Tsunade, has distanced herself from the power center of Konoha. Upon reaching this point, Uchiha Hanya paused for a moment and continued. Is there no problem with all of this? And you, enjoying the benefits he brought, do you have no guilt? Uchiha Hanya's words were filled with questioning and indignation, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He stared intensely at the crowd below, as if wanting to devour them one by one. He continued, now that the trial is over, I will execute you. As his words fell, a pitch-black sphere suddenly condensed in Uchiha Hanya's hand, as if it had swallowed all light. He ruthlessly threw this sphere into the center of the square, and it instantly expanded, like a giant black hole, crazily devouring the men of the four great clans. In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, Uchiha Hanya had become a demon, brutally erasing the lives of those people. But the truth was far from that. The men who were swallowed did not die. Instead, they were transported by Uchiha Hanya to his own hidden realm. It was a small world similar to the real one, but filled with mystery and the unknown. After completing all this, a sly glimmer flashed in Uchiha Hanya's eyes. He gently called out to the system, asking, System, do you have any other functions? For example, resource recycling. I don't want to kill just for the sake of killing. What I want is profit. Ding. Host's inquiry detected. Recycling function now activated. The system's cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Members of the four great clans can be exchanged for system points. Would you like to exchange? Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Hanya's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he answered, Exchange. Exchange them all for me. This is simply fantastic. Ha 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 ha. His voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy, as if he could already see endless wealth beckoning to him. The wild wind howled, and beside Uchiha Hanya, a group of loyal Uchiha clansmen looked on with a mixture of awe and fervor in their eyes. Lord Clan Leader, how should we deal with the remaining women and children? One clansman cautiously inquired, his voice weak and trembling amidst the howling wind. Uchiha Hanya's gaze was as cold as ice. He slightly tilted his head and said, Boys, all undergo sterilization, sever their bloodlines. Girls, treat them as child brides. Let them be raised for a while. As for the adult women, they will serve as concubines for the men of the clan, enriching our family's backyard. And the old women, let them do some housework to make use of their last value. Uchiha Hanya's words contained not a shred of compassion, as if these lives were nothing more than ants in his eyes. This was precisely the way he pursued to do things. He disliked waste. Every resource must be put to full use. At this moment, a forgotten figure flashed through his mind, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Uchiha Hanya snapped his fingers, as if controlling the entire world, and said, Where is Sarutobi Asuma? Is he still at the fire temple? The clansman immediately replied, Report. Clan leader, he is still at the fire temple. Perhaps he is yet unaware of the situation here. But we cannot rule out the possibility that someone has already notified him. Uchiha Hanya nodded, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He turned to the clansman and said, I will personally capture him. You will handle things here. Be sure to maintain order and avoid causing chaos. Also, Sarutobi Hizashi's body must be properly preserved. It will be useful later. After saying this, he summoned a giant bird-like summoning beast. The summoning beast soared into the sky, moving at great speed, heading straight for the fire temple. The fire temple was located in a quiet valley, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. When Uchiha Hanya arrived, the entire valley seemed to be enveloped in a murderous atmosphere. He knocked on the door while scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened and a monk peeked out. Upon seeing Uchiha Hanya, a look of panic crossed his face. But soon, he calmed down and led Uchiha Hanya into the temple. The abbot personally received Uchiha Hanya. He spoke with a somber expression. Sarutobi Asuma has already left. Uchiha Hanya frowned slightly. Where did he go? Did he mention anything to you? As he spoke, he slowly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, a powerful hypnotic force instantly spreading out. Under the influence of this power, the abbot began to struggle to recall his conversation with Sarutobi Asuma. He said that the Sarutobi clan was looking for him. But after he left, he headed south towards the Land of Fire. The abbot answered with difficulty. Is there anyone else? It seems there are unexpected gains. Uchiha Hanya nodded. Do you have any objects that can sense each other? Convenient for contacting each other? The abbot hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told the truth. Our identity nameplates have mutual sensing abilities. Chapter 6. Capturing Sarutobi Asuma alive after obtaining the identity nameplate from the Fire Temple. Uchiha Hanya smiled with satisfaction. He said, "Thank you very much for your cooperation." He activated his Mangeki Sharingan, the six-pointed star spinning within it. A powerful suction force emanated from him, enveloping the entire Fire Temple. The Fire Temple and everyone inside were all sucked into Uchiha Hanya's hidden realm, and then he unceremoniously sold everything to the system in exchange for system points. Uchiha Hanya precisely injected chakra into the identity nameplate. The nameplate trembled slightly and then emitted a faint glow. The sensing waves spread out like ripples, finally locking onto the direction of the southern land of fire. Uchiha Hanya's eyes sparkled with determination and ruthlessness. He seemed to have already seen the target and felt the impending storm. He leaped onto the prepared, flying bird-summoning beast. The summoning beast let out a long cry, its wings flapping, creating a gust of wind as it rapidly pursued the target. The silhouette of the bird traversed a bright arc across the night sky, like a shooting star breaking through the air. After a period of tracking, Uchiha Hanya indeed spotted the familiar figure of Sarutobi Asuma in the southern land of fire. His distinctive beard stood out prominently in the night. Sarutobi Asuma was accompanied by a group of Sarutobi clan ninjas still fleeing. Upon seeing the person before him, an uncontrollable rage surged within Uchiha Hanya. His eyes activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and at the focal point of his gaze, powerful chakra erupted instantly, ultimately forming a massive black hole. That black hole in the night sky emitted a destructive aura, like a demon that devoured everything, opening its gaping maw to pounce on Sarutobi Asuma and the others. Sarutobi Asuma and the surrounding ninjas, faced with this sudden attack, were left dumbfounded. They had no time to react at all, and in an instant, they were mercilessly swallowed by the black sphere. Under the night, piercing screams echoed, but soon they were drowned out by the black hole, leaving only a profound silence in the end. When everything fell silent, as if even time had paused at that moment, Uchiha Hanya stood on the back of a flying bird beast, his gaze cold and profound, murmuring to himself, "Let us start with you, shall we? It's time for some fun. The anger of my clansmen needs an outlet." Utilizing the abilities of the hidden realm, he crossed distances and returned to the Hokage building. When Uchiha Hanya reappeared, he was already holding the bruised and battered Asuma Sarutobi. There was not a trace of pity or sympathy in his eyes. In the square in front of the Hokage building, another corpse was quietly bound to a cross. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Hokage, now reduced to a lifeless body. His eyes were hollow and deep, as if recounting past glory and honor. Yet at this moment, only endless desolation and sorrow remained. Uchiha Hanya ordered someone to bind Asuma Sarutobi beside him. When Asuma Sarutobi regained consciousness, he found himself facing his father's corpse. In that moment, it felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. A wave of intense grief and anger surged within him. "Father, this can't be." Asuma Sarutobi struggled to get down, but the ropes binding him held him tightly. He could only helplessly watch his father's body, tears streaming down his face like a flood. His heart was filled with despair and pain. He could not accept this cruel reality. He tried to scream, but his voice was hoarse and powerless, turning into silent weeping. "Oh, crying already? Asuma Sarutobi, is this how weak you, the so-called 12 Guardians of the Leaf, are?" Uchiha Hanya's voice sliced through the silence of the square like a cold blade, snapping Asuma Sarutobi's attention back. He looked up and realized he was bound in the square in front of the Hokage building, surrounded by a dense crowd, each person a member of the Uchiha clan. Their eyes glowing with a crimson light, filled with anger and hatred towards the Sarutobi clan. Asuma Sarutobi's heart trembled. He tried to maintain his pride and dignity. As the son of the third Hokage, how could he show weakness in front of this group of Uchiha? "You're truly rebellious. Do you know what you're doing?" He shouted angrily, his voice trembling slightly as he tried to hide his inner fear. But Uchiha Hanya remained unmoved, stepping forward with a steady pace, slowly approaching Asuma Sarutobi. His gaze was filled with indifference and disdain, as if watching a clown's performance. What are you saying? Do you think you are still the Prince of Konoha? Your father is the true, rebellious one. His voice was deep and cold, each word like a cold steel needle piercing deeply into Asuma Sarutobi's heart. Konoha is already a thing of the past. The daimyo has declared it. Asuma Sarutobi's face instantly turned pale. He could not accept such humiliation and accusation. He struggled to fight back, but the ropes binding him held him tightly, rendering him immobile. He could only glare at Uchiha Hanya with anger and unwillingness. Pitiful, lamentable, laughable. Uchiha Hanya looked at Asuma Sarutobi's angry and twisted face, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He shook his head slightly, as if dismissing Asuma Sarutobi's anger. Asuma Sarutobi, do you think you can change anything? Your father's sins will make your Sarutobi clan pay the price. His cold and ruthless voice filled Asuma Sarutobi with an unprecedented sense of despair. Around him, 3,000 Uchiha clansmen, their eyes glowing red, erupted in mocking laughter. They looked at Asuma Sarutobi's miserable appearance, filled with delight. Regardless of age or gender, they approached Asuma Sarutobi like merciless executioners, armed with sharp blades. They advanced step by step. The Sharingan in each of their eyes flickered with cruelty and madness. Each slash of the blade brought suffocating pain, instantly covering Asuma Sarutobi's body with wounds of varying depths. Just as blood was about to pour out, Uchiha Hanya waved his hand lightly, and the light of the Yang release jutsu enveloped Asuma Sarutobi, miraculously healing those wounds. This cycle of life and death pushed Asuma Sarutobi's mind to the brink of collapse. He was in excruciating pain, but even more agonizing was the indifferent gaze of the villagers around the square. Those who had once revered him now became witnesses to his suffering, and some even participated, inflicting deeper wounds upon him. Asuma Sarutobi, do you know what true despair is? Uchiha Hanya said with a smile, still filled with mockery and disdain. Perhaps you are experiencing unprecedented pain right now, but I must tell you, this is not enough. I will make you taste what true ultimate humiliation is. After saying this, he had Asuma Sarutobi suspended in midair, placing a wooden donkey below. Asuma Sarutobi was repeatedly slammed against the wooden donkey, each impact causing him unbearable pain. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body trembled from the intense agony. Hungry, are you? Let us give you something to eat before we continue. Uchiha Hanya said coldly, a hint of a mocking smile on his face. But I'll make you eat something more special. He pointed to the side where Sarutobi Kinomaru had been brought over. The once lively and cheerful boy now had a pale face filled with fear. Chapter 7. The ultimate humiliation of unbearable pain under the light. Asuma Sarutobi's face appeared extremely pale. Choose one. Asuma Sarutobi, will you chew on your father's old flesh, or taste your nephew's tender meat? Uchiha Hanya's voice was as cold as ice, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. Each word was like a cold blade, mercilessly stabbing into Asuma Sarutobi's heart, plunging his entire soul into endless darkness. In this suffocating silence, someone suddenly stepped forward roughly, directly yanking down Kinomaru's pants, exposing his cleansed parts. Clean as a whistle, there's nothing left. This scene struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the last line of defense in Asuma Sarutobi's heart. He widened his eyes, his pupils filled with flames of anger and despair. That flame blazed fiercely, nearly consuming his sanity. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free from his bindings and rush to his helpless nephew, using his body to shield him from this cruel humiliation. But helplessly, he was firmly bound there, unable to move. Asuma Sarutobi, this is the retribution for your family's misdeeds. Uchiha Hanya's voice rang out again, filled with a sickly excitement and cruel satisfaction. We have removed your nephew's concerns. Now, do you have anything to say? Tears shimmered in Asuma Sarutobi's eyes, a mixture of anger, despair, and helplessness. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to shout, Uchiha Hanya, you heartless beast. You will not have a good ending. One day, You will face a retribution 1,000 times more cruel than this. However, his roar was drowned out by the laughter of the many people around him. His anger felt so pale and powerless. The crowd surrounded him like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, watching this inhumane torture, reveling in the bloodshed and thrill. Uchiha Hanya merely looked coldly at Asuma Sarutobi, his indifferent eyes seeming to see through his soul. He knew that Asuma Sarutobi's anger and despair were merely futile struggles. In this cruel game, he is destined to become the pitiful creature tortured to death. If you are unwilling to speak, then I will make this brutal choice for you. Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and resolute as he lightly waved his sleeve, as if conducting a cruel ritual. Immediately, 2 enormous frying pans were brought before Sarutobi Asuma, steaming and chilling to the bone. After ensuring Sarutobi Asuma was well fed, Uchiha Hanya mocked him. "You ate it? How disgusting. Sarutobi Asuma, you truly are a beast worse than an animal. How does it feel? Is it more unbearable than any pain?" Sarutobi Asuma's throat was stuffed with meat slices, rendering him unable to utter a sound. His heart was filled with anger and despair, but more so with self-hatred for his powerlessness. He hated himself for being unable to protect his clan, for being unable to stop this tragedy from occurring. "This is just the beginning. I won't play with you any longer." After saying this, Uchiha Hanya no longer glanced at him and turned to leave. He left a team of medical ninjas to take turns guarding Sarutobi Asuma, ensuring he could live, not allowing him to die too quickly. At this moment, in a dark corner, pairs of anxious and fearful eyes were fixated on the heart-wrenching scene in the square. These people had once been loyal lackeys of the 4 great clans, and now faced an unprecedented predicament. Their hearts were filled with sympathy and worry for Sarutobi Asuma, but also with fear of Uchiha Hanya's cruel methods. They looked at Sarutobi Asuma, who had once been high and mighty, now suffering relentless torment like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Each groan of pain pierced their hearts like a sharp knife, making their emotions swing wildly between fear and anger. But they dared not act rashly. Around the square, the crowd was dense, and the strong members of the Uchiha clan were everywhere. They knew that any rash move could push them into an abyss of no return. They could only silently pray in the shadows, hoping Sarutobi Asuma could endure this ordeal. This was the result Uchiha Hanya wanted. He sought not only Sarutobi Asuma's painful groans, but also to use this cruel scene to eradicate all hidden rebellious forces. He was like a calm angler, using Sarutobi Asuma as bait, casting out the hook, waiting for the rebellious forces to bite. He wanted to capture all the restless individuals, leaving them no room for resistance. This was his strategy, to pacify the internal before addressing external threats. The next morning, the sunlight was gentle, but on Sarutobi Asuma, it felt like a cold blade. The sparkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by emptiness and despair, as he wandered the square like a living corpse. Not long ago, his long-desired Kurenai Yuhi had witnessed his tragic state. He had understood Uchiha Hanya's words. The sight of his own misery, seen clearly by the woman he loved, was the ultimate humiliation. And now, Uchiha Hanya stood beside 3 crosses in the square. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the gathered elite ninjas. He took a deep breath, his voice loud and firm. "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce a piece of good news that is significant for all of us." As his words fell, the atmosphere around the square instantly became solemn and tense. An indescribable sense of anticipation and unease filled the air, like the calm before a storm. Every elite ninja widened their eyes, holding their breath, eagerly waiting for Uchiha Hanya's next move. Their hearts beat heavily like war drums. Every cell trembled at the news that was about to come. Uchiha Hanya slowly spoke, his voice filled with an undeniable authority. "For a long time, the power and resources of Konoha have been monopolized by the 4 great clans. This corrupt phenomenon has reached a point that must be changed." This statement was like a heavy bomb, causing a stir among the crowd. Every elite ninja felt an unprecedented excitement and shock. Uchiha Hanya's voice resonated like a bell, filled with undeniable authority and determination. "I will lead an unprecedented reform. The distribution of power and resources will be completely rewritten here." His words spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the passion and desire in the hearts of every elite ninja present. The ninjas' eyes sparkled with hopeful light, as if they saw new hope and opportunities shining ahead. In addition to the current 6 departments, I will establish the Agriculture Department, Craftsman Department, Foreign Affairs Department, Resources Department, Construction Department, and Commerce Department. They will become the new pillars of our shogunate. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Power and the Pact of Blood. The bustling square was filled with voices. The sounds of people were like waves in a storm, one higher than the other, as if countless waves were crashing against rocks. The villagers gathered together, discussing the reform plan of the shogun with excitement, their emotions soaring as if about to break through the sky. Every voice carried the villagers' excitement. Did you hear? The shogun is going to implement reforms. One villager excitedly waved his arms, his voice filled with anticipation and curiosity for the unknown. Yes, I've heard about it for a long time. This reform should overturn the old system and give everyone a chance to shine. Another villager chimed in, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see his future glory. But reforms always come with risks. What if it fails? Wouldn't we suffer? A worried villager interjected, his brows furrowed, his face filled with concern. Frisk? No risk, no reward. I think you're just afraid you won't be able to keep your position after the reform. A tall villager sneered at him, his tone full of provocation. You're talking nonsense. The provoked villager immediately became furious. His face flushed, and he pointed at the other, arguing loudly. Surrounding villagers saw this and rushed over, some trying to mediate, others cheering, creating instant chaos. In a quaint tea house on a nearby street, an old man with white hair, draped in a mysterious black cloak, quietly sat in a corner, like a lonely mountain peak. He listened to the villagers' heated discussions outside, his emotions rising like a burning flame. The old man frowned slightly and sighed softly. His fingers gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound, contrasting sharply with the clamor outside. Meanwhile, within the old man's line of sight, elite ninjas were whispering around the square. Their voices were low, but in the vast space. They sounded as sharp as the buzzing of mosquitoes, particularly grating. The shogun just said there will be reforms. One elite ninja lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you think about this? Yeah, this is a big deal. Generally speaking, newly established departments will hold enormous power and resources. We need to think of ways to get involved. Another elite ninja eagerly chimed in, his tone filled with desire and greed. The discussions among the elite ninjas continued, their emotions becoming more intense. They were angry, worried, and confused, their mixed emotions like a volcano about to erupt. Yet in the center of the square, Uchiha Hanya stood like a stone sculpture, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. The Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Crafts, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Resources, the Ministry of Construction, and the Ministry of Commerce have just been established and are currently lacking in talent. Is there anyone willing to take up the positions? He spoke these words slowly, his face devoid of any expression, as if he could see through their hearts. Uchiha Hanya was waiting for these people to digest this massive amount of information, waiting for them to make a decision. A few minutes later, one of the jonin stepped forward. His eyes sparkled with determination. I am willing to join the Ministry of Resources. No matter what plans the general has, I will support him with all my strength. I am willing to. I will fight for the general. Me too. As more and more jonin stood up, the square erupted with passionate shouts. Uchiha Hanya wore a strange smile on his lips. He stepped slightly to the side. With his movement, the 3 bodies bound tightly to the cross became clearer in everyone's sight. A suffocating atmosphere filled the air, as if even breathing had become heavy. Among the 3, except for the pale-faced Asuma Sarutobi, the other 2, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had long since become a corpse, while Kanomaru Sarutobi was gasping for breath, as if he would pass out at any moment. Uchiha Hanya's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally fixing on the jonin who showed fear and hesitation. Then show me your loyalty. Use the kunai in your hands to injure Asuma Sarutobi. He spoke lightly, but his voice struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer, saying, as long as you do this, I will recognize you, and you will become the most loyal allies of the Uchiha clan. His words echoed in the square, like a command, stirring the inner waves of the crowd. Some people's eyes flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Some clenched their fists, seemingly suppressing their inner struggles, while others turned pale, as if they had foreseen the impending bloody scene. "No, I can't do this." One Jonin suddenly shouted loudly, his voice filled with fear and struggle. His gaze wandered over to Asuma Sarutobi, revealing a look of conflict. Asuma Sarutobi was his friend and former comrade. Now he had to make such a choice. How could he not hesitate? "Don't hesitate. This is our opportunity," another Jonin urged in a low voice, his eyes flashing with fervor. The kunai in his hand was tightly gripped, as if ready to strike at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, someone beside him sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph. Since you don't dare, don't blame us for being rude." The Jonin took a deep breath, steeled himself, and swung the kunai fiercely, with a flash of cold light. His kunai stained with blood, leaving a wound on Asuma Sarutobi's body. Uchiha Hanya extended his hand, using yang-release ninjutsu to stop Asuma Sarutobi's bleeding. "What position did you say you wanted?" Uchiha Hanya pretended to pause for a moment before continuing, and the Jonin immediately said, "General, I want to join the Ministry of Resources. Please give me a chance to prove myself." "All right, from now on, you are the Minister of Resources." Uchiha Hanya clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations." Everyone applaud. "Let's warmly celebrate the birth of our highest leader of the Ministry of Resources." Meanwhile, a Jonin in the crowd ended his discussion. He looked at his companion, his eyes filled with determination, and said, "I want to go too. If we don't do this, how do you think Lord Uchiha Hanya will view us? What opportunities will we have in the future?" Chapter 9. The establishment of the council and members by the shogunate. Uchiha Hanya's act of having the Jonin harm Asuma Sarutobi was essentially a blatant scheme. As long as they did this, they would no longer have the opportunity to be fence-sitters. With someone taking the lead, the other Jonin naturally felt no psychological pressure. The kunai in that Jonin's hand dripped with blood, like the first blow breaking the ice. This scene seemed to drive the other Jonin, compelled by some invisible force, to rush forward, all imitating him. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and determination, and the kunai in their hands fell like raindrops, leaving shocking wounds on Asuma Sarutobi's body. With each wound that appeared, the sound of blood gushing accompanied it, merging into a bloody symphony. Asuma Sarutobi's injuries worsened, but the next moment, Uchiha Hanya healed his wounds. The air was still filled with a strong smell of blood, stimulating everyone's nerves, causing their hearts to race and their breathing to quicken. After doing this, the remnants of the 4 great clans, along with those who once opposed us, will no longer tolerate us, a Jonin whispered. "But as long as we can gain power, then it's worth it." He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with fervor, and said, "We will have supreme glory and status. We will become the contributors of the Uchiha clan, and our names will be recorded in history, celebrated by future generations." The faces of the Jonin beamed with crazy smiles, and their movements became more rapid and resolute. They seemed to have forgotten Asuma Sarutobi's past kindness and status, leaving only their thirst for power and pursuit. "Ha ha ha. Now it's the Uchiha's world. You are very sensible, which makes me very happy." Uchiha Hanya laughed loudly, his laughter filled with pride and arrogance. This is the standard Uchiha maniacal laugh. He said, "The 4 great clans? Whether they can make a comeback is still a question. From now on, the entire ninja world will crawl at the feet of our Uchiha clan." As the last Jonin made the final cut on Asuma Sarutobi, they completed this cruel and resolute testament of loyalty. The atmosphere around the square reached a boiling point. The air seemed to tremble. Uchiha Hanya took action again, quickly healing Asuma Sarutobi's injuries, hanging onto his life. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, sweeping across every Jonin present. A faint, elusive smile appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful, saying, "I announce that in order to further improve our management system, I will create a brand new position, council member. Everyone present has the opportunity to become one of them." This sentence was like stones thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. The expressions on the Jonin's faces became colorful. They looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion, curiosity, and excitement. Council? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? A Jonin from a minor clan scratched his head, his face filled with bewilderment, as if thick fog had obscured his eyes. It seems that the general really aims for reform, even proposing such unheard-of concepts. Another Jonin muttered to himself. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, as if he had foreseen a storm of change sweeping through the entire village. Council? Council member? Another Jonin from a minor clan murmured to himself, repeatedly chewing on these unfamiliar terms, his eyes shining with a desire for the unknown and exploration. In this way, we common ninjas can also ascend to the upper echelons and participate in decision-making, a young Jonin said excitedly. His voice was filled with a longing for the future, as if he could already see himself standing in the council hall, strategizing for the future of the shogunate. Uchiha Hanya smiled slightly, confidence and composure evident in his demeanor. The shogunate would establish a council, divided into upper and lower houses. He continued, the upper house is owned by the Uchiha clan, holding judicial power. The lower house, on the other hand, gathers the wisdom of various members to jointly plan the future of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Hanya's words were like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The Jonin were like reeds swaying in the wind, whispering to each other. The discussions surged like waves in a storm, stirring the entire square. The Uchiha clan monopolizes judicial power? Isn't this an extreme concentration of power, inappropriate and excessive compared to before? A Jonin from the great ninja clan furrowed his brow. His voice revealed obvious dissatisfaction and doubt, as if an undercurrent was surging beneath a calm lake. The general must have deep foresight. We need not rush to conclusions, said a seasoned Jonin slowly, his voice steady and powerful, like a clear spring in the mountains, carrying a unique wisdom and calmness. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through layers of fog to discern the future's direction. Just then, Uchiha Hanya's voice rang out again. His voice was like a bell, resonating in everyone's hearts. He said, the lower house is also known as the House of Commons or the House of Representatives. You, as members of the lower house, will exercise legislative power, financial power, and administrative oversight. The legislative process will be promoted collectively by you, going through intense debates, 3 readings, then submitted to the upper house for review, and finally presented to me for approval and promulgation. Is this really true? We common ninjas can actually possess such significant power? A Jonin suddenly stood up in excitement. His voice trembled with overwhelming emotion, as if he could not bear the shock of this sudden major news. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy, as if he had already seen himself standing at the pinnacle of power, fighting for more rights for his clan. However, this joy did not last long before it was shattered by the worries of another older Jonin. That person furrowed his brow, his voice filled with deep concern, saying, but the Uchiha clan controls the upper house. Can we common ninjas and small ninja clans really make a difference in this power game? His question was like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding. The emotions of the Jonin were reignited, and discussions surged again like waves in a storm. However, at that moment, a Jonin from the great ninja clan suddenly snorted coldly. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, "Humph, regardless, this is an opportunity. We must seize it well and strive for more rights for our clans." Chapter 10. The current offender and the ambush in the shadows after the Jonin received their respective appointments. They entered the Hokage building and began working in their offices. However, at this solemn moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Uchiha Hanya tightly held Yuhi Kurenai's hand, as if it had been warmed by the spring breeze, causing her heart to race. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Hanya suddenly raised the large iron pincers in their hands and fiercely clamped them towards Sarutobi Asuma's groin, accompanied by a sound of shattering. The groin instantly burst open, and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Uchiha Hanya casually released his grip, dropping the large iron pincers. His eyes were solely on Yuhi Kurenai, focusing only on her eyes that were darting around in panic. "Kurenai, look at him. Such a weak and useless waste. Does he really deserve your sincere heart? His weakness, his incompetence, Is that what you pursue? Uchiha Hanya's voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying an irresistible charm. He caressed Yuhi Kurenai's hands, stained with blood, yet appearing so gentle at this moment. Yuhi Kurenai's mind seemed to be emptied at that moment. Her emotions were somewhat crumbling. She couldn't believe the scene before her. She found it even harder to accept that the partner who once fought alongside her was now in such a tragic state at the hands of Uchiha Hanya and herself. What shocked her more was Uchiha Hanya's affectionate gaze, one that seemed to want to swallow her whole. "Will you marry me? My general's residence still lacks a mistress." Uchiha Hanya's voice rang out again, this time softer, saying, "Become my general's wife, and let me use my power to protect you for a lifetime." Yuhi Kurenai's thoughts fell into chaos. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to respond. She looked into Uchiha Hanya's affectionate eyes, feeling the warmth in his hands. Yet her heart was tangled like chaotic threads, unable to sort out her thoughts. She never expected Uchiha Hanya would propose in such a bloody place. "Kurenai, what are you considering? Are you still immersed in the past with Sarutobi Asuma? Do you know that since I met you as a child, my heart has been firmly occupied by you? Everything I have done for you, does it not compare to that Sarutobi Asuma?" Uchiha Hanya's voice echoed in the empty square, each word filled with intense emotion and determination. His body retained a deep obsession. His thoughts about Yuhi Kurenai constantly influenced him, so he needed to eliminate this obsession. Back then, he was the Prince of Konoha. I could not compare with him. But now, the 4 major clans eradication plan against the Uchiha clan has failed. They can only flee this land like lost dogs. Uchiha Hanya's voice grew louder, his emotions more agitated, as if he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and anger. He became excited, seemingly startling Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai was infected by this emotion. A strange fear surged within her. She looked at Uchiha Hanya's twisted face, feeling a chill in her heart. That Sarutobi Asuma is nothing but a dying man. And me? I am a shogun of the land of fire, holding great power, nominally second only to the daimyo. But my power is unparalleled. Uchiha Hanya's words were filled with arrogance and pride, as if he wanted to trample the entire world underfoot. His fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging. Uchiha Hanya seemed to want to vent all his anger, but ultimately his hands fell weakly. He slowly walked in front of Yuhi Kurenai and softly said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. But what I mean is that I am sincere to you. Marry me." His voice seemed filled with pleading and expectation, like a lost child searching for his way home. Yuhi Kurenai looked at his affectionate face, and her heart couldn't help but waver. But just then, Uchiha Hanya suddenly went mad. He shouted, "No need to think anymore. Let's consummate right now." His words alarmed the surrounding Uchiha guards. They all poked their heads out, wanting to see what was happening. As Uchiha Hanya was with Yuhi Kurenai, he looked at Sarutobi Asuma with a mocking smile. He took out a whip and fiercely struck Sarutobi Asuma. Each hit felt like a heavy blow to Sarutobi Asuma's heart. "Wake up, Sarutobi Asuma. Look at what I'm doing. I am a final winner." Uchiha Hanya's voice was filled with provocation and mockery, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai in front of him could only silently endure it all. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. She could not resist. She knew that Uchiha Hanya had no love for her. If he truly loved someone, he would never act this way. He was merely seeking revenge against Sarutobi Asuma. At that moment, an ordinary-looking villager approached. He walked with a slight hesitation, as if his heart was undergoing a fierce struggle. It seemed he mustered up his courage, but in the end, he still spoke with a hint of shyness. "General, can I give him a knife?" I also want to be an official." His voice trembled, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth, filled with a desire for the future and a challenge to his own courage. Uchiha Hanya was fully focused on his own affairs. After hearing this, he slightly raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, glancing at the villager. He smiled faintly, as if seeing through the man's inner desires and unease. Casually drawing a kunai from his waist and lightly tossing it to the ground, saying casually, "Oh, what kind of official do you want to be? A civil servant?" At that moment, the sunlight suddenly became blinding. The villager's shadow, under the sunlight, approached Uchiha Hanya like a cunning snake, silently drawing near. Suddenly, a knife flashed from the shadow. In the blink of an eye, like a bolt of lightning, it struck toward the space between Uchiha Hanya and Yuhi Kurenai. The atmosphere instantly tensed to the extreme, as if all the breaths of the surrounding people had frozen. The knife carried a sharp, murderous intent, and if it hit, Uchiha Hanya would surely be severely injured. In this critical moment, Uchiha Hanya appeared exceptionally calm. He had long been on guard against this villager. A surge of electricity instantly appeared in his palm, and his hand coiled around the incoming blade like a spirit snake, firmly gripping this lethal strike. His eyes instantly became sharp, like a fierce beast about to unleash its power. Chapter 11. Questioning Jiraiya from all angles. Immediately after, Uchiha Hanya formed hand seals with one hand, and a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. The two of them worked together to grab the blade, simultaneously exerting force to pull the person hidden in the shadow out, violently throwing him toward the other side of the square. The man with white hair traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull sound. This scene instantly ignited the Uchiha clan members around, who activated their Sharingan, their unique red eyes fixated on the man who stood up from the ground. Their gazes were filled with anger and vigilance, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. "You bastard! How dare you ambush our Uchiha clan's general? That's truly despicable," shouted one Uchiha clan member. His voice echoed in the square, filled with anger and dissatisfaction toward the ambusher. "We can't let him escape. Let's chop him up." Another Uchiha clan member, equally furious, brandished his ninja knife, seemingly ready to charge forward. The surrounding Uchiha clan members blocked the escape route from the square. However, Uchiha Hanya seemed to not hear these voices. He continued with his own affairs, as if everything that had just happened was non-existent. No matter what happened, nothing could stop him from doing what he wanted. His shadow clone slowly walked over, its gaze filled with vigilance and indifference. "It's your turn now, Uchiha Fugaku." With the shadow clone's words, a distortion of space appeared in front of him, and a figure emerged like a ghost. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, use fire release, great fireball. With the command given, Uchiha Fugaku quickly formed hand seals. Every movement was fluid and precise, as if honed through countless trials. His chakra surged within him, like magma about to erupt from a volcano, filled with endless energy and destructive power. His gaze became sharp and resolute, the Sharingan activated, as if to pierce through all obstacles, aiming directly at the enemy's vital points. A burst of scorching fire chakra erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, instantly igniting the surrounding air. The flames roared like a giant beast, rapidly expanding into a massive fireball, illuminating the entire square in a fiery red glow. The fireball drew a blazing trajectory through the air, charging towards Jiraiya with a momentum that seemed to destroy everything in its path. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen. The air around the square seemed to warp under the fireball's intense heat. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were awed by the power of this strike, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. They knew this was Uchiha Fugaku's full-force attack, a symbol of their clan's glory and dignity. However, faced with this sudden assault, Jiraiya appeared exceptionally calm. There was no hint of panic in his eyes, his heartbeat steady, instead revealing a sense of composure and confidence. He was well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's strength, but he also believed he could handle this blow. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. Using his signature jutsu, fire release, fireball, he gathered chakra-infused oil in his mouth and lightly spat it out, simultaneously igniting it with his fire release technique. The ball of oil ignited in midair, rapidly transforming into a scorching fireball that clashed violently with Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted, flames scattering everywhere. The surrounding temperature soared, as if even the air had caught fire. Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball, after the collision, transformed its trailing edge into a dazzling blue-white. The great fireball, with unstoppable momentum, pressed towards Jiraiya's fireball. On the other side, After Jiraiya's continuous chakra output was refined, the end of the flames also turned blue-white, engaging in fierce confrontation with the Great Fireball. The previously disadvantaged Fireball, under Jiraiya's control, surprisingly pushed forward again. Both sides reached a stalemate. At this moment, both attacks reached their peak, and the air was filled with a tense and intense atmosphere. After a long few minutes of confrontation, the chakra output from both sides suddenly ceased like a broken string. The raging flames dissipated in the air like a tamed wild beast. But the residual heat still left a feeling of scorching pressure. Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone stood in front of Jiraiya, its voice like the cold wind of winter, piercing and frigid. "Why did you come back? Is it because you couldn't bear to see your teacher's son being tormented?" he asked sternly, each word striking like a hammer on Jiraiya's heart. "Then what about before? When the vulnerable are in distress and need help, where were you?" His voice was filled with disappointment and anger toward Jiraiya. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, both nostalgia for the past and helplessness toward reality. "When the fourth Hokage died in battle, you were traveling the ninja world, searching for that so-called child of prophecy. And when his orphan was bullied, where were you? You were still roaming the ninja world, enjoying your freedom and happiness." Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone's voice grew more agitated, his chest heaving as if to vent all his dissatisfaction. "Why did you come back at this moment? What are you here for?" he continued to question, his voice filled with doubt and confusion. "Is it for the justice in your heart, or for your hypocritical kindness? You are just a selfish escapist. You have never truly cared about their lives and sufferings." Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone waved its arms, its emotions reaching a peak. He roared, as if every word was a heavy hammer, striking hard on Jiraiya's heart. He shouted, "Do you not see the others as human? If it weren't for the higher-ups in Konoha plotting the genocide of our clan, would I need to do this? I have the right to take revenge on him, to torment him. What right do you have to stop me?" The surrounding air seemed to be infected by the emotions of anger and disappointment, becoming heavy and oppressive, especially the members of the Uchiha clan, who felt it deeply. Jiraiya remained silent for a long time, his deep eyes filled with an indescribable complexity of pain and helplessness. He knew that he could not evade the questioning from Uchiha Hanya, nor could he argue against it. He took a deep breath, his voice low and firm, saying, "You are right. I indeed have no right to stop you from seeking revenge on Sarutobi Asuma. My past avoidance and negligence have indeed overlooked many. However, I still want to tell you, treating others with kindness is the way to achieve lasting results." A deep plea and expectation were revealed in his gaze. However, Chapter 12. After failing to talk, one must act. "Do you know what you were saying?" Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone twisted his face, bloodshot eyes full of rage as he roared. His voice echoed like thunder in the empty space, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His tightly clenched fists seemed to be gathering all his anger into a tangible force, ready to destroy everything in front of him. "What do you understand?" he continued to roar, each word bursting forth from the depths of his heart. He looked up at the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes, but he held them back, saying, "You are an orphan. Can you comprehend the pain of family about to be destroyed?" His voice carried endless sorrow and rage, as if he were pouring out all his suffering. "You advise me to back off?" He scoffed coldly, his voice sharp as a blade, seemingly ready to pierce through the heavy air, saying, "Then let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for them to overturn everything." A mad light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already fallen into an irreversible frenzy. "Do you take me for a fool?" He roared again, his voice filled with disdain and mockery, saying, "I tell you, I, Uchiha Hanya, would rather be shattered than be whole. Today, Sarutobi Asuma must die, and his family must pay the price." At this moment, Jiraiya stood on the other side, calm and collected, his eyes deep as the sea. He sighed lightly. His voice was calm and firm, saying, "Isn't it possible to repay evil with kindness?" Although his voice was not loud, it struck Uchiha Hanya's heart like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hanya revealed a hint of a mocking smile. He shook his head, saying, "Repay hatred with kindness? What then do we use to repay kindness? Is there no room for discussion?" Jiraiya took a deep breath. The tips of his fingers were suddenly bitten, and blood dripped down his fingertips as he quickly drew a mysterious and dignified mask on his face. Immediately after, he formed hand seals. He pressed his hands to the ground, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify as a powerful energy quietly gathered. With a puff of smoke, 3 enormous toads appeared out of thin air. They were gigantic, with yellow glimmers in their eyes. The first to catch the eye was a red-skinned toad holding a pipe. Its skin fiery red like flames. This was Fukasaku. It exhaled wisps of smoke, exuding an aura of a gang leader. It radiated an overwhelming presence. As if at its command, the entire toad world would tremble. Beside Fukasaku was a red-skinned toad with a shield and a fork. This was Jiraiya. Its skin was also fire red, but compared to Fukasaku, it appeared more composed and resolute, armed with a massive shield and a spiked fork. It stood in one corner of the arena. Standing on the other side of Fukasaku was a blue-skinned toad wielding twin blades. This was Gamma. Its skin was deep blue, forming a stark contrast with the 2 red-skinned toads in front of it. Gamma had a sharp blade strapped to each shoulder, and it lightly waved its arms, the twin blades glinting coldly in the moonlight. Its gaze revealed a sharp, killing intent, as if ready to leap into battle at any moment. Jiraiya stood steadily atop Fukasaku's head, clapping his hands, causing the toads to emit a deafening roar, as if announcing an impending storm. "Let's talk again. No need to escalate things." Jiraiya's voice echoed in the open space, trying to use his last bit of reason to quell the impending storm. But Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone's eyes flashed with a determined light. He seemed to have made up his mind to see this battle through to the end. He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding Uchiha clansmen to evacuate quickly, while instructing the clan members to arrange for the residents to take shelter. This area seemed to become empty in an instant, leaving only a few people and the 3 imposing giant toads. "You are a ninja. You have killed many, so you have no right to criticize me." Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and firm as he stared directly into Jiraiya's eyes, as if trying to see through his internal struggle and hesitation, saying, "Moreover, you intend to use large-scale ninjutsu here, which shows that you don't care about the weak. You only care about those you value." His words pierced Jiraiya's heart like a sharp sword. Jiraiya's expression slightly changed, but he quickly regained his calm. He knew that this battle was unavoidable, and he had to give it his all. However, he wanted to buy time to complete the preparations for Sage Mode. "Everyone, why don't we sit down again and talk calmly? Weapons have no eyes. If we really start fighting, it will be hard to contain." Jiraiya tried to use a gentle tone to defuse the imminent conflict, yet his words seemed powerless in front of Uchiha Hanya's cold shadow clone. The shadow clone of Uchiha Hanya's eyes flickered with a determined light. He seemed to scoff at Jiraiya's proposal. He slightly raised his chin, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, his voice cold and clear, saying, "Since we have come this far, why not fight to the end and let victory or defeat decide our fate?" As he spoke, another figure emerged in the void. It was Uchiha Shursui, like a sword in the night, quietly waiting for the moment to draw. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui simultaneously activated the chakra within them, unleashing the complete form of Susanoo. 2 giants clad in splendid armor, nearly 200 meters tall, emerged as if they were war gods from mythology. The swords they wielded glinted coldly, as if capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Their eyes revealed endless killing intent, as if they were determined to annihilate their foes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone used an even more powerful technique, the law of heaven and earth. His figure trembled, resonating with the heavens and earth, instantly magnifying countless times. He transformed into a giant even larger than Susanoo. His appearance was not much different from his original form, except that he held a sword in each hand, radiating a scorching light as if capable of incinerating everything. "Oomph, do you think your little tricks can fool me?" Uchiha Hanya's shadow clone, as a giant of the law, curled his lips into a disdainful arc, his sharp gaze piercing through Jiraiya, saying, "Don't think I don't know you want to buy time to use the Sage Mode of Mayaboka Mountain." His voice was filled with confidence and disdain, as if he had already secured victory. He continued, "Although I am confident I can defeat you, today I, Uchiha Hanya, will not give you any chance. Your fate is only one, to fall beneath my sword." Chapter 13. But my pain surpasses yours. The sword held tightly in the giant's hands blazed with fierce flames. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be ignited by the raging flames, and the air was filled with a scorching aura. He swung the sword blades in his hands, engulfed in flames, towards Jiraiya, who was above Gamabunta. Gamabunta gripped his knife tightly, drawing it out in an instant, as swift as lightning, to chop down against the fiery attack. But the giant figure of the was like a towering mountain, its power so immense that it seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The blades of both sides clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. In this contest of strength, Gamabunta clearly felt the disparity in power. It gritted its teeth, muscles tensed, yet still found it difficult to withstand the impact like a landslide. In a critical moment, Gamabunta displayed remarkable agility. It suddenly twisted its body, skillfully sidestepping the deadly attack. However, its heart was filled with unwillingness and anger, the burning fighting spirit leaping like a fierce fire in its eyes. Meanwhile, fierce battles erupted nearby. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, as the two great powers of the Uchiha clan, engaged in a deadly struggle against Gamakichi and Gamaken. Flames shot into the sky, intertwining in midair to form a scorching sea of fire. The power of both sides' fire techniques was fully displayed at this moment, with the flames bursting forth in dazzling brilliance upon collision. The square was enveloped in this searing fire, as if even the air was ignited. The giant suddenly stomped down, carrying the force of thunder, and kicked Gamabunta away violently. Its massive body traced a breathtaking arc in the air, crashing directly into the surging flames above. The flames raged like a violent fire dragon, wreaking havoc in the air, distorting every inch of air it burned. Gamabunta's body was instantly engulfed by the flames, its skin rapidly turning bright red in the scorching fire, resembling charred tree bark. The intense pain made it let out a pained roar that echoed across the battlefield, filled with despair and helplessness. But the sound abruptly ceased. Its entire body transformed into a dense white mist. In midair, a wave appeared, and Gamabunta's enormous form suddenly reappeared. Its eyes flashed with sharp light, and its blade glinted coldly in the sunlight, piercing towards the head of the giant. The giant swung its dual swords with lightning speed, stabbing upwards, accurately piercing through Gamabunta's tough skin. The flames burning on the sword blades licked at its body frantically, making a hissing sound, as if mocking its powerlessness mercilessly. In this life-and-death moment, Gamabunta helplessly said to Jiraiya, "Sorry, I've lost." As soon as the words fell, Gamabunta's body transformed into a white mist, quickly dissipating into the air, returning to Mount Myaboku. At this moment, Jiraiya was still in a prayer position with his hands together. He swiftly flipped in midair, floating down onto the shoulder of the giant like a light butterfly. The giant seemed not to relax its vigilance due to Gamabunta's retreat. Its body began to tremble violently, and soon it started to shrink gradually, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. Seeing this, Jiraiya's heart tightened. He had witnessed the giant's power, which was formidable. If struck by it now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly jumped off the giant's shoulder, preparing to respond to the upcoming attack. Just as he landed, the flaming sword blade shot towards him like lightning, precise and swift. In that critical moment, white mist suddenly erupted from Jiraiya's shoulders, revealing two authoritative toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Their appearance seemed to inject a mysterious and powerful force into this tense atmosphere. Jiraiya's form vanished in an instant, as elusive as a ghost. He cleverly dodged the deadly sword. The flames carried by the blade traced a long arc in the air before dissipating. "Please, you two sages, use the 5-right gate." Jiraiya's voice was low and firm, as he first spewed out a large amount of chakra oil. Sage Fukasaku nodded, clapped his hands, and unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, Sage Shima also joined her hands together and expelled a tongue of fire. The massive oil surged towards the giant, which had now shrunk to 3 meters tall. The combination of the three techniques generated tremendous lethality. The flames burned even more fiercely with the oil's assistance, and the wind technique accelerated the spread of the fire. The entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed by a sea of flames, as if all tangible matter was turning to ashes in the inferno. However, amidst this raging ocean of oily fire, a cold and mocking voice suddenly echoed. It taunted, "I'm tired of this game. You two troublesome toads. It's time for you to die." The giant broke through all the surrounding flames and charged forward. The chilling six-tomo Sharingan in its eyes began to spin, activating its death-inducing gaze ability. Fukasaku and Shima felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies trembled as if struck by an invisible force. Under the impact of this force, they slid off Jiraiya's shoulders and crashed heavily to the ground. No, Jiraiya's voice was filled with despair and anger as he watched his two comrades fall to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless sorrow and rage, as if the entire world had collapsed. Your pain is just the tip of the iceberg. Uchiha Hanya's voice came like a chilling echo from the abyss. His giant stood amidst the remnants of the flames, like a messenger emerging from hell. True pain is like an unfathomable abyss. A cruel smile curved on his lips, his eyes flashing with madness as he said, "Feel this pain. Let it leave a deep mark on your soul. Understand it. Feel it. Experience it, until you are completely consumed by it." His voice grew deeper, as if every word contained endless resentment and suffering. The air around them seemed to be infected by this emotion, becoming heavy and oppressive. "Do you hate me? Are you in pain?" He stared at Jiraiya, and in those six-tomo Sharingan, a swirling universe seemed to absorb all emotions as he said, "But my pain is above yours." Chapter 14. Jiraiya's severed arm returns to Mount Mayaboku. The sword tip danced with violent flames, resembling a bloodthirsty fire dragon. Uchiha Hanya swung his sword with an overwhelming aura, swiftly striking towards Jiraiya. In that moment of life and death, Jiraiya's body moved like a ghost, dodging to the side, like a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. He skillfully evaded the deadly blow. However, the flame-imbued sword blade, though it did not hit Jiraiya directly, struck his left arm. The searing pain pierced through him like 1,000 arrows, causing Jiraiya to furrow his brow tightly. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, Jiraiya's left arm fell limply, ultimately landing on the ground. The intertwining scent of burning flesh created a tragic scene. Uchiha Hanya coldly watched this moment, a cruel smile creeping on his lips. Holding a one-handed sword, he pointed the flaming blade at Jiraiya. His voice was cold and merciless, as if it could freeze the air around them. "This time, I'll just cut off one of your hands. Consider it a small lesson. Get lost." He said, "Don't meddle in my affairs again, or next time, not only will I cut off your hand, but I will also let you taste the true flavor of hell." His voice was filled with endless threats and killing intent. I had not yet experienced the trembling voice of Jiraiya, filled with a hint of unwillingness and determination. His sage mode had already been exhausted, and he was now severely injured, staggering as if a gust of wind could blow him down. But his gaze was exceptionally firm, as if a strong, unyielding power was supporting him. "Do you still want to rescue Asuma Sarutobi? Admirable. Do you really fear death?" Uchiha Hanya looked coldly at Jiraiya in front of him, having dispelled the manifestation of the world, revealing his true form. He held a sword in one hand, the once flickering flames extinguished. Yet the blade still emitted a heart-pounding high temperature, an invisible heat capable of melting everything. Jiraiya did not retreat a single step. He stood tall, meeting Uchiha Hanya's gaze. His eyes seemed to burn with unwavering flames. He took a deep breath filled with the scent of battle, his voice resonating powerfully. "I, Jiraiya, do not know what fear is in this life. In today's battle, even if I die, I will never back down." Uchiha Hanya was momentarily stunned by this sudden declaration of determination. He did not expect Jiraiya to be so resolute. The coldness in his eyes gradually turned into a hint of astonishment, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by an even sharper, killing intent. "Do you really want to die? Your choice will determine your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing right in front of Jiraiya. His fist clenched tightly, suddenly launching a powerful blow. An immense force erupted instantly. The wind from his punch howled as if the air itself was being torn apart. Although Jiraiya was prepared, he still felt caught off guard by this sudden attack. With a tremendous force, he was instantly sent flying, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading toward the battlefield where fierce fighting was ongoing. In this critical moment, Fukasaku extended his long tongue, agile and powerful, wrapping Jiraiya tightly like a serpent and steadily placing him on its head. Jiraiya, this battle is over. It's time to leave. Fukasaku's voice was deep and firm, trying to persuade Jiraiya to abandon his intention to fight. Meanwhile, Fukasaku's counterpart, Shima, remained on high alert, two large blades aimed at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden situation. Uchiha Hanya approached slowly, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya atop Fukasaku's head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He coldly said, "Now, while I haven't changed my mind, I can let you go. But if you remain obstinate, then you will suffer a fate worse than Asuma Sarutobi." His words carried endless threats and killing intent. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had already ceased fighting. Their gazes turned toward Uchiha Hanya, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. "I won't leave. I can still fight. I will never run away." Jiraiya's voice rang out on Fukasaku's head, resolute and determined. Though he was severely injured, his eyes sparkled with an unyielding light. However, Fukasaku ignored Jiraiya's insistence. It extended its tongue again, gently placing Jiraiya inside its mouth. Then, the two massive toads transformed into a dense white mist. They had left the area, returning to Mount Myaboku. The previous Uchiha clansmen led the surrounding villagers to evacuate urgently, and now they were all returning. Their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. The Jonin and the Hokage buildings streamed out, their gazes focused on Uchiha Hanya not far away, their eyes also filled with shock and admiration. "This is simply unbelievable. The Lord General actually defeated Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas," one Jonin exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulous awe. We actually chose to retreat in the face of a formidable enemy." Another Jonin's voice carried deep self-reproach and shame, his face flushed red as if stung by his own cowardice. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air, but it was mixed with a hint of respect and admiration. The Uchiha clansmen whispered among themselves, while the other Jonin were deeply moved. They were in awe of Uchiha Hanaya's strength. The Lord General is truly fearless in the face of danger. He remains unperturbed. There has never been a hint of panic in his eyes. This is the mark of a true strongman. One experienced Jonin sincerely praised, admiration shining in his gaze. Indeed, the Lord General defeated Jiraiya using only shadow clones. His strength is truly unfathomable. Another younger person echoed, his voice filled with adoration for Uchiha Hanya. The people around dared only to discuss from a distance. They did not dare approach the square. And now, Uchiha Hanya was still attending to his business. "Hong, are you still concerned about Asuma Sarutobi?" He has shown no reaction until now. Uchiha Hanaya's eyes sparkled with an insight that seemed to penetrate the depths of Yuhi Kurenai's heart. He relentlessly pursued his goal, like an artist meticulously crafting a piece of art. He skillfully arranged flowers with grace, standing confidently in front of everyone. Uchiha Hanya sighed softly, his voice revealing a depth of understanding as he gently said, "Moreover, you have been pursued by him for so long and still remain a novice. Doesn't that prove you don't really like him?" Chapter 15. Uchiha Obito's Phantasmagoria Strikes. Uchiha Hanaya's words struck Yuhi Kurenai's heart like a heavy hammer. She covered her mouth, as if trying to suppress the emotions brewing inside her. Complex emotions flickered in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes: sadness, pain, struggle, and a hint of indescribable pleasure. She did not want to make a sound. She just wanted to silently endure it all. Yuhi Kurenai's heart was like a sea ravaged by a storm, tumultuous and unable to calm for a long time. She knew she could not escape or resist, only silently endure the impact of these feelings. At this moment, behind Uchiha Hanya, a sudden swirling air current emerged, as if heralding an impending storm. A figure slowly materialized. It was a mysterious person clad in a black cloak, with an orange tiger-striped mask covering his face, emanating a chilling and dangerous aura. The masked figure tightened his grip on a chain flashing with cold light, seemingly ready to launch a deadly attack. But Uchiha Hanya showed no signs of panic. Instead, a playful glint flickered in his eyes. "Oh, it seems today is quite lively." A smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Hanya's mouth, as if viewing the imminent crisis as a game. Yuhi Kurenai was enveloped by this tense atmosphere. Her fists clenched tightly in anxiety. She suddenly lunged forward, clutching Uchiha Hanya. Just as the masked figure was about to attack, Uchiha Hanya moved suddenly. He forcefully grabbed Yuhi Kurenai's waist, then spun his body, using her as a weapon to smash fiercely into the masked figure behind him. This strike was powerful and forceful, as if it aimed to destroy everything. With a heavy crash, the masked figure was sent flying. He tumbled through the air, but ultimately landed steadily on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai was injured from the impact, blood flowing from her head and dripping onto the ground. "Red, don't worry, let me heal your wounds." Uchiha Hanya immediately used Yang Release Ninjutsu and gently pressed his palm on Sunset Red's injury. A warm force surged from his palm, instantly healing Sunset Red's wounds. Uchiha Hanya's expression was cold and proud, like a king who controlled everything. "Obito, you have tarnished the Uchiha name. You are not worthy of the Uchiha surname. I once thought you would hide in the shadows, but surprisingly, as soon as I tested you slightly, you couldn't wait to jump out." He slightly raised his chin and coldly mocked. "What a disappointment. Your recklessness is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui rushed over like two bolts of lightning. The shadow clone, standing at a distance, also launched an attack, throwing shurikens directly at the masked man. And the masked man knew he should now be called Uchiha Obito. He faced the oncoming attacks without a ripple, as the shurikens passed right through his body without causing any harm. Uchiha Shursui used body flicker technique and had already arrived next to Uchiha Obito. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his figure. Although Uchiha Obito was in a phasing state, he had to be cautious in facing Shursui's ghost-like figure. Just as he was about to turn around and counterattack, he was shocked to find that the Uchiha Shursui in front of him had turned into over a dozen people. These clones simultaneously launched an attack. They appeared to be illusions, yet had physical form, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. "This is too troublesome?" Uchiha Obito's voice carried a hint of shock. He was clearly stunned by Shursui's unique attack method. This was a combination of body flicker technique with intangible shadow clone technique for offense. "Shursui, you truly live up to your name." Uchiha Obito's voice was hoarse and gloomy as he said, "But do you think this can defeat me?" The two exchanged blows, almost using the same tactics, unable to break each other's moves. Each collision produced deafening sounds, as if they were tearing the entire battlefield apart. Their battle skills had reached an extraordinary level. Every attack and defense was incredibly precise, leaving onlookers in awe. As the battle escalated, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of helplessness. He anxiously observed the situation of the fight, but the speed of both combatants seemed to have surpassed the limits of the naked eye, making it difficult for him to intervene. Uchiha Obito moved like a specter, seamlessly switching between phasing and physical form. Each transition made it hard to grasp his true position. His figure was erratic, like a formless mist that was impossible to catch. This ability seemed unsolvable, but Uchiha Hanya had the means to deal with Uchiha Obito. His space concealment technique was also an ability that straddled reality and another dimension. His shadow clone seemed able to bypass spatial limitations and directly lock onto Uchiha Obito's true location. "Obito, do you think your phasing technique makes you invincible?" Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and confident. Before his words faded, one of his shadow clones charged at Uchiha Obito like a cheetah. The clone's speed seemed to break the constraints of time, instantly reaching Uchiha Obito's side. He suddenly launched an attack, raising a leg and fiercely kicking toward Uchiha Obito. The power of that kick seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Boom! With a deafening sound, Uchiha Obito's figure flew through the air like a meteor. He was kicked away over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Uchiha Obito struggled painfully to get up. His mask was shattered in the impact, revealing a twisted and hideous face. His body seemed bound by invisible chains. the impact nearly shattering his bones. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the arrogance and confidence he once had completely vanished. How is this possible? How could you? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled, his eyes wide open as if trying to peer through all the fog to see the truth before him. You are merely hiding in the crevice between reality and another dimension. Uchiha Hanya's voice was cold and calm. He was still focused on his task, his eyes flashing with sharp light as he said, "And I have a similar ability. So what's difficult about my shadow clone attacking you?" Chapter 16. Restoring true name and inviting everyone. Uchiha Hanya's voice echoed in the empty square, like a cold wind piercing the hearts of everyone present. Every word was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly cutting through Uchiha Obito's last line of defense, completely shattering his dignity and arrogance. "Get down! Don't think you!" Uchiha Obito roared in anger, but before he finished speaking, his voice was suppressed by an invisible force, gradually becoming weak and powerless. Anger and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes. Yet he was powerless to turn the tide. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly twisted and then disappeared from the spot. He fled back to his Kamui space, leaving behind a mess and a dead silence. He was like a clown. Just moments ago, he was arrogantly showcasing his power, trying to impress everyone, only to be instantly paralyzed by Uchiha Hanya. This stark contrast sent a chill through the onlookers, and they felt a deep respect for Uchiha Hanya's strength. Uchiha Obito roared in anger within the Kamui space, unable to accept his defeat, but he could only pin his hopes on Zetsu, hoping that Zetsu could bring a glimmer of change to his injuries, driven by a desire to survive. Uchiha Obito returned to his lair. There, Zetsu, who had been waiting, saw his injuries and immediately merged with him. The tendrils, seemingly filled with endless vitality, skillfully replaced his damaged body tissues. "Black Zetsu, I command you to keep a close watch on that Uchiha Hanya." Uchiha Obito's voice was filled with determination and coldness. At that moment, a peculiar creature appeared in his line of sight. It was white Zetsu, with half of its face shrouded in darkness. Its appearance resembled a Venus flytrap, but the eyes hidden in the darkness revealed cunning and ruthlessness. It was the biggest puppet master in this world, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked at the pale Uchiha Obito, and a hint of barely perceptible disdain flashed in its eyes. But its voice remained respectful. "Rest assured, Obito, I will record every move he makes and will not disappoint you." Meanwhile, over at the square, Uchiha Hanya had finished his task. Sunset Red lay on the ground, her gaze seemingly unfocused, yet fixated on Asuma Sarutobi on the cross. The sunlight slanted down on Uchiha Hanya. He stood in the golden glow, lifted his head, and let the warm sunlight wash over his face, as if to dispel all fatigue and gloom with this warm light. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if to unload the burdens in his heart. "My soul has finally found a moment of peace," he murmured softly, his voice filled with a sense of relief. Since the moment he crossed over until now, a persistent obsession had lingered in Uchiha Hanya's mind, like an inescapable shadow, constantly disturbing his soul. But at this moment, that obsession seemed to be blown away by a gentle breeze, and his thoughts gradually became clear and peaceful. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a reminiscence of his identity and a sentiment for the past. His gaze revealed deep nostalgia. He thought to himself, "Tian is my real name. How could the former me be forgotten? If I am forgotten, am I still me?" At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Hanya's face, a smile of relief and liberation. It seemed he had made a significant decision. He thought in his heart, the obsession of Uchiha Hanya is finally going to dissipate. It once prevented me from resting properly and even affected my judgment. But now I want to find back the true me. Uchiha Hanya, or now he should be called Tian, turned to look at his companion, Yuhi Kurenai, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. He wanted to eliminate the influence of this body on him, no longer bound by his past identity. Therefore, he decided to restore his original name and start anew. Tian looked at Yuhi Kurenai with deep affection, his voice seemingly filled with determination and expectation. He said, "Kurenai, tonight we will hold a wedding. And you, as my wife, should call me by my new name, Tian." Tian gently picked up Yuhi Kurenai in his arms, as if holding a rare treasure. He walked with steady steps towards the bathhouse, a gentle smile on his face, softly saying, "Kurenai, I will take you to wash up and change into clean clothes." As for Asuma Sarutobi, he seemed to be forgotten in this noisy world, not mentioned by anyone, nor was he the focus of attention. As night fell, the open space above Hokage Rock became extraordinarily lively. Tian had already had the Uchiha clan members meticulously set up the venue. The banquet filled the entire area. The firelight and starlight intertwined, adding an element of mystery and romance to the night. Many prominent figures arrived, causing the entire Hokage Rock to tremble. The clan leaders of the ninja clans gathered together, whispering about this sudden wedding. "I heard that Kurenai was toyed with by him for so long in public. Doesn't he mind? He.S. actually getting married?" One clan leader asked with a puzzled expression. "Yeah, I'm curious too. I thought he was just trying to get back at Asuma Sarutobi and having some fun, but I didn't expect him to actually get married. The thoughts of this young man are really hard to fathom." Another clan leader echoed, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I heard Tian is genuinely pursuing Kurenai. He has been pursuing her since he was young." One seemingly informed clan leader interjected. "The reason he is doing this is just to prove his strength and make Kurenai willingly marry him. After all, he is a general. His ideas are certainly unique." After several rounds of drinks and a hearty meal, the noise of the wedding banquet gradually subsided, leaving behind the dimly lit Hokage Rock and an empty square. Tian held the sleeping Kurenai in his arms, walking steadily through the quiet night. Their figures elongated in the moonlight, resembling a pair of lovers traversing time and space. However, at this moment, a tense atmosphere was quietly spreading in the square below. Dozens of shadows, like ghosts, broke through the guards' defenses and quickly took the unconscious Asuma Sarutobi away. Everything happened so suddenly that even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Someone hurriedly came to report this sudden change, and Tian merely shook his head slightly, a hint of a cynical smile on his face. He calmly said, "It's fine, let him go." His voice conveyed a sense of calm confidence, as if he had already seen through everything. Asuma Sarutobi was swiftly taken away by a group of people, heading straight for the southern part of the Fire Country. There, a vast dense forest lay, with rolling hills and numerous caves, resembling a natural maze. They weaved through the thickets, each movement appearing agile and practiced. Chapter 17. Eradicating the remnants of the Sarutobi clan after entering a certain deep cave. These mysterious individuals, saving Asuma Sarutobi, immediately used Earth-style jutsu to seal the cave entrance, ensuring the outside world could not spy on them. The interior of the cave was dim and mysterious, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. With a slight movement, a figure emerged from the depths of the cave. He bore an astonishing resemblance to Asuma Sarutobi, but was younger, with sharp light flickering in his eyes. He was Sarutobi Hizashi's younger brother, the current clan leader of the Sarutobi family, Sarutobi Getsu. He walked over to Asuma Sarutobi, lightly kicked him, and said with a hint of mockery, "Wake up, my foolish nephew." However, these kicks seemed to possess a magical power. The previously unconscious Asuma Sarutobi suddenly regained consciousness from the kicks. This scene astounded everyone present. "What should I do, uncle?" I. Asuma Sarutobi's voice trembled with despair, his hands gripping his throat tightly, as if he wanted to expel the pain and guilt from his stomach. His eyes were bloodshot, tears swirling in his eyes, but he held back from letting them fall. His heart was filled with endless despair and helplessness, as if the entire world was collapsing, and he was the abandoned soul amidst the ruins. His face was pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall, the tears slipping from his eyes intertwined with it, ultimately forming a sorrowful picture. Facing Asuma Sarutobi's breakdown, Sarutobi Getsu merely glanced at him indifferently, then sat on a nearby stone. His voice was steady and firm as he said, "Asuma, the past cannot be changed. All you could do now is look forward. You must think clearly about how to become stronger and how to take revenge." His words struck Asuma Sarutobi's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening him. He raised his head, looking at Sarutobi Getsu with his bloodshot eyes, his voice carrying a hint of determination. "Uncle, how many of us are left? Are all the clansmen here? Do we have the ability to counterattack?" Sarutobi Getsu nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with this. His gaze became deep and distant, as if reminiscing about the past. He slowly said, "Although we are few in number, we are all elites of the Sarutobi clan. We have firm beliefs and incredible tenacity. As long as we unite as one, we can defeat the enemy and restore the glory of our clan." Listening to his uncle's words, Asuma Sarutobi felt a surge of passion. He clenched his fists tightly, as if to gather all his strength in that moment. He knew he could no longer dwell in the past pain and despair. In the next few hours, Asuma Sarutobi seemed like a traveler groping in the dark, continuously exploring this mysterious cave. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the gaps in the leaves, the outside of the cave suddenly became noisy. A dense crowd of Uchiha clansmen surged in like a tide, their gazes sharp and indifferent. Behind them, the clan leaders of the ninja clans followed like a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with cruelty and greed. Tian stood at the forefront of the crowd, dressed in a black battle robe, his long hair flowing in the wind, giving off an imposing presence without needing to be angry. He scanned the cave ahead with sharp eyes, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone feasted and rested well yesterday. So, in this battle, we must go all out, leaving no room for error." His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the empty forest, seemingly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen and other clan leaders nodded in agreement. Their faces were filled with determination and resolution. Inside the cave, Asuma Sarutobi and the members of the Sarutobi family were also nervously preparing for battle. They knew that this fight would determine the survival of their clan, so everyone appeared particularly tense. However, under the encouragement and leadership of Uzan Sarutobi, they gradually stabilized their emotions and began to methodically set up defensive measures. Tian stood at the forefront, wielding his one-handed sword. He took a deep breath, and his chakra surged, instantly entering the fire release chakra mode. At that moment, the blade in his hand seemed to be kissed by the blazing sun, with scorching flames dancing along the sword, distorting the surrounding air. "Let me show you a move first." Tian's voice was deep and powerful as he lightly flicked his hand. The sword engulfed in flames shot through the air like a meteor, piercing directly towards the solid cave entrance. The blade, under everyone's watch, struck with destructive force, completely embedding itself into the hard rock. At that instant, a deafening explosion erupted. Flames erupted everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. The cave entrance was blown out, creating a massive crater, and the rocks that had blocked the entrance were shattered, as if the entire mountain was trembling. "I call this move Flame Funeral." Tian slightly tilted his head, looking at the destruction he caused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Though his voice was humble, the inherent dominance and confidence radiating from him was hard to ignore. This was a skill he devised after his insights were enhanced. Recalling the moment when Captain Yamamoto sacrificed his arm in a fiery cremation. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. A fierce, high-temperature flame tongue burst forth like the breath of a fire dragon, violently surging out. The flames were like a demon imprisoned for 1,000 years, finally breaking free from its bondage, crazily venting its anger and power towards the outside world. Tian showed no sign of retreat. He stood like a rock at the forefront. The flames around him seemed to resonate with the surging fire tongue, together creating a visual feast. He took a deep breath, and the chakra within him surged like boiling magma. The people behind him were also unwilling to be outdone. They quickly formed hand seals and combined their efforts to use water release, water barrier. A massive amount of water gushed forth, gathering together to form a solid barrier. The collision of water and fire instantly produced a tremendous roar and steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in a misty white haze. The powers of both sides collided and intertwined continuously. Each clash of fire and water was like a thrilling contest, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Just as the forces of both sides faced off in a stalemate, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from deep within the cave. The roar echoed like thunder, reverberating off the walls of the cave, filled with anger and resentment. Asuma, you traitor! How dare you ambush us? Have you forgotten how your father died? How you were abused? Have you forgotten who sent someone to save you? Chapter 18. The Sarutobi clan destroyed by the filial son. The rampant flames in the cave seemed to be abruptly choked by an invisible force, coming to an immediate halt. The embers of the flames flickered in the darkness, illuminating the fierce battle scene within the cave. The metallic clashing of weapons, accompanied by low roars and screams, was like a chaotic and passionate symphony echoing in the cave. How interesting. They've turned on each other. Tian smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with cunning. His voice was deep and firm, like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating ripples as he said, "Everyone look around and see if there are any other exits. Don't let them escape." With Tian's command, the once mighty army quickly dispersed, scattering like a group of cheetahs. They moved in small groups, silently surrounding the area. Tian released the fire release chakra mode, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Hinata Hayashi beside him and, feigning ignorance, asked, "Clan leader Hinata, what exactly is happening inside? Has the battle reached a fever pitch?" At this moment, Hinata Hayashi's expression was terrifyingly dark, like a sky filled with storm clouds. Bulging veins appeared beneath his skin, and his Byakugan was activated, perceiving everything happening inside the cave. He witnessed the breathtaking battles unfold. His heart stirred. Asuma Sarutobi was now like a raging beast, wildly attacking the members of the Sarutobi clan with his chakra blades. His eyes revealed an indescribable madness, as if he were completely controlled by some force. Yuzan Sarutobi unfortunately fell victim to Asuma's ambush. A horrific wound was left on his back, blood staining his clothes. He collapsed to the ground, and although the pain was unbearable, he still cursed, defiantly expressing his anger and unwillingness. Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brows tightly, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Asuma Sarutobi is attacking his own clan members. He seems to have lost his sanity, as if he has fallen into madness." Madness? How mad? Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if it carried a penetrating force. His words conveyed an indescribable sense of oppression, sending a chill down Hinata Hayashi's spine. Hinata Hayashi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite it being morning, beads of sweat had already formed on his brow. He looked up at Tian, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a mixture of surprise and unease. "General, please don't joke with me." His voice quivered slightly as he tried to appear calm, saying, "The battle inside the cave, the level of madness is probably your doing, right?" Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. He seemed moved by Hinata Hayashi's insight. "Oh," he feigned surprise, elongating his tone and raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "It seems you know too much, which makes me a bit troubled." As his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Hinata Hayashi felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart, involuntarily taking a step back. Meanwhile, Tian maintained his smile, but his eyes revealed a chilling intent. "Should I consider silencing you?" Tian's voice suddenly turned deep and eerie, as if carrying an unspeakable threat. His words were like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Hinata Hayashi's heart. Hinata Hayashi's face instantly turned pale, feeling his heart racing uncontrollably. He knew he was completely under Tian's control, unable to resist. "General." Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more resolute, saying, "If you really want to silence me, then please go ahead." Just as he finished speaking, Tian stopped in his tracks. He quietly observed Hinata Hayashi, as if assessing his courage and determination. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with appreciation and delight. "Ha, what a bold Hinata Hayashi." He patted Hinata Hayashi on the shoulder and said, "I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Did I scare you?" As Tian's words fell, the tense atmosphere around them gradually dissipated. Hinata Hayashi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of unprecedented ease and release. Just then, Lu Tian suddenly turned back, looking towards the cave, and said, "The battle inside the cave is almost over. I should go wrap things up." His voice was deep and firm, filled with undeniable authority. With each step forward, the ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself was making way for him. Upon entering the cave, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. Lu Tian frowned slightly, but his face remained indifferent. His gaze quickly swept through the cave, and he saw Asuma Sarutobi covered in wounds, bloodied, yet his eyes still sparkled with defiance and madness. Surrounding him were the fallen bodies of the Sarutobi clan, their lives extinguished like burnt-out candles, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Lu Tian stepped forward, treading on the corpses beneath him. He approached Asuma Sarutobi, paused, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He said lightly, "Asuma Sarutobi, you did indeed well. You're a good dog that obeys." His voice echoed in the cave, carrying an indescribable authority and appreciation. Asuma Sarutobi raised his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, a mix of gratitude, unwillingness, and helplessness. Lu Tian ignored Asuma's reaction and turned his gaze to the fallen moon/Sarutobi on the ground. A cold smile crept onto his lips, and his voice was icy and cruel, filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha ha," he said, "Moon/Sarutobi, you probably didn't expect this, did you? This kid has now become my loyal servant. I tell him to go east, he will never go west. His fate is already in my hands. What exactly did you do? Why is he Moon/Sarutobi's voice was weak and trembling. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from deep within his throat. He struggled to sit up, but his wounds and exhausted body rendered him powerless. He could only lie on the ground, staring at Lu Tian with eyes full of anger and despair, hoping to get an answer from him. Lu Tian looked at Moon/Sarutobi, his face devoid of the previous smile. He coldly said, "Want to know? Do you think I will tell you? There are many things in this world that you cannot know just because you want to. I am not your teacher. I have no obligation to answer your questions." Chapter 19. Lu Tian's Konoha Transformation Project. Lu Tian's voice reverberated in the cave, carrying a sense of indescribable indifference and mockery. "However, you do need to hurry up a bit," he continued, a hint of teasing in his gaze. "Otherwise, you won't see your brother in the Pure Land. You two brothers can reunite there." Upon hearing this, Moon/Sarutobi's body trembled violently. He widened his eyes, looking at Lu Tian with endless anger and despair in his heart. He knew he would never have the chance to know the truth. He could only leave this world with his unwillingness and confusion. The cave fell silent once again. Only the faint sound of Asuma Sarutobi's breathing and the dripping of blood echoed. "Next, you need to infiltrate the remaining 3 major clans, looking for opportunities to assassinate them. Just like today, understand?" Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful, like the sound of war drums from ancient times, shaking Asuma's spirit. A glimmer of determination flashed in Asuma's eyes as he took a deep breath, seemingly trying to draw in all his courage and resolve. He lowered his head slightly and respectfully said, "Yes, Master, I will not fail my mission." Just then, Lu Tian extended his palm. Chakra of the Yang released ninjutsu shining in his palm, warm and healing. He gently pressed his palm against Asuma's various wounds, and a wave of warmth surged into Asuma's body, soothing his injuries. Lu Tian withdrew his palm, and the light in the cave gradually faded. He waved his hand lightly, pulling everyone in the cave into his little world of paradise. The dead were converted into system points, while Asuma Sarutobi was deposited into the deep mountain forest of this area. In Lu Tian's eyes, system points were like precious gems. However, he was not blindly pursuing an increase in power, but was meticulously planning every step. His points allocation strategy focused almost entirely on chakra and comprehension, like a carefully crafted work of art, each stroke containing well-considered wisdom. Lu Tian was already strong enough, and he now poured all his system points into enhancing his comprehension. He seemed to be able to perceive the essence of the world and grasp truths that others could not understand. As his comprehension continually improved, the required system points grew increasingly vast. It seemed like an endless challenge, but Lu Tian found joy in it. He enjoyed the sense of achievement that came with each enhancement and the process of continuous progress through challenges. Rather than directly allocating points to ninjutsu or taijutsu, Tian preferred to train and comprehend through enhancing his understanding. He knew well that true power does not come from external gifts but from self-realization and cultivation. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately shallow. One must practice to truly understand. Only the strength that truly belongs to oneself can bring peace of mind. Tian stepped out of the dim cave, glancing at Hinata Hizashi before him, his voice revealing an undeniable resolution. He said, "Let us go, clan leader Hinata. The threat of the Sarutobi clan has been completely eradicated. However, the transformation of Konoha is far from over. Future challenges and opportunities coexist." Then Tian turned around, gave a light shout, and rapidly formed hand seals, instantly activating Earth Release. Rock House Collapse. The top of the cave shook violently, stones rolling down, and the entire balance of the cave was broken in an instant. A grand collapse was about to unfold. Boom! The enormous sound shook the entire forest, as if even the sky trembled at its might. Dust flew everywhere, blocking out the sun, and the original cave was buried in an instant under giant rocks and mud, deeply hiding everything beneath the ruins. This sudden commotion drew the attention of those nearby, and many hurried over to check. When they saw the scene before them, they all displayed expressions of shock and awe. Tian, however, remained unmoved. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He said solemnly, "Everyone, the matter has been resolved. The hidden dangers of the Sarutobi clan have been completely eliminated, and next we need to continue investing in the transformation of Konoha. Let us go back." On the way back, Tian glanced at the composed Hinata Hizashi beside him. A playful smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Clan leader Hinata, I've heard that there is a young woman in your clan who has just come of age, exceptionally talented and remarkably strong. Many of her peers are no match for her. However, unfortunately, she comes from the branch family, right?" Upon hearing this, a mix of pride and regret appeared on Hinata Hizashi's face. He nodded and slowly said, "You must be talking about Hinata Rin, right? She truly is a brilliant gem of our Hinata clan, unmatched among her peers, and even the older clan members find it hard to compete with her." A hint of appreciation flashed in Tian's eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "Since that is the case, I intend to take her as my personal guard. I wonder how clan leader Hinata feels about this." Hinata Hizashi's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He hurriedly clasped his hands, saying, "It is indeed her honor that the general highly regards Rin. On behalf of her and the Hinata clan, I express my heartfelt gratitude in advance." However, a hint of doubt quietly arose in Hinata Hizashi's heart. He thought to himself, why does the general specifically mention Rin? Although she is strong, what draws more attention is her stunning beauty. It seems the general is also captivated by her looks. Despite his suspicions, Hinata Hizashi did not reveal them. After all, he was a man who knew how to adapt to circumstances. He understood that at this moment, Hinata Rin gaining the general's favor was undoubtedly a fortunate event for the Hinata clan. Back at the Hokage building, Tian's gaze was instantly drawn to the bustling Hokage rock under construction. Not only were the construction workers busy, but there were also ninjas skilled in earth-style ninjutsu weaving in and out among them, using their hands and ninjutsu to build new structures. They used earth-style ninjutsu to lay the foundation, pouring a solid base. Outside the surrounding walls, patrolling ninjas acted like guardians, meticulously checking the sensing barrier to ensure there were no oversights. Upon entering the familiar Hokage office, Tian found it completely renewed. All the old items had been cleared away, leaving only emptiness and anticipation. Through the bright glass windows, he gazed at the surrounding buildings and the busy crowd below, a wave of inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door, and a graceful woman walked in. It was Hinata Rin, and her appearance made Tian's eyes light up. She was indeed more beautiful than in the photos. Her delicate features and tall figure exuding an indescribable charm at all times. Chapter 20. Discussions among the nations of the ninja world in an instant. Tian felt as if his heart was tightly gripped by an inexplicable force. He found it hard to breathe. The sound of calls echoed in his mind. T, 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 T. These voices grew clearer and sharper, almost tearing apart his thoughts. He understood that this was his inner admiration and desire for Hinata, Rin, quietly causing trouble. But he was even more aware of the source of the problem. These emotions did not entirely belong to him. Rather, it was Uchiha Hanya's obsessive desire for beauty subtly influencing him. Tian was unable to extricate himself, his eyes shimmering with greedy light, a trace of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to speak, his voice filled with seduction, saying, "Rin, you don't want to be bound forever. Like a caged bird, unable to soar freely, do you? Let me help you break free from all these restraints." His words were filled with hypocrisy and selfishness. His so-called help was merely an excuse to satisfy his own desires. After speaking, driven by desire, Tian took inappropriate actions towards Hinata Rin. He attempted to disguise his sordid intentions under the guise of imparting knowledge. His actions were filled with disrespect and violation towards Hinata Rin, completely deviating from true help and care. Meanwhile, the nations of the ninja world had long received shocking intelligence from Konoha village. It was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves upon waves. They were now in a state of shocked fermentation. In the land of lightning, among the towering lands, the village of Kumobikure was experiencing an uncontrollable frenzy and impulse. The fourth Raikage, known for his muscles and strength, was currently as furious as thunder. In his rage, he smashed a solid office desk into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. He roared, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha is now in great turmoil, and the third Hokage has actually died just like that. Why shouldn't I lead an army to strike and take down this weak land of fire?" The fourth Raikage's roar echoed over Kumobikure, as if even the sky trembled in response. At that moment, a calm voice like gentle rain extinguished this raging fire. The melting ninja, Tsukadai, an old veteran of Kumobikure, approached slowly and said calmly, "Raikage, please calm down. You've smashed the desk again. This is our village's property." Though Tsukadai's words were calm, the underlying meaning was like a sharp sword, directly piercing the Raikage's heart. He understood well that the Raikage's anger was not without reason, but at this critical moment, calmness and wisdom were more necessary. He continued, "Moreover, that Uchiha Hanya, now he should be called Uchiha Tian. He was able to kill the third Hokage. Such strength should not be underestimated. I've heard that his abilities are unpredictable, and the third Hokage had no chance to retaliate before being killed. We must act carefully." Sushidai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the Raikage's head, gradually calming his frenzied emotions. He knew that Tsukadai's words were not baseless. Uchiha Tian's strength was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, the impulse and fighting spirit in his heart were still hard to quell. "Tsukadai, you're right. We cannot act rashly." He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination as he said solemnly, "But we also cannot let this opportunity slip by. Immediately send someone to investigate Uchiha Tian's whereabouts and strength, while also strengthening the village's defenses. As soon as we find an opportunity, we will strike." Almost simultaneously, a similar situation unfolded in the land of Earth. In the vast and boundless Iwagakure, where rocks and yellow earth interwove into a magnificent tapestry, the third Tsuchikage. Inoki was sitting across from his son, Kuratsuchi, their faces filled with seriousness and worry. The aging Tsuchikage showed deep lines etched by time on his face. His eyes revealed a calmness born from experience, but at this moment, his anxiety was hard to conceal. He furrowed his brow, his hands clenched into fists, seemingly struggling to suppress the fluctuations of his inner emotions. "Kuratsuchi, what do you think about the situation in the Land of Fire?" Inoki's voice was low and powerful, as if containing immense weight. He said, "I've heard that although Konoha is still nominally called Konoha, it has essentially become the stronghold of the shogun. The power of this shogun is even greater than that of the previous Hokage." Kuratsuchi, as Inoki's son and a capable figure in Iwagakure, was respected for his professionalism. He stood tall, his gaze firm, not slacking off even though he was facing his father. "Sachikage-sama, I believe we should proceed with caution," he said in a deep voice. "Perhaps we should entrust the Akatsuki organization to test this Uchiha Hanya, or rather, now he should be called Uchiha Tian." Inoki nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He said, "I think so too." According to reliable intelligence, this Uchiha Tian killed Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. His abilities are indeed mysterious and may very well involve the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. We must respond cautiously and not let our guard down. The father and son exchanged glances, both eyes shining with resolute light. At this moment, in the wind-swept land of wind, Sunagakure seemed to be shrouded in endless dust. In the office of the fourth Kazekage, the red-haired Raza gazed intently at the elderly Chiyo and the elder, his tone filled with fervor and determination. "Why don't we seize this opportunity? This is a godsend. We should overturn this so-called alliance." Raza's voice was powerful, as if he wanted to shake the entire Sunagakure, saying, "Taking advantage of this opportunity, we can invade the land of fire. Even if we have to take a step back, we must let our flag fly on the land of rivers." Having experienced countless storms, Chiyo was a wise woman. She gently shook her head. Her voice, though soft, was filled with determination. "Wait a moment, Raza, we cannot act blindly," she said. "The previous Third Great Ninja War has proven one thing. Our Sunagakure's strength is still not strong enough. At the very least, we cannot be the first to stick our heads out, or we will only bring disaster upon ourselves." The elder, Kaiza, also nodded in agreement, saying Chiyo-sensei is right. "We should observe the situation first. With the fourth Raikage temperament, he will definitely not sit idly by. Just wait, results will come soon." Chapter 21. Someone intends to test Lu Ti on the land of water is a mysterious country composed of countless islands. The most well-known is the mist-hidden village, which is shrouded in mist year-round. At this moment, however, the office of the fourth Mizukage is filled with a stifling and violent atmosphere. Uchiha Obito has transformed into a representative of fury, wielding a long whip that lashes fiercely against the youthful face of the fourth Mizukage. His eyes flicker with mad flames, and his voice is filled with endless anger and hatred. "Damn it! Screw this! It's driving me crazy!" Uchiha Obito roars, his voice echoing in the office as if it could shake the entire land of water. After venting his anger, he coldly contemplates his next move. He plans to transform his fury into power, manipulating the fourth Raikage to wage war against the land of fire. At the same time, he can take revenge on the land of water. For him, this is a 2-for-1 deal. In his view, the land of water is a pain in his heart, an eternal enemy. He wants to unleash this anger on the land of water, making them bear his wrath and revenge. Over the years, he has plunged the mist-hidden village into chaotic internal strife. Many bloodline limit clans have been slaughtered. He had tried several times to orchestrate major incidents, but each time, the elder Yuanshu intervened. That old man always stands against him, obstructing his plans. But the current Uchiha Obito is no longer the same as before. Compared to the fourth Raikage, he appears more irritable and impulsive. He has been blinded by rage, no longer caring about the consequences, only wanting to see the flames of war ignite. Even if his identity is exposed, he considers it worth it. He growls, his voice filled with determination and madness. He is ready. Even if his manipulation of the fourth Mizukage is discovered, he will plunge both the land of fire and the land of water into chaos. His eyes shimmer with madness, as if he has already seen the flames of war burning. He wants to see Lu Tian dead. Uchiha Obito manipulates the fourth Mizukage to summon all the Jonin of the mist-hidden village, preparing to initiate a war. When this news spreads in the mist-hidden village, during the meeting, Elder Yuanshu immediately stands up to oppose it. Although he is old and thin, every word he speaks is powerful and filled with authority. Standing at the center of the conference hall, Elder Yuanshu's gaze is piercing as he watches the manipulated fourth Mizukage, his voice loud and strong. "Mizukage, what benefits do we gain from starting a war?" Elder Yuanshu says solemnly, "War is not a joke. A slight misstep could drag the entire country into the abyss. You're not young anymore. Although you appear youthful, don't forget, how old is your son now?" You need to consider the entire country and your family. The fourth Mizukage, under Uchiha Obito's control, slightly stiffens but quickly regains composure. He lifts his head, his eyes revealing an unprecedented determination and fervor, as if he has been completely dominated by Uchiha Obito. Elder Yuanshi, listen to me. The Land of Fire is currently in turmoil. This is our best opportunity to strike. The fourth Mizukage's voice suddenly becomes deep and powerful. Why do we train so hard? ISNT it to one day stand at the pinnacle of this world? We have raised our troops for 1,000 days. Now is the time to use them. It's time to showcase the true strength of our land of water. Hearing this, Elder Yunshi's brows furrow, and a hint of hesitation appears on his face. He knows the fourth Mizukage's ambition and madness, but he also understands the unimaginable consequences if war breaks out. Looking at the fervor and determination flickering in the manipulated fourth Mizukage's eyes, he can't help but feel a stir of uncertainty. Are you determined to do this? Elder Yuanshi asks solemnly, his thoughts wavering. Yes. The fourth Mizukage answers without hesitation. I have made my decision. No matter the cost, I will make the Land of Fire pay. Elder Yuanshi sighs heavily and shakes his head helplessly. He knows he cannot stop the fourth Mizukage's mad plan and can only do his best to minimize the losses of the war. Very well, Elder Yuanshi says solemnly. You will lead the troops to the battlefield, and we will stay behind in the mist-hidden village. If you achieve something, we will support you. But remember, war is not a joke. You must act with caution. After saying this, Elder Yuanshi turns and leaves the conference hall. His heart is filled with worry and unease, unsure of what fate this war will bring to the entire land of water. Almost simultaneously, the rain-hidden village is still shrouded in a continuous curtain of rain, with raindrops adding a sense of desolation and silence to this cyberpunk-style village. Deep in the rain-hidden village, Nagato appears frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Behind him, the massive outer path golem looms like a guardian, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. He gazes at Conan ahead, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. That Uchiha Tian, he has burst onto the scene like a comet. His appearance is undoubtedly the biggest variable in our plan. Nagato's voice is low and hoarse, as if eroded by time and illness. His words are filled with helplessness and anxiety, as if foreseeing a coming storm. Conan looks at Nagato, a wave of heartache rising within her. She knows that his health is deteriorating, with the outer path golem continuously absorbing his chakra. Each breath seems like a struggle against death. According to the intelligence from the rock-hidden village, the third Tsuchikage seems to intend to entrust us to test that Uchiha Tian. Conan says softly yet firmly, try to alleviate some of Nagato's pressure. But it seems they are still negotiating. If the commission really comes through, should we accept it? Of course we should. Nagato replies, taking a deep breath, a hint of resolution flickering in his eyes. We need a lot of money to support our plan. He nods slowly, his voice resolute. Moreover, that Uchiha Tian will eventually become our enemy. He is too powerful. If we don't resolve him soon, he will surely become a significant threat to us in the future. After saying this, Nagato suddenly experiences a violent coughing fit, covering his mouth and struggling to suppress the sound. His face grows even paler, as if a gust of wind could disperse him. Seeing this, Conan quickly steps forward to support him, her eyes filled with concern. Nagato, your health. Conan's voice chokes up. She doesn't know what to say to comfort this man who has always supported her and the entire Akatsuki organization. Nagato waves his hand, signaling that he is fine. I know my condition, but I cannot just give up like this. I must do my utmost for Akatsuki, for our plan. He takes a deep breath, calms his emotions, and continues, I can still fight. If the third Tsuchikage really entrusts us to test Uchiha Tian, I will personally take action to resolve this major issue. While speaking, Nagato begins to cough violently again, as if all his strength has been drained. Conan tightly embraces him, tears welling in her eyes. She knows that this man has sacrificed so much for them and the entire Akatsuki organization, while she cannot bear more for him. Chapter 22. Creating the chakra breathing technique in the turbulent days that follow. Tian seems to transform into an endless score-collecting machine, fully immersed in this endeavor. He cleverly uses the guise of ethnic integration to skillfully arrange marriages with various ninja clans. In just a few days, he has taken on numerous wives and concubines, exceeding 100, which is astonishing. Tian is at the center of this marriage whirlwind, yet he shows no signs of fatigue. Instead, he seems even more invigorated. He was well aware that these marriages not only brought him abundant system points, but also strengthened his relationships with various ninja clans, laying a solid foundation for his future plans. However, Tian was not deceived by the splendor before him. He always had a greater goal in mind. He once again poured a massive amount of system points into enhancing his understanding, as if watering and fertilizing the tree of wisdom within himself. In an instant, his comprehension soared like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. His thinking broke through new boundaries, reaching an unprecedented height. At this moment, Tian had touched the essence of cultivation. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt as if he could sense the chakra permeating the air around him. He began to experiment with creating a new cultivation method, the chakra breathing technique. This breathing method allowed chakra to be refined with each breath, circulating throughout the body and condensing a powerful life magnetic field. Tian understood that this cultivation method would be an important weapon on his future path of cultivation. He immersed himself fully in the practice, feeling the wonderful sensation of chakra flowing within him. When Tian opened his eyes again, his gaze had become deep and bright. He felt as if every cell in his body had been infused with new vitality, operating at an astonishing frequency. They spun like high-speed gyroscopes, releasing tremendous energy. The frequency was so high and the power so great that it left him in awe. His heartbeat echoed like war drums in his chest, intertwining with the vibrations of his cells to form an exhilarating symphony. After several hours of arduous practice, Tian finally welcomed the moment of breakthrough. His cellular frequency soared to an astonishing 100 hertz, not only a leap in speed, but also a symbol of strength. His chakra could naturally generate electric currents in an instant, reaching 10,000 volts without any change in property. This power raged like a violent lightning storm within and outside his body, filling every muscle with explosive strength. Tian was filled with shock and joy. He realized that this chakra breathing technique would bring about tremendous changes to the entire world. Ordinary people could practice this breathing method without needing any innate talent for ninjutsu, allowing them to possess the strength to defeat lower ninjas. This discovery nearly made him want to howl at the sky in excitement. However, there was one important prerequisite. They must successfully learn the chakra breathing technique. He knew that this cultivation method was not without its barriers. Not everyone could easily master it. Compared to the talent for ninjutsu, this requirement had been significantly lowered, but it still posed a huge challenge for ordinary people. Nevertheless, Tian was not discouraged. He firmly believed that as long as this chakra breathing technique was made public, it would surely unleash the potential of the common people under his command and grant them strength comparable to lower ninjas. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see a hopeful future. There was no hesitation in Tian's dictionary. When he thought of something to do, he acted immediately. This was his decisiveness. At this moment, Tian walked out of the training room, his face bearing unprecedented determination and confidence. He summoned all the council members, preparing to unveil a secret chakra breathing technique that could change the world. In the council hall, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Tian stood before everyone, his voice loud and firm as he said, "Esteemed council members, I have called you here to unveil a cultivation method we have never had before, the chakra breathing technique." As the details of the training method were revealed, the council erupted in an uproar. The senior ninja council members, who were usually calm and deep, were now full of shock and disbelief. "General, is what you said true?" A senior ninja dressed in black stood up, looking at Tian with a shocked expression. "Is this chakra breathing technique really that magical?" "Indeed, its effects far exceed your imagination." Tian nodded slightly, a confident smile on his face as he said, As long as one practices it correctly, ordinary people can possess strength comparable to lower ninjas. This is simply like a dream. Another blonde-haired, blue-eyed female senior ninja couldn't help but speak up. General, how did you discover this cultivation method? That's my secret. However, I can tell you that no one understands this chakra breathing technique better than I do. Tian smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Even after you all achieve mastery, you will never surpass me. His words were like a heavy bomb, stirring up immense waves in the hearts of the council members. They began to discuss among themselves, their faces filled with shock and reverence. The general is truly amazing. He actually discovered such a miraculous cultivation method. Yes, if that's the case, won't the strength of our Fire Nation double? Doesn't that mean we could dominate the ninja world? Exactly. As long as ordinary people can practice this chakra breathing technique, the future of our Fire Nation will be limitless. Conquering the ninja world is no longer a dream. Amidst the discussions of the council members, Tian felt an unprecedented sense of pride. He knew this was the satisfaction of successfully showing off. Tian slightly raised his chin, his tone revealing undeniable authority and confidence. Next, I request the council members from the education department to become the first inheritors of this cultivation method. He continued, once you master the chakra breathing technique, your mission will be to guide the teachers in the academy, so they can teach this method to the children in the academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room became heavy and tense. The education department members, who were usually responsible for the important matters of national education, were now as shocked as if struck by lightning, unable to speak. General, are you saying we will teach the chakra breathing technique to the children? A middle-aged council member wearing glasses trembled as he asked. This is too unbelievable. Another young female council member couldn't help but exclaim, this is like opening the door to a new world. Can we really do this? A battle-hardened council member gasped in awe. General, you are allowing our children to possess extraordinary power. His voice was filled with excitement and admiration as he said, this is not only a revolution in education, but also a tremendous leap for the future of our nation. Tian smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and confidence for the future. Yes, I want our children to master this power from a young age, making them stronger on their future paths. He said, Konoha will be just a pilot test, and once stabilized, it will be expanded to the entire Fire Nation. I believe that as long as we work together, this Fire Nation will usher in unprecedented prosperity and glory. Time flew by like a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed quietly. During these short days, Tian taught the chakra breathing technique to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, allowing them to experience unprecedented power and growth. But Tian did not stop there. He understood that true change needed to be implemented from the top down, spreading comprehensively from the strong to the weak. He turned his attention to the senior ninjas in the education department, the mentors responsible for nurturing the next generation of ninjas. Under Tian's careful guidance, these senior ninjas eagerly learned the chakra breathing technique. Their faces were filled with focus and excitement, as if they could already foresee their future with enhanced strength. The chakra breathing technique is the key to unlocking the door of power for the weak, for the strong. It is a magical method that allows their ninjutsu to reach a realm without seals. When Tian saw that all the upper ninjas had mastered the chakra breathing technique, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. He knew that this transformation had taken a solid step forward. He continued deeper into the academy, observing the learning situation of the middle ninja teachers. Tian discovered Irika, a teacher of average talent but quite skilled in teaching. His eyes sparkled with a passion for education and concern for his students, causing Tian to look at him with newfound respect. Almost all the middle ninja teachers had learned the chakra breathing technique, and their faces were filled with joy and pride. However, the insidious Mizuki pretended to encourage Irika, saying, Irika, keep it up. It's normal to be unfamiliar with new things. Just practice a few more times. Tian quietly walked over, his gaze sharp as if he could see through Mizuki's hypocrisy. He asked lightly, Teacher Mizuki, how do you feel about the chakra breathing technique now that you've learned it? His words were filled with indifference toward power. Under Lu Tian's gaze, Mizuki could only smile awkwardly, not daring to show any negligence. He replied, "Lord General, this chakra breathing technique is very useful. It allows me to use my ninjutsu more easily. I just need to adjust my breathing rhythm. It's much more convenient than forming hand seals." "Is that so? That's great. Keep up the good work." Lu Tian nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Irika, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He asked knowingly, "Irika, I've heard you're quite skilled in teaching. How are you doing in your own learning?" Irika was caught off guard by Lu Tian's sudden question. He scratched his head, showing a hint of frustration on his face, and replied honestly, "Lord General, the chakra breathing technique is indeed a bit difficult for me to grasp." He sighed and continued, "I feel like I need more time to figure it out." Lu Tian did not show any disappointment. Instead, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He smiled at Irika and said, "Then you need to work even harder. Next month is the official teaching time. If you haven't mastered it by then, how will you teach the kids at the academy?" "Yes, what Lord General says is right." Hearing this, Irika felt a jolt in his heart and straightened his chest, responding repeatedly, "I will definitely work harder." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the academy. As he walked down the street, his expression suddenly became sharp. He noticed several suspicious figures lurking around, peering toward the academy. Lu Tian sneered inwardly. These were clearly spies from other countries, and their purpose was obvious: to steal the secrets of the chakra breathing technique. However, he did not feel panic or worry. On the contrary, a confident light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, as if everything was under his control. He thought to himself, "These spies are truly laughable, thinking they can steal my technique. But it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of them learning it. As long as I'm stronger and leave others far behind, they can only watch from behind, unable to catch up." With this thought, a dismissive smile appeared on Lu Tian's face as he continued walking. His figure elongated in the sunset's afterglow. A few days later, time rolled on quietly, bringing notable upheavals. During this time, Lu Tian played the long game, successfully exposing and capturing all the spies lurking in the shadows, thanks to his keen observational skills and formidable strength. Each time a spy was captured, Lu Tian's gaze became sharper, as if he could see through all hypocrisy and lies. He coldly interrogated the captured spies in the intelligence department, unhesitatingly labeling them as spies from enemy countries, regardless of whether they admitted their identities. This method left the interrogator, Ninja Ishii, in awe. Lu Tian looked at the spies being escorted before him, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement on his face. "Your actions have seriously infringed upon the safety and dignity of the Land of Fire. You will surely face the consequences," he declared to the spies, saying, "Just wait. I will make your countries pay the price." Subsequently, Lu Tian personally drafted a denunciation notice, sending it to the countries of the Land of River, Land of Grass, Land of Waterfall, Land of Rain, Land of Wind, Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Water. In the notice, he sharply pointed out the heinous acts of these countries, sending spies, and strongly demanded substantial compensation. A few hours later, in the solemn and austere office of the Tsuchikage, Noki sat behind his desk, his brow furrowed and his gaze deep. That Uchiha Lu Tian is truly a figure not to be underestimated. His efficiency is so high that he captured all those spies in just a few days. He stared at his son, Keidu, who stood before him, his tone heavy and resigned as he said. He even sent out a denunciation notice to various countries. He isn't afraid of offending the whole world. He must be very confident in his strength. Chapter 24. The continued reactions of the various countries in the ninja world. Keidu's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. He deeply understood his father Naka's loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the country, and felt the pressure and anxiety in his father's heart at this moment. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, then slowly spoke. "Lord Tsuchikage, should we continue to send people to steal that chakra breathing technique?" Naka's brow furrowed even tighter at this question. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons and contemplating the next steps. "No, we cannot take any more risks. While that chakra breathing technique is powerful, it is not something we can easily steal." After a period of reflection, he raised his head, his eyes shining with determination, and said, "If we fail again, the land of Earth will be even more passive." In the Wind Country's Sunagakure. In the office of the fourth Kazekage, Raza sat at his desk, his hands clenched into fists and his brow furrowed. His gaze shifted between the two advisors, Karai and Chiyo, clearly seeking their opinions. That Uchiha Tian is simply too arrogant. We cannot let this slide, Raza said angrily. However, Karai shook his head and said firmly, "That's not wise. We need to observe the situation further. The current circumstances are too complex. We cannot act rashly. Besides, that Uchiha Tian is not so easy to deal with." Wisdom flickered in Karai's eyes. He understood that the current situation was like a sword hanging over their heads. Any misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. Chiyo also chimed in, "That's right. Let's let this wind blow a little longer. We cannot be the ones to stick our necks out. The fourth Kazekage will surely take some action." In the land of lightning's Homelander, the atmosphere in the Raikage's office was so oppressive that it felt like the air had solidified. The fourth Raikage's fury surged like thunder in his chest as he slammed the documents on his desk to the ground once more, the papers flying like his wrath raging. He widened his eyes, filled with anger and determination, looking at the steady one-eyed ninja, Zai, beside him. That Uchiha Tian has the audacity to publicly condemn so many countries at once, and even demands exorbitant compensation. This is an outright insult to our Homelander and the Land of Lightning. His voice carried an undeniable firmness as he stated, "We should seize this opportunity to unite the other countries and attack the Land of Fire. I want to see if he dares to be so arrogant then." The fourth Raikage frowned. He knew the character of the Raikage, but at this moment, the Raikage was clearly blinded by anger. "Lord Raikage, do you mean to convene an emergency meeting of the leaders of various countries in the Land of Iron?" After pondering for a moment, he cautiously replied, "But this matter is far more complex than the Five Kage Summit. The entanglements of interests and contradictions among the countries are numerous. And if we want them to unite as one, I'm afraid I don't care. In any case, I want that Uchiha to pay the price." Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the fourth Raikage. "Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke my Cloud Village like this?" Meanwhile, deep in the land of Water's Kirigakure, Uchiha Bito was manipulating the fourth Mizukage, preparing for the reserves before war. Under Uchiha Bito's control, the fourth Mizukage appeared extremely irritable. He widened his eyes and clenched his fists as if he wanted to crush everything. He roared, "Hurry up and prepare. Why is it taking so long to start a war? How many days has it been? Gather the troops quickly." His voice echoed in the empty corners, as if he wanted to overturn the entire Kirigakure. In response to his roar, the senior officials of Kirigakure showed little panic. The young and talented Kaido Manatsu, carrying dual swords, said, "Lord Mizukage, we can't rush things. The troops haven't moved, but we need to prepare the supplies first." He took a deep breath and continued, "We need to gather a large amount of war supplies. We cannot hurry this." Although his voice was young, it revealed composure and determination. The Dark Part Senior, Suigetsu H. Zuki, who carried a large sword, also spoke with weight, agreeing, "Lord Mizukage, you are too impatient. We cannot act in haste. We need to wait for the right moment to ensure everything is foolproof." His voice carried a hint of advice, seemingly trying to calm the Mizukage down. The warrior JZBwa, who carried a broken sword, nodded as well. "Lord Mizukage, if we rush, it could lead to heavy casualties." His voice was deep and firm, as if he was worried about the future of Kirigakure. On the side, Raijin Keika said, "Lord Mizukage, my troops have been gathered, but the supplies are still insufficient." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and anxiety, clearly worried about the impending war. In a land of rivers, there was a tranquil and prosperous ninja village. The leader of Kawagakure sat in a spacious and bright conference hall, fiddling with a delicate chess piece, his brow furrowed. Hearing about Uchiha actions, a grave expression appeared on his face. "This Uchiha is indeed a character," the leader of Kawagakure murmured to himself, with a tone of admiration and wariness. "He dares to condemn so many countries at once and demand compensation. Such courage and determination are not something an ordinary person can possess." At the same time, the leader of Kusagakure in the Land of Grass was also deep in thought in his secret chamber. His face was stern, and his eyes sparkled with sharp light. He was a thoughtful person who never made decisions lightly, but at this moment, he realized he had to make a choice quickly. This Uchiha Rutan is truly a troublesome guy, the leader of Kusagakure muttered, his brow furrowed. His actions not only touch our interests, but could also trigger a larger conflict. We must respond with caution. In the land of waterfalls, the leader of Takagakure was discussing strategies with his think tank. He was a decisive and resolute person who never feared any challenge. However, in the face of Uchiha Rutan's counterattack, he also felt a bit of pressure. This Uchiha Rutan is truly audacious, the leader of Takagakure said with some anger. Does he really think he can challenge the entire ninja world with just his own strength? How ridiculous! In the land of hot water, the leader of Yugakure was also discussing strategies with his subordinates. He was a thoughtful person who was good at analyzing problems from multiple angles. This Uchiha Rutan, his actions seem reckless, but there are hidden depths. The leader of Yugakure warned, we must respond carefully and not let him lead us by the nose. Chapter 25, Eradicating the Ninja Villages Nearby in the Land of Daughters on the High Mountains, a special nation composed of female ninjas. The leader of FKO Village was sitting on a splendid throne, contemplating how to respond to the situation. She was a smart and courageous woman who never feared any challenge. This Uchiha Rutan is truly an interesting guy. The leader of FKO Village smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. She said to her beautiful subordinates, send a few more people to use the beauty trap against him. I don't believe a man can resist it. I heard he has hundreds of concubines. He must be a lecher. Finally, in the land of rain, a country constantly shrouded in rain, the influence of the rain tiger's free technique on Amagakure had not ceased the downpour. At this moment, Conan was standing by the window, staring blankly at the drizzling rain. Her heart was filled with confusion and unease. What kind of person is this Uchiha Rutan? The rain's shadow murmured, her brow furrowed. His actions seem crazy, yet they seem to have a certain deep meaning. How should we respond? Conan, don't think too much. Only powerful strength is fundamental. Nagato, sitting on a mobile toilet, surrounded by yin and yang release black rods, coughed a few times and said, I think the third Tsuchikage old man will definitely entrust us with something. So, get ready for battle. In the following days, the situation in the ninja world became unpredictable. Countries acted like cats whose tails have been stepped on. They impatiently issued diplomatic statements filled with resolute denials of the espionage incident. It seemed as if they were playing a meticulously choreographed drama, each country portraying itself as an innocent victim, pointing fingers at other potential enemies. And compensation, a seemingly simple word, had become unattainable at this moment. Each country, like a miserly rooster, refused to part with a single coin. They all stated that it was ridiculous. How could they pay for something that does not exist? All of this was just fleeting clouds in Rutan's eyes. Like a skilled chess player who had already seen through the direction of the game, he continued to issue diplomatic statements with thunderous momentum, drawing a red line for each country. Within 2.5 months, they must pay the compensation, or they would bear the consequences. And now Rutan, accompanied by a group of elite Uchiha clansmen, left the bustling Konoha and set out on the mission to eradicate bandits. These Uchiha clansmen, under Rutan's careful guidance, had mastered the essence of chakra breathing techniques and had significantly increased their strength. They were like sharp arrows, piercing directly into the bandit villages nestled in the mountains and forests. These villages were originally refuge for wandering ninjas who either dissatisfied with the oppression of the major ninja villages or chose to establish their own factions due to their ambitions and desires. However, in Rutan's eyes, the existence of these villages was a serious threat to the safety of Konoha. Thus, a fierce battle against the bandits erupted in the mountains and forests. Charge! For the honor of the general's mansion, for the glory of the Uchiha, Rutan shouted, his voice echoing like thunder in the mountains. Eliminate these pests. Restore a clear sky for the land of fire. Seeing this, the bandit ninjas drew their weapons, ready to fight. When their strength was compared to that of the Uchiha clansmen, it was simply a world apart. They're just a bunch of rabble. Do they dare to block our way? One Uchiha clansman sneered, his figure flashing and disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already come behind a rogue ninja, the blade in his hand glinting coldly as it stabbed toward the vital point. Ah! The rogue ninja let out a scream and fell into a pool of blood. The battle was about to begin. Although there were many rogue ninjas, their eyes revealed a fear of the Uchiha clan members. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the hideout, but it did not affect the Uchiha clan members at all. Pay attention and don't underestimate them. Lu Tian's eyes were like torches as he loudly reminded his clansmen. He knew well that although the rogue ninjas varied in strength, there were cunning ones among them who excelled at using terrain and traps for ambushes. Sure enough, shortly after the battle began, several Uchiha clan members found themselves in trouble. They accidentally triggered a trap hidden in the grass, instantly immobilizing them. Sharp bamboo spikes shot up from the ground, piercing their clothes, and some were already injured. One Uchiha clan member cried out in pain, his leg deeply pierced by a bamboo spike, blood gushing out. Watch out for the traps. Another Uchiha clan member shouted loudly upon seeing this. Fortunately, their comrades reacted quickly. One Uchiha clan member, wielding a long knife, took a quick step and rushed to the side of the trapped clan member. He swung his long knife, cutting through the ropes that bound his comrade. Another Uchiha clan member wielded his long knife, releasing chakra that formed a whirlwind, scattering all nearby traps. Hang in there, brother. We're coming to save you. The Uchiha clan member who rushed forward shouted while cutting the ropes. His eyes were firm and full of strength, as if they could dispel all darkness. The trapped clan member felt the support of his comrades, gritted his teeth, and endured the pain. With the help of his comrades, he successfully broke free from his restraints and stood up again. At that moment, the other Uchiha clan members also launched fierce attacks. Their bodies, enhanced by chakra-breathing techniques, experienced a significant boost in physical abilities. They moved like the wind, swiftly darting between the hideouts. Their long knives intertwined with chakra, ultimately forming deadly strikes. Although the rogue ninjas were numerous, they could not withstand the superb ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, cries of wailing and screams echoed throughout the hideout. After a fierce battle, the Uchiha clan members finally defeated all their enemies and even captured many alive. I need to say a few words here. Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an invisible pressure that made the surrounding Uchiha clan members involuntarily hold their breath. His gaze swept over everyone, his sharp eyes seeming to penetrate their hearts. To be honest, I feel very disappointed. Lu Tian's tone was filled with dissatisfaction and anger, as if this feeling of disappointment burned like fire in his chest. He frowned slightly and continued. The strength of this hideout is so mediocre, yet it still allowed our clan members to get injured. The injured Uchiha clan members lowered their heads upon hearing Lu Tian's words. Their faces were filled with guilt and self-blame. They had no words to say and felt ashamed, silently enduring Lu Tian's reprimand. Chapter 26. Seeking Orochimaru in the land of rice, Lu Tian took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all this disappointment and anger. Then he opened his mouth, and the chakra within him was released in an instant. The chakra howled out like a violent wind, instantly transforming into a fierce flame that engulfed the ruins of the entire hideout. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating everything around. The inferno seemed to carry Lu Tian's anger and disappointment. Lu Tian's gaze flickered with a determined light amidst the flames, as if he wanted to cleanse all filth and failure with this fire. This failure will serve as a stepping stone for our growth. He looked at the flames in the ruins and said, "We must remember this lesson and train harder to prepare for the impending Great War." His words were as fiery and resolute as the flames. All the Uchiha clan members felt his determination and belief. They straightened their chests, ready to face the upcoming challenges. In the following days, Lu Tian swept through the surrounding dozen or so hideouts like a storm. Their actions were swift and decisive, each strike like thunder, making the rogue ninjas tremble in fear. As the hideouts fell one by one, Lu Tian brought back batches of captives. These captives were uniformly resettled and became laborers at the construction site. Many of them displayed fear and unease in their eyes. But Lu Tian looked at them with calm and firm eyes, as if he could see through their inner fears. "If anyone among you understands Earth-style ninjutsu, step forward now." Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful, echoing among the captives. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man tremblingly stepped forward. His eyes revealed some reluctance and helplessness as he said, I know Earth-style ninjutsu. Lu Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. He said, Good, you will become a part of our Hokage rock construction site. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you will have the opportunity for release. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Lu Tian's words. He asked, Really? As long as I work hard, can I gain my freedom? Of course. I'm the general of the Fire Nation, and I never lie. My words are worth their weight in gold. Lu Tian replied firmly. As long as you can demonstrate your value, I will naturally provide you with the treatment you deserve. In the following days, Lu Tian personally supervised the construction of the Hokage rock site. He often communicated with the captives who understood Earth-style ninjutsu, encouraging them to utilize their abilities. Under Lu Tian's encouragement, the captives gradually let go of their fears and unease, beginning to engage earnestly in their work. As time passed, the construction progress at the Hokage rock site was smooth. The once barren land gradually became flat and solid due to the efforts of the captives. You've worked hard. Lu Tian looked at the busy captives, smiling as he painted a bright future for them, saying, As long as you work hard, I promise you will receive the rewards you deserve. The captives paused their work upon hearing Lu Tian's words, looking at him. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration, as if at that moment they had found new hope and a sense of belonging. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. The deadline for the Ninja World countries to pay reparations was approaching. Lu Tian had a place to go. He left the bustling Konoha city alone, embarking on a journey to the land of rice. After a bumpy journey and searching, Lu Tian finally found Orochimaru's hiding place in the land of rice. It was a gloomy forest with towering trees and branches blocking out the sun, as if even sunlight had been swallowed by this forest, leaving only coldness and silence. Lu Tian took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling the strangeness and danger that permeated the atmosphere. Come out, Orochimaru, you dark and sinister fellow. I have finally found you. Lu Tian's voice echoed in the forest, filled with determination and coldness. His voice pierced through the silence like a sharp sword, as if to pierce the entire forest. Without warning, a strong gust of air surged towards him unexpectedly, as fierce as a raging storm. Lu Tian, drawing on his rich combat experience, quickly reacted. His figure moved like lightning, skillfully dodging the sudden attack. However, everything around him was not spared. Huge trees fell under the impact of the air current, producing deafening roars. Leaves were blown into the sky, and the entire forest seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Lu Tian steadied himself, his gaze fixed ahead. This air current was not a natural force. It was clearly intentional. Amid the fallen trees, a figure slowly emerged. It was Orochimaru, dressed in the Akatsuki's red cloud-black robe, like a ghost in the darkness. A strange smile adorned his face, and a dangerous light flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. How does the taste of wind release? Great breakthrough feel? Orochimaru said coldly, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. But Lu Tian remained unmoved. He looked coldly at Orochimaru, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Your tone is too foul. This wind carries a strong stench. Have you not brushed your teeth? Or do you have a dental disease? Lu Tian mocked. His words were like sharp blades piercing Orochimaru, instantly darkening the latter's expression. Lu Tian continued to look coldly at Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, no matter how insidious your methods are, you won't succeed easily. Moreover, my strength surpasses yours. Oof. Enough nonsense. Today is your day of death. Your Sharingan belongs to me. Orochimaru roared, extending a hand as several snake heads suddenly shot out from his sleeves, attacking Lu Tian. These snake heads were terrifying and emitted a chilling aura. But Lu Tian was already prepared. He quickly activated his fire release chakra mode, engulfing himself in raging flames. He sidestepped the snake head's attacks while countering with a slash that severed several of them. This strike carried intense flames and killing intent, as if it aimed to burn the entire world to ashes. The two instantly fell into a fierce battle. The clash of blades and swords intertwined in the forest, creating a breathtaking scene. Lu Tian's swordsmanship was sharp and swift, each attack filled with strong killing intent. While Orochimaru relied on his strange body movements and ninjutsu to continuously evade Lu Tian's strikes, searching for opportunities to counterattack. Orochimaru, I've had enough of playing. Now submit to me. Chapter 27. Orochimaru offers his forbidden technique. Orochimaru had a secret base in the Land of Rice. This was his largest base in the ninja world. It was also the reason Lu Tian came here. As Lu Tian's words fell, the air in the forest seemed to be filled with a mysterious and eerie aura. In his eyes, 6 brilliant tomo rapidly spun in his deep pupils, like stars twinkling in the night sky, releasing a captivating light. This is the hypnotic and brainwashing power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru was enveloped by this sudden force. He felt as if his consciousness was being pulled by an invisible power. His mind gradually fell into chaos. Orochimaru's eyes became vacant. His original cunning and insidiousness vanished, replaced by confusion and emptiness. His memories seemed to have been quietly altered by a mysterious force. In that instant, the loyalty and admiration in Orochimaru's heart surged like a tide, and his awe for Lu Tian was evident. Master, what are your commands? Orochimaru will do his utmost. Orochimaru's voice trembled yet was firm, filled with absolute obedience to Lu Tian. He seemed no longer the fearsome ninja, but rather a loyal assistant to Lu Tian. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his eyes shining with satisfaction. He looked deeply at Orochimaru and then said lightly, "Take me to your base." Without hesitation, Orochimaru respectfully led the way. His steps were firm and powerful, as if demonstrating his familiarity and loyalty to the base. After arriving at a certain location, Orochimaru opened a hidden passage in the ground. They traversed through the intricate corridors, crossing layers of traps, each step seeming to explore an unknown, mysterious world. The dim lights flickered, as if whispering unknown secrets. Time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with a repressive and cold atmosphere. At this point in the timeline, it was still early. Kabuto had not yet killed Yakushi Nanaka, so Kabuto did not follow Orochimaru. It is well known that early Orochimaru had no subordinates. Those who followed Orochimaru were merely tools, insignificant in his eyes, with almost no rights. Because of this, the secret base had no presence. Orochimaru, teach me your forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. Lu Tian followed Orochimaru into a room, his voice filled with undeniable authority. He stared directly at Orochimaru, his deep eyes shining with determination. Orochimaru stood in the shadows, his expression calm as water, as if he had long anticipated this situation. He slowly raised his head, his snake-like eyes flickering with a strange light in the dimness. He smiled slightly, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness. This technique was originally created for the master's needs, so I have long prepared it for you. As he spoke, he turned towards a hidden corner. His fingers gently glided over the wall, and a secret door slowly opened. He retrieved an exquisite scroll from within, while also holding another scroll in his hand. Orochimaru turned around and presented the 2 scrolls to Lu Tian. This is the forbidden technique, spiritualization technique. It is similar to the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. His face revealed an almost devout expression as he said, "These are my most precious secret techniques. Please accept them, Master." Lu Tian took the scrolls, a glimmer of satisfaction and appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice filled with joy and excitement, saying, "You did well. You not only completed the task, but exceeded expectations. I see your cleverness and loyalty." Very good. As Lu Tian's praise fell, a proud smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. After browsing through the scrolls on impure world reincarnation and spiritualization technique, an indescribable excitement surged in Lu Tian's heart. At this moment, he was highly perceptive. In just a moment, he absorbed all the content of the 2 scrolls, as if he had grasped the essence within. In an instant, a flash of enlightenment suddenly lit up in his mind, illuminating a lamp in the darkness. Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered something remarkable. I understand. Lu Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with excitement. It seemed he had found a method to make his soul exit his body. But it still required careful consideration and experimentation. He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, then turned to Orochimaru, a satisfied smile on his face. Orochimaru, this is the Yin-Yang release, Shadow Clone. If you learn this forbidden technique, you can create real clones. Lu Tian took out a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru, his voice filled with confidence, saying, "If you use impure world reincarnation, this clone will not produce any rejection reaction. So, this technique pairs perfectly with impure world reincarnation." Orochimaru took the scroll, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. He opened the scroll and began to carefully read its content. As he delved deeper into the reading, shock and joy gradually appeared on his face. This is simply a perfect match. Orochimaru raised his head, looking at Lu Tian, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. In his eyes, Lu Tian was not just a powerful master, but a true sage. Lu Tian was truly impressed by such a clever pairing. Orochimaru, your task now is to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and gather intelligence for me. Lu Tian's tone was serious, his eyes revealing an undeniable firmness as he said, "Be sure to act with caution and avoid any conflicts with anyone. Your mission is to be an undercover agent and report the daily movements of the Akatsuki organization to me." "Yes, Master." Orochimaru slightly lowered his head and responded respectfully, his eyes shining with determination. He was brainwashing himself, believing this was Lu Tian testing his abilities. After finishing all the instructions, Lu Tian left Orochimaru's secret base and headed straight back to Konoha. He knew that the upcoming events would be very busy, as the curtain for a great battle was about to rise. After all, the countries in the shinobi world had no intention of paying reparations. This compensation was merely an excuse for Lu Tian to start a war. However, when he stepped into Konoha village, an unexpected event occurred. A beautiful woman suddenly turned towards him, her face pale, and then she weakly collapsed to the ground. Faking unconsciousness? Trying to set me up? A hint of confusion flashed through Lu Tian's mind as he approached her. Gently patting the woman's shoulder, he noticed her face was very pale and her breathing weak. This was not an act. Lu Tian immediately picked her up and hurriedly ran towards the hospital. His heart was filled with doubt and concern, thinking, who is this woman? Why did she suddenly faint? And her target should be me, right? Chapter 28. The daughter country uses marriage to compensate. There was still a considerable distance to the famous hospital in Konoha. Lu Tian was anxiously rushing. The gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, but it couldn't disperse the anxiety in his heart. At that moment, the beauty in his arms began to tremble slightly, as if awakening from sleep. "Handsome, I'm so hungry." That soft and weak voice, like a nightingale's low chirp, was particularly clear in the silence. Lu Tian's footsteps paused, and he hurriedly placed her on a bench by the side of the road. He took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack. He handed her the biscuit, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes as he said, "Did you faint from hunger? What's wrong with you?" The beauty took the biscuit and expressed her gratitude with a few words. Then, she eagerly began to devour it. Although her eating was somewhat messy, her bright eyes sparkled with determination. Lu Tian stood by, quietly observing the beauty. Her outfit was indeed eye-catching. The tight clothing accentuated her graceful figure, and her long hair flowed with the wind, resembling a beautiful painting. Lu Tian noticed that her attire was quite provocative. He cleared his throat lightly, trying to break the ambiguous atmosphere, and said, "Beauty, what brings you to Konoha?" I'm here for the Shogun." The beauty's tone was firm and powerful, as if making a declaration. She swallowed the last bite of the biscuit, gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, then looked up at Lu Tian, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Lu Tian revealed a playful smile. He intentionally leaned closer to the beauty and whispered, "Oh, what do you want from the Shogun? I can introduce you." A hint of joy flashed across the beauty's face, but she immediately shot a wary glance at Lu Tian. She seemed to sense the deeper meaning behind his words and shifted uneasily. Seeing this, Lu Tian secretly chuckled. He deliberately changed his tone to try to scare the beauty in front of him. But let me warn you, if you have ulterior motives, I will lock you up. You should know, there are many lewd men there, and they won't hold back on you. As Lu Tian spoke, he deliberately put on a fierce expression, though his eyes sparkled with teasing light. The beauty's face stiffened in fear at Lu Tian's words, but she quickly regained her composure. I won't do anything bad. She gritted her teeth, as if swearing, and said, I just want to meet the shogun and express my admiration for him. Lu Tian's eyes flickered with curiosity. He looked directly at the beauty who had traveled from afar and spoke. First, beautiful lady from afar, why don't you introduce yourself? The beauty seemed to be attracted by Lu Tian's demeanor, and she slightly nodded. Her eyes sparkled with a unique light, as if holding the depth of stars. She softly said, Please remember, I come from the distant daughter country, Fuzian village. My name is Xingye Jing. I am Lu Tian, please take care of me. Lu Tian responded with a smile, his expression revealing a hint of nonchalance and carefree attitude. Then, Lu Tian's gaze became sharp. He asked directly, So, how do you plan to express your admiration to the shogun? More importantly, where does this feeling come from? Xingye Jing was taken aback by this sudden question. A look of surprise flashed across her face, and she slightly furrowed her brows, as if trying to recall something. Lu Tian? Xingye Jing suddenly exclaimed, her face showing a look of shock, as if she had seen something incredible. She trembled as she spoke. Are you the legendary shogun Uchiha Lu Tian? I prefer others to call me Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled slightly, not answering directly, but countering with a question. So, why are you really here? Is it for those so-called reparations? Or are you perhaps the compensation sent by Fuzian village? His tone carried a hint of mockery and provocation, as if testing Xingye Jing's reaction. Xingye Jing's face flushed slightly, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger, but she quickly regained her calm. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Lu Tian's gaze, as if contemplating something. I am a compensation. Xingye Jing's voice trembled a bit, but her gaze was exceptionally firm as she said, Please accept it. General, please forgive us from Fuzian village. Please forgive us from the daughter country. After saying this, a determined expression appeared on Xingye Jing's face. She tightly clenched her fists, as if cheering herself on. So you Fuzian village want to solve the problem through marriage? Lu Tian raised his eyebrows, his tone thoughtful. Sitting on the bench, Xingye Jing showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. She originally thought Lu Tian would treat her with a frivolous attitude, or even regard her as a mere plaything to be used to entertain the powerful. However, the Lu Tian in front of her was so serious, which caught her off guard. Xingye Jing took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. She slightly nodded, looking directly at Lu Tian, as if trying to explore his true thoughts. She softly asked, General, are you serious? Lu Tian nodded, slowly saying, Of course I am serious. Matters of marriage are not to be taken lightly. His voice was steady and firm, as if conveying his sincerity and determination to Xingye Jing. Xingye Jing was shocked by this answer. Two different values clashed, stirring a warm current in her heart. She had originally thought her fate would be dictated by destiny. However, Lu Tian at this moment gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She looked deeply at Lu Tian, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and admiration. Xingye Jing's chest rose and fell slightly, as if she had made a certain decision. She slowly spoke. General, if this is the mutual wish of you and Fuzian village, then I am willing to accept this arrangement. How did this become my wish? Lu Tian smiled playfully at her words. His laughter carried a hint of teasing, but more was a comfort to Xingye Jing. He waved his hand slightly, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere in the air, and then said seriously, clearly, This is the idea of your Fuzian village. I merely accepted it. Lu Tian leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Xingye Jing. His eyes were firm and profound, as if they could see into people's hearts. He continued, Xingye Jing, I respect your choice. If you are unwilling to form an alliance, I will never force you. At this point, Lu Tian's tone suddenly turned sharp. His eyes sparkled with a piercing light as he said, It's just a war. Oomph. How big can the daughter kingdom be? To me, it's just a piece of declaration of war. Chapter 29 Various Shocks from the Ninja World. Xingye Jing was startled by the sudden change. She thought of the people back in her hometown, and her face instantly turned pale, filled with terror. She hurriedly knelt down, clasped her hands together, and pleaded with Lu Tian, "General, I was wrong. Please, do not attack our daughter kingdom. I am willing to do whatever you ask. Then let me personally test your sincerity," Lu Tian said with a smile, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. He gently picked up Xingye Jing. She was taken aback by the sudden gesture, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a hint of shyness crossed her eyes. Yet within this shyness was more trust and dependence on Lu Tian. She tightly grasped Lu Tian's clothing, allowing him to lead her into a tranquil grove by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that danced around the two. The grove echoed with deep and powerful breaths, and the rustling of leaves seemed to tell an ancient and mysterious tale. During this time of bonding, Lu Tian not only imparted knowledge, but also firmly grasped Xingye Jing's heart. When everything was over, Lu Tian held Xingye Jing and slowly walked out of the grove. A blush adorned Xingye Jing's face, while Lu Tian appeared calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely an interlude in his life. Back in the Hokage's office, Lu Tian sat at the desk and began drafting diplomatic statements. His fingers moved swiftly across the paper, each stroke seeming to carry the weight of thunder. The content of the statement read, "The daughter kingdom has submitted the necessary compensation, demonstrating respect and sincerity towards our Fire Nation. Other countries are also requested to submit their compensation within a specified time to show their awe for our Fire Nation. If they fail to comply, the Fire Nation will consider them enemies and will not hesitate to launch an attack." He had the head of the diplomatic department distribute this statement to convey the will of the Fire Nation to other countries. Once the statement was issued, it spread throughout the entire ninja world within just a few hours, causing a huge uproar. In the daughter kingdom, Fuzian village, simply brilliant. Xingye Jing's charm was indeed irresistible. She successfully lured Uchiha Lu Tian into a gentle trap. The leader of Fuzian village sat on the throne, gently stroking her smooth jaw. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips, and her eyes sparkled with cunning and excitement. She looked at the group of beautiful women before her, her gaze revealing an undeniable authority. "Xingye Jing has paved the way for us. Go, urge the other beauties to take action as well," she whispered. "Make sure Uchiha Lu Tian lingers in this flower garden, draining him of all his essence." The beauties nodded in agreement, their faces displaying proud smiles. In the land of rivers, surrounded by mountains and flowing rivers, the atmosphere in Kawa Hidden Village was tense. The leader of Kawa Hidden Village sat in his ancient and solemn office, gripping the diplomatic statement from the Fire Nation tightly. His face was ashen, as if water could drip from it, and his eyes flickered with flames of anger and unwillingness to yield. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, as if thunder was flashing within them. Through gritted teeth, he said in a low and firm voice, "Uchiha Lu Tian, how dare you be so arrogant as to regard our Kawa Hidden Village as nothing? Are we just a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will?" His voice echoed in the office, igniting the surrounding air with his fury. He slammed his hand on the desk, and the diplomatic statement shattered under his palm, causing the entire office to tremble with the force of the impact. In the land of grass, the lush Kusa Hidden Village also fell into chaos. In a leader's office, the elders of Kusa Hidden Village gathered together. Their faces were serious, and murmurings filled the air. A tense and uneasy atmosphere enveloped them, as if a storm was about to arrive. One of the older elders, furrowing his brow, revealed deep concern in his eyes. He sighed, his voice filled with helplessness. "The Fire Nation is currently on the rise. Although we Kusa Hidden Village have a long history and deep roots, we may struggle to confront them head-on." As soon as he finished speaking, a younger elder stood up, his eyes shining with determination. He retorted, "Elder, how can we Kusa Hidden Village give up so easily? Shall we just let the Fire Nation bully us? We have our dignity and bottom line. We cannot let the Fire Nation look down on us." His voice was strong and powerful, stirring a warm current in everyone's hearts. The other elders and the leader of Kusa Hidden Village nodded in agreement, their eyes beginning to sparkle with hope. The elder remained frowning and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I understand everyone's determination, but we must think calmly. The Fire Nation is strong. If we act rashly, we will only fall into greater difficulties." The elders and the leader of Kusa Hidden Village nodded, knowing that the elder was speaking the truth. Yet even so, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. In a land of waterfalls hidden behind the waterfall, Taki Hidden Village also received the diplomatic statement that shook the entire ninja world. The leader of Taki Hidden Village looked down at the entire village, his face filled with seriousness. He seemed like a volcano about to erupt. The sound of the waterfall roared in his ears. It could not drown out the tumultuous thoughts in his heart. His gaze seemed to penetrate the waterfall, looking towards the distant direction of the Fire Nation. His brow furrowed, as if he were trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind the statement. The leader of Taki Hidden Village took a deep breath of the moist air. What exactly does Uchiha Tian want to do? Is he really going to make an enemy of the entire ninja world? He pondered, his voice low and filled with doubt. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, each tap resonating in his heart, causing a wave of inexplicable tension. His eyes sparkled with determination, yet behind that spark lay deep concern. He knew that this statement was not just a challenge to Taki Hidden Village, but a provocation to the entire ninja world. He had to respond cautiously. Otherwise, if mishandled, it would lead to unpredictable consequences. The leader of Taki Hidden Village suddenly turned around, looking at the elders behind him. Their faces were equally grave, seemingly contemplating the same issues. The leader took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. "We must gather all our forces and prepare to face the coming storm. Uchiha Tian may want to make an enemy of the entire ninja world." Chapter 30. The Ninja World War seems to be about to begin in the Land of Rain, the rain-soaked Amage Cure. Nagato sat on his specially designed mobile toilet, coughing continuously, his face pale, but his gaze was exceptionally firm, as if he were contemplating something significant. Conan stood beside him, holding the diplomatic letter. After reading it aloud, she gently placed the letter aside, turned to the window, and gazed at the drizzling rain outside, feeling a mix of emotions. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and deep worry was evident in her eyes. Her fingers lightly traced the windowsill, as if searching for a form of solace. She murmured to herself, "Is the Land of Fire about to ignite a great war?" Nagato looked up at Conan, cleared his throat softly, and then slowly spoke. "This diplomatic letter reveals Uchiha Ruten's ambition. The fourth great ninja war may be upon us." His voice was weak but filled with determination. The rain continued to fall, as if it were determined to drown the entire Hidden Rain village. In the Land of Wind, the sand-hidden village, characterized by its rocky terrain, was currently feeling the heavy pressure from the Land of Fire. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, watched the busy figures of the villagers. Their silhouettes flickered through the wind and sand, like resilient warriors preparing for the impending storm. Raza's heart was turbulent, his gaze deep and resolute, as if he could foresee the changing tides of the future. He took a deep breath, sensing the gritty scent of the sand and the wind, and said solemnly, "Uchiha Ruten is so aggressive. The ambitions of the Land of Fire are already apparent. We must prepare for battle. This war will likely become the fourth great ninja war." His voice was low and powerful, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the two advisors. As soon as he finished speaking, the advisor, Chiyo, furrowed her brow. Although her hair was white, her eyes were bright and spirited. She said in a deep voice, "Raza, we need to gather all our forces quickly and devise a detailed strategy." The advisor, Chiyo, nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. She added, "What Advisor Chiyo said is correct. Although the Land of Fire is strong, we of the Sand Village are not without the strength to fight. We can rally all our forces and also seek support from other ninja villages." Raza nodded, knowing that the words of both advisors were wise counsel. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I understand. Gather all elite ninjas. We need to hold an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures." In the Land of Earth, the rock-hidden village, characterized by its rocky defenses, was also filled with tension, like the calm before a storm. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and every particle seemed to be telling of the impending showdown. The third, Uchiha Hanya, gazed into the distance from his office, his eyes shining with determination. He clenched his fists, veins bulging. He slowly turned to look at his son, Kuratsuchi. However, compared to his father's steadiness, Kuratsuchi's eyes were filled more with anticipation and unease about the unknown. If Uchiha Rutan dares to invade, our rock-hidden village will fight to the death. Anoki's voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate the hearts of those listening. Kuratsuchi, be ready for war. At that moment, Anoki's gaze became sharper, like a sword drawn from its sheath. His voice, though not loud, was filled with strength and resolve, making the air around them tremble. Kuratsuchi looked at his father's determined eyes, and his unease gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and said solemnly, "Yes, father. Our rock-hidden village will defend our dignity and honor." In a land of lightning, in the cloud-hidden village high in the sky, the diplomatic letter had also arrived. With a loud crash, the original silence was shattered. The fourth Raikage's anger erupted like thunder. He smashed the exquisite office desk again, sending with splinters flying. His eyes burned with rage as he stared out at the sea of clouds. The clouds rolled like the turbulent waves in his heart, restless and agitated. The fourth Raikage took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He turned to face the standing Uchiha beside him, his eyes gleaming with determination. Uchiha Rutan's actions are a provocation to the peace and dignity of the entire ninja world. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Does he think he can shake the order of the entire ninja world with just his own strength? What a delusion. Uchiha looked at the fourth Raikage's furious expression. Feeling moved, he understood the gravity of the situation and knew that as representatives of the land of lightning, they must shoulder their responsibilities. "Raikage, you are right," Uchiha said in a deep voice. "Uchiha Rutan's actions have indeed crossed the line. We must unite with other ninja villages to confront the threat from the land of fire." The fourth Raikage nodded, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes. He knew Uchiha was his capable assistant and most trusted companion. He patted Uchiha's shoulder and said solemnly, "You are right. We must show the entire ninja world our determination and courage as the land of lightning and the cloud-hidden village. In the land of water, amidst the mist-hidden village stood quietly, seemingly isolated from the world. However, the current atmosphere in the mist-hidden village was one of anxiety, as if a storm were about to arrive. In the Mizuki's office, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The fourth Mizuki sat at his desk, his face dark, surveying the surrounding ninjas, each face marked with tension and unease. The fourth Mizuki's voice was low and severe, hitting everyone like a heavy hammer. "The land of fire is about to attack us. And what have we done? Our preparations are not ready. What are you all doing?" His tone was filled with anger and disappointment, as if he were extremely dissatisfied with the performance of these ninjas. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito's eyes glowed red, revealing strong anger and killing intent. "Are you all just waiting for others to attack?" The fourth Mizuki's voice was cold and sharp, like a knife stabbing into everyone's hearts. He continued to scold, "We are the Blood Mist. Where is your fighting spirit? Have you all forgotten?" As his words fell, the atmosphere in the office became even tenser. The ninjas were shocked by his roar, their faces filled with shame and anger. They knew that as ninjas of the mist-hidden village, they should possess a stronger fighting spirit and will to fight. "We of the mist-hidden village are not lambs to be slaughtered." The fourth Mizuki looked at the ninjas around him and shouted, "We will use our own strength to protect our homeland and dignity." At that moment, the elder, Jinjetsu, slowly walked into the office with the support of several trusted aides. His steps were somewhat unsteady, but each step conveyed stability and authority. He frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach and confusion. "Yagura, why have you become so irritable?" Chapter 31. Rutan's pre-war mobilization speech in the southern part of the Land of Fire. Dense forest resembled an unfinished painting, where the figures of dozens of elite ninjas from the Mito clan were hidden among the layers of green leaves. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, seemingly able to see through everything. However, somewhere among them, there was a figure that blended and yet felt out of place. It was Asuma Saratobi, His eyes were filled with contradiction and struggle, and his complexion was poor. Not only had he ventured deep into the Mito clan's territory, but he had also frequently entered the bases of the Shimizu and Uchiha clans. He had no fixed residence, his movements erratic, making him hard to track. The three major clans regarded him as a pitiable wanderer, like a homeless soul. They did not know that this seemingly pitiable wanderer was, in fact, a carefully arranged undercover agent by Rutan. Through Asma's intelligence, Tian has already grasped the detailed situations of the three major family strongholds, fully preparing for the upcoming actions. Before departing, Tian found my guy. The chakra breathing technique suits you very well. You've become stronger again, and I look forward to your performance. Tian said in a deep voice, filled with confidence and determination. Yes, ever since I learned the chakra breathing technique, I feel my strength has improved significantly. My guy replied, revealing a hearty smile. He looked at Tian with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. He continued, previously, apart from summoning a turtle, I hardly knew any ninjutsu and could only rely on taijutsu and the 8 gates to fight. But now, even without opening the 8 gates, I am sure my strength is comparable to the 4th Reikage. Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Tian's eyes. He recalled some motivational phrases from workplace PUA and said, very good, I believe you will perform excellently in the upcoming mission. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. After saying this, the two headed towards the main city gate. The crowd surged like a tide, with everyone displaying different emotional colors on their faces. Tian's gaze was like a sharp lightning bolt, keenly locking onto the familiar and lonely figure of Kakashi. He approached Kakashi with steady steps, quietly patting his shoulder. The gesture, though light, contained endless determination and strength. A resolute light flickered in Tian's eyes, as if it could penetrate all darkness. Spirit up. Today is your day of revenge, and also the day to vindicate your father, he said in a low, powerful voice. Those who forced your father onto a path of despair are right there. Mito Menyin, T-Sun Shin Kamachi. Their crimes will be ended by you. At this point, Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan blossomed in his pupils, and the hypnotic mind control technique was unleashed again. Kakashi's body trembled slightly, as if drawn by an invisible force, and his expression gradually became complex. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, as if desperately suppressing his inner excitement and anger. Tian watched this scene with satisfaction, a surge of indescribable joy rising in his heart. He turned his head, his gaze falling on my guy beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face, but the 6-pointed star in his eyes sparkled with a sharp, knife-like light. He said in a deep voice, guy, do you know? When you encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was not a simple coincidence. Everything was a meticulously planned conspiracy. Their goal was to force your father, Might Dewey, to death. Upon hearing this, my guy's body jolted as if struck by lightning. A flash of shock and anger crossed his eyes, and his clenched fists seemed ready to crush. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then nodded firmly. Rest assured, General, today I will avenge my father. Tian nodded in satisfaction. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning the bustling crowd of ninjas, finally fixing on Hyuga Hisashi. His brow furrowed slightly, as if about to unveil a shocking secret buried by time. His voice was low and serious, carrying an irresistible authority. Clan leader Hisashi, do you know? Before he could finish, Hyuga Hisashi seemed struck by lightning, his complexion changing drastically. He stepped forward urgently, interrupting Tian, General. I know, you don't need to say it. His voice trembled, as if he did not want the disgrace to be publicized by Tian. Faced with this sudden interruption, Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly furrowed his brows. He stared intently at Hyuga Hisashi. His voice suddenly turned stern, like a biting winter wind cutting and cold. Do you know what I'm going to say? Don't interrupt me. Hyuga Hisashi shivered in fear, stunned for a moment, then respectfully lowered his head and took a step back. Tian calmed his inner excitement. Years ago, when the Nine-Tails rampaged and the 4th Hokage heroically sacrificed himself, the Cloud Village took advantage of the chaos to start a war. At the critical moment of peace talks between the two countries, your daughter was captured by the Cloud Ninja. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a deep sorrow. Have you ever wondered why they were able to come to your home so smoothly? Where were the Umbu? Did they know nothing? Did the third Hokage know all of this? Every word from Tian struck like a hammer on Hyuga Hizashi's heart. His face turned pale as paper, and his eyes flickered with shock and anger. The surrounding ninjas also changed their expressions drastically, murmurs rising. Noticing Hyuga Hizashi's reaction, Tian reached out, gently pressing on Hizashi's shoulder to signal him to calm down. His gaze swept through the crowd, seeing those filled with curiosity and anticipation. He continued, "Don't rush, don't interrupt. Let me continue. Have you ever considered that the Umbu might have led the Cloud Ninja here?" Hyuga Hizashi's body trembled suddenly, and he looked up at Tian. But Tian ignored his reaction and continued, "You killed the Cloud Ninja at that time, and the Umbu reported to the third Hokage that you were the murderer. Then, the third Hokage colluded with the Cloud Ninja to force you to death." At this point, Tian's voice was filled with anger and sorrow. He stared intently at Hyuga Hizashi, wanting to see a reaction on his face. Hyuga Hizashi remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, his voice hoarse. "The general is right. I have indeed thought about these things. But the Hyuga clan is weak and can only submit." Tian looked at the painful and helpless expression on Hyuga Hizashi's face, a surge of indescribable anger rising in his heart. He suddenly lifted his head, scanning the crowd, his voice filled with sorrow and fervor. "Now that it's still early, let me tell everyone some things you might not know." Chapter 32. Encircling the remaining three major families, the ninjas in the crowd were captivated by Tian's words, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Everyone knew that Orochimaru had defected from Konoha, but did you know that his experiments led to the disappearance of many young children in Konoha and the surrounding areas? Tian continued, "In that experiment, a child actually fused with the cells of the first Hokage, enabling him to use wood-release techniques. That child should now be in the secret base of the Shimura family." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. Murmurs and exclamations rose and fell, everyone shocked by this astonishing news. Tian looked at the surprised faces, his anger seemingly intensifying. Why was Orochimaru able to escape successfully? Why did that successful experimental subject end up in the hands of the Shimura family? He shouted, "Let me tell you something, before Shimura Danzo died. That wood-release experimental child was a secret weapon of the root." "What? How dare he?" A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. All eyes focused on Tian. Tian looked at those shocked faces, his anger burning like a raging fire, growing fiercer. He shouted, "The third Hokage! A heinous crime! He used innocent children for experiments, solely for his own desires and ambitions. How can such a Hokage lead us? So I rebelled against him. Kill him." His voice thundered, shaking everyone present. The light in Tian's eyes flickered with anger and sorrow, his voice like the cold wind before dawn, sharp and full of power. He slowly opened his mouth, each word like a sharp blade piercing the heart, saying, "Let me ask you a question. The third Hokage, is he not a disgrace to our fire country?" His voice carried an undeniable authority. His gaze swept through the crowd, seemingly searching for an answer, or perhaps for resonance. The ninjas were infected by Tian's emotions, their faces beginning to show anger and determination. They clenched their fists tightly, as if wanting to condense all their rage into this moment. "The third Hokage is a disgrace to the fire country," a young ninja shouted first, his voice filled with anger and conviction. "Yes, he is our disgrace. He betrayed all of us." As the first voice rang out, a wave of angry shouts erupted from the crowd. These voices merged together, ultimately forming a powerful force, as if they were about to overturn the entire venue. Tian nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He spoke again, his voice more fervent. "Then, let me ask you another question. Should the remnants of the four great clans be killed?" This time, his voice was sharper and more powerful. His gaze swept through the crowd, as if he wanted to see through everyone's inner thoughts. The ninjas were shaken by Tian's words, their faces revealing an even more determined expression. They shouted loudly, "They should be killed. The remnants of the four great clans should all be killed. They are our enemies." They're our disgrace. We must avenge the innocent lives they took. The shouts grew louder and more passionate. The ninjas seemed to be driven by an invisible force, their emotions reaching a peak. Luton looked at these ninjas inspired by his words, his heart filled with satisfaction and pride. He shouted, "Good. Then let us fight for the Fire Country, for those innocent victims, and seek justice." Luton gazed at the ninjas around him, their eyes shining with satisfaction. He had already outlined a perfect blueprint, and now it was time to turn this blueprint into reality. The emotions burned like a blazing flame in everyone's hearts. The anger, hatred, and determination intertwined, eventually merging into an unstoppable force. This force would lead them to victory, to the downfall of those remnants. Luton turned and waved his hand. He led a group of elite ninjas onto their journey. As they delved deeper, the scenery of the southern mountains and hills of the Fire Country gradually unfolded before them. Dense trees, rugged mountain paths, and babbling streams. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. But Luton and his elite ninjas showed no signs of relaxation. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and determination. They were right here. Luton stopped, surveying his surroundings. His voice, though low, was filled with undeniable strength. "We are ready," said A.J. Neen, stepping forward and bowing, his eyes shining with determination. Luton nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd again. Their faces were filled with resolve and anger, as if they could not wait to rush into the mountains and capture all the remnants. "All right, then let's set off," Luton shouted, charging first into the forest. His figure darted between the trees, swift and fierce like a cheetah. The elite ninjas followed closely behind, their movements agile and swift, like bolts of lightning flashing through the forest. They split into 3 groups, like 3 sharp blades, aiming directly at the secret bases of the remaining 3 great clans, ready to launch a thunderous attack simultaneously. Luton led one group of elite ninjas straight toward the Uchiha clan's secret base. Their actions were rapid and silent, like ghosts weaving through the dense forest, quickly approaching their target. Kakashi and Might Guy stood side by side, their gazes fierce, revealing unwavering conviction. The clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi followed closely behind, each leading a group of elite ninjas, like an unstoppable iron-blooded army, charging toward the secret base of the Mito family hidden deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, another team led by Hinata Hizashi, composed of clan leaders from various ninja clans, headed toward the secret base of the T-Ketsu clan. Their steps were firm and powerful, each step seeming to declare their determination and conviction. Hidden within these 2 teams was an unexpected presence, Luton's shadow clone. They quietly integrated into the ranks, becoming an unseen support for these ninjas. In the forest, the wind howled, as if also shouting for the impending battle. The 3 groups raced past, their figures weaving between the trees like streaks of lightning slicing through the sky. Wherever they passed, the grass and trees trembled, seemingly cheering for their bravery. Chapter 33. Pursuit of Uchiha Hazang. Unexpectedly, Luton's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He scanned the Uchiha clan stronghold. Surrounding them were countless ninjas wearing mysterious masks, silently standing like ghosts. They were root ninjas, seemingly the exclusive blades of the Uchiha clan. A cold smile crept across Luton's lips, his eyes flashing with disdain. He opened his mouth, and waves of air surged from his mouth. It seemed to instantly transform into a violent storm, accompanied by sharp wind blades, howling outward. The root ninjas, in the face of this power, were like paper dolls, blown away, leaving behind shocking wounds on their bodies. As expected, Root is indeed the exclusive force of the Uchiha clan. A mocking smile spread across Luton's face, his voice laced with contempt as he said, "With Uchiha Danzo dead, you pitiful creatures without subjectivity will follow the Uchiha clan." How pathetic. After speaking, a high-voltage electric current surged along his arm. The current crackled like silver whips in the air. Luton waved casually, and the surrounding trees were instantly severed. With some ninjas caught off guard also split in 2 under this power, their screams echoing. "Uchiha Hanya, have you escaped?" Luton shouted angrily, his voice full of provocation. "Your brother Uchiha Danzo is dead. Don't you want to avenge him, you coward?" His voice echoed through the forest, as if shaking the entire stronghold. The root ninjas, under this momentum, revealed expressions of fear from behind their masks. Just then, several wooden tendrils suddenly attacked, moving at incredible speed. But Luton remained unfazed. He didn't even make a move to dodge. Those would release attacks, pierced through his body, as if he were merely an illusion. Still too young, too impatient. Luton said coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the owner of the wooden tendril, K. He placed his hand on K's body, and a mysterious power surged forth, binding him with a seal that spread like vines across his body. Young K's face showed terror and despair. He struggled to resist, but that power tightly bound him like shackles. Luton displayed a cold expression, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "You're really stupid. Today, many will die because of your attack." Outside the Uchiha clan's stronghold, someone entered. It was the elite ninjas led by Luton. They surrounded the area like a steel giant, silently. Their eyes revealed a chilling intent to kill, as if they wanted to devour all forces of resistance. "Don't let any fish slip through the net." Lu Tian's voice was cold and firm, like the north wind in winter, piercing the heart. His gaze penetrated the dark mist, directly aiming at the source of the disturbance. However, at this moment, the outer encirclement was in chaos. The flickering lights of the ninjas' blades intertwined in the air, creating a breathtaking tableau. Yet, one figure moved among them like a ghost. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike carrying the force of thunder. "Is that Shimura K's?" Lu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice filled with disdain and contempt as he said, "He really wants to break through." He slightly turned to the ninjas behind him and issued an order. "Watch over the armor. Don't let anyone take advantage of the situation. I'll personally meet that ignorant Shimura K's." With that, Lu Tian's figure moved, disappearing like a ghost. His speed was so fast that one could only see a fleeting shadow. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment at Lu Tian's incredible speed. Lu Tian quickly caught up with the master, attempting to break through. The man was clad in black robes, his expression stern. He was indeed the top master of the Shimura clan, Shimura K's. "Shimura K's, where do you think you're going? The ninja world is so small. Where can you escape?" Lu Tian stared at Shimura K's, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Before him, Shimura K's continued to flee, his face expressionless, glancing back at Lu Tian. He sneered and said, "As long as I survive, there is infinite hope." But he didn't notice that Lu Tian's figure vanished like a ghost. In an instant, Lu Tian appeared before Shimura K's like lightning. His palm, with fingers together, shimmered with dazzling blue arcs of electricity, a strong high-voltage current surging. Lu Tian's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The weak always like to indulge in delusions. Shimura Danzo was like this, and so are you. Lu Tian's voice seemed to come from the cold winds of the underworld. The powerful current instantly transformed into a blue beam of light, his palm piercing directly towards Shimura K's heart. Faced with such deadly intent, a flicker of terror passed through Shimura K's eyes, but he had no time to react. The blue beam instantly penetrated his body. His beating heart was instantly destroyed under the onslaught of the current. Lu Tian retracted his arm, casually flicking away the blood from his palm. His face bore no expression, as if everything he had just done was merely a trivial matter. He glanced indifferently at Shimura K's corpse, as if looking at a plaything that had lost all value. But the next moment, something shocking happened. Shimura K's body quietly vanished without a trace before everyone's eyes. The air was left with a faint smell of blood, as if narrating everything that had just transpired. Lu Tian frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze sweeping around. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if able to penetrate all illusory appearances. "Izanaji? Umph." The two brothers loved to play this game. Lu Tian sneered, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. He moved again, vanishing from sight. Not far away, Shimura K's figure reappeared. His face was pale, gritting his teeth tightly, as if gathering the last bit of strength. "Lu Tian, don't think you've won. This show has only just begun." Shimura K's voice was hoarse and low, but filled with unwavering faith as he said, Prepare to die. Faced with these threatening words, Tian remained unmoved, charging forward again to deliver a fatal blow to Shimura Kai's. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis surge in his heart. He turned sharply, only to see a figure dressed in root ninja attire silently approaching him. Tian was startled, but there was no time to react. The kunai in the root ninja's hand instantly stabbed toward his back. Chapter 34. Public opinion turns to Uchiha, just as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. The root ninja was like a ghostly shadow, passing through Tian's body. The air was left with barely perceptible ripples, as if even the wind held its breath. In the moment the root ninja passed through him, Tian flipped his wrist and casually pulled off the opponent's black robe. The person stood in the sunlight, their face obscured by a mysterious veil, unclear. But Tian saw the countless Sharingan all over the person's body, his heart shocked beyond measure. Comparable to the fanfiction. You are Shimura Hanya, Shimura Danzo's younger brother. His third brother. Tian's voice echoed in the empty space, filled with an indescribable anger and disappointment. He stared intently at Shimura Hanya, his eyes seeming to penetrate the other's soul. He said lightly, I didn't expect your Shimura clan to be so crazy as to experiment on your own bodies. Shimura Hanya stood there, his expression cold, seemingly indifferent to Tian's surprise and anger. He slightly raised his head, his gaze flashing with an indescribable cunning as he said, Oh, you actually recognized me? Next to him, Shimura Kai's seemed unwilling to be outdone. He tore off his robe, revealing the same tight shorts as Shimura Hanya. His body was also covered with dense Sharingan. These Sharingan appeared as if each was a bottomless abyss, swallowing the surrounding light, giving a strange and terrifying feeling. Seeing this scene, even Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. His fists were clenched as hard as iron, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, as if wanting to carve that anger and disappointment into his flesh. Influenced by Uchiha Hanya, Tian's face darkened terrifyingly, his eyes burning with blazing rage, as if wanting to devour the entire world. He glared directly at Shimura Hanya and Shimura Kai's, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Tian roared in anger, his voice like a rolling torrent, carrying endless fury and sorrow. It echoed through the dense mountains and forests, shaking every corner. You evil Shimura clan. Each of his words was like a sharp blade, pointing directly at the crimes of the Shimura clan, as he said, How many of my Uchiha clan members have you harmed for these twisted Sharingan? The surrounding ninjas were shocked by this voice. They all stopped their actions, their gazes fixed on Tian and his direction. It seemed that the Shimura clan was indeed a group of insane madmen, daring to touch such forbidden techniques. One ninja cursed in a low voice, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction toward the Shimura clan. We can't let them go. We must catch them all. Another ninja clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determined light. His voice revealed a dedication to justice and pursuit, saying, This is a matter concerning the peace of the entire ninja world. We cannot retreat in the slightest. Shimura clan, how many people have you killed for those twisted Sharingan? Another ninja indignantly said, his voice filled with sympathy and sorrow for the Uchiha clan. Their crimes are probably too numerous to count. We must seek justice for the Uchiha clan. The crowd was filled with anger and accusations, their voices coming forth. But the two masters of the Shimura clan appeared unusually calm. They seemed to be in a separate world, indifferent to the clamor and accusations from the outside. Weaklings, how can you understand our pursuit? Shimizu Rukuzu sneered, his voice filled with sarcasm and disdain. He slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with madness and obsession, and said, We are not simply after the Sharingan to harm the Uchiha. What we seek is power, the power that transcends everything. His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, revealing a kind of madness and obsession, as if he had fallen into an inescapable predicament. Shimizu Heizang echoed from the side. That's right. Only our Shimizu clan can truly unleash the power of these Sharingan. This is a truth you will never understand. His voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, as if he had already trampled the entire ninja world underfoot. Just at that moment, the space where the two were located seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, creating ripples like waves on a lake. They seemed to be drawn by a terrifying power, about to be sucked into Lu Tian's cave paradise. A hint of fear flashed in Shimizu Rukuzu and Shimizu Heizang's eyes. Their figures flickered as they struggled with all their might to break free from the pulling force. Their silhouettes appeared indistinct in the distorted space, as if they were battling an invisible force. At the moment they were about to be completely swallowed, their figures suddenly vanished from their original spot and reappeared not far away. Their faces were twisted, and they gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from their recent escape. Lu Tian, seeing this, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. His figure flickered, and he instantly chased after them. His speed was so fast, it was as if a lightning bolt had split the sky, leaving one breathless. Do you only know how to run? Is this what you call a strong person? Lu Tian mocked loudly, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests, filled with provocation and disdain. He clenched his fists tightly, ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. Shimizu Heizang did not look back, sneering as he ran. Don't think of us as fools. We won't fall for your tricks. His voice was filled with vigilance and cunning, clearly having seen through Lu Tian's provocation. Similarly fleeing, Shimizu Rukuzu glanced back at the relentless Lu Tian, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals and used the earth style, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Lu Tian's feet instantly turned liquid-like, surging wildly. It quickly gathered into a raging river, turbulent and seemingly ready to swallow everything, forcefully sweeping Lu Tian away. This power far exceeded that of a mountain flood or mudslide, its might astonishing. Lu Tian felt the terror of this force, but his expression remained unchanged. He did not retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit even more. He tried to swim against the current, but found his legs tightly bound by the viscous earth. This is the earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Lu Tian struggled to break free, but the soil's pull grew stronger. At that moment, Shimizu Rukuzu launched another attack. He formed hand seals again and used the earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The soil in front of him quickly coalesced into a massive dragon head. The dragon head opened its mouth wide and spewed out countless mud projectiles. These mud projectiles fell like rain, covering the area where Lu Tian was. As Shimizu Rukuzu unleashed that series of earth-style techniques, his brother Shimizu Heizang did not hold back either, quickly forming hand seals for a water-style technique about to burst forth. Chapter 35. The situation of the other two clans' water style, Water Wave Blast. Shimizu Heizang's eyes flashed with determination as he took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the air around him. With his chakra rapidly gathering, a low rumble began to emanate from his throat. A massive flow of water surged forth from Shimizu Heizang's mouth, like a reservoir bursting its dam, rushing violently towards Lu Tian. Preoccupied with fending off the earth-style techniques, Lu Tian seemed caught off guard by the sudden water-style attack. The ground around him was instantly submerged, quickly forming a swampy area. The swamp was muddy, making the air feel heavy. Lu Tian felt the earth beneath him constantly tugging at his legs, a wave of irritation rising within him. But Shimizu Heizang did not give Lu Tian a moment to breathe. Using the swamp's environment, he launched another attack. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. The water in the swamp quickly coalesced into a gigantic water dragon, its body sleek and its scales glistening. It opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar, then charged violently at Lu Tian. Bang! With a loud boom, the powerful impact sent the surrounding swamp flying, quickly forming a massive mist of water. In the mist, Lu Tian's figure was faintly visible. Have you forgotten my abilities? You're not running anymore? Who gave you the courage? Just as his voice fell, two blazing red flames cut through the mist like two burning meteors, rapidly charging towards the Shimizu brothers. This was Uchiha's signature move, Fireball Jutsu. The might of the flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path. Faced with this sudden attack, Shimizu Heizang and Shimizu Rukuzu did not appear flustered. Their eyes flashed with calmness as their hands quickly formed seals, chakra swirling rapidly within them. Wind style, Vacuum Great Sphere. The brothers simultaneously exhaled a mouthful of chakra, which rapidly coalesced in the air, ultimately forming a gigantic wind-style cannonball. Like arrows released from a bow, it instantly met the two fireballs. As the two forces collided, they produced a deafening explosion. The flames and wind styles intertwined, ultimately forming a spectacular energy storm. The shockwave from the explosion blew away the surrounding mist. Tian had already approached. Meanwhile, Shimizu Heizang and Shimizu Rukuzu's clothes flapped wildly in the wind, but their gazes remained exceptionally resolute. It seems we need to show some real skills. Otherwise, we'll die here. Shimizu Heizang took a deep breath and quietly said to Rukuzu beside him. Their voices, though not loud, were exceptionally clear on the battlefield, as if declaring war against Tian. At the same time, in the secret base of the Mito clan, the atmosphere here was so tense that it felt as if the air had solidified. A heavy smell of blood lingered, with bodies strewn about like withered flowers, silently recounting the fierce battle that had just occurred. Kakashi's Raikiri was like a silver dragon dancing in his hand. He engaged in a fierce clash with the ninja tools manipulated by Mito Minion, with each confrontation accompanied by thunderous roars. It seemed as if the air itself was being torn apart. Mito Minion was like a mad puppeteer at this moment, unleashing countless weapons from the scroll in his hand, pouring down like a torrential rain. His face was filled with ferocity and anger, controlling these weapons in an attempt to corner Kakashi. You guys, how'd you find this place? Did Asuma betray us? Mito Minion's voice echoed in the empty base, filled with resentment and bitterness. The chakra threads in his hand were densely packed like a spider's web, firmly controlling the ninja tools, each swing carrying astonishing power. In another direction, Guy leaped into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. His muscles were tense like steel, and each step he took seemed to beat like a war drum. He leaped high and unleashed the Leaf Hurricane. The astonishing speed and power seemed capable of tearing the surrounding air apart. But Mito Minion's defense was as solid as a copper wall and iron bastion. He manipulated his shield, blocking Guy's attack with incredible reflexes. Each collision produced a deafening sound, as if it would shatter a person's eardrum. The battle continued, but both sides had already reached a stalemate. Although Kakashi and Might Guy were incredibly brave, Mito Gaiden, as a low-level Kage-level powerhouse, had defenses and attacks that were too strong, making it difficult for them to find a breakthrough. Despite having the upper hand, Mito Gaiden was filled with unease and anxiety. He knew he could not continue to drag this out. As an elderly man, he was not suited for prolonged combat. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock quickly. At almost the same time, in the secret base of the T-Rin clan, Hyuga Hizashi's face was filled with anger and sorrow. His veins were bulging, and his Byakugan seemed to burn with intense fire. He stared intensely at T-Rin Koharu, as if he wanted to devour her whole. He roared, "T-Rin Koharu, you are also responsible for my brother's death back then. Today, I will make you pay in blood for the blood debt." Hyuga Hizashi stomped on the ground, and his body shot toward T-Rin Koharu like a cannonball. His hands quickly gathered chakra, creating a powerful wave of energy that rippled through the air. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. The violent chakra shockwave surged toward T-Rin Koharu like a raging dragon. However, T-Rin Koharu showed no fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with sharp light. She lightly waved her chakra blade formed at her fingertips. The seemingly frail old woman's palm suddenly erupted with astonishing power, colliding fiercely with Hizashi's shockwave. Bang! With a loud sound, the shockwave was easily dispelled by the chakra blade, ultimately turning into nothingness. T-Rin Koharu's figure swayed slightly, but quickly steadied herself. She looked at Hyuga Hizashi with disdain and slowly said, "Hyuga clan leader, don't think that just because I'm in charge of the medical department, I lack combat ability. In my youth, I was the personal bodyguard of the second Hokage. Such small tricks cannot harm me at all." Her words were filled with confidence and pride, as if she were saying, "You are not worthy to be my enemy." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's face grew even more hideous. He roared again and charged at T-Rin Koharu, but she evaded his attacks nimbly, like a cat playing with a mouse. Her figure darted around the base, and the chakra blade in her hand turned into a silver light, instantly injuring the arm of a J-Nin. The J-Nin screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding arm as he fell to the ground. T-Rin Koharu showed no signs of stopping. Her figure moved again, pouncing toward another target. Chapter 36. Victory after the expedition after an intense and thrilling battle. Tian stood like a war god on shore. His gaze was cold, and his actions were merciless. He tightly gripped the throat of Shimizu Ki's with his left hand, while his right hand firmly locked onto Shimizu Ruka's head, as if controlling the switch of life and death. The once proud Sharingan of both men now appeared dim, completely closed, having lost their former brilliance. To eliminate these two brothers completely, Tian spared no expense in time and effort, continuously pursuing them. They had escaped several times, nearly jumping into the bottomless sea. But ultimately, through Tian's relentless efforts, the time for the Shimizu brothers finally ran out. He handed their corpses over to the system for recovery, and with the system's humming sound, a large amount of system points surged into his account. Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Immediately after, he formed hand seals with one hand and quickly checked the status of his two shadow clones. His shadow clones were unique. They not only possessed independent consciousness and combat ability, but could also be controlled remotely in a special way. This ability allowed Tian to navigate the battlefield with ease, mastering the situation no matter where he was. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Mito Gate clan, the situation was precarious. Countless ninjas were controlled by his chakra threads, their bodies involuntarily performing various actions as if they had become puppets. The elite ninjas Kakashi and Might Guy from Konoha were no exception, their movements becoming slow and clumsy. The leaders of the Inuzuka clan were also under control, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Yamashiro Aoi hesitated to attack Mito Gate in battle, showing mercy. His indecisiveness made the situation even more dire, forcing everyone into a desperate situation. Just as they were about to be twisted into a pretzel, Tian's shadow clone suddenly appeared. He flashed and instantly arrived by Mito Gate on side. The sixth tomo of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly, and in the next moment, Mito Gate unfell to the ground, lifeless. After killing Mito Gate Tian's shadow clone turned to look at Yamashiro Aoi. His gaze was filled with coldness and questioning as he said, "What were you doing just now? Don't you want to see your daughter, Ino, lose her father?" His voice was icy and firm, each word hitting Yamashiro Aoi's heart like a hammer. Yamashiro Aoi's face instantly turned pale. He froze, looking up at Tian's shadow clone. His eyes filled with terror. He opened his mouth to explain something, but in the end he couldn't say a word, unable to defend himself. He could not hide the guilt and fear in his heart. He knew that his moment of hesitation had led to irreparable consequences. On the battlefield of the T-Rin clan, smoke filled the air, and the atmosphere was tense as if a taut string could snap at any moment. The once agile figures of many ninjas were now, like fallen leaves battered by a storm, scattered helplessly on the battlefield. Their skin bore deep marks from the cuts of chakra blades, and their muscles and tendons were shattered under the ravages of chakra, leaving them immobilized. Even Hyuga Hisashi, known for his powerful strength, could only rely on his tenacious will to hold on to defense. His eyes flickered with an indomitable light, sweat and dust mingling on his resolute face. Just as T-Rin Koharu was about to raise her hand to deliver a deadly blow to Hyuga Hisashi, her body suddenly lost balance and crashed to the ground. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire battlefield into brief silence. Tian's shadow clone slowly walked over from the shadows. He wore a humble smile, but his deep-set eyes revealed undeniable confidence and strength. He looked at Hyuga Hisashi and said softly, "Hyuga clan leader, thank you for your hard work. You have exhausted much of her chakra, allowing me to eliminate her swiftly." Hyuga Hisashi lifted his head to look at Tian's shadow clone. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, filled with both joy at victory and regret for not seizing the opportunity. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Thank you for your assistance, General. I feel ashamed for not seizing the chance." Tian's shadow clone observed Hyuga Hisashi's expression, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He smiled slightly and said, "There is no need for the Hyuga clan leader to blame himself. The outcome of battles is often unpredictable. You have done well." After a long 25 hours, the ninjas, divided into 3 groups, gathered again in front of the secret base of the Shimizu clan like scattered stars. The breeze carried the atmosphere of the battlefield, still filled with the scent of smoke. The figures among the crowd were noticeably fewer, with many wounded warriors whose faces were etched with fatigue and determination. Tian stood at the center of the group. His gaze swept over each face, and his voice was firm and powerful as he said, "Everyone, although this battle was difficult, our efforts were not in vain. The bodies of companions and enemies, as well as the spoils of war, have been properly packed. Now, we return to Konoha." His voice was like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, awakening the inner strength of everyone. However, among the crowd at the gate, my guy's expression was unusually heavy. He lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched into fists, as if bearing a tremendous weight. "Guy, what's wrong?" Tian noticed his abnormality and asked softly. My guy lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with self-blame and regret. He struck his chest hard, his voice trembling as he said, "General, if I had been more decisive at that moment and used the 8 gates, those people wouldn't have died at the hands of Mito Gate Kurenai. I caused their deaths." His voice gradually rose, filled with pain and guilt that was hard to conceal. Seeing his appearance, Tian couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. "Guy, war is cruel and no one can predict all the outcomes. Your hesitation was simply due to your lack of experience." He stepped forward and gently patted my guy's shoulder. He comforted him, saying, "But remember, failure is not terrifying. What is terrifying is losing courage and confidence. Next time you face an enemy, you can directly use your strongest technique for a one-hit kill. And there won't be any problems." Tian's words were like a breath of spring wind, warming Might Guy's heart. He raised his head and looked into Tian's determined eyes, feeling a surge of warmth. He nodded vigorously, his voice firm and strong as he said, "Thank you for your teachings, General. I understand now." At that moment, Might Guy seemed to be reborn. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Tian thought to himself, "Very good. My guy has been completely won over by me." Chapter 37. Rapid usurpation and establishment of the Great Han Kingdom. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap. The short 25 days felt like a snap of the fingers. In this brief time, a magnificent building symbolizing the rise of power and ambition had already risen on the mountaintop behind Hokage Rock. Tian stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing up at the bustling construction site. His eyes sparkled with unwavering and profound light. He took a deep breath of cold air, as if trying to draw the power of the entire world into his chest. The gentle breeze brushed past, making his clothes flutter, giving an otherworldly feeling. A faint smile appeared on Tian's face, a smile filled with confidence in the future. "I am ready," he whispered to himself, his voice revealing undeniable determination. His gaze was like a torch, as if he could pierce through the fog of the future and see the glorious era that belonged to him. Mastering military power is the first step to usurpation. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tian's eyes, as if he could already see himself holding heavy troops, controlling everything. He had already consolidated the military power of Konoha, and many people had become his capable aides. To hold a high position as a minister, one must take control of the government. Tian's gaze revealed a desire for the future. He understood that to successfully usurp, he must elevate his status to its peak, making everyone regard him with awe. He planned to head to the capital with a thunderous momentum, to enter the court without bowing and worship without naming. He wanted everyone to kneel at his feet and submit. To demonstrate his status on the way to the capital, Tian had the Nin carry him in a palanquin. He imagined the day he ascended to the throne, with the people cheering and the heavens celebrating. His heart was filled with longing and anticipation for the future. He seemed to see that glorious future beckoning to him. When Tian arrived at the capital, the entire city seemed to tremble, shrouded under his unshakable majesty like a mountain. In front of the daimyo's court, the palanquin slowly stopped. Tian stepped out of the palanquin steadily, each step like thunder striking down, powerful and resonant. It was as if he wanted to bring the entire earth under his control. His sword hung at his waist, swaying slightly with his steps, emanating a chilling light that sent shivers down spines. Lu Tian entered the court, his gaze unwavering, directly approaching the lofty daimyo's throne. The ministers were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. Those ministers who once looked down on Lu Tian now felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had seen an impending storm. Lord Lu Tian, you have finally arrived. A loyal minister hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Lu Tian nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could see through the hearts of people, perceiving those who appeared respectful but secretly harbored schemes. But he did not care about these. His eyes were only on the lofty daimyo's throne. Lu Tian walked straight to the daimyo, looking at the pale-faced daimyo supported by maids, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He spoke. The daimyo seems a bit fatigued today. Why not let me share the burden? His voice was calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. Upon hearing this, the daimyo's expression changed. He seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Lu Tian's glance. He could only nod helplessly, as he was supported by the maids and slowly retreated behind the screen. Seeing this, Lu Tian sat down on the daimyo's throne without hesitation. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp, sweeping across the faces of every minister. He said, "The daimyo is unwell. I will act as regent from now on. Do any ministers have urgent matters to report? If there are no other matters, then let South dismiss the court." His voice was calm and firm, yet contained an undeniable authority. The ministers bowed their heads in response, not daring to meet his eyes. In the following days, Lu Tian swept through the entire land of fire like a tempest. He was not only satisfied with stabilizing his position in the court, but also aimed to etch his name into this land. He wanted every stone and every drop of water to feel his majesty and power. Lu Tian personally ordered the construction of ancestral temples, the establishment of state altars, and the posthumous honors for ancestors. Each measure was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire land of fire. He wanted everyone on this land to understand that a new era had arrived, and he, Lu Tian, was the master of this era. He summoned craftsmen and architects, having them work day and night. The outline of the ancestral temple gradually became clear, and the foundation of the state altar was being built up piece by piece. Every night, the brightly lit construction site resembled a sea of stars, illuminating the entire capital. Throughout this process, Lu Tian remained increasingly calm and determined. He knew that this was only the first step in conquering this land. The real challenges lay ahead. When the construction of the ancestral temple and state altar was nearing completion, Lu Tian chose an auspicious day to begin building the platform for the abdication ceremony. He personally supervised the progress of the project, personally selecting and confirming every plank and every nail. During these days, the daimyo came every day, expressing his willingness to abdicate the throne to Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian smiled and refused each time. He wanted not just the throne, but also the heartfelt allegiance of the entire populace of the Land of Fire. On the 9th day, news of the 8 refusals of abdication spread throughout the capital, and the ministers began to come forward to advise him. They praised Lu Tian's wisdom and greatness, as if portraying him as the destined ruler. Lu Tian knew that the day had come, and he had to make a decision. The sunlight shone on the abdication platform, and Lu Tian, dressed in a dragon robe, stood atop the platform. He looked down at the densely packed crowd below, a surge of heroic passion welling up in his heart. He announced loudly, "Today I, Lu Tian, accept the daimyo's abdication. I declare that the Great Han Empire is officially established today." He used chakra to make his voice thunderous, echoing throughout the entire capital and shaking the hearts of everyone. The ministers all knelt down, shouting "Long live." The common people cheered, as if a new era had arrived. Lu Tian turned around and said to a trusted minister beside him, "Quickly go to the short book street and bring the former princess Tsunade here. I want to crown her as the queen of the Great Han Empire." The minister was awed by Lu Tian's imposing presence, a sense of reverence rising in his heart. He hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty. I will take care of it right away." The minister's figure quickly left. Meanwhile, Tian stood on the high platform, his gaze fixed on the direction of Shortbook Street. His heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the pulse of the entire empire, each beat filled with power and expectation. Chapter 38. Tsunade refuses to become Queen. Uchiha Izumi was dressed in a long black robe. He walked lightly and quietly arrived at the bustling Shortbook Street. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, instantly locking onto the extraordinary woman Tsunade at the street corner. He saw the Minister of Rights returning empty-handed. Uchiha Izumi slowly approached, each step appearing so firm, as if an irresistible force was propelling him forward. Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Izumi's voice was deep and powerful, and he slightly bowed to show respect. Tsunade raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Uchiha's kid, do you want to take me away? Her voice carried a touch of indifference. Lady Tsunade, I must invite you to become the queen of the Great Han Empire. Uchiha Izumi's tone was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Tsunade gently shook her head, a bitter smile appearing on her face. It's not appropriate. Tian is only in his 20s. I'm twice his age. I could be his mother. We are not suitable. Tsunade tried to refuse the proposal using her age, but her voice revealed a hint of helplessness. Uchiha Izumi's brow furrowed tightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Age is not an issue. His Majesty does not care about that. His words were still filled with firmness and persistence. Tsunade sighed softly, looking at Uchiha Izumi, her eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. She knew she could not refuse this request, but she also knew she did not want to get involved in this political whirlpool. She gently shook her head and said, I won't lead a rebellion. You can rest assured, but marriage is really not suitable for me. Her voice carried a hint of faint sadness. Uchiha Izumi looked at Tsunade. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He knew he could not force Tsunade to accept this decision, but he also knew he could not give up just like that. He deeply bowed and said, Lady Tsunade, I understand your concerns. But please believe that this is not only for the Land of Fire, but also for the peace and stability of the entire ninja world. Please think it over. Tsunade's eyes were covered by a layer of ice. Her voice was cold and resolute, like a biting winter wind, as she said, What if I don't want to? Uchiha Izumi wore a sinister smile on his face. He slowly spoke, his tone revealing a hint of threat, saying, Lady Tsunade, you wouldn't want the family of the daimyo of the Land of Fire to suffer misfortune, right? After all, that is also your family. His words were like a sharp blade, directly targeting Tsunade's soft spot. Tsunade's brow furrowed tightly, anger and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. If you do not agree to become the queen of the Great Han Empire, His Majesty will eliminate all future troubles. Uchiha Izumi continued, his tone becoming increasingly harsh, saying, The fate of the daimyo's family in the Land of Fire will change because of your decision. Hearing this, an indescribable anger surged in Tsunade's heart. She suddenly swung a punch, the wind from her fist howling with the force of thunder, directly striking towards Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi's figure flashed and easily dodged this blow. But Tsunade did not give up. She quickly took off her green gamble robe, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging towards Uchiha Izumi. Just as she was about to approach him, a powerful chakra magnetic field suddenly erupted. The kick that Uchiha Izumi delivered contained 1,000 horses' worth of power. This kick struck like a heavy hammer against stone, directly sending Tsunade flying. Tsunade flew like a cannonball, crashing hard into the woods outside Shortbook Street. Leaves flew and dust rose. The entire forest seemed to tremble under this force. Tsunade struggled to stand up, her eyes sparkling with an indomitable light. She charged towards Uchiha Izumi again, but this time she was once again easily knocked back by him. Uchiha Izumi slowly walked towards the fallen Tsunade, a mocking smile on his face. He reached out his hand, wanting to pull Tsunade up. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Tsunade suddenly exerted strength, kicking him and knocking Uchiha Izumi to the ground. Tsunade quickly flipped up. She threw a punch at Uchiha Izumi, but Uchiha Izumi evaded the blow effortlessly like a ghost. He quickly closed in on Tsunade, the two of them face to face. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan had already been activated. His eyes shimmered with a strange light. as if he could see into the hearts of others. He prepared to use a hypnosis technique to completely destroy Tsunade's will. Tsunade's gaze suddenly became resolute. She gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to resist Uchiha Izumi's hypnosis. Their gazes met in midair, sparks seeming to fly. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze. Leaves stopped falling, and the wind ceased to blow. At this critical moment of life and death, a third person's breath suddenly appeared in the air, like a refreshing breeze amidst a storm. A strong and powerful arm suddenly reached out. It accurately grabbed Uchiha Izumi, pulling him away from Tsunade, and then with a forceful throw, slammed him against a nearby boulder. Tsunade looked up and saw that the person was Jiraiya, who had lost an arm. His expression was serious, and his eyes sparkled with determination, as if he were shouldering the weight of the entire world. "Tsunade, I'm late," Jiraiya said breathlessly, his face filled with guilt and concern, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to save people." Jiraiya's words were filled with determination and strength, causing a warm current to surge in Tsunade's heart. She nodded, ready to follow Jiraiya away from this dangerous place. In an instant, the world seemed to change color. A blade formed from In-released chakra suddenly shot through the air, so fast that it was hard to react. The blade instantly pierced through Jiraiya's body, then through Tsunade's body. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and they spat out a large amount of blood. "Jiraiya, how despicable!" Uchiha Izumi's voice came from a distance, filled with mockery and anger. He withdrew his Susanoo, and the two fell to the ground in an instant. Uchiha Izumi slowly walked over, his eyes gleaming with cruelty, saying, "Do you think this will stop me? His Majesty is right. You are all a bunch of useless trash." Tsunade's eyes widened, her gaze falling on the glaring bloodstains on her and Jiraiya's bodies. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, fear and despair surging like a tide. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya's voice rang in her ears. Though weak, it was filled with determination, saying, "Quickly lift the In seal. Quickly use the Yang release ninjutsu. If you don't treat your wounds, you will die from excessive blood loss." Chapter 39. After the intense battle, discovering the illusion, he looked pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly in a state of shock. A strong wave of deep sorrow and anger surged within her. But she knew this was not the time to grieve. She had to survive. For Jiraiya, and for the land of fire. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She felt the In seal on her forehead begin to loosen, a powerful force surging forth from it, instantly filling her entire body. A black pattern mask appeared on Tsunade's face, signifying that she had released the In seal. As the mask emerged, the gruesome wound on her chest began to heal rapidly, as if smoothed by magic. She looked down at her wound, feeling the strength returning to her body. The fear and despair in her heart were gradually dissipating. She knew this was the last hope Jiraiya had left her, and she had to cherish it. Tsunade raised her head, her gaze firmly fixed on the menacing Uchiha Obito beside her. There was no fear or hesitation in her eyes, only endless rage and determination. "Overcoming blood phobia? Oomph. You actually managed to do it?" A smirk appeared on Uchiha Obito's face, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if he were provoking something, making a very contemptuous expression. He slowly approached Tsunade, moving like a cat playing with a mouse. "Lady Tsunade, you really have surprised me," Uchiha Obito said, his voice filled with mockery, deliberately emphasizing the words "surprised me," as if ridiculing Tsunade's previous fear. He slowed down his speech, saying each word deliberately. "Lady Tsunade, you really should thank me for this." He continued to provoke her in a flippant tone. "Just think, if it weren't for my provocation, how could you have overcome that so-called blood phobia so quickly?" Tsunade gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes wide open like copper bells. She glared at Uchiha Obito with anger, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Amidst her fury, she was also surprised that she had indeed conquered her long-standing blood phobia under Uchiha Obito's provocation. However, she knew that it was not Uchiha Obito's merit, but her own perseverance and courage deep within that had triumphed over fear. Tsunade took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within her. She coldly replied, "Uchiha brat, stop being so self-important. Whether I have overcome my blood phobia is none of your business." Tsunade summoned a slug with her blood. As a white mist formed, a massive blue-white body occupied a patch of grass. The slug seemed to sense Tsunade's fighting spirit and launched the first attack. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. The yellow phlegm was as hot as lava, carrying a strong corrosive force, drawing a yellow arc through the air. Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed. His figure flickered like a ghost, easily dodging the slug's attack. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, seemingly dismissive of Tsunade's strength. The yellow phlegm landed on the ground, instantly emitting a hissing corrosive sound, as if even the air was being devoured by it. At that moment, the slug's body suddenly split into several smaller slugs. They danced like fairies, eventually attaching themselves to Jiraiya, healing his injuries. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito's expression became serious. His figure moved like lightning, charging towards Tsunade. He radiated a strong high-voltage current, as if he wanted to tear apart the entire world. He clenched his fist, unleashing 2,000 horsepower, and smashed it towards Tsunade's delicate face. But Tsunade showed no fear. Her eyes sparkled with determined light as she tightened her fist and met Uchiha Obito's attack. The moment their fists collided, a strong shockwave erupted in the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. Bang! With a loud noise, both of them staggered back a few steps. Tsunade's long hair danced in the wind, her gaze sharper than ever, as if she wanted to pierce through Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito coldly stared at her, as if he wanted to completely defeat her. "Lady Tsunade, you finally seem a bit interesting," Uchiha Obito said coldly, his voice filled with provocation and battle intent. Tsunade smiled slightly, her eyes shining with confidence. Her raised fist made a series of cracking sounds. She said, "Uchiha brat, your strength is nothing special. Today, I will make you lose at my hands." Tsunade's chakra surged like a storm. The surrounding air seemed to be locked by her momentum, unable to let even a breath of wind through. The ground beneath her seemed unable to withstand her power, trembling slightly and echoing with a dull sound. Tsunade took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with unwavering light. She suddenly pushed off the ground, her body flying forward like an arrow, directly approaching Uchiha Obito. She swung a heavy punch, striking at Uchiha Obito's chest. Bang! With a loud crash, Uchiha Obito was heavily knocked down by this punch. He spat out blood, his body weakly collapsing to the ground. His face was pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, as if he had lost all vitality. However, this was not reality. Everything Tsunade experienced was merely an illusion created by Uchiha Obito using his Manjiki Sharingan, trapping her in a dream. She turned to look at Jiraiya. He was still lying on the ground, his face extremely pale. "Tsunade, wake up. You've fallen into the illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan. Wake up." Jiraiya's voice suddenly echoed in Tsunade's mind, filled with urgency and worry. Tsunade's chakra surged once more like a storm, her eyes suddenly opening wide, shining with determined light. She had broken free from the illusion of the Manjiki Sharingan. The scene before her made her pause slightly. She saw that Jiraiya had truly arrived here. He had used the needle Jizo technique. His originally ordinary and soft white hair had now become as hard as steel, its length rapidly increasing, tightly wrapping around them like an indestructible fortress. Uchiha Obito stood not far away, his eyes revealing a cold and ruthless demeanor. He continuously threw shurikens at the position of the two, launching a fierce attack. The seemingly fragile needle Jizo, however, blocked all his attacks like a wall of bronze and iron, producing deafening collision sounds. Chapter 40. Lu Tian appears and captures both of them. Jiraiya, do you really enjoy sneak attacks? Uchiha Obito sneered, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. First you sneak attack the Lord, and now you sneak attack me. You really are despicable. Jiraiya frowned at his words, anger flashing in his eyes. However, he did not respond to Uchiha Obito's taunt, focusing entirely on maintaining the defense of Needle Jizo. He knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. They could only hope to turn the tide once Tsunade recovered. Tsunade felt the chakra surging within her, filled with determination. She knew she could not be held back by Uchiha Obito like this. She had to find a breakthrough quickly. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to summon the slug. "Umph, do you really think this can stop me?" Uchiha Obito sneered, his eyes growing even colder. He said, "You guys living in the past. Let me show you my true power." He activated the Yin Concealment Chakra mode. His gaze was deep as an abyss. The Susanoo danced under his control like a black phantom. In an instant, it transformed into a chilling set of black heavy armor, making him appear as a war god emerging from hell. Faced with such a situation, Jiraiya refused to back down. He launched an offensive like a raging storm. His hair grew wildly like frenzied tentacles, each one seemingly turning into sharp tendrils that tightly wrapped around Uchiha Shursui. The white hair was as sharp as saw teeth, attempting to tear this Uchiha clan powerhouse apart piece by piece. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Tsunade stepped forward. Her bright eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. With a shout, a massive slug appeared out of thin air. Its body was as large as a mountain, and it opened its mouth to spit out a stream of yellow mucus, seemingly wanting to drown everything in this viscous liquid. However, a new twist occurred. A cold and commanding voice suddenly echoed, shaking the heart like thunder. The voice was filled with supreme dominance and authority, as if a king ruling the world was issuing orders. Had enough fun? It's about time. As the voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. In that distorted space, a tall figure slowly stepped out. He looked like a general coming from a battlefield of thousands, each step treading upon the hearts of all beings, instilling an involuntary sense of fear and awe. This figure was Luton. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere around him tense. The power that shattered the space surged like a raging tide. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt an irresistible pressure, as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain, even feeling a sense of impending suffocation. Jiraiya's face revealed a shocked expression. His eyes widened as he looked at Luton, seemingly unable to believe what was before him. Tsunade gritted her teeth, struggling to keep herself from collapsing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, his eyes flashing with fervor. Luton coldly scanned Jiraiya and Tsunade, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. He slowly raised his hand, and a powerful aura instantly erupted, as if wanting to shroud the entire world under his control. "Jiraiya, I told you before, don't meddle in others' business. Otherwise, you will experience the pain of Sarutobi Asoma," Luton said coldly, his voice filled with confidence and dominance. "Tsunade, there's no need to fear. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. He gritted his teeth, gathering all his chakra in his palm. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed forward, and a spiraling sphere glowing with blue and white light shot out. The Rasengan was thrown out like a flash of lightning in the night sky, rushing towards the enemy with a tearing momentum. But the attack was ineffective. At the moment the Rasengan was about to reach Luton, his figure flickered like a specter. Luton expressionlessly appeared in front of Jiraiya. In Jiraiya's astonished gaze, Luton quickly extended a hand and pressed it against Jiraiya's abdomen. Buzz! With a deep hum, dense runes suddenly appeared on Jiraiya's abdominal clothing. These runes emitted a strange black light, as if chains tightly binding him. This was a contract seal. A hint of terror flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He never expected that Luton would master such a powerful sealing technique. He had no way to escape to Mayaboka Mountain now. At the same time, Luton's other hand also swiftly reached out, firmly grasping Tsunade's massive water ball. The water ball trembled continuously, as if it would be shattered by Luton at any moment. Black runes also appeared on Tsunade's clothing. This contract seal had also been completed. Now, you two can no longer escape to the alternate space of the beast. Luton's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it could freeze the air around them. It was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya struggled, trying to break free from the dense black runes. But no matter how hard he tried, the runes seemed to have a life of their own, tightly sticking to him. His face turned pale, and his eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. "Earlier, I let you go. Did you really think I couldn't do anything to you?" Luton sneered coldly. his voice filled with mockery, as if looking at a powerless weakling. Suddenly, a large number of black runes appeared on the skin of both Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time. These runes crawled out like demons from the abyss, devouring their life force. Is this Shimura Danzo's self-binding curse seal? How is that possible? Jiraiya's face showed a terrified expression. He felt powerless, unable to move, as all his strength was rapidly draining away. Just at this critical moment, Tsunade suddenly unleashed a powerful chakra wave. The curse seal runes on her body dissipated in an instant, replaced by the released state of the Yin seal. Patterns resembling facial masks appeared on her face. Take this! Tsunade shouted angrily and threw a punch directly at Luton. This punch carried her anger and strength, crashing directly towards Luton. Although Luton was knocked back several steps, an excited smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I'm suddenly excited. Luton laughed loudly, his laughter rippling through the air. He looked up, his gaze fixed on Tsunade, as if watching an interesting prey. I definitely must have you. Luton stepped closer, approaching Tsunade, each step seeming to tread upon Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 41. Tsunade performed sterilization on Jiraiya. A gentle breeze blew, as if nature was flirting, teasing the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Luton stood firmly on the solid ground, as if merging with the earth. His eyes sparkled with unwavering light. He was like a spring compressed to its limit, accumulating endless power, waiting for the moment to explode. In the next moment, he sprang forward like a cheetah, his body tracing an elegant arc in the air, rushing towards Tsunade like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The figures of the two intersected on the battlefield. Each clash ignited a strong airflow, as if even the air was trembling. The battle was fierce and brutal. The clothing of both sides was ruthlessly torn in the fierce exchanges, falling to the ground like drifting leaves. After several exchanges, their clothing was already in tatters, with only a few strips of fabric barely hanging onto them. Luton's first move brought him joy. His eyes sparkled with a fierce light, sharp and cold like an ice blade in winter. He once again urged the power within him, lightly tapping his fingertips. The self-binding curse seal wrapped around Tsunade like black chains, shining with a strange light as if it were alive. It writhed on Tsunade's skin, firmly binding her body. However, Luton was not satisfied with this. His fingers moved gently again, this time adding a more powerful curse seal, the puppet seal. As the seal appeared, the entire air seemed to freeze. A powerful force instantly enveloped Tsunade. In that moment, Tsunade appeared to be tightly wrapped by an invisible dark power. Her body became immobile, and her eyes gradually grew hollow and weak. Seeing this, Tian's lips curled into a smug smile. He suddenly struck, knocking Tsunade down to the ground. Then, he quickly removed the tattered strips of cloth from his body, revealing his strong muscles and powerful physique. Tian tilted his head slightly, his gaze like a torch, firmly locked onto Tsunade's beautifully painted profile. His lips involuntarily curled up, as if a hint of greedy saliva was silently spilling out. A strange light of indescribable desire flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour everything in front of him. He let out a low, eerie laugh, filled with madness and evil, as if it could tear through the surrounding air. "Aunt Tsunade, at your age, you should be sitting on the ground and collecting dust, right?" His voice was deep and chilling. Each word seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying a heavy malice. An evil and twisted smile appeared on his face, like a lurking wolf watching its prey with greedy and cruel eyes. He continued to stare at Tsunade, his deep eyes flashing with mockery and evil light, as if he were enjoying a game he had meticulously planned. "Aunt Tsunade, it's clear you haven't tasted the flavor of love in a long time." Tian's voice grew increasingly wicked, each word like a sharp knife deeply piercing Tsunade's heart. Hearing this, Tsunade trembled. She was filled with shame and anger, and the blush on her face intensified. "All right, let us stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. I'll show you what it means to bring humiliation upon yourself." Tian's eyes sparkled with sharp light. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a pained sound. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of pain appeared on her face. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, her body trembling slightly, as if enduring immense suffering. Her voice was very weak, filled with endless pain and pleading. Her eyes were already reddened. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the cold ground, seemingly splashing tiny, barely noticeable droplets. Not far away, Uchiha Shursui watched as Tian began to teach. He acted like a guardian. He used shadow clone technique, standing in 6 different places, and set up the 6 red yang formation. Instantly, it condensed into a red, transparent flame hexagonal prism barrier. The barrier was covered with red flames, preventing outsiders from entering and enemies inside from escaping. Anyone who touched the walls of the barrier would be burned by the flames. Uchiha Shursui's main body stood outside the 6 red yang formation. He noticed that Tsunade's expression seemed to relax and become pleasant. Tsunade let out a long breath, feeling as if she had undergone a rebirth. A few minutes later, Tian supported Tsunade, as if controlling a unicycle, pressing forward step by step. The two approached Jiraiya, who was in tears. The air was filled with a tense and eerie atmosphere, as if even the wind held its breath. Tian's smile grew even brighter. He was like a cunning fox, toying with his unsuspecting prey. Just as the two were about to reach Jiraiya, Tian's smile reached its peak. He secretly reveled. Tian, am truly born to be this bull-headed man. This method is simply unmatched. He waved his hand gently. A gust of wind, attribute chakra, howled out, slicing through Jiraiya's clothes like a sharp blade, tearing them into tatters. The ripped cloth fell like autumn leaves. Jiraiya's body was exposed to the air, his eyes filled with terror and shame. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the scene before him. It seemed he wanted to say something, but found he didn't even have the strength to speak. I'm so useless. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness. It felt as if his entire world had collapsed at that moment. Jiraiya, look, I have fulfilled your dream for years. You should be thanking me. Tian's words pierced Jiraiya's heart like a needle, causing him unbearable pain. Outside the 6 red yang formation, Uchiha Shursui saw the pain and helplessness on Tsunade's face, but more so a sense of being manipulated. He thought, these two guys truly bring humiliation upon themselves. There was no need to let things become like this. Jiraiya watched this scene, his despair and anger erupting like a volcano. He wanted to struggle, but his body felt bound by invisible chains. He couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded before him, unable to stop it. Uchiha Shursui thought that Jiraiya could not resist. This Jiraiya finally can't overcome his own instincts. Is this what it means to be pained yet pleased? After a moment, Jiraiya's appearance indeed looked very pleased. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya, isn't your expression wonderful? Your pain has disappeared. Aren't you happy? Tian laughed heartily, releasing a joyous laugh. His laughter echoed in the 6 red yang formation, as if he wanted to vent all the pain and humiliation in the world. At the same time, Uchiha Shursui noticed that during Jiraiya's ecstatic state, a new turn of events occurred. He thought, what a pity. He can no longer be a man. Jiraiya underwent a sterilization surgery that ensured he would have no future troubles. He fell from heaven into hell. This was the ultimate humiliation aimed at Jiraiya. His face twisted in pain, and he completely broke down. In this moment, he was turned into a eunuch by Tsunade. His tears gushed forth like a breached dam. His heart was filled with endless regret and pain. He hated his own incompetence, hated his own weakness, and even more so hated this cruel and absurd world. I said I would make you endure Asuma, Sarutobi's pain. You brought this humiliation upon yourself. So, suffer even more. Tian reveled in this sense of pleasure and satisfaction. He felt as if he were the ruler of this world, toying with the fates of others at will. He continued to spew sarcastic and provocative words, making Jiraiya's mind and body endure even heavier pain. Chapter 42. The Observation of the Flytrap by Kuro and Shiro. Jiraiya's injuries were shocking. Blood flowed from him like a broken stream, winding down and staining the surrounding ground red. His face was as pale as paper. His lips were tightly closed, and his brows were furrowed. He seemed to be enduring unspeakable pain. Tian watched coldly. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He casually tossed a straw, as if toying with a helpless ant. Then, he used a yang release ninjutsu from a distance. As the light flickered, Jiraiya's wounds gradually closed, and the bleeding slowed. This brief respite did not bring Jiraiya any comfort. He struggled, but his body could not move. He could only watch helplessly as Tian continued to torment Tsunade. His heart was filled with despair and anger. Tian seemed like a devilish presence, wantonly manipulating Tsunade. Under an irresistible force, she was forced to make various disgraceful movements. Tsunade's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. Tears streamed down her face. But Tian turned a blind eye. Regretting it now? You didn't want to be my queen before. Now you could be my slave. Tian laughed wildly again. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having complete control. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under the weight of his laughter. Even the wind had stopped blowing. The trees around trembled in the wind, as if narrating the tragedy's brutality. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. But it couldn't dispel the thick darkness. Jiraiya, just watch. Tian turned his head. He grinned at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with provocation and mockery, as if he intended to trample Jiraiya's dignity and pride beneath his feet. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, his eyes sparkling with determination. He knew he couldn't simply submit to Tian's tyranny. He had to find a way to stop all of this. However, his body had reached its limit. Sadly, he couldn't even move a finger. Tian continued to torment Tsunade. His laughter intertwined with Tsunade's cries, ultimately forming a tragic symphony. After more than an hour of prolonged torment, Tian seemed like an endless volcano, finally reaching the critical point of eruption. At that moment, lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder roared from the clouds, as if the heavens were angrily roaring. The wind howled, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground. Tian was about to unleash everything. He was like a raging flood pouring out, unstoppable. He wanted to give everything to Tsunade. Ha ha ha, feel my power, Aunt Tsunade. Tian laughed maniacally. His voice echoed in the raging wind, becoming increasingly terrifying. At the moment he poured out all his accumulated energy, Tian's face changed drastically, turning hideous and terrifying. His features twisted, filled with madness, as if he intended to devour the entire world. He unleashed all his power. The air seemed to freeze. With a soft pop, Tian stepped back, but his blood-red eyes still flickered with mad fire. At that moment, in a nearby grove, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the air. Among the dense leaves, it seemed as if a pair of sharp eyes were hidden. They silently observed everything before them, like a cheetah eyeing its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The owner of these eyes was a plant that resembled a Venus flytrap, but its form was exceptionally bizarre. Its branches and leaves were twisted, as if telling unknown secrets. At the root of this plant, a head split in black and white had already emerged. That was Black Zetsu. He was like an invisible messenger, quietly lurking in this grove. Black Zetsu's face was expressionless, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp, as if he could see through everything. They obeyed Uchiha Obito's orders, like loyal servants, silently monitoring Tian's every move. This guy is so perverted. Is everyone nowadays into such perverted play? White Zetsu's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Curiosity and confusion flickered in his eyes. He seemed unable to comprehend Tian's actions before him, mixed with a sense of curiosity. Don't speak. It will be bad if we get discovered. Black Zetsu's expression was serious, his brow furrowed. He scanned the surroundings warily, fearing that his voice would attract unnecessary trouble. He extended a hand, gently pressing it over White Zetsu's mouth, signaling him to remain silent. The surrounding trees swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds as if accompanying this eerie scene. Tian seemed to sense the presence of Black and White Zetsu. He observed his surroundings, searching for possible clues. In the grove, a glimmer of vigilance flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. They slightly adjusted their positions, ready to respond to any potential changes. At that moment, Tian seemed to notice something. He suddenly turned to look into the depths of the grove. Black Zetsu's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. The next moment, Tian's figure appeared abruptly in the deep forest like a ghost. However, he did not realize that the spot he had stepped on was no longer the corner Black and White Zetsu had been monitoring. In another hidden patch of soil, Black Zetsu's figures were quietly sinking into the ground. They seemed to meld into the embrace of the earth. They used a mysterious and unpredictable Dani technique, merging their bodies closely with the surrounding grass, trees, and soil. They seemed to become a part of the earth. Their bodies appeared to transform into invisible ghosts, merging with the ground. By interfacing with the organic networks of plant roots and underground water, they could instantly move at high speed to any location. During the use of the ninjutsu, they cut off all presence, as if disappearing from this world. Black Zetsu in the form of a Venus flytrap? Tian's thoughts raced like lightning. His brain operated like a precise machine, rapidly analyzing everything before him. There was a hidden shadow in this world. The extremely cunning villain's figure gradually surfaced in Tian's mind. A sense of urgency surged within him. He muttered, "Black Zetsu, this guy excels at hiding. His escape speed is top-notch." His gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to capture the hidden threat lurking in the dark. After a long time of searching without any results, Tian could only helplessly choose to return. His gaze inadvertently swept over Tsunade and Jiraiya lying on the ground. They were quietly watched over by Uchiha Itachi, like two sleeping giants. Tian waved his hand. Slowly, he opened a space rift. On the other side of the rift was Tian's palace, a grand and magnificent palace shining with golden light. He stepped into the space rift. "Let's go back. Prepare for war." Tian's voice echoed in the space rift, sounding like a command, more like a declaration of determination. Chapter 43. The four great nations erupt in internal conflict. Tian returned like a god of war. He walked step by step back to the resplendent palace, his gaze intense, heading straight for the training ground. At this moment, Tsunade was surrounded by palace maids brought by Uchiha Itachi. They moved towards the deep palace of the Empress. The queen's palace, originally prepared for her with great care, now felt like an abandoned hall, empty and somewhat desolate. Jiraiya, in a dazed state, was quietly dragged by several mysterious ninjas to a hidden laboratory. The air there was filled with an unsettling atmosphere, as if unknown dangers could strike at any moment. In the training ground, Tian, dressed in splendid robes, stood like an undefeated emperor on the high training platform. His gaze swept over the royal offspring of the Uchiha clan below. His voice echoed like thunder above the training ground. He declared, "Tomorrow, I will demand compensation from all the nations of the ninja world. We Uchiha will no longer be the sheep to be slaughtered. We will let the world know the majesty of the Uchiha clan with an iron fist." His eyes revealed an unprecedented determination and dominance, moving everyone present. In the distant land of Earth, a storm was quietly brewing. The third-generation Tsuchikage, Noki, known as the strongest Tsuchikage, is currently leading numerous rock ninjas toward the capital. His target is the Daime of the land of Earth. He hovers in the air, his face filled with determination and ambition. He wants to emulate Rutten, as if he intends to bring the entire land of Earth under his control. Behind him are rock ninjas who share the same aspirations, their eyes sparkling with hopes for the future. Today I, Noki, will emulate Rutten and overthrow this decaying Daime system to establish myself as king. I want to make the land of Earth the strongest nation in the ninja world under my leadership. Naki's voice is filled with endless dominance and determination. In the land of wind, at Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stand in the council hall. His figure appears exceptionally tall under the flickering candlelight. He is dressed in a magnificent battle robe, embroidered with intricate Sunagakure totems, showcasing his nobility and authority as Kazekage. Surrounding Raza are loyal sand ninjas, their eyes glimmering with admiration for Raza and anticipation for the future. The atmosphere in the hall is tense and solemn, as if the air itself has solidified. Raza takes a deep breath. Sunagakure was once a powerful ninja village, but under the Daime's targeting, we have gradually lost our former glory. His voice is like thunder in the wind. He says, "Today, I will emulate Rutten, overthrow this decaying Daime system, and establish myself as king. We will make Sunagakure rise again and dominate the entire land of wind." Upon hearing this, the sand ninjas reveal excited expressions. They know this is a moment filled with challenges and opportunities. They are willing to follow Raza and fight for the future of Sunagakure. For Sunagakure, for our future. We must unite to overthrow the Daime and welcome a new era. Raza raises his arm and shouts loudly. The Sand Ninjas respond in unison, their voices echoing in the council hall. Kaiza and Chiyo also have no objections. The two siblings agree with Raza's thoughts. As Raza gives the order, the gates of Sunagakure slowly open. A gust of wind howls in, as if cheering for the impending change. Raza leads numerous sand ninjas on the path to overthrow the Daime. In a land of lightning, under a sky interwoven with thunder, the outline of the palace appears solemn and mysterious in the afterglow of the sunset. The fourth Raikage steps alone into the Daime's chamber. His footsteps are firm and powerful, each step sounding like the roar of thunder. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere is at its peak of tension. On the golden carpet, the Daime appears lonely and helpless. A hint of unwillingness is on his face, but more is the helplessness toward reality. When the fourth Raikage figure appears at the door, his gaze instantly sharpens. Old relative. The fourth Raikage's voice is deep and powerful. He slowly walks into the chamber, meeting the Daime's gaze directly, and says, "You should abdicate gracefully. It's for everyone's good." The Daime's fists clench tightly in his sleeves, veins bulging, showing his inner struggle. But ultimately, he lowers his proud head. He gives up resistance. His voice trembles as he says, "I am willing to abdicate, but do not imitate Rutan to humiliate me. Do not make it a 9-time concession." Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's mouth curls into a mocking smile. He walks in front of the Daime and gently pats his shoulder, the action carrying an indescribable disdain. "You and I are relatives. Why would I humiliate you? However, since you mentioned Rutan, I must remind you." The fourth Raikage's voice is filled with disdain. He says, "The reason he humiliated the Daime of the Land of Fire is that he was unaware of the situation and did not know when to advance or retreat. And you, although you made the same choice, at least you were somewhat aware." The Daime's face stiffens, a sense of humiliation rising in his heart. But he knows his current predicament. He can only endure in silence. He silently lowers his head further, no longer speaking. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage bursts into laughter. His laughter echoes in the chamber, as if to shake the entire palace to its foundations. He turns and walks to a nearby soft couch, lying down without any courtesy. "Tonight, I will stay here." He lazily stretches, as if he has already grasped the entire land of lightning in his hands. He says, "Tomorrow, you will abdicate." In a land of water at Kirigakure, which is shrouded in thick fog year-round, seemingly isolated from the world. But on this day, Kirigakure welcomes a special envoy. He is a messenger personally sent by the Daime, bearing an important mission. The messenger stands in a village square. Facing the many villagers, his expression is stern, and his voice is loud and powerful. He says, "By the order of the Daime, I have come to condemn our fourth Mizukage. His long-term abnormal behavior has plunged the entire village into chaos." As soon as the messenger's words fall, the entire square erupts in an uproar. Villagers discuss amongst themselves, their faces filled with confusion and anger. Among the crowd, the elder, Genkai, slowly steps forward, his gaze firm and profound. Genkai stands beside the messenger. He takes a deep breath, as if to gather all his anger at this moment. He loudly proclaims, "Everyone, I have a scandal to tell you. Our Mizukage seems to be under control. He is no longer the fourth Mizukage we are familiar with, but a manipulated puppet." This statement strikes like thunder among the crowd. The villagers are shocked, whispering and discussing fervently. Meanwhile, the fourth Mizukage's face turns pale. He stands on the platform, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Genkai's eyes. Chapter 44. The Ninja World War and the arrival of new members of Akatsuki Kirigakure instantly divides into two factions. One faction supports the fourth Mizukage, believing in his innocence. The other faction trusts Elder Genkai, standing opposite the Mizukage. The atmosphere between the two factions grows increasingly tense, as if a battle could break out at any moment. After a period of intense confrontation, the faction supporting Genkai gains the upper hand. They launch a fierce attack, defeating all of the fourth Mizukage followers. They successfully corner the fourth Mizukage into a desperate situation. After being defeated, his illusion is dispelled, revealing his true self. He kneels on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. his voice trembling with regret. He says, "I was wrong. I was controlled. I'm sorry to everyone." Seeing this scene, the villagers' emotions are complex and difficult to interpret. Some are filled with anger, while others feel pity and sympathy. Elder Jinkai stands aside, silently watching everything, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. It is evident that the fourth Mizukage is no longer fit to manage the village, but we cannot be leaderless. He slowly says, "Now, I will temporarily take over management." At this moment, the winds of change are stirring. Many small ninja villages, under the leadership of their leaders, quietly launch a night raid on the Daimyo's mansion. Their eyes sparkle with fervent light. The blades in their hands glisten coldly under the moonlight. Their movements are swift and ruthless, as if they intend to cut down any obstacles in their path. You guys are simply unaware of your blessings. The daimyo of the land of river roars angrily. His face turns red, his hands clenched into fists, as if to gather all this angry power in his palms. Yet, under the cold gaze of the leader of the river country, his anger appears so pale and powerless. The collapse of rights and music? That is your noble hypocrisy. The leader of the river country sneers. His eyes are filled with disdain and mockery. He waved his hand gently, and the ninjas under him surged toward the daimyo and his guards like a tide. At this moment, the sound of clashing swords echoed within the daimyo's residence. The painful wails of the guards also rang out. Flames flickered in the night sky, illuminating the war-torn land. The situation in other countries was similar. The stars in the night sky twinkled. The peace of the ninja world was about to be shattered. After tonight, the landscape of the ninja world would be completely rewritten, and the old system would be blown away like dust. Many countries were plunged into chaos, but Tian did not care. War would break out if compensation was not paid. War would still break out even if compensation was paid. The next morning, the sun slowly rose. Golden sunlight filled the entire ninja world. Tian sat on the dragon throne in the court. The golden threads on his dark dragon robe shimmered in the sunlight. His gaze was like a torch, exuding an undeniable majesty. "Today, I will initiate the fourth great ninja war. Immediately mobilize the army. I will personally lead the charge." Tian's voice was loud and firm, as if thunder had erupted in the court. Every word he spoke was filled with power, causing the ministers present to feel a wave of heart palpitations. His words resonated like war drums in everyone's hearts, stirring their blood. After finishing, Tian suddenly stood up. The dragon robe fluttered with the wind, resembling a giant dragon about to soar. He quickly shed the dragon robe, revealing the battle attire underneath. This attire was made from special materials, not only lightweight and sturdy, but also embroidered with a golden soaring dragon on the chest, symbolizing Tian's bravery and majesty. The ministers on both sides knelt down in salute. Their eyes were filled with awe and surprise. They did not expect Tian to make such a decisive decision, nor did they expect him to personally lead the expedition. Their gazes were filled with admiration and fear. They knew that this ruler before them was not an ordinary person. He possessed a firm will and endless wisdom, destined to lead the ninja world toward a brand new future. Under everyone's gaze, Tian walked out of the grand hall. His steps were firm and powerful, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly. His face showed no hesitation or fear, only a determination to move forward. The urgency was because Tian understood the time's critical nature. Those envoys might have brought compensation, but Tian believed that war was the only way out. He aimed to unify the ninja world in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he had to act quickly, launching the war with lightning speed. Tian embarked on his journey, followed by a forbidden army composed of elite Uchiha royalty. They wore battle attire, their eyes sharp, as if ready to face any challenge. Beside them were the ninja armies from other clans of the Land of Fire, or rather, they should now be called chakra martial artists. This army numbered a full 100,000. While it may not seem like a lot, it was a force not to be underestimated in the ninja world. Every warrior was carefully selected, having undergone countless life and death trials. Their existence was like an unstoppable torrent, enough to instill fear in any enemy. Qin's second emperor, Hokage, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. In the land of rain, The gloomy sky seemed to forever shroud the earth. Raindrops fell like endless longing, never ceasing. At this moment, Sarutobi Isuma, accompanied by a young figure, Naruto Uzumaki, stepped into the legendary Akatsuki organization. The two arrived at the cyberpunk rain village, traversing through the intricate hallways. Each step echoed on the stairs made of ancient stone and modern metal. Conan led them with light and firm steps, like a lighthouse guiding light in the darkness. Under Conan's guidance, they reached a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall sat a tall figure, cloaked in black. He was Pain, the core figure of the Akatsuki organization. His eyes were deep and cold, as if they could see through everything. In Pain's hand was a ring shining with a mysterious light, the red ring symbolizing the identity of the Akatsuki organization. The ring's glow flickered in the darkness, as if telling a story of a new chapter about to unfold. Sarutobi Isuma stepped forward, feeling a powerful aura emanating from Pain. But he did not back down. He straightened his chest, his gaze resolute. Pain looked at him, and there seemed to be a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Sarutobi Isuma. Pain's voice was like thunder, resonating in the hall. You will become Orochimaru's partner, and the two of you will carry out missions together. The Nine Tails will accompany you. Sarutobi Isuma nodded slightly, a determined expression on his face. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him. Their gazes met, and they both understood that they were aware of each other's undercover status. They seemed to foresee the days of fighting side by side in the future. Meanwhile, the young Naruto Uzumaki remained closely by Sarutobi Isuma's side, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 45. The second target of the Akatsuki organization. In a secret room in the Rain Village, a figure appeared silently. He wore a black cloak, a hood over his head, and an orange whirlpool mask on his face. The single eye revealed was like a gaze from the night sky, exuding an air of dominance. This person was Uchiha Bito, at this moment appearing in the guise of Uchiha Madara. Before him sat Uzumaki Nagato on a portable toilet. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help but be moved. His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Bito. I heard you were discovered in the Mist Village? Uzumaki Nagato's voice was low and cold, as if it could penetrate the soul. His eyes were filled with vigilance and curiosity. Uchiha Bito let out a burst of laughter. He gently waved his cloak, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing the entire room to tremble. He slowly raised his head, revealing a Sharingan filled with murderous intent, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. So what? Uchiha Bito's voice was cold and firm, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. When have I, Uchiha Madara, ever needed to hide? His words were filled with confidence and dominance, as if nothing in the world could block his sharpness. Uzumaki Nagato was intimidated by Uchiha Bito's aura, but he did not back down. He understood that Uchiha Bito must have a purpose for coming here. He asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, what exactly do you want to do here? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Uchiha Bito's eyes. He slowly walked over and stood quietly in front of Uzumaki Nagato. The two gazes met under the dim light, as if an invisible force was quietly colliding. He stared into Uzumaki Nagato's deep eyes and spoke in a deliberate tone. His voice firm and powerful. I want to go to war. This sentence was like a heavyweight bomb, exploding rapidly in the room and stirring up ripples. Uzumaki Nagato was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, but the surprise and confusion in his eyes remained evident. He asked in a deep voice, who do you want to go to war with? Uchiha Bito did not give Uzumaki Nagato much time to think. He turned to look out the window. Through the window, he could see the dark clouds gathering over the Rain Village. Lightning flickered within the clouds, as if heralding an impending storm. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick clouds, looking towards a farther place, the direction of the Land of Fire. He slowly turned around, his eyes focusing once again on Nagato of the Akatsuki. A fervent light flickered in his eyes as he said, who else but the Land of Fire? We are in a chaotic world, with war raging everywhere. Moreover, if you don't strike at the Land of Fire, will they let us go? That's impossible, right? Do you believe it? His voice gradually rose, filled with passion and fervor, each word seeming to carry flames that could ignite the entire room. Nagato was infected by his emotions, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. But he still maintained his calm and rationality, asking in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to do this? The first phase of our reserve funds has not yet been completed. Our strength is still not strong enough." A flicker of confidence passed through Uchiha Obito's eyes. He stepped forward, getting closer to Nagato, his voice low and determined. He said, "Have you forgotten what the second step of the Akatsuki organization is? You said we need to establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any country to incite some small wars. This way, we can gradually strengthen our power and achieve our goals." He paused for a moment before continuing. "First, monopolize the war commissions of small countries at a low price. Increase the scale of the wars, and then break the economic system of the great nation's ninja forces, monopolizing all wars. The current fighting is not about directly confronting the Land of Fire, but continuing as mercenaries, accumulating experience and wealth." His voice seemed to foresee the victory of the future. Nagato appeared to be moved by these words. He knew that Uchiha Madara's plan, although risky, held tremendous potential and opportunity. He looked deeply at Uchiha Obito and nodded. He said, "The second goal remains unchanged. We must take advantage of the chaos to gather more funds." The discussion concluded, and Uchiha Obito's figure instantly twisted and disappeared. In the afternoon, sunlight poured through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the buildings of the hidden cloud village. Pain of the Akatsuki found Asuma Sarutobi. He stood before Asuma, his gaze deep, his voice calm, yet filled with authority. He said, "Asuma, you are now a member of our Akatsuki organization, and now you are about to receive your first official mission." Hearing this, a flicker of expectation and excitement flashed in Asuma's eyes. He straightened his chest, clenched his fists tightly, as if gathering strength. He raised his head and looked directly into Pain's eyes, waiting for the next command. Pain nodded slightly and continued, "The Land of Water has hired us to attack the neighboring Land of Grass. Therefore, your mission is to cooperate with Orochimaru and jointly disrupt the territory of the Land of Grass." These words struck Asuma like a thunderclap. He frowned slightly, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He understood the importance of this mission and the stakes involved. But as a ninja, he had never backed down, and he wouldn't do so now. He firmly nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, leader, I accept this mission." Pain looked at Asuma's determined gaze and nodded in satisfaction. He patted Asuma on the shoulder, his voice softening a bit. He said, "Good, Asuma. The success or failure of this mission will directly affect the future of our Akatsuki organization. I believe you can do well." In the following period, Asuma was busy preparing his pre-war equipment. He carefully selected each weapon and piece of equipment, ensuring they could all perform to their maximum potential. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Once everything was ready, Asuma set out with Naruto Uzumaki towards the meeting point with Orochimaru. They passed through the Akatsuki base, walking in the golden sunlight. "Orochimaru-senpai," Asuma called out as he approached the meeting point. He recognized the figure ahead from a distance. He quickened his pace slightly, stepping forward to greet respectfully. However, Orochimaru did not respond immediately. His gaze was deep, seemingly lost in his thoughts. It was not until Asuma's voice rang out again that Orochimaru slowly raised his head. Glancing at Asuma with his snake-like eyes, he calmly said, "Time is tight. We should set off first. If there are any issues, we could discuss them on the way." There was a hint of imperceptible coldness and vigilance in Orochimaru's words, as if he was hinting at something. Chapter 46. Lu Tian's expedition and Obito's attack. Hearing this, Asuma's heart tightened slightly, but he quickly concealed his emotions and nodded, walking side by side with Orochimaru. The three of them left the Rain Village and embarked on the journey to the Land of Grass. Surrounded by dense forests and winding mountain paths, the rain had gradually stopped. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and a faint fragrance of grass and trees, creating an indescribable sense of tranquility and comfort. However, this tranquility did not last long. After walking for a short while, Orochimaru suddenly stopped, turned to Asuma, and said, "You are also an undercover agent arranged by the master, right?" This sentence struck Asuma like a thunderclap in spring. He was startled and glanced around, but his face remained calm. Asuma slightly raised his head. He met Orochimaru's gaze for a moment, then nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, senpai." A complex emotion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He looked deeply at Asuma and slowly said, "Since that's the case, we should cooperate well. I need to tell you one thing. Here, you must remain vigilant and not easily trust others." A few minutes later, Tian stood at the edge of the border between the land of rivers and the Great Han Empire. Before him lay the winding mountains and rivers, dense forests and hills, creating a magnificent landscape. He stood on a cliff, with a turbulent river rushing below, the water crashing against the boulders, producing a deafening roar. He gazed into the distance, where the battlefield between the two countries lay. The sounds of shouting and clashing weapons faintly echoed from the mountains, and the mountain wind brought a whiff of blood. In that instant, a faint voice rang in his mind. It was his original chakra communication technique. This technique was incredibly useful, more so than radio or mobile phones. As long as they were in the same world, information could be transmitted. Ninjas needed to master the nature changes of in-release chakra to learn this technique, but there was no such strict requirement for chakra martial artists. Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, detailing the mission of the three to Tian. Tian listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the rock beside him, producing a crisp sound. His eyes revealed determination and calmness, as if everything was under his control. "I have received the information. You did well. Keep in touch." Tian quickly replied to Orochimaru. His gaze returned to the distant battlefield, where the sounds of battle were earth-shattering, as if the sky itself was stained blood-red. A strong wave of emotion surged within him. He muttered to himself, "The land of water?" In the midst of internal chaos, they can still hire mercenaries to attack other countries. Truly impressive. Tian turned around, looking at the Uchiha royal family's forbidden troops behind him. Their eyes sparkled with a thirst for battle and a longing for victory. As Tian's chest rose and fell, it seemed as if he could feel the power of the vast world surging within him. It was time. The entire army advance. Let the Chuan ninjas and the samurai know that we are unstoppable. We will sweep through their defenses with the force of thunder, directly targeting their capital and ninja village. He slowly exhaled, his voice loud and resolute, echoing like thunder in the valley. Tian's voice was filled with determination and dominance, each word striking the soldiers' hearts like a heavy hammer. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light, as if two flames were burning within. The muscles in his face were taut, with distinct lines, showcasing his inner strength and resolve. He took a breath and continued. "The land of Chuan will become a possession of our Great Han Empire." The Uchiha royal guards were inspired by Tian's momentum. Their eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. They gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies tense, as if ready to charge into battle at any moment. They shouted in unison, "For the Great Han Empire! For glory! Long live the Empire! Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live!" With this thunderous shout, the entire troop charged forward like wild horses breaking free. They crossed rivers, climbed hills, and rushed towards the distant battlefield. Tian stood at the forefront of the troop. His figure, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared exceptionally tall. He waved his long sword, its tip pointing into the distance, leading the entire troop towards victory. Almost simultaneously, the sky above the Great Han Empire seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. A fierce wind rose, dark clouds gathered, and in the oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Obito once again set foot on this land. His steps carried an unstoppable fervor and resolution. His nature was already very radical, known as Uchiha Kens. Though his IQ was not high, his madness and obsession were enough to instill fear in others. He had long suppressed his wild instincts, wanting to unleash a bloody storm once again. He had endured for a long time, and, at this moment, he could no longer bear the torment within. He wanted to vent all his anger and dissatisfaction. In the Imperial Palace's training ground, space suddenly warped. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Uchiha Obito. He clasped his hands together, his eyes flashing with madness. He used Wood Release, Birth of the World Tree, just as he had caused a Nine-Tails riot in Konoha. This time, he would use Wood Release in the capital of the Great Han Empire, wreaking havoc. The ground began to shake violently, as if countless giant pythons were struggling underground. Countless trees burst forth from the earth, their branches and leaves lush, blocking out the sun and engulfing the entire training ground in greenery. Panic, fear, despair, tremble. This world is hell. Uchiha Obito roared in the sea of trees. His voice was filled with madness and evil. It seemed he wanted to instill all the fear into everyone's hearts. The imperial palace of the Great Han Empire fell into unprecedented chaos. The palace's roofs were torn off. The walls were smashed to pieces by the trees. Countless treasures scattered across the ground in the chaos. They seemed to become the victims of this disaster. The innocent palace maids and guards suffered the worst. They screamed and struggled under the trees' crushing weight. The residents of the capital, faced with this sudden disaster, were terrified beyond belief. They rushed to the streets, looking fearfully towards the palace. Those towering trees seemed to be the source of their nightmares, filling them with immense fear and helplessness. They too began to panic. Help! Something happened in the palace. Someone is using wood release. Who could it be? Who can use Senju Hashirama's wood release? Quickly notify the city defense force. This enemy is strong. The Imperial Guards may not be able to withstand it. Chapter 47. Green-haired Turtle Fayake versus Obito as the leader of the city defense forces. Uchiha Fayake bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the peace of the imperial capital. Faced with such a situation, his eyes flickered with determination and resolve. Deep in his heart, his dedication to the safety of the imperial city burned like a raging flame, illuminating his path forward. However, his worries made it hard for him to find peace, because his ex-wife Mikoto and son Sasuke were currently residing in the palace. At this moment, Uchiha Fayake was no longer the confused and lost person he once was. He had turned over a new leaf, dedicating his entire being to his majesty, even sacrificing his wife and son. This loyalty and determination made him stronger and more resolute. With a single command, he led the elite city defense forces composed of the Uchiha clan. They charged into the palace like a black storm. With the enhancement of the Yin release chakra mode, he seemed to transform into a war god clad in black armor. His presence was overwhelming, unstoppable. He rode a chakra-transformed steed, galloping down the wide street. The sound of hooves was deafening, as if to crush all obstacles. Mikoto, Sasuke, you must be safe. Deep within Uchiha Fayake's heart, anxiety burned like fire. A trace of unmasked worry flickered in his eyes. It was a profound concern for his loved ones. He was not only the leader of the city defense forces, he was also a former husband and father who had once loved his family deeply. He gripped the reins tightly, his fingers turning slightly white from the strain. The chakra steed seemed to sense its master's urgency, letting out a neigh and galloping down the street like lightning. The leaves on either side of the street danced wildly in the wind, rustling as if cheering for this brave warrior. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on Uchiha Fayake. It illuminated his resolute and cold face. His eyes shone with a sharp light, as if piercing through all darkness to find the enemy ahead. He entered the palace. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a familiar figure ahead. Uchiha Obito. This former clansman, now an enemy, stood before him like an insurmountable barrier. Uchiha Fayake's eyes instantly filled with rage and killing intent. He shouted, "Bold traitor," disturbing the palace. "Prepare to die." His voice shook the heavens, as if to overturn the entire palace. He swung his sword, the long sword infused with Yin release chakra mode, charging towards Uchiha Obito like a black dragon. But Uchiha Obito merely sneered. He stood his ground, seemingly dismissing Uchiha Fayake's attack. Uchiha Fayake's long sword passed through his body. Through inertia, Uchiha Fayake charged past with his horse. In the next moment, thick wooden branches sprang forth like tentacles from all directions. Under Uchiha Obito's control, these branches attempted to tightly bind Uchiha Fayake. However, Uchiha Fayake was no ordinary person. He turned his body, swinging his long sword to unleash a fierce sword energy. In an instant, he severed the branches and broke free. His gaze now even colder as he stared at Uchiha Obito. "Fayake, have you forgotten that you were once the clan leader? Your wife has been taken from you, And you still remain so loyal? You really have a serious problem with your mind. Uchiha Obito mocked loudly. Beneath the orange spiral mask, a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. But Uchiha Fyake's heart remained as unyielding as an unbreakable rock. He faced Uchiha Obito's mockery and provocation, remaining unfazed. It seems that all the noise could never shake the firmness in his heart. In the deep gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, a fiery light flickered. Like the Big Dipper in the night sky, guiding his path forward. He pressed his lips tightly together and spoke each word deliberately. Your Majesty is everything to the Uchiha clan. No matter what your Majesty needs, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will offer it with both hands, with no second thoughts. He coldly smiled, his expression revealing endless determination and resolution. His eyes sparkled with a steadfast light, as if they could pierce through all darkness and illuminate the road ahead. And now, as the leader of the palace guards, protecting the palace and safeguarding your Majesty is merely fulfilling my duty, he shouted sternly. His voice was loud and resolute, echoing through the wooden grove of the palace. Just after his words fell, two chakra arms behind him suddenly condensed into long swords, glimmering with a cold light, as if they could tear through the void. His chakra-transformed steed instantly became a remnant shadow, rushing towards Uchiha Obito. The pitch-black sword aura seemed to be tearing the entire palace apart. The surrounding trees fell one after another under the impact of Uchiha Fugaku's sword aura, producing a deafening roar. Uchiha Obito, in a phasing state, manipulated the wooden branches as if they were agile tentacles, launching a fierce attack towards Uchiha Fugaku. But Uchiha Fugaku always managed to respond calmly. His chakra-transformed steed darted between the branches, every dodge appearing effortless. His gaze was filled with determination and resolve, as if no force could shake his belief. Uchiha Fugaku had only one goal in his heart, to protect Mikoto and Sasuke in the palace, keeping them from any harm. As the battle continued, the atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense. The wind howled, and the leaves danced wildly. Despite Uchiha Fugaku's profound strength, he struggled to take down Uchiha Obito in one fell swoop. However, his presence was like an insurmountable barrier. The originally rampaging wooden grove in the palace suddenly ceased its fury. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All the wooden branches seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, beginning to converge towards the positions of the two fighters. They intertwined and twisted in the air, forming a colossal wooden barrier that tightly enveloped the two in fierce combat. Uchiha Obito's expression, hidden beneath his mask, suddenly became grave. His eyes, like coal blades, sparkled with a sharp light. He knew well that his opponent, Uchiha Fugaku, was a formidable adversary not to be underestimated, and he had to exert all his strength to defeat him. Uchiha Obito suddenly waved his hand. A powerful chakra instantly gathered on his arm, composed of the white Zetsu cells. Just as he finished speaking, sharp wooden spikes rapidly grew from his arm, pointing directly at Uchiha Fugaku like sharp arrows. This was the wood release, cutting technique. The wooden spikes tore through the air in an instant, accompanied by a piercing sound, shooting towards Uchiha Fugaku at high speed. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing this, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. His figure flickered, swiftly dodging the attack of the spikes. However, he did not let his guard down, for he knew this was merely the beginning of Uchiha Obito's assault. Just as the spikes were about to miss their target, they suddenly paused in midair, then rapidly split and grew, ultimately forming a dense net of wooden spikes. This net resembled a giant spider's web, enveloping Uchiha Fugaku. "Oomph. You think you can surround me and pierce me?" Uchiha Fugaku sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. His figure seemed to perform a grand transformation, instantly disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Uchiha Obito. "Your tricks are useless against me," Uchiha Fugaku shouted sharply. At the same time, three swords struck towards Uchiha Obito's back. This attack contained immense chakra power. If it hit, it would surely inflict severe damage on Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito entered his phasing state, effortlessly evading Uchiha Fugaku's attack. At the same time, he swung his arm again. The wooden spikes that had grown within him shot towards Uchiha Fugaku once more. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku was hit. The wooden spikes grew wildly like vines, invading his body in an instant. These wooden spikes did not simply pierce. They continued to branch out within him, as if taking root and sprouting in his flesh. They ultimately pierced through Fugaku's skin, with branches emerging from the wounds, making him appear like a statue covered in green vegetation. The dripping blood resembled blooming flowers, rendering this bizarre scene even more tragic. Uchiha Obito's would release. Cutting technique was truly cruel. Yet, how could Uchiha Fugaku be so easily struck? A cold smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with disdain. This was merely a shadow clone he created using in-release chakra mode. His true body was hidden in the shadows, watching everything coldly. The body covered in wooden spikes suddenly exploded, splattering a dark, sticky liquid everywhere. The surrounding air seemed to be stained pitch black. This liquid rapidly spread, like a demon in the darkness, completely obscuring Uchiha Obito's vision. This sudden turn of events left Uchiha Obito stunned. The black liquid was avoided by his phasing, yet it moved like a living creature, writhing continuously, seemingly mocking his ignorance. Uchiha Obito widened his eyes. His Sharingan, through the orange vortex mask, tried to find Fugaku's trace. Do you think this will defeat me? You are too naive. Fugaku's voice seemed to come from the darkness, filled with mockery and contempt. His figure surged out from the black liquid on the ground, still tall and imposing. Traitor Obito, you rely too much on the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. That is your downfall. The future I can see far surpasses yours. Fugaku coldly stated, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. The chakra steed galloped like a wild horse, charging madly towards Uchiha Obito like a bolt of lightning. Fugaku's three swords glimmered with cold light, consolidating all his will and power. He launched a fierce attack once more towards Obito. The sword tips sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, like the call of death, sending chills down one's spine. But Uchiha Fugaku's figure once again passed through Obito like a ghost. Seeing this, a hint of venom flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He quickly adjusted his stance, preparing for a counterattack. His gaze firmly locked onto Fugaku, the wooden tentacles on his arms searching for the best moment to strike. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to launch his attack, the black liquid on the ground suddenly erupted. It writhed as if given life, transforming into countless sharp spikes in an instant, launching a fierce attack towards Uchiha Obito. These spikes were as dense as raindrops, leaving nowhere to hide. The sudden onslaught of spikes struck Uchiha Obito, causing him to scream in pain as his body trembled violently. He felt a tremendous power erupting from within him, as if it were trying to tear him apart. He couldn't help but spit out a large amount of blood. The color of his face beneath the mask instantly turned pale. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Obito shouted in terror. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful attack method, which left him feeling utterly desperate. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, coldly observed everything. There was no expression on his face. He knew that this was only a part of his power. He waved his hand gently, and the black goo quickly wrapped around Uchiha Obito like obedient servants. Traitor Obito, you've lost. I'm going to kill you, Uchiha Fugaku said. His voice seemed to carry no ripple. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to strike, Obito's figure suddenly dissipated like a dream or illusion, as if he had merged into the air. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He knew very well that Uchiha Obito had activated the reality-altering Sharingan technique, Izanagi. When Uchiha Obito reappeared, his left eye had lost its original luster and became dull. But at that moment, he seemed to have been reborn, and a strange smile appeared on the face beneath the mask. He appeared behind Fugaku and unleashed a powerful wood-release ninjutsu, the cutting technique. Wooden spikes protruded from his arm in an instant, slicing through the air like countless venomous snakes, producing a sharp sound of wind. They charged towards Uchiha Fugaku's body with endless killing intent. Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill down his spine. He sensed the impending danger from behind and quickly flashed away, trying to evade this deadly attack. The wooden spikes seemed to have a tracking function, closely following Uchiha Fugaku's figure. He felt a shiver in his heart, realizing he had fallen into a desperate situation. He took a deep breath, gathering all the chakra in his body to the extreme, preparing for the final battle. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from his side. It was Uchiha Shursui. He activated the Yin release chakra mode, and a faint black aura surrounded him. He wielded four sharp blades, simultaneously stabbing towards Uchiha Bito's back. Facing this sudden attack, Uchiha Bito's eyes flashed with surprise and anger. His pupils ignited like flames, flashing with madness and an air of invincibility. It was completely unexpected to him that someone would dare to launch such a bold sneak attack at this life-and-death moment. Suddenly, a mass of wooden spikes erupted from his back like twisted giant snakes, launching a swift counterattack against Uchiha Shursui, who was attacking from behind. Chapter 49. The Arrival of the Flower Tree Realm and the Breaking Method. The wooden spikes, like bloodthirsty snakes, were already closing in on Uchiha Shursui's nose in the blink of an eye. At this critical moment, Uchiha Shursui's figure swayed, and in an instant, he transformed into dozens of figures. He moved across the battlefield like a phantom. Each clone seemed to be a real entity, making it difficult to discern the true from the false. Seeing this, Uchiha Bito's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not expect Shursui to be able to perform the clone technique so quickly, and each clone was so realistic. He gasped in shock. The white Zetsu cells in his body erupted with astonishing power, as if a volcano had been activated. His skin began to harden like wood, sprouting numerous wooden spikes. They lunged at all of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku like giant snakes with bared fangs. The two felt this overwhelming assault. Their expressions were serious, but they showed no signs of panic. With a flash, they leapt into the air like two bolts of lightning, skillfully avoiding Uchiha Bito's attack. Their figures intertwined in the air, as if performing a breathtaking dance. At this moment, the palace was empty. All the living beings had evacuated to safety. The sudden battle had plunged the entire palace into chaos and fear, but now it had become the stage for the decisive battle. On the roof of the palace, Uchiha Shursui quickly adjusted his breathing and fixed his determined gaze on Uchiha Bito. He took a deep breath and said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Uncle Fugaku, everyone has evacuated to safety. Reinforcements are on their way. Don't let him escape." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his eyes flashing with trust and determination. He knew Uchiha Shursui's abilities, and he believed they could achieve victory in this battle. Uchiha Bito, standing below, decided to unleash his trump card. Would release Flower Tree Realm. At that moment, it was as if a mysterious power enveloped the world. This was an upgraded version of the Wood Release Tree Realm Birth, an even more powerful technique within Wood Release. Uchiha Bito gasped again. His chakra surged like a flowing spring, continuously pouring into the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, the originally calm land began to stir, as if a slumbering giant beast was about to awaken. From the ground, massive branches began to break through the earth. They rapidly grew, coiling around the palace like giant dragons. These branches were not only incredibly thick, but also possessed astonishing power, capable of slicing through mountains, penetrating rocks, and enveloping the entire ground. Even more bizarre were the vibrant flowers blooming on these enormous branches. These flowers released an enticing fragrance in an instant, but at the same time, they concealed a deadly threat. Just inhaling this pollen could paralyze even shadow-level ninjas, causing them to lose their combat effectiveness instantly. Be careful. This is the Wood Release, Flower Tree Realm. Uchiha Fugaku said gravely, continuing to remind them. In the battle at the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama used this technique. Even the powerful Uchiha Madara fell into a daze after inhaling the pollen. As he spoke, he quickly adjusted to the Yin release chakra mode. His face was covered by a faint black mask, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes shining with determination. The air was filled with the fragrance of pollen, but it carried a deadly threat. Uchiha Shursui beside him also adjusted to the Yin release chakra mode. He forcibly suppressed the fear and unease in his heart. "Uncle Fugaku, we must find a flaw in this technique," Uchiha Shursui said solemnly. He needed to find that critical point to break this seemingly flawless technique. He attempted to use fire release techniques, determined to burn away these rapidly growing trees. Uchiha Shirsue's hands quickly came together, as if gathering the hottest energy in the universe. Behind him, the air began to distort. A strong wave surged forth, and suddenly a massive amount of black flames appeared out of thin air. Like ghostly fire from the underworld, it blazed fiercely. This was the legendary Amaterasu Black Fire. It was unlike ordinary flames. Its temperature was high enough to incinerate everything. Its color was deep and eerie, as if it could devour a person's soul. Under Uchiha Shirsue's control, these black flames ultimately formed a gigantic fire circle. This was the light mode behind the in-release chakra mode. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes flashed with resolute light. As he moved, the fire circle began to swirl in the air like a living creature. The black fire circle, spinning at high speed, shot out countless fireballs. They streaked through the sky like meteors, carrying destructive power straight towards the flowers, emitting poisonous gas. Burn! Burn all these poisonous flowers to ashes. Uchiha Shirsue roared. His voice was filled with unwavering faith and endless fury. He knew that only with this most powerful flame could he have a chance to completely destroy this seemingly flawless technique. As the fireballs continued to bombard, the flowers began to wither away, and the poisonous gas gradually dissipated. But the trees seemed to grow even more wildly. They struggled, trying to flood the battlefield once again. Shirsue gritted his teeth. He knew this was just the beginning, and he had to persevere until he completely cracked this technique. Standing on the rooftop, not far away, was Uchiha Fugaku. He was moved by Uchiha Shirsue's bravery. He silently admired. Shirsue, you are truly the pride of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was equally unwilling to be outdone. His eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly brought his hands together, as if summoning some mysterious power. Behind him, the air instantly distorted. A large amount of black flames appeared out of nowhere. They were like the hellfire from the depths of the underworld, scorching and profound, quickly forming a terrifying ring of fire that made Uchiha Fugaku's figure appear even more majestic. His eyes flickered with a resolute light as he looked down at the flowers emitting poisonous gas, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shirsue, let me lend you a hand, he shouted, his voice filled with resolve and strength. The black fire ring spun wildly under Fugaku's control, as if it were a massive black vortex. Countless Amaterasu fireballs were flung out from the fire ring. They surged toward the flowers like a meteor shower, carrying searing heat and destructive power. The fireballs traced dark trajectories in the air, like the scythe of death, mercilessly cutting down those evil flowers. Each fireball contained the terrifying power of Amaterasu's black flames. Once they hit their target, they would instantly turn to ashes. The two seemed to transform into descending deities. Behind them were the blazing black flames, hot and terrifying like the fires of hell. Chapter 50. Uchiha Shirsue's fierce battle with Obito Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shirsue stood on the tiles of the palace rooftop. They joined their hands together, continuously manipulating the fire ring behind them. Each fireball launched accompanied their unwavering will and endless rage. The black flames flashed like lightning in the night, slicing through the air. Under the glow of Amaterasu's black flames, the shadowy branches around them seemed to become clearer. The branches that had been growing wildly and the flowers emitting poisonous gas were quickly reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the fireballs, as if being swallowed by endless darkness. Burn! Destroy! Burn these evil branches and flowers to ashes! Uchiha Shirsue shouted. His voice echoed around, filled with determination and resolve. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, slightly in agreement. They continued to control the fire ring, launching fireballs until all the flowers were burned to nothing. After a few minutes, the last flower disappeared, and the surrounding poisonous gas gradually dissipated. Be careful. That traitor Obito could be hiding anywhere. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was deep and powerful. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he scanned every corner. After the earlier battle, he understood the danger posed by this traitor. His betrayal was not only a betrayal of the clan, but also a threat to the entire Great Han Empire. At that silent moment, A chilling aura pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like an arrow. He suddenly looked down. His pupils constricted. He saw a pale hand, ghostly-like, reaching out as if from the abyss of hell, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. That hand struck through the rooftop tiles with the force of a thunderbolt, accurately locking onto Uchiha Fugaku's ankle like a piercing arrow breaking ice. The strength of that hand was so great, like iron, that Uchiha Fugaku's ankle was instantly tightly bound, leaving him unable to escape no matter how he struggled. In the next moment, a powerful suction erupted from that hand, like a dark current sweeping Uchiha Fugaku into its grasp. This suction was as profound as a black hole, as if it wanted to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. "Ah!" Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. His face turned pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He fought with all his strength to stabilize his body, but the suction gripped him like a claw, rendering him immobile. Below the tiles was Uchiha Bido. He had replaced his left eye with a new one, which flickered with a strange light. His right eye distorted space, creating swirling currents as if trying to suck in the entire world. Uchiha Bido wore a mocking and cold smile. He quietly watched Uchiha Fugaku struggle against the suction, as if observing an inconsequential drama. His hand pulled down with force. The suction became even stronger, pulling Uchiha Fugaku into a pitch-black space. Just as the atmosphere grew tense to the point of solidification, Uchiha Shursui suddenly moved. His figure was like lightning as he gripped 4 blades tightly in his hands, simultaneously swinging them like 4 silver bolts of lightning slicing through the night, striking down on the rooftop tiles. Boom! With a loud roar, the rooftop tiles shattered instantly under the impact of the blades, like blossoming fireworks, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling. Amidst the rubble, Uchiha Shursui's figure floated down like a ghost. In the moment of falling, Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted. Through the swirling dust, he clearly saw the person beneath the roof, Uchiha Bido, who was performing a dojutsu. The blazing halo of light behind Uchiha Shursui spun rapidly. Several fiery Amaterasu fireballs, like black holes, shot out, aiming straight for Uchiha Bido. The fireballs traced scorching trajectories in the air, as if wanting to ignite the entire space. Seeing this, Uchiha Bido's expression changed slightly. He had to release his grip on Uchiha Fugaku's ankle. His figure descended rapidly, skillfully dodging this lethal attack. The scorching waves distorted the surrounding air. Uchiha Bido landed steadily. As he crashed onto the ground, the sound of shattering tiles echoed beneath him, as if the ground trembled at his arrival. Amidst the flying debris and swirling dust, Uchiha Shursui also landed firmly on the ground. His feet stomped down heavily, and instantly, the hard tiles seemed unable to withstand this immense force, exploding apart. Cracks spread like a spiderweb, and broken tiles flew in all directions. He looked at Uchiha Bido before him, his eyes filled with coldness and determination. Uchiha Shursui's figure stood tall amidst the shattered tiles and swirling dust, like an immovable mountain. His voice was cold and clear, every word like a freezing blade piercing Abido's heart. "Traitor Abido, you betray the clan and abandon your faith, and now you dare to act recklessly here." Shursui's voice echoed in the room, carrying an undeniable authority and anger. His face showed no hesitation or pity, only coldness and rage towards the betrayer. Uchiha Bido stood not far away. Beneath his mask, his expression was grim. He felt the powerful aura and icy killing intent emanating from Uchiha Shursui, sending a chill through his heart. But he did not flinch. Instead, he straightened his chest and met Uchiha Shursui's gaze. Shursui, who do you think you are to be so rude to me?" Uchiha Bido sneered. His voice was filled with provocation and arrogance. He moved to launch an attack on Uchiha Shursui. However, Uchiha Shursui did not give him that opportunity. He used the body flicker technique to almost instantly appear in front of Uchiha Bido. The blades in his 4 hands shimmered with the energy of In release chakra, pointing directly at Uchiha Bido's throat. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, as if he aimed to slay the traitor before him with a single strike. "Prepare to meet your end," Uchiha Shursui shouted coldly. The four blades cut through the air in a flash of silver light. But Uchiha Obito once again used his phasing ability. His figure flickered between reality and Kamui space, moving as erratically as a ghost. Although Uchiha Shirsue's blades were fast, they were ineffective against this peculiar phasing ability, as if they were cutting through air. Uchiha Obito did not give the former any chance to breathe. His figure flickered again and dashed through Uchiha Shirsue's body. A chain swiftly descended, dancing in the air like a spirit snake. Swish! Uchiha Obito materialized, and his chain instantly locked Uchiha Shirsue's body. At this critical moment, Uchiha Shirsue displayed his astonishing body flicker technique. His upright figure vanished like a ghost, leaving only the chain to swing weakly in the air, producing a crisp metallic clink. Chapter 51. Reinforcements arrived to attack Obito. Uchiha Obito was taken aback at this scene. His eyes widened like copper bells. He could not accept reality. Uchiha Shirsue had effortlessly broken free from his chains. The opponent appeared above and behind him with astonishing speed. Reminiscent of the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once repelled him. In Uchiha Shirsue's hands, the four-blade were like four shooting stars, slicing through the air. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution, as if he were pouring all his anger and strength into this one strike. Traitor Obito, all your crimes will be punished today. Uchiha Shirsue shouted coldly. The blades in his hands pierced through Uchiha Obito's torso in an instant. The sudden attack caught Uchiha Obito off guard. His eyes bulged, revealing an expression of disbelief. The moment the blades penetrated his body, he felt excruciating pain. He struggled desperately to resist, but Uchiha Shirsue's strength was as unyielding as a towering mountain. He could only watch helplessly as his body was pinned to the ground by the blades, thus was kicked up by the impact, quickly forming a scene of dust swirling in the air. Pain and reluctance were etched on Uchiha Obito's face. He struggled to speak, but the intense pain left him unable to make a sound. At this moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only Uchiha Shirsue's cold voice echoed in the air. Betrayer, accept your punishment. Just then, Uchiha Obito's body vanished without warning. In a blink of an eye, he appeared several meters away like a ghost. His body was intact, and all the wounds that had been on him had mysteriously disappeared. His face was filled with rage, his jaw trembling slightly from anger as he roared, "Damn you, Shirsue!" His newly replaced left eye was once again rendered useless, as if it had become a worthless ornament. Uchiha Obito, filled with dread, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His face was filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Damn you, Shirsue!" His newly replaced left eye had failed once again. He felt a lingering fear, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. If he hadn't replaced it with a new Sharingan in time, he might have lost his precious Manjiki Sharingan. If it came to that, being blind in both eyes would only lead to death. Therefore, after cursing in anger, Uchiha Obito's right eye suddenly revealed a whirlpool. He flickered and slipped into Kamui space like an eel. Uchiha Shirsue, however, did not let his guard down. He scanned the area with full concentration. His eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been on the roof, gracefully descended. As he landed, he kicked up a cloud of dust. His brows furrowed, and with a serious expression, he muttered to himself, "Did the traitor Obito escape? Or is he hiding and waiting for an opportunity? Uncle Fugaku, my chakra sensing ability is really mediocre." Uchiha Shirsue said seriously, "We cannot let our guard down. Staying vigilant is the best strategy. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. Let's hold on a little longer." His eyes were firm and sharp, closely watching the surrounding environment. His hands unconsciously clenched, revealing his inner tension and alertness. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, as if the air itself had solidified. The surroundings were silent, eerily quiet. Only the gentle breeze softly brushed by, carrying a barely audible rustling sound. Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed slightly, his expression extremely serious. He nodded slowly, revealing a hint of fatigue in his eyes, but more so, an unwavering determination. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere suddenly became even tenser. The reinforcements finally made their grand entrance. The first to arrive was Uchiha Blackclaw, his gaze sharp as a cold star, icy and piercing, as if he could penetrate anything. He exuded a powerful aura that made one's heart race. He was like a fierce beast about to pounce on its prey, poised to strike at the right moment. The next to arrive was Uchiha Shukuin. His expression was as indifferent as an iceberg that had frozen for millennia, emanating a chilling and ruthless aura. The last to appear was Uchiha Shin. He wore a confident smile on his face. His steps were steady and powerful, as if everything in the world was under his control. These three were the rising stars of the Uchiha clan, all top-tier powerhouses. They had all activated their in-release chakra mode. Observing their expressions, they were extremely cold, sending chills down one's spine. They were all trusted confidants of His Majesty the Emperor, their strength surpassing even that of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Blackclaw's gaze was sharp as lightning, like a hawk. He spoke in a powerful voice, "Haha, I'm here. That bastard traitor has nowhere to hide." Uchiha Shukuin coldly surveyed the surroundings without expression. He said nothing, but an overwhelmingly authoritative aura naturally emanated from him. Uchiha Shin's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a self-satisfied grin. He softly said, "With me here, everything is under my control." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly brightened. He stepped forward and clasped his fists toward Uchiha Blackclaw and the others. His voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you all for coming to our aid. We are deeply grateful." Uchiha Shursui also nodded slightly. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he said loudly, "With all of you here, we have the strength of a tiger." Uchiha Blackclaw laughed heartily. He patted his chest and said, "We are all serving His Majesty the Emperor, so there is no need to be so polite." Uchiha Shukuin remained as cold as ice. He simply said, "Resolve the enemy as quickly as possible. Do not delay." His tone was concise and firm, revealing an undeniable determination. Uchiha Ji smiled and said, "We will do our utmost and will not disappoint His Majesty's expectations." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "Then I will leave it to you all." Among the three, Uchiha Shukuin was particularly skilled in chakra perception. He looked around, and the chakra fluctuations were released with a roar. He frowned in thought and said in a deep voice, "I have not sensed the presence of any other people. The traitor Obito must have already fled." Just then, a voice seemed to echo from the underworld. It was Uchiha Obito's distinctive voice, eerily breaking the silence of the oppressive atmosphere. His tone carried a hint of mockery, like that of a cunning fox, with unabashed disdain. It was as if everyone around him was merely ants in his eyes. He said, "Who said I fled?" Chapter 52. Jiraiya experiences the path of the next man. A few dozen meters away from them, there stood a solitary tree, appearing as if it were independent from the world, exuding a sense of desolation and loneliness. Suddenly, a strange and eerie black smoke floated over. Uchiha Obito's ghostly figure appeared beside that tree without any warning. Beneath the cold mask, his expression was utterly unrestrained. The arrogant aura he exuded spread like a tide. The extreme arrogance in the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to pull like the fangs of a demon, recklessly tearing apart everything. It seemed he wanted to rip the entire world apart. Unfortunately, the mask obscured most of his face, preventing everyone from seeing his ferocious expression. The exposed Sharingan flickered with a strange and inscrutable light, as if the secrets hidden in an endless abyss were both mysterious and dangerous. "Umph." Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, filled with disdain and contempt. "You ignorant ants really think you can do anything to me? Let me tell you, I have already perfectly achieved my goal." He crossed his arms in front of his chest, striking a pose of invincibility. That appearance seemed to declare that he was the one and only ruler of this world. Uchiha Obito seemed to shout, "I have no intention of entangling with you any longer. Let this farce come to an end." As he said this, Uchiha Obito slightly tilted his head back, his gaze sweeping over everyone with immense contempt, as if looking at a group of worthless ants. Then his figure swayed slightly, and he vanished from the spot. He appeared to be casual, but in reality, it was an extremely forced excuse. Uchiha Obito's demeanor seemed carefree, yet upon closer inspection, it carried a hint of panic. He hurriedly fled, looking rather embarrassed. Everyone present stood frozen in place like wooden statues. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly. His face filled with shock, his mouth slightly agape. He incredulously said, "I thought we were about to fight, and he just ran away?" Beside him, Uchiha Ji also had his mouth agape, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. The few people present looked at each other, their faces filled with astonishment and bewilderment, completely unable to believe what had just happened. Subsequently, everyone's gaze slowly shifted to the surroundings of the palace. At this moment, it was already a sea of green. The dense forest created by what released ninjutsu had engulfed the entire palace. The massive tree trunks were as thick as giant limbs, with lush branches intertwining with one another, as if telling people how intense that recent battle had been. Someone couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. His brows were tightly knitted together. Uchiha Fugaku said, "Sigh. Looking at this situation, the palace is probably unusable now." The others nodded heavily in agreement. Their expressions were filled with helplessness and worry. Uchiha Shursui quietly echoed, "Yes. It seems we must rebuild a new palace." In this somewhat dilapidated and chaotic scene, everyone was enveloped in deep sorrow. After some time, Uchiha Fugaku directed the city guards to handle the various complicated matters in the city. He himself once again mobilized the chakra within him, magically conjuring a majestic steed. Without hesitation, he mounted the horse. The city was still in chaos. "You must handle it well. See if there are any survivors," Uchiha Fugaku said with authority, simultaneously waving his right hand. With a flick of the reins, the sound of hooves echoed. Uchiha Fugaku charged like the wind towards the refuge outside the city. When he arrived at his destination, his gaze swiftly scanned the crowd like lightning. Uchiha Fugaku quickly spotted the royal feather army. He immediately saw two people, his beloved ex-wife, Uchiha Makoto, and his adorable son, Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, a sense of relief unconsciously appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. He sighed long and deeply. Uchiha Fugaku quickly realized the problem. He was not suited to approach them. After all, in his strangely brainwashed memories, he had willingly offered up his wife and son. He could only watch from a distance. He stood quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He silently guarded them from afar. Almost no one knew that beneath the mysterious and dark palace, there was an incredibly massive barrier. The barrier resembled a vast underground city, exuding an ancient and eerie aura. In this chilling place, Jiraiya was actually here. He was hanging high up, bound by heavy chains. His body swayed, appearing utterly helpless. His face was filled with pain and defiance, his eyes shining with stubbornness. Surrounding him were a group of men with fierce appearances. Each one had dark eyes, as if they were a group of demons crawled out from hell. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. What he was experiencing at this moment was like the training of next man's path, filled with rage in his heart. "If you have the ability, let me down. You guys, just wait and see if I don't kill you." Jiraiya glared wide-eyed and shouted loudly. He stared fiercely at the people around him. One of the men sneered. He said, "Ha, Jiraiya, just stop struggling. Obediently accept your fate. You are our toy." Jiraiya struggled, shaking his body. The chains made a clattering sound. Jiraiya, will never submit. Just wait and see." He glared fiercely at those people again, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. The surrounding men showed sinister and evil smiles on their faces. They laughed maniacally. Their laughter seemed to penetrate the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Among them, a burly man had a greedy glint in his eyes. He tightly gripped a bottle in his right hand. Suddenly, he exerted force and crushed the bottle in his hand. Bang! The sound of the bottle breaking was particularly clear in the silent space. The lubricant inside the bottle sprayed out like a fountain, splattering into the air. The man licked his lips, a disgusting smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. He stared intently at Jiraiya, who was hanging in front of him. In an extremely lewd tone, he laughed and said, "Baby, I'm here." As he spoke, he twisted his body, resembling a disgusting worm. He approached Jiraiya step by step, his desire growing more intense in his eyes. Jiraiya's face turned extremely ugly once again. He glared at the man with anger. His eyes nearly bursting with fire as he shouted, "Get away from me, you disgusting creep." His body struggled incessantly as he tried to break free from the chains that bound him. Chapter 53. The chaos in the land of rivers and the land of grass. The land of rivers had already turned into a battlefield. Tian stood there like a cold, ruthless war god. He looked as if he were draped in a black trench coat, fluttering in the wind. His posture was tall and resolute. At this moment, he activated his in-release chakra mode. He exuded an extremely seductive aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the dark abyss. A glint of cold light flashed in his icy gaze. Then, he casually waved the sword in his hand. The sword moved with lightning speed, and with a thud, he accurately stabbed a warrior from the land of rivers. The warrior's eyes widened in shock and pain. Tian remained indifferent, his expression as blank as a statue. He stood quietly, his cold gaze fixed on everything before him. He then slowly channeled his technique, infusing the in-release chakra like a trickle into the wound inflicted by the sword. In the blink of an eye, the warrior's body began to exhibit a large number of extremely bizarre curse seal runes, as if he had been subjected to an evil spell. Indeed, this was Tian's unique curse seal. I have been using and researching curse seals for a long time. It has always been effective. Tian snorted coldly, his voice deep and filled with intimidation, like thunder rumbling in the ears. As he said, he had started using this technique long ago. With the passage of time, his skill in using it had become increasingly proficient. The variations had also multiplied like bamboo shoots after a rain. Various astonishing variations continuously emerged from his hands, one after another. Do you think you can stop me? The corners of Tian's mouth curled up slightly, forming a dismissive smile filled with mockery and contempt. Meanwhile, he retracted his sword and casually flicked it, shaking off the blood like snowflakes. The movement was extremely graceful yet cold, as if he cared nothing for the world around him. The black trench coat formed by his in-release chakra rustled in the wind, making a whispering sound, as if proudly declaring his invincibility to the world. Enjoy my newly researched cursed seals. You will all become my puppets. Tian laughed wildly. His laughter was unrestrained and reckless, as if it were about to break through the clouds and echo over the land of rivers. Those who heard it could not help but feel a chill creeping in, shivering with fear. Other warriors from the land of rivers showed expressions of terror as they watched their comrade tormented by the cursed seals. Deep respect and fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, the land of rivers seemed to be enveloped in an impenetrable layer of thick, dark haze, creating a sense of oppression and despair. I warn you, Tian's thunderous voice rang out. His expression was stern, his eyes filled with a strong sense of intimidation. He waved his hand again, easily placing another warrior under a cursed seal. His army surged like a tide, rampaging across the battlefield, defeating the warriors and ninjas of the land of rivers. They were utterly powerless against this overwhelming onslaught. One after another, they were captured alive and then roughly tied up. Tian stood there, gazing at the towering capital of the land of rivers in the distance. He took a deep breath, then channeled his chakra, amplifying his voice like rolling thunder. Surrender now. Otherwise, I will place a curse seal on all of you, he shouted, his face filled with arrogance and dominance. I'll leave you a way out. It's still not too late to surrender, but time is running out. As he spoke, he raised his right hand high with the sword. The sword shimmered with a cold light in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if foreshadowing the impending cruelty. Time was running short. The sky was gradually darkening, as if it were being soaked in ink. Orochimaru and the other three had already stepped into the territory of the land of grass. They walked with firm and steady strides, heading straight towards the positions occupied by the grass ninjas and warriors. The momentum was as if heralding an impending storm. Soon, the battle was about to break out. A cold glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he unhesitatingly unleashed his signature wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, then suddenly opened his mouth wide. A powerful gust of air howled out from his mouth. This airflow, like a violent tornado, swept forward with unparalleled force. Everything in its path was thrown into disarray, as the surrounding area was smashed to pieces by this fierce wind. Many hastily constructed temporary buildings were blown away mercilessly. Like fragile playing cards, disappearing after rolling in the air. In the midst of the chaos, Asuma Sarutobi's face turned serious. He slightly opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a cloud of gray dust. This dust was not ordinary. It seemed to possess its own life and power. It rapidly spread through the air, eventually forming a gray, dusty area. This dust carried a strange texture, as if containing some mysterious energy, and had a certain stickiness and burning sensation. It could interfere with and harm enemies that came into contact with it, hindering their movements and trapping them in difficulty. The surviving ninjas and warriors were thrown into a panicked state. But the attack was not over yet. Asuma Sarutobi once again performed his signature ninjutsu. He took a deep breath and then suddenly exhaled a ball of scorching hot ash forward. The ash flew like a burning fireball, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures. Wherever the ash went, the enemies felt unbearable burning damage. After a while, a fierce glint flashed in Asuma's eyes. He bit down hard on his teeth. With a loud bang, the ball of ash exploded, creating a massive blast. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. "Ha! Let's have some more fun," Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a chilling smile. His already narrow eyes squinted into slits, exuding endless eeriness. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, as if to swallow everything, like a terrifying gate being opened. A multitude of snakes surged forth from his mouth like a tide. Those snakes twisted their long, slippery bodies, attacking the already chaotic battlefield with astonishing speed. The sky seemed to darken even more due to this sudden, terrifying sight. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. The grass ninjas and warriors, faced with this overwhelming swarm of snakes, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Their eyes were wide open, filled with despair and fear. The sounds of pain rose and fell, emitted from their mouths. They struggled desperately under the attack of the snakes, but it was futile, as if caught in an inescapable nightmare. Orochimaru stood to the side, admiring it all. His twisted face was full of pride and arrogance. Chapter 54. The Akatsuki organization is actively carrying out missions in the Land of Rain, heading west towards the Land of Birds. The night fell like a giant black curtain, shrouding the land. Under the dim moonlight, two figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds were moving. They were Kakuzu and Sasori. Before this, Pain had solemnly assigned this task to them. It turned out that the Land of Bears had hired the Akatsuki organization, requesting them to wreak havoc within the Land of Birds. Kakuzu wore an indifferent expression, as if nothing in the world could move him. He walked in front, his steps steady and firm. His red cloud-black robe fluttered slightly in the night wind, as if telling of his unruly and cold nature. Sasori was quietly hidden within his massive Hiriko puppet, crawling slowly behind. The friction between the puppet's shell and the ground produced a series of faint yet somewhat irritating scratching sounds. "Hey, Sasori." Kakuzu suddenly stopped. He turned around, his furrowed brow resembling two centipedes intertwined. He looked impatient and shouted, "Can't you just stand up and walk? Look at your slow pace, it's driving me crazy." His eyes revealed a blatant hint of disdain and dissatisfaction. While speaking, his mouth opened and closed, the muscles on his face trembled slightly due to the emotional fluctuations, as if trying hard to suppress his inner anger. Sasori, hidden in the Hiriko puppet, seemed to have not heard Kakuzu's words. He continued to crawl at his leisurely pace, as if he hadn't heard Kakuzu's reprimand at all. Suddenly, without warning, he launched an attack. The Hiriko puppet erupted with an astonishing momentum, as if it were a wild beast completely enraged. In an instant, it unleashed a terrifying speed, whipping out a metallic tail that shimmered with a cold light from its rear. The metallic tail struck through the air like a deadly whip, producing a sharp and piercing whistle as it cut through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it fiercely struck towards Kakuzu. Seeing this, Kakuzu's expression instantly darkened, like heavy clouds gathering. His reaction was as quick as lightning. He swiftly pushed off the ground with both feet. His entire body leaped up like a nimble bird, narrowly evading the fierce attack in a dangerously acrobatic manner. In midair, he appeared so light, his feet slightly curled, and a look of utmost seriousness crossed his face. "Sasori," What are you doing? Have you gone mad? After landing, Kakuzu furrowed his brow tightly. He scolded angrily. I just said you walk slowly, and I want to wait for you. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, the air was filled with smoke, and hot dust swirled in the sky. Asuma Tsurutobi stood there, a look of determination in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and ignited a bomb. With a thunderous explosion, the dust was blasted up again, blocking out the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Everyone in the battlefield was instantly turned into minced meat in this violent explosion. At this moment, Asuma was lost in thought. I wonder how you are doing now. Are you happy following your master? His face was filled with longing and concern. His brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. On the other side, Orochimaru summoned a massive yellow snake. The snake opened its blood-filled mouth and greedily swallowed the half-cooked corpses in the battlefield. Orochimaru glanced coldly at Asuma. He said coldly, "Hey, Asuma, don't get distracted. If someone takes the opportunity to ambush, you'll be dead." Just after he finished speaking, Orochimaru quickly pulled out a soldier food pill. With his bony index finger, he flicked it lightly. The pill shot towards Naruto Uzumaki's mouth like a speeding bullet. Seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate to open his mouth wide and swallowed the pill in one go, looking like a well-behaved dog. He smacked his lips and asked with an eager expression, "Uncle Orochimaru, is there more to eat?" His eyes sparkled, and his face bore a hint of flattery. He even licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. Orochimaru's shadowy eyes fixed on Naruto. He couldn't help but think of Minato Namikaze. After all, he had once been his rival. Although he wasn't particularly obsessed with the position of Hokage, it still left him feeling somewhat frustrated for having failed in the competition. Orochimaru slowly extended his hand, gently stroking Naruto's head, the motion akin to petting a docile dog. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, wearing a teasing expression as he said, "You want more to eat?" With that, he quickly flicked another soldier food pill. Naruto excitedly jumped up, opening his mouth wide. He accurately swallowed the pill. Seeing this, Orochimaru displayed a proud, yet somewhat sinister smile. He let out a strange laugh. Hee hee. He suddenly stretched out both arms and tightly embraced Naruto's head, resembling someone playing with a pet dog. As he held Naruto's head, he kept murmuring, "Good boy, good boy, good boy." At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to distort due to Orochimaru's bizarre behavior, the eerie atmosphere sending chills down one's spine. "Orochimaru-senpai, let us go," Asuma Tsurutobi shouted loudly. He quickly walked over, his face showing a hint of irritation. The night was particularly dark, seemingly reflecting his mood. Approaching, Asuma raised his foot and kicked Naruto hard. The force was quite restrained, causing Naruto to stumble and nearly fall. Asuma gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with rage. He had never been a teacher, and his personality was not as depicted in the manga. Asuma vented all his unpleasant emotions on the innocent Naruto. He glared fiercely at Naruto, shouting, "Be honest." He then turned to Orochimaru, replacing his expression with one of respect, saying, "Orochimaru-senpai, let us hurry up and leave." Orochimaru squinted slightly. He observed everything, a barely noticeable cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He slowly said, "Asuma, being so impatient is not good. You interrupted my dog play." His voice was sinister, as if it came from hell. Asuma quickly lowered his head, a bit frightened, saying, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-senpai. I just feel it's a waste of time to linger here." Orochimaru snorted softly, saying, "Humph, young people just can't stay calm." He glanced at Naruto once more, his gaze inscrutable, saying, "Let us go, don't delay any longer." After saying that, Orochimaru lifted his foot and started walking forward. Asuma hurriedly followed, but he occasionally turned back, glaring at the still-dazed Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 55. Tian versus the leader of Chuan Hidden Village. The next day, as dawn broke, sunlight poured down like golden threads onto the feudal lord's mansion in the capital of the Land of Rivers. This majestic building, under the sunlight, seemed to be draped in a layer of golden splendor. The sunlight filtered through the tall eaves, casting mottled reflections on the blue stone floor, adding a touch of mystery and majesty. Tian stood tall and straight like a pine tree. Proudly, he stood in the center of the mansion square. A smug smile adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a victor. He gazed down at the leader of Chuan Hidden Village and the dazed feudal lord, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Did you not expect this? When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. Lu Tian spoke sarcastically, his voice cold and clear. The feudal lord's eyes widened in disbelief. He glared angrily at Lu Tian, cursing loudly. You scoundrel! I will haunt you even in death." His voice trembled with rage, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger. Meanwhile, the leader of Chuan Hidden Village, usually composed, now had a face as dark as storm clouds. His teeth ground together, as if he was trying to consolidate all his fury into one strike. The fierce light in his eyes was like a sharp blade, piercing toward Lu Tian as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Suddenly, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Each movement was as rapid as a sudden storm, dazzling to behold. In an instant, he unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Lu Tian suddenly trembled violently, as if torn apart by an invisible force. The next moment, the ground turned into a mass of soft soil, rushing past like a raging flood, lifting layers of mud waves, trying to forcibly wash Lu Tian away. Having successfully executed his move, the leader of Chuan Hidden Village did not pause for a moment. His hands danced swiftly again. He unleashed the water release, exploding water shockwave. A massive torrent of water surged from his mouth. The pressure of the water was overwhelming, like a dam bursting, unstoppable. The water and soil merged rapidly, forming enormous mudslides. The mudslides, mixed with numerous stones, roared like a giant dragon, unleashing a deafening roar as they charged fiercely toward Lu Tian. Faced with the oncoming mudslides, Lu Tian remained remarkably calm. He stood his ground, his feet seemingly rooted deeply in the soft soil, as if he and the earth had become one. He snorted coldly. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking the impending attack. Just as the mudslides were about to hit Lu Tian, he suddenly activated the Yin Release, Chakra Mode. A powerful wave of Yin Release Chakra erupted from his body, seemingly enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Lu Tian appeared to don a black battle outfit in that moment. The outfit shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if it were a magical armor from the depths of the abyss. Lu Tian suddenly spread the four wings behind him. The wings were huge and jet black, exuding a sharp aura. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly evading the subsequent ferocious mudslides, as if dancing with the forces of nature. At that moment, Lu Tian resembled a black eagle soaring through a storm. He looked down at everything below, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. He seemed like a king in control of everything, able to handle any difficulties with ease. The leader of Chuan Hidden Village and the others could only look up. They gazed in shock and fear at Lu Tian's soaring figure. "Since you are so ungrateful, let me send you on your way to where you belong." A cold light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes. In his palm, a sphere like a black hole instantly formed, as if it would devour everything. He suddenly swung his hand, throwing the black sphere out. The sphere rapidly expanded in midair, releasing a terrifying suction force, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. In an instant, everything in the feudal lord's mansion was drawn in. All of it was absorbed into Lu Tian's domain. The entire area seemed to be torn apart, ultimately forming a massive pit, like a wound in the earth, grotesque and terrifying. But amidst this chaos, a figure flickered and quickly burrowed underground. He attempted to escape this terrifying place through the underground river. The leader of Chuan Hidden Village? As the leader, how can you be so irresponsible, only thinking about saving yourself? Why don't you fight me? Lu Tian smiled coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The chakra in his hand instantly condensed into a black spear, its tip gleaming with a sharp light. Like using a fork to catch fish, he hurled the spear with great force, and it shot toward the ground like an arrow released from a bow. The spear elongated in midair, as if it wanted to penetrate the entire earth. It accurately struck the leader of Chuan Hidden Village underground. Is the battle over? Has the Lord captured the leader of Chuan Hidden Village? Just as everyone thought the leader had been pierced by the spear, a new development occurred. A massive figure burst forth from the ground. It was the leader of Chuan Hidden Village, who had transformed into a giant of mud and stone. The thick earth and rocks looked grotesque and terrifying. He swung his massive arms and charged violently at Tian. Those arms seemed capable of tearing everything apart, exuding endless might and power. Tian's expression grew serious. He knew that the leader of Chuan Hidden Village was no weakling. "Do you want to kill me? Then let us see if you have the ability." A fierce light flickered in Tian's eyes, as if he wanted to swallow the entire world. He took a deep breath. His figure instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The air was filled with tension and a murderous aura. Tian, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind the leader of Chuan Hidden Village. His movements were powerful and grand, filled with strength and dominance. Tian clenched his fists tightly. His muscles tensed, veins bulging. He struck a powerful punch toward the giant head, and where his fist passed, the air seemed to tear apart. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, it felt as if the heavens and earth trembled in response. The giant body of the leader of Chuan Hidden Village wobbled slightly under this punch, clearly bearing a tremendous impact. The entire capital of the Land of Rivers trembled under the shock of this force, as if it could not withstand such terrifying power. Houses shook, the ground cracked, and people screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. The leader of Chuan Hidden Village roared, shaking the hearts of those who heard it like thunder. His massive body suddenly turned around, facing Tian, his enormous eyes filled with an angry light like burning flames. They blazed fiercely, as if they wanted to incinerate everything. The leader swung his mountain-like arms once more, launching a fierce attack at Tian with endless might and power. Fragments of mud and stone flew through the air, rapidly forming terrifying storms that swept across the entire capital of the Land of Rivers. However, at that moment, something shocking happened. Chapter 56, Post-Battle Review and Follow-Up. The seemingly indestructible mudslide giant now appeared as if it were an ancient stone tablet eroded by time. Numerous cracks appeared on its body, spreading like a spider's web, dividing its form into several fragments. Seeing this, Tian's eyes flashed with mockery. He moved swiftly, instantly appearing in front of the leader of Chuan Hidden Village. Clenching his fists tightly, he gathered all his strength and struck a powerful punch at the already shattered mudslide giant. Bang! With a loud noise, it felt as if the heavens and earth trembled. The mudslide giant completely collapsed under this terrifying force, quickly turning into a pile of rubble and dirt scattered on the ground. Tian grabbed the leader of Chuan Hidden Village by the neck, lifting him high. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He coldly said, "You don't want to die, do you? Then I'll give you a chance. Will you seize it? Well, then seize it well." The leader of Chuan Hidden Village was intimidated by Tian's terrifying aura. A glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. He trembled as he asked, "What do you want? What do you want?" Tian's smile grew more pronounced, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He said, "Are you married at your age? Let me see your wife. Do you have a daughter? Do you have a niece? Surely you have young women in your family?" The leader of Chuan Hidden Village turned red, stammering, "I don't have any of those." After hearing this, a deep disappointment and disdain flashed in Tian's eyes. He seemed extremely disappointed in the leader of Chuan Hidden Village before him. Beneath his furrowed brow, his sharp eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if they could see into the hearts of men. Alas, what a pity! Such a pity, Tian sighed lightly, a mocking arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he said, "I originally thought I could find some interesting toys from you." He coldly stared at the leader of Chuan Hidden Village. His voice was as icy as the winter wind. He said, "I didn't expect you to be of no use at all. Then I have no reason to keep you." Tian no longer hesitated. He silently recited in his heart, "System, retrieve all the people in the cave paradise and the ones in my hands." Those in the cave paradise seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. They instantly disappeared, leaving only an empty space, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Tian gained a large amount of system points. He smiled with satisfaction, lightly clapping his hands as if applauding his own decision. The soldiers cheered one after another, casting adoring glances at Tian. Tian turned around, Facing the cheering soldiers of the great Han Empire, his face radiated with victorious joy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tian shouted, "Soldiers, we have won. The country of Chuan is no more." Uchiha Tiehu, with his center-parted hairstyle, was like a gust of wind that broke through the air. He rushed to Lu Tian's side with a sharp aura, each step seemingly in rhythm with time, agile yet graceful. Sunlight fell on his resolute face, reflecting the determined light in his eyes. "Long live your majesty. News has come from the homeland that the traitor Abido dared to openly challenge your authority and attacked our capital." Uchiha Tiehu knelt on one knee, his hands clenched tightly. His voice was strong and resonant, like iron striking stone, as he said, "The palace has been reduced to ruins by what release ninjutsu." Devastated, Lu Tian slightly raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. He calmly gazed at Tiehu, his voice not loud, yet imbued with endless authority and confidence. He said, "It's fine. I already knew about this." His words conveyed a sense of calm composure, as if nothing in the world could shake his resolve. Lu Tian's gaze turned to a figure standing not far away, a long-haired man, Uchiha Dawa. His silhouette cast a long shadow in the sunlight, appearing exceptionally tall. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could see through all the secrets of the world. "Dawa, now is the time to showcase your abilities. I command you to depart immediately and capture all the young men of the country of Chuan and bring them to the concentration camp." Lu Tian walked slowly towards Dawa, his voice deep and powerful. He said, "I want to completely eliminate the living forces of the country of Chuan, so they can no longer pose a threat to us." Upon hearing this, a trace of fervent light flashed in Uchiha Dawa's eyes. He straightened up abruptly, bowed, and his voice was loud and firm as he said, "As you command, your majesty, Dawa will do his utmost and will not disappoint your expectations." A few dozen minutes later, Lu Tian walked steadily into a wide camp. It resembled a treasure trove, filled with countless precious items collected from the capital of the country of Chuan, shimmering with enticing light. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tent, illuminating the dazzling treasures and casting colorful reflections. Lu Tian's gaze slowly swept over the treasures, as if he could see the story behind each item. Not far away, a burly man, Uchiha Hanya, was busy directing his subordinates to organize these spoils. Upon seeing Lu Tian arrive, he immediately stopped his work and walked over respectfully. A shrewd light flickered in Uchiha Hanya's eyes. He bowed to Lu Tian and said, "Your Majesty, all the spoils have been collected. How should we handle the wealth?" Lu Tian nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said lightly, "Since everything has been gathered, let us handle it according to the rules. These assets will be distributed among the troops, and the rest will be sealed for future use." Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Uchiha Hanya's eyes. He quickly bowed and replied in a loud voice, "As you command, your Majesty, we will certainly handle these spoils properly and will not disappoint your expectations." With Uchiha Hanya's departure, the camp once again resumed its busy scene. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Uchiha Dawa appeared before Lu Tian in a flash. He wore a look of fatigue, but excitement sparkled in his eyes. He bowed to Lu Tian, his voice filled with pride. He said, "Your Majesty, the task has been completed. All the young men of the country of Chuan have been successfully brought to the concentration camp." Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He turned and walked towards the concentration camp, followed by Uchiha Dawa and a group of loyal guards. Chapter 57. Discovering Buluhu and Gyalyo, the makeshift concentration camp was bustling with noise. Tens of thousands of men from the country of Chuan were imprisoned here, their faces filled with fear and unease. Lu Tian entered the concentration camp. His gaze swept over the crowd, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. These men from the country of Chuan are all potential threats. To prevent future troubles, they must all be dealt with. As Lu Tian contemplated, he tightened his fists, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, "These little days are just annoying. Turn them all into system points." As he issued the order to the system, an imperceptible wave spread through the crowd. those originally terrified men from the country of Chuan. In that instant, the entire concentration camp seemed to be enveloped by an invisible, mysterious veil, silent except for the sound of the breeze brushing against their clothes. The men from the country of Chuan seemed to be drawn by an irresistible force. Their figures began to gradually blur, as if they were slowly dissolving into the air. The system's feedback came instantly, like a flash of lightning piercing the night sky, illuminating his heart. A large amount of system points surged into his account like a tide, filling him with satisfaction and joy. Tian slightly curled his lips, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the joy into his body. But he was not satisfied with the status quo. Tian quickly opened the system interface and allocated all his system points to perception. In that instant, he felt as though his soul had been sublimated once again. His thoughts seemed to be racing at high speed. Tian sharply detected a strange fluctuation in the air. He quickly turned around, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. His sight locked onto a direction that seemed to conceal some unspeakable secret. There, he saw something resembling a Venus flytrap. Its bizarre shape sent a chill down his spine. Tian immediately sensed a hint of danger. He moved his body and instantly shifted to another position. Just as he did, he felt a strong wave emanating from his previous location. When he arrived, he found that the area was already deserted. Clearly, someone had escaped the scene. Is it black and white Zetsu? I would never mistake that Venus flytrap form. It must be that guy. Anger appeared on Tian's face as he gritted his teeth. At the same time, he was well aware that the existence of these guys was always a trouble, posing a huge threat to his plans. Tian pondered for a moment, then suddenly punched a nearby large tree. The trunk shattered in an instant. A figure clad in white was pulled out from the crack. The person struggled to escape, but was firmly grabbed by Tian around the neck. It was indeed a clone of White Zetsu. It struggled to break free from Tian's grasp, but the disparity in strength left it helpless. Tian coldly looked at it and said, as expected, "There is indeed something here, but the important guy has escaped." Without hesitation, he snapped the neck of the White Zetsu clone, completely eliminating it. Then, he had the system extract cells from the White Zetsu clone, converting them into an essence. Tian looked at the essence in the large test tube in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He said, "Cells of the chakra god tree? This is a great material. Looks like this isn't a total loss." Tian's perception abilities were like a radar, constantly scanning the surrounding environment for hidden threats. In a flash, his perception once again caught an abnormal fluctuation, this time from the other end of the forest. Tian's eyes narrowed. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already reached the other end of the forest, his gaze fixed on a white-haired man wrapped in bandages. The man seemed to sense Tian's arrival. He trembled slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He looked up at Tian, a flicker of terror passing through his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by madness. Tian coldly stared at him, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He said, "The forbidden technique ninja, Obito? I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm very interested in your forbidden technique, Kagaya." Upon hearing Tian's words, Obito's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. But he quickly calmed down, yelling frantically, "Humph, you want my forbidden technique? Then merge with me. Become my power." Seeing the situation turn dire, Obito quickly formed hand seals. The next moment, several different types of ninja beasts were summoned. They roared as if they wanted to devour everything. Obito's figure flickered and quickly merged with these ninja beasts. The fused Obito looked like a bizarre chimera, a monster that was neither human nor ghost, radiating a chilling dark aura. Those tentacle-like limbs waved in the air, seemingly trying to engulf the entire forest. A surge of dark power erupted from him, like swirling black tornadoes sweeping toward Tian. Seeing this, a chill flashed in Tian's eyes, but he did not panic. His figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the darkness and effortlessly dodging Obito's attacks. Tian let out a cold laugh as his figure disappeared once more. When he reappeared, he was behind Obito. He swung a powerful punch, his fist shimmering with brilliant light, as if containing boundless strength. Accompanied by a loud bang, the powerful force collided violently with Obito's body. Obito's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but was heavily injured by the powerful force. His face turned pale as paper. Obito looked up at Tian, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He struggled to say, How is this possible? How can you possess such powerful strength? Tian coldly regarded him, his eyes showing no fluctuations. He said, in the face of absolute power, any forbidden technique is futile. Obito, I want your forbidden technique, Kagaya, and you will cease to exist. Suddenly, deep black energy surged from Tian's hands, resembling a black hole in the night sky, devouring all surrounding light. This energy was powerful and mysterious, causing Obito to feel a sense of dread. He launched an attack with both hands, his assault grand and sweeping, as if trying to tear space apart. Obito, sensing the powerful energy wave, showed a look of terror on his face. He tried to struggle to his feet, but that force had him firmly locked down. He could only watch helplessly as the energy wave surged toward him, filled with despair. Obito's body was instantly struck by that force. He felt as if he had become a vegetable, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the surrounding trees shook violently from the energy wave, as if they would topple at any moment. Chapter 58. Tian's fierce battle with Uchiha Hanya. Through the precise extraction of the system, Tian finally succeeded in obtaining the forbidden technique, Kagaya. But at that moment, a strange echo rang in his mind. Return my body to me. You outer demon. I, Uchiha Hanya, will never submit to you. The voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it wanted to tear apart Tian's soul. Tian frowned tightly and forcefully slapped his head, trying to dispel the strange voice. But the voice grew clearer, making it impossible for him to ignore. He took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful yin-yang release force surged from him. A pitch-black object gradually emerged from his body. In front of him, it quickly transformed into a complete human body. This was a body created by Tian using yin-yang release, a perfect vessel. Tian carefully infused the precious God Tree Cell liquid into this new body. He pressed his hands firmly on the new body's head, concentrating fully on guiding the fusion of the God Tree Cell liquid with the body. At that moment, a strong sensation of dizziness surged over him like a tide, impacting Tian's nerves. His body involuntarily swayed, as if he would collapse at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and persisted to complete the final step. At the moment Tian collapsed, the new body slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were extraordinary, a pair of purple, six-tomo Rinnegan. They shimmered with a mysterious and profound light, as if they could see through everything in the world. Ha ha ha! I really succeeded, Tian shouted excitedly. His face was filled with uncontainable excitement and pride. He said, Sage body, sage eyes, is this the bloodline limit? Amazing! Just as he was immersed in the joy of success, an unexpected situation occurred. The body of Uchiha Hanya, which was supposed to fall into silence, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were filled with hostility and vigilance, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Uchiha Hanya struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed tightly on Tian's new body. His face was pale and twisted, as if enduring immense pain and torment. Yet his eyes were firm and persistent, filled with hatred and animosity towards Tian. You evil creature from beyond the heavens. Uchiha Hanya managed to speak, his voice hoarse and trembling. I have reclaimed my body. You will die. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tian did not show the slightest panic. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with calmness and confidence. He took a deep breath and instantly entered the Sage of Six Paths mode. His entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Tian was dressed in a black tight-fitting robe, seemingly merging with the darkness. 9 truth-seeking orbs slowly rotated behind him, as if containing endless mysteries and power. Uchiha Hanya, do you think you can escape from my grasp? That I would be unprepared for you? Tian said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The 9 truth-seeking orbs behind him emitted a dazzling black light simultaneously, transforming into sharp projectiles that shot toward Uchiha Hanya. These projectiles traced brilliant trajectories in the air, as if aiming to pierce through Uchiha Hanya's body. However, Uchiha Hanya was not an ordinary opponent. He flickered and disappeared from his original spot. The projectiles missed their mark, exploding in the air with a piercing sound. In the next moment, Uchiha Hanya appeared behind Tian, his hands gathering chakra, preparing to launch a fatal strike. But Tian seemed to have anticipated this. He flickered and also vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Uchiha Hanya, his fists clenched tightly, striking out with force. With a loud bang, Tian's fist collided violently with Uchiha Hanya's body. A powerful shockwave erupted instantly, causing the surrounding air to hum. Uchiha Hanya was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up but found that his body seemed bound by an invisible force. It was the truth-seeking orbs, which had transformed into shackles on Uchiha Hanya. Tian slowly walked in front of Uchiha Hanya, looking down at him with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Tian said, "Do you think my weak techniques would work on me? After all, little days, your understanding of my chakra martial arts is too shallow. Little days? You dare refer to us, the people of this land, in such a way?" Uchiha Hanya's eyes flickered with anger. He struggled to stand up, his voice filled with resolution. "You are indeed an evil creature from beyond the heavens. You have never truly respected this land or its people." Tian scoffed coldly, unshaken by Uchiha Hanya's anger. He extended a finger, lightly touching the air as if gathering some mysterious power. Suddenly, he jabbed. The tip of his finger landed precisely on Uchiha Hanya's forehead. A powerful surge of chakra instantly flowed into Uchiha Hanya's body, binding him tightly. Under this force, Uchiha Hanya's body seemed to lose all vitality, becoming exceedingly rigid. Just as Uchiha Hanya was about to lose all power to resist, his body underwent a stunning transformation. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. The entire forest vanished in an instant under Susanoo's terrifying power, replaced by a giant figure towering over 200 meters high. This giant was clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive long sword, both majestic and terrifying. Uchiha Hanya appeared at the center of Susanoo's forehead, his eyes flashing with determination. Faced with his former self and such a powerful opponent, Tian gasped in shock, his body rapidly expanding. The power of the Dharma realm surged within him, and in an instant, he transformed into a giant over 900 meters tall. Tian extended his massive hand, firmly grasping Uchiha Hanya's Susanoo. He exerted force, continuously crushing this small giant. Each crushing blow was accompanied by deafening roars and intense tremors, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling in response. "You will die, abomination that disturbs my mind," Tian roared. His voice thundered across the sky. He increased his strength, continuing to crush Susanoo mercilessly. Under Tian's overwhelming power, cracks began to appear in Susanoo's armor. Although Uchiha Hanya tried his utmost to resist, he appeared so small and helpless against this force. After struggling for a few seconds, Susanoo shattered under Tian's unstoppable power, quickly turning into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Uchiha Hanya's body fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but his body had already suffered severe injuries, rendering him immobile. After subduing Uchiha Hanya, Tian's figure rapidly shrank back to his original appearance. He slowly bent down, his hands like iron pincers tightly gripping Uchiha Hanya's neck. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into silence, with only Tian's cold and firm voice echoing. He said, "You should have died long ago." Chapter 59. Inyang Dune clone travels to various countries. Uchiha Hanya was nearly gasping for air as Tian tightened his grip. He struggled to lift his head, looking into Tian's indifferent and profound eyes. The anger and unwillingness in his eyes intertwined, ultimately forming an indescribable sense of despair. Tian continued, "If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by Uchiha Itachi long ago. I saved your life, yet you are ungrateful and want to kill me. Therefore, I will now take your life." As he spoke, Tian's hands increased their grip. A deep bruise immediately appeared on Uchiha Hanya's neck. He felt his life force rapidly slipping away, but he was powerless to resist. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only Lu Tian's cold voice echoing continuously. Uchiha Hanya's face grew paler, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that today he was likely to meet his end. Yet, there remained a hint of unwillingness and anger in his heart. He did not understand why he had ended up in such a predicament. "System, are you still there? Retrieve him for me." Lu Tian roared in his mind, his voice like thunder crashing in his head. But the only response was silence. The system seemed to have vanished. Giving no reaction, Lu Tian furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion and unease appearing on his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, then shouted, "System, are you still there? I need your power. Retrieve him for me." Still, there was no response. Lu Tian realized a problem. It seemed that this system was only bound to his original body, and now that he had switched bodies, the system had lost contact. It appeared that the system was bound to this body, but it didn't matter anymore. A hint of determination flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He no longer hoped for the system, but prepared to take matters into his own hands. He exerted force with both hands, chakra swirling violently in his palms, ultimately forming a powerful force. A visible surge of chakra erupted, accompanied by a crisp snap. Uchiha Hanya's neck was instantly crushed under Lu Tian's powerful chakra. His head and body separated in an instant, rolling a distance on the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding land red. Lu Tian looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground, a sense of indescribable pleasure surging within him. He was finally liberated. This most troublesome enemy, one who had always been a thorn in his side, was finally eliminated by his own hands today. He howled toward the sky, his voice filled with ecstasy and madness. He exclaimed, "Wonderful! I am finally free! Ha 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 ha!" His laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, as if to release all his worries and pain. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing bright sunlight. Lu Tian clapped his hands sharply. His figure began to split like a phantom. Clones emerged from his body, a testament to his proud yin-yang release clone technique. These clones, like ghosts awakening from a dream, silently soared into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. They passed through the dense cloud layers, ultimately reaching the stratosphere. There, they scattered like dandelion seeds across the vast sky, each flying towards the directions of the various ninja countries. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's main body remained in place. He looked up at the sky, a determined expression on his face. He took a deep breath, as if to draw in the power of the entire world. His voice thundered like a storm, resonating throughout the land of rivers. With his roar, a powerful chakra erupted from his body, surging like a torrent. This chakra quickly spread his voice throughout the land of rivers. Every inch of land, every tree, every river seemed to feel the presence of this power. "Inahul, Taiwo, come see me." Lu Tian's voice was filled with authority and strength. With his command, a blazing black flame ignited from his body, as if intending to burn the entire world to ashes. This chakra flame intertwined and fused with natural energy, ultimately forming a unique power that evoked an unprecedented sense of shock and oppression. A few minutes later, two figures dashed in like the wind, Uchiha Hanya and Uchiha Taiwo. They stopped, panting heavily. Their gazes were fixed on the tall figure of Lu Tian ahead. At this moment, Lu Tian was no longer the familiar figure they knew. His new body was tall and slender, seemingly containing boundless energy. The sinister aura emanating from him sent chills down their spines, yet it also carried an indescribable majesty. Uchiha Hanya and Uchiha Taiwo exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise and fear flashing in their eyes. Although they were aware of Lu Tian's strength, the current Lu Tian brought them an unprecedented sense of pressure. Lu Tian turned to look at the two Uchiha clan members. "I have broken through to a new realm. This is the power at the level of the legendary sage of 6 paths. This is the true essence of power." A smile appeared on his face. He extended a hand towards them, beckoning. "Come here, I will pass on my power to you." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Uchiha Hanya and Uchiha Taiwo revealed shocked expressions. They knew Lu Tian had been pursuing higher power, but they never expected he would truly reach such a realm. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Lu Tian. They cautiously approached Lu Tian, ready to receive his teachings. Lu Tian began to mobilize the chakra within him. Powerful energy surged from his hands, flowing through the air like a tangible substance. As Lu Tian moved, a mighty force surged forth like a torrent, instantly enveloping Uchiha Inawo and Uchiha Taiwo. Their bodies trembled slightly under the impact of this power, as if they could collapse at any moment. Yet they gritted their teeth steadfastly. They clenched their hands tightly, their eyes shining with determination. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They knew this was a gift bestowed upon them by Lord Lu Tian. This power was what they had longed for, the strength they had always desired. They would not give up. They would persevere until they fully absorbed this power. During this process of transmission, Lu Tian's expression grew increasingly serious. His brows furrowed, as if engaging in deep communication with some mysterious force. The air around them began to flow, quickly forming tiny whirlpools. These whirlpools contained boundless energy, seemingly ready to devour everything. Under Lu Tian's control, however, this energy flowed gently into the bodies of Uchiha Inawo and Uchiha Taiwo. When the transmission ended, a powerful aura erupted from Uchiha Inawo and Uchiha Taiwo. Their bodies seemed to be reborn. Every cell was filled with strength. Their gazes became sharp and profound, as if they could see through all illusions. Lu Tian looked at the two Uchiha clan members before him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, one of comfort and pride. He patted their shoulders and said, "Very good. You have successfully received my power. Go. Use this strength to conquer the ninja world. Let everyone know the power of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Nawo and Uchiha Taiwo nodded excitedly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 60. Lu Tian destroys the ninja countries in the tranquil land of the Land of Grass. Lu Tian's yin-yang release clones had silently arrived. He found himself in a dense forest, his gaze piercing through layers of branches and leaves, looking far towards the location of Orochimaru and others. Lu Tian slowly emerged from woods, his steps steady and powerful. Each step seemed to tread upon the nodes of time. He approached Orochimaru, his eyes revealing an undeniable authority. "Little serpent, your infiltration mission ends here." Lu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice low and icy. "I am now going to fully initiate the fourth great ninja war." A flicker of fear crossed Orochimaru's eyes. He had never seen Lu Tian so cold and ruthless. It felt as though he was facing a volcano on the verge of eruption, containing earth-shattering power. "Yes, master." Orochimaru bowed his head respectfully. He knew he could not resist Lu Tian's will and could only obediently follow his orders. As Lu Tian said, he was going to fully initiate the fourth great ninja war. At this moment, the first country he intended to destroy was the Land of Grass. He led Orochimaru and the other three towards the capital. In that bustling capital, the streets were filled with the sounds of people. But beneath this calm facade lay a storm about to erupt. Lu Tian, along with the three, quietly arrived at the core area of the capital. His gaze swept over the surrounding buildings and crowds, and he already had a plan in mind. He turned to face Orochimaru and the others, saying, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki is quite obedient. I can spare him, but he must serve my purpose." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and the others were taken aback. A playful smile appeared on Lu Tian's face, as if he were savoring the drama about to unfold. He slowly raised his hand. A powerful force began to gather in his palm. "Let's begin this game," Lu Tian whispered, his voice filled with confidence and arrogance. He dashed towards Naruto Uzumaki like a bolt of lightning. His fist, infused with the force of thunder, struck hard at Naruto's abdomen. This blow fell like a heavy hammer. Naruto felt an unprecedented impact, and his body involuntarily flew backward. A powerful chakra energy erupted from Naruto's mouth. It was the power of the Nine-Tails fox sealed within him. With a heavy blow from Lu Tian, the Nine-Tails chakra was forcibly expelled. It quickly coalesced into the giant form of the fox. The Nine-Tails roared, its massive body thrashing in the capital of the Land of Grass. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, as if it wanted to devour everything. The people around were terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Its form was immensely large, its fur shimmering, and its eyes burned with flames of rage. Innocent people scattered in panic. They screamed in terror, wanting to escape this place on the brink of destruction. But in the face of the Nine-Tails' power, their struggles seemed so insignificant. They were small and powerless. Tian stood high above, looking down at the chaos. A playful smile appeared on his face, as if he was enjoying the disaster about to unfold. "You little lives, all of you die. I will destroy everything." Tian's heart was filled with ecstasy and excitement. It was as if, at that moment, he saw the entire ninja world bowing beneath his feet. The Nine-Tails continued to roar, its claws and tails waving in the air, each attack capable of demolishing a building. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Birds, another of Tian's yin-yang doppelgangers was descending from the sky. He was like a meteor streaking across the heavens, carrying the power of destruction, and directly smashed into the daimyo's mansion. With a deafening crash, the daimyo's mansion was instantly reduced to rubble, debris and dust flying everywhere. At the moment Tian landed, he unleashed his power. Under the influence of the law of heaven and earth, he became extraordinarily gigantic, like a deity descending from the sky, looking down at the terrified city. His face bore no expression. He was only cold and resolute. The knife in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, as if it could sever everything. He simply waved it lightly. The blade flashed, and a building turned to dust beneath his knife. The surrounding residents screamed in terror. They had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Some attempted to flee, but in the face of this overwhelming power, they seemed utterly powerless. Tian paid no heed to their screams and cries. His eyes held only indifference and a thirst for slaughter. He swung his knife, and with each motion, a building collapsed. His movements were light and graceful, as if he were dancing a deadly dance. "Today is your doomsday," Tian coldly uttered, his voice echoing in the air. His tone was filled with disdain and mockery, as if the fate of this city had long been sealed. Under his knife, the capital of the Land of Birds rapidly turned into ruins. The once prosperous and beautiful city was reduced to ashes, leaving only endless fear and despair. The Land of Rain also underwent a transformation. With the arrival of Tian's yin-yang doppelganger, the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Like a ferocious beast biting through, the long-awaited blue sky was revealed. The incessant rain seemed to be recalled by the gods, stopping instantly. Before Tian's yin-yang doppelganger even landed, a black hole-like sphere abruptly appeared beside him, emanating a chilling gravitational pull. That was the Rinnegan's Deva path. The dust in the air was like puppets being controlled, drawn towards the black hole, beginning to coalesce. The debris on the ground seemed to be pulled by invisible ropes. They all rose up from the ground, converging towards the black hole in midair. A massive sphere of rock quickly formed, tightly trapping Tian's yin-yang doppelganger. It was as if countless giant beasts were roaring, trying to crush him. The figure of Pain appeared at the top of the capital of the Land of Rain, dressed in a red cloud-black robe. His rinnegan glimmered with a cold light. "Arrogant fool, let me seal you." Pain's voice echoed above the capital, laced with mockery and derision. But Tian's yin-yang doppelganger was not bound by fear. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and his eyes sparkled with determination. The next moment, he shouted, "Law of heaven and earth." With this shout, Tian's body began to rapidly expand, as if countless powers surged into him. The massive sphere of rock had not fully formed when his expanding body deformed it. The rocks began to crumble, emitting a deafening cracking sound. Seeing this, Pain's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this sudden enemy to be so strong, able to easily break his Deva path. He snorted coldly, forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a more powerful attack. Chapter 61. Easily killing Pain, Pain's hands suddenly clapped together, sounding like two iron stones striking, producing a clear echo. He seemed to be brewing some world-destroying force. As he spread his hands apart, they formed a triangular gesture. His rinnegan locked onto Tian in midair through the triangular space between his hands. At that moment, the air in the world seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure emanated from Pain, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The scenery around seemed to blur at that moment, as if only Pain and Lu Tian's figures were clearly visible. Pain's gaze was cold and resolute, as if all things in the world were under his control. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. A strong, repulsive force erupted from his hands. This was the almighty push. This repulsive force, glowing brilliantly, shot towards Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelganger like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. Lu Tian's yin-yang doppelganger was struck by this powerful force, sending him flying as if hit by a giant hammer. His body traced a long arc in the air before crashing into the mountains at the border of the Land of Rain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Interesting. That had quite a bit of power. Lu Tian flew out from the dust, unscathed. The visible chakra cloak around him became even more turbulent at that moment, as if it were a roaring flame. He smirked confidently and extended a hand towards Pain in the distance. Chakra quickly gathered into a giant hand. The hand shimmered with radiant light, as if it possessed world-destroying power. Lu Tian suddenly grasped, and the chakra hand lunged towards Pain like a dragon. But Pain once again used almighty push. A strong, repulsive force erupted from him, instantly dispersing the chakra hand. Pain moved, transforming into an afterimage as he rushed towards Lu Tian. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if he wanted to completely devour Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian revealed a mocking expression. During his flight, Pain once again formed the triangular gesture, his eyes flashing with cold light. This time, he increased the chakra output, clearly intending to unleash a more ferocious attack. Almighty push! Pain shouted, his voice filled with authority and dominance. As he thrust his hands forward, a strong light instantly erupted. Like a raging tornado, it swept towards Uzumaki Nagato. The dazzling light seemed to make the heavens and the earth tremble. Uzumaki Nagato felt this powerful force, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly gathered chakra, trying to withstand the blow. But the repulsive force that came crashing in was too strong, instantly sending him flying. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing into the mountains at the border of the Land of Rain once again. The mountains were pierced by the impact. Huge stones scattered, and dust filled the entire sky. When the dust settled, Uzumaki Nagato's figure had already appeared on the other side of the mountains. That was the border of the Land of Wind. He found himself in a wasteland. Although there were no obvious wounds on him, the tremendous impact made him feel a bit out of breath. The control range of the Rinnegan is actually this vast. It seems that he's in very good condition right now. Uzumaki Nagato took a deep breath and stabilized his stance. He looked up at the distant Pain, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Pain floated in the air, coldly watching Uzumaki Nagato. His Rinnegan glowed with a profound light, as if it could see through all illusions. He once again formed a triangular hand sign, preparing to launch the next attack. Seeing this, Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew that Pain at this moment was even stronger than when he invaded Konoha 10 years later. It was probably because he wasn't weakened like he would be at that time. After all, it had been more than 10 years. The current Uzumaki Nagato had not yet been drained by the outer path Gedomazo. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly pushed off the ground with both feet. With a crack, the hard ground was instantly shattered. He shot up like a fired bullet, soaring straight into the sky. His figure tore through the sky, and with an unstoppable momentum, he flew over the towering, majestic mountains. The mountains were shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Uzumaki Nagato quickly flew to Pain's front. His gaze flickered with a fierce light, and his expression was extremely cold. His right arm's muscles bulged, and in an instant, he unleashed a punch with a destructive momentum. Pain's expression darkened at the sight. A serious look flashed in his eyes. He quickly activated Shinra Tensei, trying to withstand Uzumaki Nagato's fierce blow. Boom! With a loud crash, the powerful impact made it impossible for Pain to resist. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Uzumaki Nagato hovered in the air, looking down. The corners of his mouth turned upward, carrying a hint of mockery. He shouted, "Uzumaki Nagato, you relied too much on the Rinnegan. Look at me, I've been fighting you for so long, and I haven't even used the Rinnegan. But the next moment, a sly glimmer suddenly flashed in Uzumaki Nagato's Rinnegan. He actually used the Rinnegan's universal pull. The powerful gravitational force instantly pulled Pain, who was on the ground, towards him. Pain's face was filled with astonishment. Before he could react, Uzumaki Nagato had already thrown another punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Pain's body. Under the impact of this tremendous force, he was instantly shattered into countless pieces. His nearly desiccated fragments flew everywhere. That was indeed unsatisfying. Your current state is too poor. Uzumaki Nagato's face showed a mix of unwillingness and arrogance. His eyes sparkled with intense light as he looked straight towards the direction of the Hidden Rain Village. At this moment, the Hidden Rain Village still had a gloomy sky. Dark clouds gathered, as if shrouded in a layer of oppressive veil. Uzumaki Nagato's gaze seemed to penetrate everything. His eyes possessed a long-range perspective ability similar to the Byakugan. He directly saw Uzumaki Nagato, who was in the Hidden Rain Village. The corners of Uzumaki Nagato's mouth curled up slightly, carrying a hint of disdainful smile. He shouted, "Haha, Uzumaki Nagato, your current crippled state, suffering from the long-term absorption by the outer path Geto Mazo. You can't even exert your full strength to fight me. Come on, let's have a good fight." After saying that, a powerful aura surged from Uzumaki Nagato's body. The chakra cloak around him rustled in the wind, sprouting 3 pairs of wings. He spread his wings and flew towards the Hidden Rain Village like a flash of lightning. Uzumaki Nagato's speed was incredibly fast, leaving a long afterimage in the air, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 62. Let Uzumaki Nagato recover from his injuries. Uzumaki Nagato roared into the Hidden Rain Village like a fierce wind. Wherever he passed, sonic booms erupted continuously. He wore a cold expression, tightly gripping a white Zetsu clone. Uzumaki Nagato crashed through the wall of the room where Uzumaki Nagato was located. The bricks instantly scattered like raindrops. The wall suddenly revealed a huge hole. Through the swirling dust, Uzumaki Nagato saw Uzumaki Nagato sitting on a portable toilet, with a vigilant Konin beside him, ready for action. Uzumaki Nagato paid no attention. He strode forward, each step seemingly carrying a heavy force, shaking the ground slightly. He stopped directly in front of Uzumaki Nagato, slightly raising his head, his eyes filled with an arrogant disdain. A smirk appeared on his lips, carrying a hint of defiance and mockery. He coldly sneered, "Uzumaki Nagato, you are truly pathetic. You've been drained of chakra by the outer path Geto Mazo for so long. You look like a waste, but I don't want to bully the disabled." While speaking, Uzumaki Nagato tightly held the white Zetsu clone in his hand, as if he were crushing a weak ant. His eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if he wanted to shatter all the restraints in the world. Suddenly, he exerted force. The strength in his hand erupted like a volcanic explosion. The white Zetsu clone instantly became weak under this power. It quickly transformed into a mass of tiny cells, like dust scattered by a fierce wind. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Nagato's chakra surged through his body like a raging flood. He was enveloped in an invisible halo. A powerful aura instantly spread out. Konin, who stood beside Uzumaki Nagato, had a calm expression that was as still as water, but at this moment, it lost all color like a flower hit by frost. She saw that Uzumaki Nagato was about to make a crazy move and hurriedly tried to intervene. However, as soon as she took a step forward, it was as if an invisible giant hand had firmly grasped her. The surging chakra pressed her down like a mountain, pinning her in place. Konin's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting Uzumaki Nagato's face and that terrifying power. She struggled desperately, but her body felt bound by invisible chains, unable to move at all. She trembled like leaves in the cold wind, unable to control herself. Her heart was filled with despair, as if swept into an endless abyss by a cold current. At that moment, she suddenly felt a warm liquid flowing down her thigh, causing her to blush in embarrassment. She bitterly smiled in her heart. Uzumaki Nagato is too strong. Even I'm scared by him. How embarrassing. Uzumaki Nagato's movements were as swift as a storm. He waved his hand lightly, as if controlling the fate of the world. The mass of cells traced a dazzling trajectory in the air, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying immense might and speed. It swiftly merged into Uzumaki Nagato's body. At this moment, Uzumaki Nagato's expression was as dark as the clouds before a storm, heavy and oppressive. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold light, as if he wanted to freeze everything around him into ice. He stared intently at Tian, his voice as cold as ancient ice. He questioned each word. Tian, what exactly do you want? Why do you want to merge this group of cells into my body? Tian laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter echoed in the room, shaking the surrounding air. He crossed his arms, a disdainful smirk on his lips, his demeanor extremely arrogant. He provocatively replied, I just want to have a good fight with you. What's wrong? Even you, the so-called god, are afraid? Nagato, sitting on his mobile toilet, had a fierce look in his eyes. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, as if he were gathering all his power in that moment. He coldly stared at Tian, speaking even more icily. Tian, you'll pay for your arrogance. The shinobi world is vast, but it will never tolerate a madman like you. Tian, upon hearing this, disdainfully curled his lips, a mocking smile appearing. He scoffed, then let's wait and see. The stage of the shinobi world is too small. It can only accommodate me. If you can do it, I will eagerly anticipate that moment. But before that, let's have a real competition. Suddenly, Nagato felt a warm current surging within him. It was as if the spring sun was bathing him, making his body feel incredibly comfortable. This comfort was even stronger and more deeply rooted than his previous experience in Conan's body. He was surprised to find that he could stand up easily. His legs, somewhat stiff from not walking for a long time, could still support his body. He slowly stepped away from the mobile toilet that had accompanied him for many years. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Although he could now stand, his legs still felt unfamiliar. He felt somewhat clumsy, like a child just learned to walk. He tried to take a few steps, but soon wobbled due to unstable balance. At that moment, he remembered his ability as Pain of the Six Paths. He took a deep breath and began to call upon that power. As his mind focused, his body actually began to float. He hovered in the air, his feet off the ground, as if he had become a true deity. A sense of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. Nagato's heart was filled with strong fighting spirit. His eyes sparkled with a determined light. He gasped, his voice carrying an indescribable authority and confidence. Daring lunatic Tian, he shouted, his voice echoing in a room as if it could penetrate everyone's soul. I told you, you will regret it. Now, before he could finish his sentence, an astonishing force surged forth. His Rinnegan suddenly shone with dazzling light, as if two stars had exploded in the night sky. A strong repulsive force was released from his eyes. This was Shinra Tensei. Nagato's body leaned slightly forward, as if he were pouring all his strength into this attack. His eyes were filled with resolve and ferocity, as if he intended to completely destroy Tian. The intense repulsive force quickly coalesced, carrying the might to annihilate everything, and charged straight at Tian. Seeing this, Tian's previously frivolous demeanor faded. He quickly summoned the chakra contained in his eyes. He too would unleash his Shinra Tensei. His eyes sparkled with a strange light, like two brilliant stars blooming in the night sky. The two powerful forces collided, like two cannonballs crashing into each other. In an instant, a strong shockwave erupted. Centered around the two of them, it spread outwards. The rooftop instantly collapsed, debris and dust flying, as if the entire room had been destroyed. Conan, standing nearby, was shaken by the sudden shockwave, staggering backward in terror. She screamed in fright, her body uncontrollably retreating. Since she had previously wet her pants from fear, the urine splattered everywhere due to the impact of the shockwave, exposing her embarrassing situation. Conan's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her embarrassment. However, this was insignificant. In the midst of this devastating battle, her little episode seemed trivial. Chapter 63. Continuously resolving Nagato's techniques at the highest point of Amage cure. Nagato's room was a complete mess. The originally solid roof was torn apart, the walls collapsed. leaving only endless sky and the sound of howling wind. If you want to fight, let's go outside Amigakure. Nagato's voice thundered, echoing in the vast expanse. He moved, soaring into the sky like a great rock, charging toward the clouds. Lu Tian stood in the ruins, gazing intently at Nagato's soaring figure. He glanced at Conan beside him, a playful smile curling at his lips. I like your attitude. Go wash up. Later, I'll have some fun with you. After finishing his words, Lu Tian shot up like a meteor. He chased after Nagato. The two engaged in a thrilling battle high above Amigakure. In the sky, the winds and clouds changed color, as if thunder and lightning were about to strike. Lu Tian and Nagato exchanged blows, each collision accompanied by deafening roars. Their figures darted through the clouds, so fast that they dazzled the eyes. Minutes later, the tide of battle turned. Lu Tian was mercilessly sent flying by Nagato's Shinra Tensei. His body, like an arrow breaking through the wind, crashed into a small hill with tremendous force. The small hill instantly collapsed under Lu Tian's powerful impact, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand. Stones flew, dust filled the air, and the entire sky was shrouded in a gray haze. Lu Tian's figure gradually emerged. He struggled to crawl out from the rubble. There were no scratches or blood on him, as if that tremendous blow had caused him no harm. His eyes were exceptionally bright, shining with a determined light, as if piercing through the swirling dust to strike at Nagato in the sky. Lu Tian looked up at the sky, where Nagato was coldly watching him. His figure was faintly visible through the dust, like an insurmountable mountain, giving a strong sense of oppression. Is this your power? It's nothing special. Lu Tian's voice echoed through the dust, filled with disdain and provocation. A playful smile curved his lips, as if he did not regard Nagato's strength seriously. However, Nagato was not angered by Lu Tian's provocation. He remained calm. His physical condition had returned to its peak, and he was fearless. He began to form seals, each movement smooth and powerful. In the distance, a massive alien meteorite was drawn in, hurtling towards Lu Tian at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. He knew he had to take this seriously. As Nagato intensified his technique, the atmosphere in the sky became extremely tense. The alien meteorite, seemingly carrying the power of destruction, accelerated wildly toward Lu Tian with immense force. I want to see just how powerful this meteorite is. Let me test your worth. Facing this lethal attack, Lu Tian showed no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his right fist, and swung it out fiercely as the meteorite approached. Lu Tian suddenly swung his right hand, and chakra gathered in his hand to form a huge fist, colliding violently with the meteorite. With a loud bang, the sound reverberated through the clouds, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. Lu Tian's chakra-transformed fist struck the meteorite fiercely. The explosion sounded like thunder, and a strong shockwave spread outwards. The meteorite shattered instantly under Lu Tian's attack, turning into countless fragments and dust that filled the sky. Those fragments quickly turned to dust in the explosion, as if heralding the arrival of an apocalypse. Haha, is that all you've got? Vortex Nagato. Lu Tian laughed heartily, his figure flickering in the aftermath of the explosion. He looked at the Vortex Nagato in the sky, his eyes filled with provocation and battle intent. Earth Explosion Star. Vortex Nagato coldly uttered these 4 words, as if announcing Lu Tian's doom. He performed the technique again, and the ground began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of debris rose from the ground, coalescing into countless giant stones. These giant stones fell like raindrops, crashing down towards Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian moved, weaving between the giant stones like a swimming dragon. With each punch he threw, accompanied by a loud crash, the giant stones shattered under his attacks. But this was just the beginning. Vortex Nagato began to form seals again, his palm pointing towards the endless outer space. In an instant, many meteorites seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, flying towards the direction of the rain-hidden village. Do you think this could defeat me? You're too naive. Lu Tian looked at the approaching meteorite swarm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his fists. "Come on, let me see the power of your meteor shower." Lu Tian roared as he charged towards the endless swarm of meteorites. His figure darted through the meteor shower, each punch accompanied by a loud crash, shattering the meteorites one after another. The confrontation between the two reached a fever pitch, with each attack filled with destructive power. Lu Tian looked at the vortex Nagato before him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "What other techniques do you have? Feel free to show them. I'll give you a chance." Lu Tian's words were full of provocation, but his gaze revealed recognition of Vortex Nagato's strength. Upon hearing this, Vortex Nagato's expression darkened. He felt as though he was seen as a toy that could be manipulated at will, which was undoubtedly humiliating for him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner rage, and formed seals again with both hands. "Oomph, do you think I would just give up? I told you I am a god." Vortex Nagato coldly replied. His words cut through the surrounding air like a cold blade. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, but he couldn't feel a hint of interest in his heart. Vortex Nagato quickly formed seals with both hands, and a powerful force brewed within him. His gaze became increasingly sharp, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. As he completed his seals, a massive outer path golem slowly emerged amidst a cloud of smoke. He summoned the outer path golem, but it was useless. Lu Tian shook his head in disappointment and suddenly struck out. With a gentle wave, an invisible force instantly sent the outer path golem flying into outer space. "Useless. Have you run out of tricks? Then it's my turn." Lu Tian's expression showed some disappointment, but a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly struck out, his palm grasping, pulling Vortex Nagato towards him. Vortex Nagato struggled to resist, but in the face of Lu Tian's immense power, all his efforts seemed so pale and weak. Lu Tian looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "There's no helping it. I gave you a chance, but you were useless." Lu Tian sighed lightly, then extended another hand and gently pressed it against Vortex Nagato's chest. A mysterious power surged from his palm, enveloping Vortex Nagato's entire body. He used a special ninjutsu, Yin-Yang Release Body Transformation. Chapter 64. Three people travel together with Tsutsuki Urashiki. Vortex Nagato felt as if his body was wrapped in a warm current, and all his injuries healed in an instant. While he felt confused, his body began to undergo changes. His skin became delicate and smooth, and his figure became rounder and more petite. He gazed in shock at his body, filled with disbelief and anger. What did you do?" Vortex Nagato roared, his voice trembling with rage. He seemed to struggle to break free from Lu Tian's grasp, but at this moment, he was powerless to resist. Lu Tian looked at the Vortex Nagato before him, a playful smile curling at his lips. In a provocative tone, he said, "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. So, let me give you a surprise. You bastard." Vortex Nagato roared in anger, but he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his body underwent earth-shattering changes. Lu Tian observed Vortex Nagato's transformation, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He released his grip, allowing Vortex Nagato to fall to the ground. At this point, Vortex Nagato had transformed into a beautiful woman with ample breasts and hips, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. In the place where the two stood, the grass grew wildly, as if breathing life into the earth. Each blade of grass spoke of vitality and vigor. They intertwined, quickly forming a green ocean, resembling a giant mattress, soft and elastic. Lu Tian stood atop the grassy mattress, his eyes sparkling with concern as he looked at Vortex Nagato, his voice unwaveringly firm. "Nagato, now let me check your body to see if you have recovered." Before he finished speaking, he lunged towards Vortex Nagato. Although Lu Tian's actions were rough, they were harmonious, each move filled with concern for a friend. He carefully examined Vortex Nagato's body, not missing a single corner, his gaze focused and serious, as if searching for the miracle of life. After finishing, Lu Tian looked towards the distance at Xiao Nan, and a pulling force instantly emerged, gently bringing Xiao Nan to his side. He placed Xiao Nan in a nearby pool of water. The clear water surged, surrounding Xiao Nan's body and washing away the dirt. Lu Tian looked at her and said softly, Xiaonan, didn't I tell you to clean yourself up? You're really not clean, but it's okay. I'll clean you up properly. Three people traveling together must have a teacher, and Lu Tian knew this principle well, so he had to put it into practice. At this moment, they seemed to be in a tranquil and beautiful dream. The fragrance of grass wafted through the air, refreshing the soul. As the great harmony of life unfolded, Vortex Nagato and Xiao Nin emitted melodious sounds one after another. A gentle breeze blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Xiao Nan, now you have an important task. You need to teach Nagato how to live like a real woman. Lu Tian looked at Xiao Nin beside him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, and said solemnly, she seems to still be immersed in her past identity as a man and cannot adapt to her new life. Xiaonan's eyes widened in surprise and confusion at these words. She frowned slightly, seemingly struggling to digest this sudden news. What? This woman is Nagato? A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as she quietly asked, how did she suddenly become a woman? I remember she was weak in stature, but incredibly powerful before. Xiaonan, I know this might be hard for you to accept, but the fact is, Nagato is now a woman. Lu Tian patted Xiaonan's shoulder and softly comforted her. I hope you can get along well and be good sisters. Don't let your conflicts arise because of me anymore. Xiaonan nodded slightly, a bitter smile on her face. She looked at Nagato, who was lowering her head, gripping her hands tightly, seemingly trying to control her emotions. She said softly, I understand. Nagato, don't be too sad. Your dream has been realized. After the unification of the ninja world, there will be no more wars. However, before she could finish her sentence, Nagato suddenly looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. She trembled as she said, I really don't know what to do. I've become a woman, and I feel like I've changed into a different person. Seeing this, Lu Tian immediately activated his PUA skills. He subtly used the ability of the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Nagato, don't be afraid. You are now a woman. You should feel happy. He gently held Nagato's hand and said tenderly, you have more possibilities now. You can do things you could never imagine before. You can have children. You can experience the greatness of motherhood. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Nagato's eyes. She looked at Lu Tian, seemingly trying to understand his words. She nodded gently, tears streaming down her cheeks. She choked out, I will try. I will adapt to this new identity. Lu Tian looked at Nagato's tear-streaked face and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. He said softly, Nagato, don't cry. When you cry, I can't help but feel excited, like a flame being ignited. Hearing this, Nagato's face turned red, and her tears surged even more. She looked up at Xiaonan beside her, her eyes filled with a plea for help, and trembled as she said, don't come over. I'll let Xiaonan accompany you. That's enough. Xiaonan sighed helplessly, understanding Nagato's confusion and helplessness at this moment. She gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Nagato, it's okay. We will be here to support you and help you adapt to this new identity. This harmony of life seemed to form an invisible bond, tightly connecting the three of them. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, lasting for over an hour. Meanwhile, on the distant side, Lu Tian's main body was returning to the capital of the Great Han Empire. He was traversing the forest at the border of the Fire Country. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed in the air. Lu Tian looked up and saw three figures descending from the sky: Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Himawari, and Sasuke. Upon seeing Lu Tian, a glint of greed flashed in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes. He quickly swung the fishing rod in his hand, trying to fish out the chakra from Lu Tian's body with a thin fishing line. The fishing line drew an elegant arc in the air, heading straight for Lu Tian. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He reached out a hand and effortlessly caught the thin fishing line. Then he pulled hard, trying to bring Otsutsuki Kinshiki closer. Otsutsuki Kinshiki felt a powerful force coming from the fishing line, and he couldn't help but be startled. He tried his best to stabilize himself, but ultimately he was pulled closer by Lu Tian. You bastard, you can actually catch my fishing line? Pull me over? What do you want to do? Chapter 65. Future Sasuke and Himawari. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's expression changed dramatically as he realized the situation was unfavorable. He decisively swung his hand, and the fishing rod in his hand instantly broke, the fishing line flying in the air like a kite with a severed string, losing control. A look of determination flashed across his face, clearly prepared to retreat. His Rinnegan activated its skill. Suddenly, a black crack appeared beside him, opening like the mouth of a demon, devouring everything around it. You think you can sneak attack me and then run away? In this world, there is no such good deal. Tian sneered coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. His figure flickered, and he almost instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, gathering powerful chakra in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki's figure swayed, and he dove into the black crack. He vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mocking cold laugh that echoed in the air. He said, Tian, today is just a meeting. There will be plenty of time in the future. Don't be so arrogant. I will definitely take your life. Not far away stood two people, 12-year-old Himawari and 32-year-old Sasuke. They quietly stood by, witnessing the thrilling scene that had just unfolded. Both of them were so shocked by everything happening before them that they couldn't speak, as if time had frozen at that moment. Himawari's face was filled with disbelief, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. She looked at Tian, her voice trembling as she said, Big brother, you are amazing. That Otsutsuki Kinshiki is so powerful, yet he was so easily defeated by you. Like you were playing with him. Tian slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on Himawari's youthful face. He had recognized her as the daughter of Uzumaki Naruto, who had traveled from the future. A hint of gentleness appeared in Tian's eyes. He smiled slightly and gently patted Himawari's head. He said, Little girl, you are still young. The road ahead is long. As long as you work hard, you will surely become powerful like me in the future. Sasuke beside him wore a serious expression. She looked at Tian and said solemnly, Your Majesty, your strength is unfathomable. We were able to escape Otsutsuki Kinshiki's pursuit thanks to your timely appearance and assistance. Tian waved his hand, his expression calm. He recognized this person as the future Sasuke. He said, No need to be polite, Sasuke. The current issue is that Otsutsuki Kinshiki has already escaped. We need to capture him. However, before that, I want to hear about your situation. How did you come back from the future? Why were you being pursued by Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Upon hearing the question, Himawari and Sasuke fell into silence. They exchanged glances as if communicating something. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who spoke first. Hearing Tian's words, Himawari and Sasuke fell silent. They looked at each other, as if exchanging something. Finally, it was Sasuke who spoke first. She said, Just as your Majesty guessed, we come from the future. That Otsutsuki Kinshiki used a turtle that can traverse time and space. Saying this, she slowly took out a pink turtle from her bosom. The turtle emitted a faint glow, as if containing endless mysteries. She continued, We are not sure what Kinshiki wants to do, but since he can use this turtle to traverse time and space, his ambitions must be considerable. To stop him, we fought against him. Tian listened quietly, his gaze shifting between Sasuke and Himawari. He nodded, indicating that he understood everything they had said. He said, I see. Then, he turned to Himawari, his eyes filled with concern and seriousness. Himawari, do you have something in the palm of your hand? Tian gently raised Himawari's left hand. Sure enough, there was a peculiar mark in her palm, as if branded deep into her soul. Tian's voice became serious. He said, This mark is called the Otsutsuki's wedge. It represents a powerful force, but it also means you are possessed by some Otsutsuki. If allowed to develop, you will eventually be consumed by this power and lose yourself. Upon hearing this, Himawari's face turned even paler. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with fear and unease. Sasuke, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, as if cheering for Sunflower. Seeing this, Tian gently patted Sunflower's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, Sunflower. I have a way. You just need to believe in me and also believe in yourself. In this world, there is nothing that can't be solved. Sunflower looked up at Tian, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She nodded, as if she had made up her mind. Tian's gaze shifted from Sunflower's mark to Sasuke beside her. He noticed that although Sasuke's expression remained cold, There was a hint of softness and charm in her brows. Tian was slightly taken aback, and then revealed a playful smile. He began to size up Sasuke, noticing a hint of feminine grace in her figure. Clearing his throat, he teasingly said, "Sasuke, have you changed gender? Why do you look so feminine?" Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Sasuke's face. She gently nodded, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. "Yes, Your Majesty. In the future, you change my body, allowing me to choose my own life again. And," she paused, a glimmer of happiness in her eyes, "I am now called Suya, and I also gave birth to a child for you in the future." The former Sasuke had now changed her name to Suyue. Her cheeks flushed like a blooming peach blossom. Tian showed a surprised smile. He walked up to Suyue, gently holding her hand, his eyes filled with a gentle charm. He said, "That's wonderful, Suyue. You've given me so much. I truly appreciate you." Suyue looked up, meeting Tian's deep gaze. A warm current surged in her heart. She softly said, "Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Being able to give you a child is the happiest thing in my life." Tian gently patted the back of Suyue's hand, stroking it. His eyes seemed to sparkle with gratitude. He asked, "What is the child's name?" A happy smile appeared on Suyue's face as she softly replied, "Your Majesty, we named him Lu Zhengyang. I hope he can grow up to be a strong and gentle person like you." Upon hearing this name, Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He nodded gently, imagining the child he had yet to meet. But at that moment, Suyue spoke words that surprised him. 2.5 years after the establishment of the Great Han Empire, Your Majesty's true body suddenly vanished. A hint of worry flashed in Suyue's eyes as she said, "The Yin-Yang clone told me it can no longer sense your presence." Chapter 66. Instant kill of the second-generation Wind Shadow and dust escape. Just as Suyue was lost in her memories, a strange aura suddenly filled the air. Dust began to swirl around. A bald man abruptly appeared in front of everyone. He had a vividly tattooed dragon on his head, its claws covering his eyes, giving an eerie and dangerous feeling. The man's appearance was plain, even carrying a hint of a loser vibe. However, when he appeared, an undeniable sense of oppression filled the air. Tian's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes like torches. He instantly recognized this man. The second-generation Wind Shadow, Shaman. Tian's voice carried a hint of surprise as he said, "How could you appear here? Weren't you dead a long time ago?" Shaman slowly approached with a group of puppets. Beside him flowed a long river made of sand, resembling a twisting giant dragon. His gaze was cold and cruel, as if he wanted to devour everyone. Tian, you are the scourge of the ninja world." Shaman's voice was filled with hostility. "Your existence has thrown this world into chaos. You must die here. Puppets and sand? Huh, how could such childish things affect me?" Tian stood his ground, his eyes full of disdain. Suddenly, his body began to twist strangely, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. A brand new Yin-Yang clone slowly emerged from within him, as if born from nothingness, standing quietly beside Tian. A smirk of mockery curved on Tian's lips. He disdainfully glanced around, and his Yin-Yang clone slowly raised its arm, fingers gently waving. A dazzling lightning bolt, as brilliant as the stars, instantly coalesced. With a destructive force, it shot toward Shaman at an invisible speed. Boom! A huge explosion sounded as the lightning struck Shaman's figure. Dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, Shaman had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground of rubble. "Oomph, just a sand clone. Bring it on. Let me see what other tricks you have." Tian sneered, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. Just then, the surrounding rubble suddenly began to move like a living thing. It seemed to be infused with life. Quickly, it coalesced into several clones identical to the previous shaman. Their eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if they wanted to devour Tian. "Do you think I have this ability?" Shaman's voice echoed from all directions, resonating in this battlefield covered by rubble. Each sand clone seemed to be his avatar. His voice carried a hint of mockery and provocation. He said, "Then let you personally experience it. Let's see if I have this power." Before his words fell, all the sand clones and puppets rushed towards Tian like a storm. They transformed into blurred figures, surging towards him like quicksand. They brought an irresistible sense of oppression, as if wanting to drown Lu Tian in this endless tide. Facing this seemingly unstoppable attack, Lu Tian appeared exceptionally calm. He squinted slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen through everything. You think you can use a human wave tactic against me? The thoughts of the weak are truly laughable. Lu Tian sneered. The yin-yang clone beside him quickly charged at the sand clones and puppets. It suddenly emitted a powerful attraction, as if an invisible force was drawing everything around it. This force quickly attracted all sand clones and puppets, binding them tightly together. In the next moment, a massive repulsive force erupted from within Lu Tian's shadow clone. This force was like an invisible storm, instantly shattering the bound sand clones and puppets. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds erupted as all the sand clones and puppets were easily defeated by this repulsive force. The scattered rubble fell like rain. The entire battlefield seemed to have undergone a sandstorm, becoming a scene of devastation. Lu Tian watched coldly. He quietly observed everything produced by the clone. His eyes filled with confidence and arrogance. He slightly raised his chin, a mocking smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as if ridiculing shaman's incompetence. Did you see that? This is the gap between us. Lu Tian mocked. I don't even need to make a move myself, and you are already outmatched. Just a reminder, I've already seen through the location of your true body. Do you really think you can escape? Every word he spoke was filled with power and dominance. Is this your true form? Turning your body into sand with the sand transformation technique. Lu Tian's true body slowly extended its palm. The surrounding rubble seemed to respond to some mysterious call, beginning to slowly gather toward his palm. The gravel intertwined and spun in the air, quickly forming small whirlpools that eventually coalesced into a blurry human figure. The figure of the monk gradually became clear, but his face was as pale as paper, filled with terror and despair. He struggled to escape, but his body felt as if it were firmly bound by an invisible force, rendering him unable to move. Lu Tian coldly stared at the monk, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The monk's soul was ruthlessly extracted by Lu Tian. It was as if he were being torn apart by a powerful force, twisting in pain. He struggled intensely, but ultimately could not escape Lu Tian's control. The monk once again experienced the fear of death. His soul seemed to endure the most terrifying torment in Lu Tian's palm. He resembled a seriously ill patient, drooling and losing control of his bowels. He felt his life gradually slipping away, his soul becoming weaker and weaker. Lu Tian tightly grasped the monk's soul, sensing the fluctuations within it. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he had discovered something unusual. So it really was the Sage of Six Paths pulling the strings. Lu Tian muttered to himself. His voice was calm, yet filled with shock and anger. He seemed to have understood the whole sequence of events, as well as the mysterious manipulator behind it. Suddenly, without warning, a translucent square barrier appeared around both of them. This barrier resembled a glowing prison, emitting a faint white light that enveloped Lu Tian and the monk. The monk, whose consciousness was already blurred, flashed a hint of terror in his eyes. He recognized the origin of this barrier. He mumbled incoherently, "Dust release." Once the dust release barrier is formed, it can separate enemies into atomic states and reduce them to ashes, and it can also produce large-scale explosions. However, the monk noticed that Lu Tian appeared calm. "Hungry ghost path," Lu Tian exclaimed, his voice filled with authority and dominance. In the face of this powerful suction, the dust release barrier seemed to become fragile. The glowing square barrier began to tremble and twist, ultimately transforming into streams of chakra that were absorbed into Lu Tian's body. As the chakra disappeared, the dust release barrier gradually dissipated. The monk looked at this scene in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You actually absorbed the chakra of dust release." The monk's voice trembled with fear as he said, "How is this possible?" Chapter 67. The lightning release technique of the first rakeage in a certain place in midair. A blurry figure suddenly emerged, descending onto the battlefield. The figure resembled a fleeting ghost, gradually revealing its true outline. It was none other than the one hailed as the second Uchiha Mu. His entire body was tightly wrapped in bandages. resembling a warrior who had walked out of ancient times. Beneath the bandages, his face was completely concealed, making it impossible to glimpse his emotions. But the eyes hidden beneath the bandages flickered with a sharp, knife-like light, as if they could pierce through all illusions. He floated in midair, as if becoming a part of this world. In his palm, a square barrier began to slowly coalesce. The barrier emitted a profound light, resembling a small white sun that could illuminate everything. Any object approaching it would be mercilessly disintegrated into nothingness. Dust release, original world separation technique. The barrier shot towards Tian and the monk. At the moment of contact, it suddenly expanded, attempting to swallow everything around it. But just as the dust release was about to unleash its terrifying power, Tian once again displayed his astonishing ability. He used the power of the Rinnegan to absorb all the chakra around him, directly absorbing the second Tsuchikage's dust release barrier. The same trick won't work on me. Tian sneered at the second Tsuchikage, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, saying, "Besides, you have never succeeded before, no matter how you try. It's a waste of effort." After saying this, Tian suddenly raised his hand and violently threw the monk towards the second Tsuchikage. The second Tsuchikage instinctively reached out to catch the monk. The moment he touched the monk, he felt a strong curse seal power emanating from him, instantly invading his body. Self-imposed, binding puppet curse seal. Tian coldly spat out this term, his eyes flashing with madness and excitement. He said, "Now, you two will be bound by this curse seal. You will become my puppet." With the explosion of the curse seal's power, the second Tsuchikage and the monk lost control simultaneously. They fell heavily from midair, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tian stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the disheveled second Tsuchikage and monk, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and gazed at the vast sky, his eyes shining with ambition and arrogance. He said, "Who can defeat me? I fear no one, not even the Sage of Six Paths. After all, this stage of the ninja world is too small and crowded for me." Just as Tian was feeling triumphant, the sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky began to drizzle lightly. But this drizzle was not ordinary rain. Tian keenly sensed the chakra fluctuations within it. He realized that this was not natural rainwater, but a precursor to some kind of ninjutsu. The next moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart with thunder and lightning. The deafening roar of thunder rolled through the clouds. A thunderstorm arrived as expected, and the violent lightning rampaged through the sky like a giant dragon. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, accurately hitting Tian's two bodies. Tian's body trembled slightly in the lightning. A sealing technique? This is rather interesting. He felt a powerful force attempting to seal his chakra and movement. This lightning seemed to be an endless sealing technique, constantly eroding his power. At this moment, within the rain and lightning, a figure slowly emerged. Clad in lightning armor and wielding the thunder goddess hammer, he resembled a celestial deity descending to earth. Tian recognized this unexpected visitor as the first Raikage. The first Raikage's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at Tian, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. "Do you think you are invincible? Today, I will show you what true power is." Having said that, the first Raikage moved, merging with the thunder barrier. He swung the thunder god's hammer, drawing on the surrounding lightning power to launch a fierce attack on Tian. As the battle commenced, the thunderstorm erupted, as if the heavens themselves were trembling. Silver lightning streaked across the sky, intertwining to form a web of lightning that enveloped the entire battlefield, quickly forming a terrifying lightning domain. In this overwhelming thunder, Tian felt like a drifting leaf, teetering on the brink of collapse in the lightning. His figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the thunder and lightning. And with each strike of lightning, his body seemed on the verge of breaking apart. Is this the power of the first Raikage? It's too powerful. Tian struggled to speak, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. His voice appeared weak and trembling amidst the thunderous roars. Yet it was filled with endless anger and struggle. However, just when everyone thought Tian was about to be defeated, his expression suddenly became comical. He grinned, revealing an eerie smile. He said, "Useless. Ninjutsu is just food to me. No matter how much comes, I can consume it all." The Rinnegan in his eyes sparkled with a strange light under the reflection of the lightning. At this moment, Tian once again activated the power of the Rinnegan. He was seen devouring everything around him. The proud thunder-dun barrier of the first Raikage began to slowly dissipate under the Rinnegan's absorption. The sky gradually cleared, and the thunder and lightning began to fade. As the last trace of lightning disappeared, Tian was already back on the battlefield. The scars on his body had vanished, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Tian stood tall and proud, his gaze sweeping around as if the entire battlefield was under his control. He loudly declared, "I have said it before, I am an invincible being. No matter how many of you come or how many ninjutsu you use, you cannot defeat me." As his words fell, a spatial rift suddenly opened behind Tian, and a dark blue portal quickly emerged. Through the blue light, everyone could see the capital of the Great Han Empire, its outline appearing faintly. It seemed that just one step would allow them to enter that prosperous imperial city. The air around the portal seemed twisted by this mysterious power, emitting a faint hissing sound. Tian turned around, his gaze sharp, fixed intently on Zuiyu and Sunflower. His eyes were filled with concern and protection, as if he wanted to tightly shield them behind him. Tian gently waved his hand. The portal seemed to be given life, quickly moving towards Zuiyu and Sunflower. Zuiyu and Sunflower were stunned by this scene, watching the portal gradually approach with hearts full of anxiety and unease. The dark blue light emitted by the portal seemed to possess a captivating power, making them feel a wave of dizziness. Chapter 68. The Sage of Six Paths is crazy about gathering people just as the two were hesitating. A powerful pulling force suddenly emanated from the portal. Zuiyu and Sunflower felt their bodies lighten, as if swept away by a torrent, quickly passing through the portal. When they regained their footing, they found themselves outside the capital of the Great Han Empire. They turned back and saw that the portal was still open, the dark blue light still flickering. Through that light, they seemed to see Tian's determined figure and confident gaze. A loud voice came from the portal. "This level of battle is too dangerous for you. Just stay here and watch me deal with them." The voice was filled with confidence and dominance, as if a warm current surged into Zuiyu and Sunflower's hearts. On the other side of the portal, a figure suddenly descended like black lightning, breaking the surrounding silence. It was a man with a black face, tall and muscular, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He was the second Raikage, a capable subordinate of the first Raikage. He had learned the first Raikage's bloodline limit, the Thunderdon. He was as powerful as the first Raikage. Dressed in a black battle robe embroidered with thundercloud patterns, he appeared imposing. The second Raikage held a massive thunder sword in his hands, its blade shimmering with the light of thunder, as if it could cleave through any obstacle. With a low shout, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A powerful force of thunder quickly coalesced around him. He and the first Raikage simultaneously unleashed Thunderdon, their powers intertwining to create another stormy thunder barrier. Lightning flashed, and the electric light seemed ready to tear apart the entire space. In the face of this powerful attack, Tian merely smiled slightly. His Rinnegan activated its ability, quickly absorbing the stormy thunder barrier clean. After the thunderstorm barrier disappeared, Tian stood there as if nothing had happened. He raised his head, looking at the second Raikage and the first Raikage, a hint of disdain on his face. He said, "The bloodline limit, Thunderdon? Is this all you've got? Give me more. With this amount of chakra, how could it be enough for me to consume?" His voice was filled with confidence and mockery, as if ridiculing the other's powerlessness. His eyes sparkled with sharp light, as if he could see through all illusions. The second Raikage and the first Raikage were enraged by Tian's words, their faces turning pale. Meanwhile, in the pure land of the ninja world, a mysterious being was casting powerful spells. It was the Sage of Six Paths. He stood in the Pure Land space, his robes fluttering, as if merging with the Pure Land itself. His gaze was deep and firm, as if he could see every corner of the ninja world and the Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths understood that the fate of the ninja world was closely linked to the Pure Land, and he had to intervene in this unknown conflict. As he exerted his efforts, The surrounding air began to twist, and a mysterious power coalesced around him. In a nearby forest, where the trees had not yet been affected by the battle, a figure emerged. It was the first Mizukage by Lien. He had originally vanished in the historical river of the ninja world, but at this moment, he was resurrected out of thin air by the Sage of Six Paths. As soon as Bai Lian appeared, the surrounding environment underwent drastic changes. He saw a few people not far away, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. Bai Lian clapped his hands, and his entire being instantly transformed into a mass of intense steam. This was his bloodline limit, steam release. He could manipulate water vapor and transform it into high-temperature attacks. With Bai Lian's transformation, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, becoming extraordinarily hot. A large amount of water vapor appeared out of nowhere, coalescing in the air into white clouds, each radiating a suffocating high temperature. These clouds formed from water vapor, floated in the air, as if they were going to envelop the entire Pure Land in a heat wave. At that moment, a strange wave rippled again. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Huanyu, materialized out of thin air. His striking yellow hair was styled into a slick back. Ghost Lantern Huanyu wore a high-collared trench coat with a black silk ribbon at the waist and green autumn clothing underneath, appearing both elegant and dignified. He had no eyebrows, and his mustache and goatee added a touch of humor to his demeanor. He appeared next to the just-resurrected Bai Lian. First Lord, don't rush. Since the Sage of Six Paths has resurrected us, there must be his deep meaning. Saving the ninja world and eliminating Lu Tian is indeed our mission. But battle is no child's play. We need strategy and to wait for the best moment. So let's wait a bit longer. As he spoke, Ghost Lantern Huanyu winked, revealing his characteristic humor. His voice was gentle yet firm, giving an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Bai Lian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded, showing a look of agreement. He knew that although Ghost Lantern Huanyu was usually humorous, he could always analyze calmly and provide the most reasonable advice at critical moments. Just as his words fell, the space nearby rippled again. With the ripples of space, the figure of the first Suchikage, He, gradually emerged. He looked like a towering mountain, steady and solemn. He was known for his unique sense of humor in the ninja world during his lifetime. Even the intertwined life and death of the Pure Land, he still maintained that innate wit. Now that he was revived, there was a teasing smile on his face, as if all the tension and solemnity had nothing to do with him. His gaze swept around, and when it landed on the second Suchikage not far away, he tilted his head slightly, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he were brewing some interesting plan. Two Mizukages. Do you know what the second Suchikage looks like when he is not bandaged? His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of mockery and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Guai's Huanyue raised an eyebrow and revealed a playful smile. He glanced at the second-generation Suchikage and then turned to Shurha, saying, "Of course I know. After all, I was the one who burned his entire skin, leaving him to rely on bandages for survival, and even rendered him unable to reproduce." As he spoke, Guai's Huanyue's face showed a trace of pride and satisfaction, as if boasting about his achievements. Seeing this, Shurha couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was like a spring breeze, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere around them. He patted Guai's Huanyue's shoulder and said, the jokes end here. We need to complete the task given by the Sage of Six Paths now, not reminisce about the past." After saying that, Shurha restrained his smile, and his expression turned serious. But the next moment, someone was resurrected again. Chapter 69. The successive resurrection of the five Kage. The atmosphere in the forest changed once more. A sudden and intense wave of energy rippled through the space, as if an invisible force was stirring wildly, creating layers of ripples that surged like water. The first-generation Wind Shadow, Rendo, was unexpectedly resurrected. He appeared in a long robe as white as snow, fluttering gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound as if narrating the passage of time. Underneath, he wore a tight black outfit that tightly wrapped around his neck and chin, as if he were trying to completely isolate himself from the outside world. He exuded an indescribable aura of coldness. Rendo's sharp gaze, like that of a hawk, scanned the surroundings with a piercing light, cold and imposing. When his eyes finally landed on the nearby Balian and Shurha, his brows furrowed slightly. A look of surprise instantly crossed Rendo's face, and his lips trembled slightly. He slowly said, "You are also resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths?" He said this was a creation of Yin Yang Release. I never expected that the mastery of Yin Yang Release could reach such an incredible level, capable of resurrecting the dead out of thin air. As he spoke, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, as if he were witnessing the most astonishing thing in the world. At the same time, he slowly extended a hand, gently stroking his chin, his gaze deep in thought, as if trying to unravel the mystery behind it. Beside him, Balian nodded slightly. His expression was extremely serious, like a cold stone. He replied, "Indeed, it was the Sage of Six Paths who resurrected us. The ninja world is currently facing a great crisis." Floating in midair, Shurha crossed his arms over his chest. He looked solemn, like a bottomless lake. He said in a low voice, "Regardless, since we have been resurrected, we must complete the task assigned by the Sage of Six Paths." His brows were tightly knit, as if he were pondering how to proceed next. Upon hearing their words, Rendo's eyes flashed with determination. He held a grudge, and his expression turned terrifyingly dark. He said in a deep voice, "I never expected that I would have to fight alongside you. Previously, you threatened me, saying that the 4 great ninja villages would join forces to attack my son Agakir. I still remember that." Balian's expression darkened, and he said angrily, "Wasn't it just talk during the Kage summit? We didn't actually attack you." He had indeed said that the other 4 nations could easily wipe out the Wind Country. Even now, he remained defiant. He held his head high and glared at Rendo, shouting, "Do you want to challenge us one-on-one? We didn't attack you back then, but we can now." As he spoke, flames of anger flickered in Balian's eyes, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The first-generation Hokage placed his hands on his hips, his face filled with anger. He shouted, "Rendo, that was clearly your problem back then. You were simply trying to fleece us. Shouldn't we have scolded you?" Recalling the previous Kage summit, Hashirama had clearly stated he was selling tailed beasts, but in Rendo's words, it had turned into Konoha providing him with tailed beasts. Yet, because he didn't need tailed beasts, he even demanded that Konoha give him the neighboring land. What was this? It was simply a no-cost transaction. The Wind Country could get tailed beasts for free, while the other 3 countries had to pay for them. Moreover, he shamelessly claimed he wanted to take a 30% tax. What was this? This was simply the height of shamelessness. At this moment, Guai's Huan Yue displayed a teasing expression. He shrugged and said, I wasn't there at the time, but I heard about it. Lord Rendo is quite the capitalist." As he spoke, he pointed his finger lightly, wearing a mocking smile. Just as tensions rose and the atmosphere became extremely charged, another intense wave of energy suddenly appeared in the nearby space. The wave surged like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The first-generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was also resurrected. He stood there majestically, dressed in bright red armor that resembled burning flames. The patterns on the armor appeared especially clear under the light. His authoritative face first showed a hint of shock, then quickly scanned the crowd. Hashirama's expression was anxious as he loudly shouted, "Everyone, don't fight. Please give me some face." As he spoke, he was eager to kneel and bow. His face was filled with sincerity, his brows tightly furrowed, and his hands reached out in a panic, fearing that the others would not listen to him. But at this critical moment, another unusual wave appeared beside him. In the blink of an eye, his brother, the formidable second-generation Hokage Tobirama Senju, was also resurrected. Tobirama's silver hair danced wildly in the wind, but his expression instantly turned extremely ugly, filled with frustration. He quickly rushed forward and firmly grabbed his brother's arm. His eyes were filled with anger and helplessness as he shouted, "Big brother, stop kneeling all the time." Just then, Balian spoke up. He said seriously, "The first-generation Hokage over there once said that a person who stabilizes a chaotic world should not kneel casually." As he spoke, Balian's face carried a hint of doubt and scrutiny. After a slight pause, he continued, his gaze fixed on Hashirama. "So, it's better for you not to be too humble. You know, people always think you have ulterior motives." At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi was also resurrected. He slowly appeared before everyone, still looking like a man in his 60s. The weathered lines on Hiruzen's face told the story of the years he had lived. Just as he appeared, his mouth opened slightly, seemingly ready to say something, but he had yet to make a sound. The third Mizukage, with his head full of black hair, was also resurrected. His long, shiny black hair floated gently in the air, and his stern face bore a hint of coldness. His appearance seemed to make the entire space tremble. He stood quietly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everything around him. Not far away was his teacher, Balian. The calm expression on Balian's face suddenly surged with anger, and he directly shouted at him. Balian frowned, his eyes wide open in anger as he pointed at him, yelling, "Hey, you squinty-eyed brat. I've told you so many times, right? When you're looking at others, can you please open your eyes wide? Don't always squint. That lecherous expression is just too disgusting." As she spoke, Balian's body trembled slightly with anger. One hand waved in the air, as if she couldn't wait to slap the third Mizukage. Her expression was extremely stern, as if she were looking at her most useless student committing an unforgivable mistake. Chapter 70. Tian faces the 5 Kage through the generations. The third Mizukage's face, which had been relatively calm, suddenly turned red with embarrassment, as if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm lake. His slightly furrowed brow seemed capable of squashing a fly. The corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly, revealing his embarrassment. He said somewhat shyly, "Teacher, look, my eyes are really wide open." As he spoke, his eyes desperately widened like copper bells, and he even blinked rapidly as if to prove something to Balian. He seemed to want to show Balian, and at the same time, one hand gently scratched the back of his head, his face full of helplessness. He looked like a child waiting for punishment after doing something wrong. Moreover, there are so many outsiders here. Could you not say that in front of them? While speaking, the third Mizukage looked at Bai Lian with a hint of pleading in his eyes. But Bai Lian was completely unimpressed. She had the attitude of not stopping until she vented her anger, wanting to continue reprimanding him. "I am your teacher. What's wrong with me scolding you a bit? Are you getting too bold now?" Bai Lian frowned tightly, her gaze filled with severity, like 2 sharp swords. She shouted, "I want to ask you, did you properly pass down the bloodline limit technique I painstakingly taught you, the steam technique?" Bai Lian pointed at the third Mizukage with one hand, leaning slightly forward, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction. "Teacher, I am really ashamed." The third Mizukage's face revealed a bitter expression. His head lowered slightly, just like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look Bai Lian in the eye. "I selected many people, but no one could learn the steam technique. I'll let your secret technique be lost." As he spoke, he gently shook his head, his face full of disappointment. His appearance made one feel compassion. At this moment, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, who originally did not want to interrupt, could no longer hold back. His expression turned exceptionally serious, like a dark cloud gathering. He took a small step forward and said solemnly, "Third Mizukage, don't deceive yourself. You opened the iron-blooded era of the Hidden Mist Village. You're known as the Bloody Mist." His eyes revealed a sharpness, as if he wanted to see through the third Mizukage's heart. He paused and continued, "It was because of this that you recklessly killed people. And in the end, weren't you killed by your own subordinates? You're a scoundrel, Tsurutobi." Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage instantly became as furious as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His entire expression changed to one of extreme anger. His eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out. His hair seemed to stand on end. He angrily shouted, "Tsurutobi Hiruzen, you look quite old. Tell me, did you die of old age?" Tsurutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, slightly stiffened his body and paused. At that moment, scenes of being instantly killed in the Uchiha clan's territory involuntarily flashed through his mind. His expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant, as if a layer of gloom had descended. Seeing this, the third Mizukage curled his lips into a cold smile and sarcastically said, "Just by looking at your expression, I can tell. You were also killed by a rebellion from your subordinates." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama could no longer hold back. He frowned tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and questioning. He anxiously asked, "Monkey, what happened? You don't look young either. You were actually overthrown by your subordinates? What exactly did you do?" As he spoke, Senju Tobarama clenched his fists tightly, leaning forward slightly, as if eager to know the answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, trying to brush it off. He smiled awkwardly and said, "No, why is the teacher so chaotic?" At this moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to think of something. His expression changed, and he sighed heavily. He said, "Don't dig too deep. Tobarama, the monkey's matters happened after our deaths. Just let it go." Senju Hashirama shook his head helplessly, his face filled with complex emotions. The surrounding air seemed to become a bit heavy because of their conversation. Just then, there were several loud bangs. The second Tsuchikage and the second Kazekage were thrown over like sandbags. The tremendous impact broke several sturdy trees. The broken trunks lay scattered on the ground, and the leaves fluttered down. "I've been watching you for a long time. You've been chattering nonstop. It's so annoying." Lu Tian's face revealed an impatient expression. While he spoke loudly, he swung his strong arm, tossing the second rakeage aside like trash. At this moment, he resembled an invincible war god, firmly grasping the first rakeage with his right hand. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance, and loudly said, "Hurry up, don't waste my precious time." As he spoke, his brow furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, as if he were extremely dissatisfied with the people in front of him. The surrounding air seemed to become particularly oppressive and tense because of his words and actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze slowly fell on Lu Tian. His eyes were filled with doubt and contemplation, as if he were desperately searching his memory for this person. He slightly furrowed his brows, his expression serious, muttering to himself, "Why does this person seem so familiar? Yet I just can't remember who he is?" After a moment of silence, he seemed to discover something shocking. His eyes widened, staring directly into Lu Tian's eyes, and exclaimed, "Your eyes are the Rinnegan. Who exactly are you?" Upon seeing the revived Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Tian first showed a hint of surprise on his face. Then his expression turned extremely interesting, as if he had seen something amusing. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, wearing a playful smile, and he said, "You forgot who I am?" As he spoke, his face began to undergo a marvelous transformation, gradually resembling Uchiha Hanya like swirling smoke. He tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with cunning, and continued, "You surely haven't forgotten this face, right?" Senju Tobarama's sharp gaze was fixed tightly on Lu Tian. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he sensed something unusual. His expression darkened, and his eyes revealed vigilance and doubt. After a moment of silence, Senju Tobarama seemed to recall something important. His eyes suddenly widened, and he urgently asked, "Kid, I've heard Sage of Six Paths mention you. A scourge of a ninja world. What relation do you have with my student?" Chapter 71. Lu Tian talks with Senju Hashirama. Lu Tian, upon hearing their words, instantly displayed an exceptionally vivid expression. It was a complex look filled with mockery, sarcasm, and pride, as if he had seen something he found extremely funny. The corners of his mouth rose high, revealing a playful smile. He leisurely said, "You want to hear? Do you really want to hear? Haha, I'm afraid that after you hear it, you might have a heart attack." As he spoke, he deliberately raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with provocation. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his expression immediately became chaotic, his face filled with panic and anxiety. He quickly waved his hand and said urgently, "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to sow discord." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen even broke into a fine sweat on his forehead, his eyes filled with tension. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama stepped forward with a serious expression, each step seemingly carrying a heavy pressure. He fixed his gaze on Lu Tian and said loudly, "Young man, what do you want? To disrupt the ninja world and establish your own empire? I see your ambitions go beyond that." As he spoke, Senju Hashirama's tall figure stood upright, exuding an imposing and inviolable aura. The surrounding air seemed to grow tense due to their conversation, with a gentle breeze stirring up some dust that floated slowly in the air. Lu Tian's previously calm expression suddenly became very interesting. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, carrying a hint of disdain and mockery. He said loudly, "Senju Hashirama, speaking of which, you are the source of all evil. If it weren't for you, How could the disputes in the ninja world have escalated to such a degree? He pointed at Senju Hashirama, his expression becoming somewhat agitated. He continued, do you know? After your death, the ninja world continent has experienced 3 catastrophic ninja world wars. And now, this is already the 4th. At this point, he paused, a trace of madness showing in his eyes. The wind around seemed to sense the gravity in his words, starting to blow fiercely, rustling the leaves. Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with determination and fervor. He shouted loudly, but this time will be different. I will resolve all wars at the fastest speed. I want to unify this ninja world continent. Let this land know no more disputes. Hearing these words, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened, sparkling like stars. Deep within his pupils, it seemed a raging anger burned, his facial muscles tensed, and the expression of fury surged like a tide. He clenched his fists and shouted, your words are simply absurd. There is no sense of reality. How could I, Senju Hashirama, easily believe your nonsensical words? But Tian remained very calm. He casually squeezed the first raikage in his hand, as if playing with an inconsequential toy. A hint of disdainful cold laughter curled at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a sharpness akin to that of a hawk. He stared directly at Senju Hashirama and said leisurely, oh, do I, Tian, need you, an ant, to point fingers and approve my actions? You, Senju Hashirama, are too arrogant. Every word Tian spoke was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing into Senju Hashirama's heart. The anger on Senju Hashirama's face now carried a hint of depth. His slightly trembling hands clenched tightly together, as if struggling to control his emotions. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, then slowly raised it, as if carrying a hint of pleading. He said, Tian, I bow to you, just hoping you can stop and spare the ninja world countries. Upon hearing this, Tian revealed a playful smile. His voice, however, was like the cold wind of winter, piercing and frigid. Senju Hashirama, when did you become so weak and easy to bully? If the one unifying the ninja world continent were not me, Tian, but your descendants, you would have probably been overjoyed and smug by now, right? Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's face instantly turned pale as paper. A flicker of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. As if making a final struggle, Tian, Senju Hashirama, may not be invincible, but I will never easily bow to you. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Tian's smile grew even more smug. His hands gently stroked the first raikage, as if playing a silent melody. As his fingers moved, the originally solemn and majestic first raikage began to undergo a strange transformation. The lines of its body gradually softened, and the original muscular contours were replaced by a graceful curve. In an instant, the middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s transformed into a young woman in her early 20s. Her features were delicate and her eyes bright, as if shining with the light of youth. Tian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. His eyes sparkled with pride, like an artist admiring his perfect work. Tian turned to look at Senju Hashirama and the others, wearing a provocative smile. Senju Hashirama, let me open your eyes. This is my latest research technique. I can change anyone's gender, age, and physique at will. Senju Hashirama was shocked by the scene before him, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring at the young woman's image, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then said in a deep voice, Tian, you are indeed a genius. But what exactly is your purpose in doing this? Tian smiled slightly and said, Senju Hashirama, I find you have strayed from the topic. What I originally wanted to discuss was the actions of the third Hokage. His voice turned serious, as if recounting a heavy history. Before we start fighting, let me have my say. Please don't interrupt me. He intended to embellish and add his fabricated content. He continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the surface. He is a fair and selfless person, but in reality, he is a cunning and treacherous hypocrite. Tian's eyes sparkled with sharp light. His voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He secretly manipulates the entire ninja world continent, resorting to any means for his own benefit. His actions have aroused the dissatisfaction and anger of countless people. His emotions had become extremely agitated. His hands clenched into fists as he continued. Senju Hashirama, you are a legendary figure in the ninja world, yet you have been blinded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You think he is striving for the peace of the entire ninja world. But in reality, he is only paving the way for his own ambitions. I cannot stand by and watch the entire ninja world continent be ruled by such a person. Senju Hashirama was shaken by Lu Tian's words, a complex expression appearing on his face. Clearly, he did not believe Lu Tian's nonsense. He remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, Lu Tian, your words shock me, but I will investigate the matter regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen myself. If what you say is true, I will definitely not sit idly by. Chapter 72. Lu Tian exposes the truth about Otsutsuki. Senju Tobarama walked over with steady steps, carrying an undeniable authority. His face showing a hint of coldness and his eyes sharp as an eagle. He slightly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Lu Tian, his voice tinged with sarcasm. He said, Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil race, and their ambitions have long been laid bare. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He glared at Senju Tobarama, his tone icy. He said, Do you know how everyone evaluates you? Senju Tobarama, your ambition and evil are such that everyone says you are the inherently evil Senju Tobarama. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobarama trembled. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible force, and he was abruptly sent flying into the air. He rolled a few times before landing awkwardly on the ground, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the five Kage looked at Lu Tian warily. Senju Hashirama raised a hand, signaling the five Kage not to act rashly. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if it could quell all disputes. He turned to Lu Tian, his voice low and powerful. You just said I'm the source of all evil? What do you mean? Lu Tian sneered, his eyes filled with provocation. Are you very concerned about that title? Then let me elaborate. If it weren't for you, the ninja world might not be in such chaos. Although the Warring States period was full of conflicts, the scale of those wars was nothing compared to now. After the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, wars became more intense and larger in scale. Do you know? The number of deaths in the 20 years of the Warring States period was never more than in a single great ninja war. All of this is because of you, Senju Hashirama. Lu Tian's voice grew more agitated, and his expression became quite comical, as if mocking Senju Hashirama's incompetence. His words, however, were like a sharp knife, deeply piercing Hashirama's heart. Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and profound. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low, powerful voice. Perhaps you are right, but I have never given up on seeking the path to peace. War is cruel, but as long as we have faith and perseverance in our hearts, we will one day find the dawn of peace. With Hashirama's declaration, the air around them seemed to freeze. Lu Tian wore a mocking smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, especially landing on Hashirama's face. He smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with provocation, as if he had already secured victory. He continued, The dawn of peace you speak of is, in my view, none other than myself. His voice was resonant and powerful, as if carrying an irresistible magic that drew the attention of everyone present. His words revealed a strong sense of confidence and ambition, as if he had already foreseen his glorious future of unifying the ninja world. Once I unify the ninja world, there will be no more conflicts in this world, Lu Tian declared emphatically, his gaze shining with fervor, as if he could already see that peaceful world. So, those of you who stand in my way, and the sage of the 6 paths behind you, Otsutsuki Kagaya. As soon as Lu Tian's words fell, his gaze turned to the 5 Kage, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Not long before you appeared, an outsider came. He is Otsutsuki Urashiki, a relative of the sage of 6 paths. Lu Tian's voice gradually rose, as if he wanted to engrave this message deeply into the hearts of everyone present. He paused, looking around and noticing the shock on everyone's faces. He nodded in satisfaction and continued. Aren't you curious why he didn't send Urashiki to deal with me? Why did he send you to deal with me? A triumphant smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen through everyone's thoughts. He continued, "That's because I drove Urashiki away. You are merely tools to buy time." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The faces of the 5 Kage showed expressions of disbelief. They could not believe that Tian could defeat such an unheard-of powerful being as Urashiki. Tian seemed very pleased with his performance. He continued, "That Urashiki is probably looking for allies right now. Do you know who he will seek? The partner of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Who exactly are you talking about?" Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, asking in a serious yet confused tone. His gaze was fixed on Tian, trying to find a clue in the other's eyes. Tian smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward, as if every step was a heavy pressure on everyone's hearts. He said in a deep voice, "This is the blind spot of your understanding. 1,000 years ago, or even earlier, 2 outsiders, like meteors, streaked across the sky and descended upon this planet. Before that, there was no chakra on this planet, only natural energy." Tian continued, his gaze shimmering with a profound light, as if he could penetrate the barriers of time and see that ancient era. Until Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki planted the chakra god tree. But a conflict arose between the two. Tian shifted his tone, pausing for a moment to look at the 5 Kage, as if waiting for them to digest this shocking news. "Do you know what the necessary condition for planting the god tree is?" Tian asked again, his gaze shining with an exploratory light. The 5 Kage exchanged glances, clearly troubled by this question. Tian took a deep breath and continued, "The prerequisite is to sacrifice a living Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kagaya was the sacrificial offering, but she ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, causing him to feed the 10 tails." As soon as his words fell, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The faces of the 5 Kage showed expressions of shock. They could not believe this astonishing secret. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the 5 Kage, was the first to regain his senses. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Otsutsuki Ishiki is dead? Didn't you just say that Urashiki want to find him? How could he seek help from a dead person?" Tian smiled, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. He said lightly, "That's the special thing about the Otsutsuki. They can replicate themselves and digitize their data, then implant it into another person's body. A black diamond mark will appear on the palm of the person being implanted as a sign. That mark is the wedge that the Otsutsuki will use to possess and revive themselves. They exist beyond death." Tian's words revealed a chilling and cold truth, as if he had thoroughly exposed the secrets of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 73. Inciting the 5 Kage and the Sage of 6 Paths, a fierce wind rose, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if heralding an impending storm. Tian stood leisurely before the 5 Kage. He stood tall, his eyes glinting with cunning and provocation. He seemed like a chess master controlling the game, while the 5 Kage were merely his pawns, ready to be toyed with at any moment. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a proud smile, and slowly began to speak. "So, this is why the Sage of 6 Paths wants to resurrect you. He implanted a mark called the wedge in your bodies." His voice was low and cold, as if a chilling wind from the depths of hell pierced into the hearts of the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage were stunned by this sudden revelation, exchanging glances filled with confusion and anxiety. They opened their palms to inspect closely, but found no trace of any diamond mark. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the 5 Kage, was the first to snap back to reality. He furrowed his brow, his gaze like a torch fixed on Tian, and said in a deep voice, "There is no such mark. You are lying to us." His voice was filled with anger and skepticism, as if he wanted to shatter Tian's words completely. Senju Tobarama stood beside him, his gaze equally sharp. He clenched his fists, his voice revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. What he said before must also be false. "Brother, don't let him deceive you." His demeanor was resolute, as if he was ready to confront Tian. Ishikawa, the first earth shadow of a Wagakure, expressed his discontent directly. He widened his eyes, glaring at Tian, his voice filled with authority. "Young man, do you think we are fools? You think we will believe your nonsense, just because of a few words?" Seeing this, Tian curled his lips into a mocking smile. It was as if he had long anticipated the reactions of the five Kage, and his eyes sparkled with cunning. He waved his hand lightly. An invisible force suddenly enveloped the first-generation Reikage, easily tearing apart her robes. The gazes of the five Kage instantly focused on the exposed back of the first-generation Reikage. There, a striking diamond mark was prominently imprinted. The mark shimmered with a dark glow, as if it were a curse, deeply branded on the first-generation Reikage spine. The other four Kage gasped in shock, an inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. At that moment, a storm of emotions surged within the five Kage. They could hardly believe that they were truly being used as vessels by the sage of the six paths. Tian let out a triumphant laugh, filled with provocation, and said, "Do you now believe what I said?" A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the forest, like lightning striking the night sky. When the bright light dissipated, the figure of the sage of the six paths materialized out of thin air, descending before everyone with authority and solemnity. He floated in mid-air in a meditative posture, draped in a pure white robe as pristine as snow. The robe glimmered with a faint radiance, as if containing endless mysteries. His eyes sparkled with profound light, as if able to see through all the illusions of the world. His appearance made the entire forest seem to fall into a standstill. The previously blowing wind appeared to be intimidated by his majesty, daring not to stir even a whisper. The whole space felt as if it had frozen, leaving only the steady breath of the sage of the six paths flowing slowly. The sage of the six paths observed the uncertain expressions of the five Kage, revealing a trace of anxiety and anger on his face. His brows furrowed tightly, as if two sword-like eyebrows were about to meet, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through the doubts and unease in the hearts of the five Kage. He suddenly waved his sleeve, his voice rumbling like thunder, echoing through the forest. He said, "You ignorant fools, as the sage of the six paths in the ninja world, I possess endless power and wisdom. If I can resurrect you, why would I need to seize your bodies? Isn't that redundant and self-sabotaging?" His voice surged like a roaring torrent, causing the five Kage to instinctively take a few steps back. Only Senju Hashirama remained still. The five Kage widened their eyes, gazing at the angry and imposing face of the sage of the six paths, filled with awe and unease. His gaze swept across the five Kage, as if examining their innermost thoughts. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner anger. Then why are you in such a hurry?" Tian remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He coldly glanced at the sage of the six paths, as if he were watching a joke. He slightly raised his head, looking up at the clouds scattered by the wind in the sky. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm as he said, "I merely spoke a few words, and you became so agitated. How amusing." Tian looked at the five Kage, his eyes glinting with cunning. He said, "That's because your time of death in the ninja world has been too long. Your power is no longer what it once was. Now you can no longer control this world on your own. Therefore, you need the five Kage as your stepping stones to descend into this world in your prime." Upon hearing this, the sage of the six paths' face instantly turned ashen. He glared at Tian with wide eyes, as if about to spew fire. Trembling, he pointed at Tian, his voice shaking with anger. He said to the five Kage, "You're talking nonsense. Take off your clothes. Look for yourselves. I didn't leave that thing on you." The five Kage were stunned by the words of the sage of the six paths. They exchanged glances, a trace of hesitation flashing in their eyes. But at this critical moment, they chose to believe the sage of the six paths. They slowly began to remove their clothing, layer by layer, until their bodies were fully exposed to the air. As their garments gradually came off, the bodies of the five Kage appeared particularly fair under the sunlight. To their surprise, there were no diamond marks, as Tian had claimed. Their skin was smooth as jade, without any blemishes. At this moment, the five Kage finally understood Tian's scheme. Anger flickered in their eyes, and their gazes towards Tian turned cold and sharp. They clenched their fists, as if to transform their anger into strength, ready to crush this detestable enemy in one blow. Seeing this, Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed he had anticipated all of this, his eyes flashing with cunning and provocation. In the face of the five Kage's furious gazes, he slowly raised his hand, as if to make a move. Just then, the Sage of the Six Paths suddenly made his move. A powerful force erupted from the Sage of the Six Paths, sending Tian flying away in an instant. "You shameless scoundrel! Do not deceive the crowd any longer." The Sage of the Six Paths roared in anger. His voice echoed through the forest like rolling thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. His face flushed red, and the flames of anger flickered in his renegade eyes, as if he wanted to burn this cunning scoundrel, Tian, to ashes. The five Kage were inspired by the Sage of the Six Paths' fury, and they clenched their fists, their faces displaying anger and defiance. But the truth was far more complex than they imagined. Although Tian had deceived them, the Sage of the Six Paths also concealed some truths. Chapter 74. Another twist, and the position of the wedge the wind in the forest howled. It lifted the robes of the five Kage, rolling like waves, as if revealing the layers of mist surrounding them. Although Tian had been sent flying by the Sage of the Six Paths' powerful force, a barely noticeable cold smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell upon the five Kage, his eyes glinting with cunning, as if he was looking forward to something. The minds of the five Kage had yet to settle from the shock they had just experienced. They heard the ethereal and mysterious voice of the Sage of the Six Paths again. They turned to look. The figure of the Sage of the Six Paths floating in midair appeared increasingly hazy. It seemed as if he were shrouded in a layer of faint mist, ready to dissipate into nothingness at any moment. The power the Sage of the Six Paths had projected into the ninja world seemed to have diminished significantly after sending Tian flying. His figure swayed in the wind, as if he would vanish at any moment. His gaze swept over the five Kage, carrying a hint of helplessness and resolution, as if he were placing all hope upon them. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, as if he were gathering all his strength in that moment. He slowly spoke, his voice filled with a sense of weight and sorrow. "The heavy responsibility of protecting the ninja world, I entrust to you." Each word struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the five Kage, making them feel immense weight and responsibility. After speaking, the figure of the Sage of the Six Paths began to gradually dissipate. His silhouette became increasingly blurred, eventually transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the air. His voice gradually faded away, leaving behind silence and the five Kage staring at each other. In their hearts, a tempest raged, with doubts and unease overshadowing them like dark clouds. They looked at each other, trying to find a glimmer of hope in each other's equally confused eyes. But they found that in everyone's gaze lay a depth of confusion and misunderstanding, like bottomless lakes. At that moment, Tian slowly rose from the ground like a ghost. He brushed off the dust from his body. A proud smile graced his face, as if everything that just happened had been within his expectations. He walked towards the five Kage with calm strides, each step seeming to beat like a drum in the hearts of the onlookers, quickening their pulses. The corners of Tian's mouth curled into a sly arc, as if he were the wise one who controlled everything. His eyes shimmered with a cold light, fixated on the five shadows, as if he wanted to penetrate the depths of their heart's fears. "Do you know? I haven't lied to you at all." Tian's deep and chilling voice echoed in the air, as if each word solidified into a sharp knife, stabbing at the hearts of the five shadows. His voice was like the cold tongue of a snake, licking at their nerves, making them shudder involuntarily. That so-called wedge mark is actually engraved on the surface of your hearts. Tian continued, his eyes flickering with a strange light, as if everything was under his control. Upon hearing this, the five shadows instantly fell into shock. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of the Land of Fire, was the first to step forward and question him. "This is impossible. We have never felt anything unusual. Moreover, how could you possibly know such a secret?" The first wind shadow, Redo, quickly followed. His brows were tightly knit, and his eyes flickered with doubt. "Tian, do you have any evidence? This claim is utterly absurd." But Tian remained unfazed, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Evidence? My eyes can see through everything. I saw the wedge on the surface of your hearts." He said, "If it's engraved on your hand, you can just have someone help you cut it off." But if it's engraved on your hearts, then there's no way to escape. The five shadows from other countries felt a storm brewing within them. They clutched their chests, as if they could sense the invisible mark pulsating on the surface of their hearts, bringing waves of chill. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. They never expected that the wedge would be hidden in such a fatal location. This secret was like a massive black hole, devouring all their trust and sense of security. The hearts of the five shadows were filled with confusion and bewilderment. They didn't know whom to trust or how to face this sudden truth. Seeing the terrified expressions on the five shadows, Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. He continued to sneer. The reason the Sage of Six Paths didn't tell you the truth is that he knew once you learned this secret, you would start to doubt him. And now, he no longer has enough power to maintain this lie. In the serene and solemn Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya's originally calm face turned dark and furious upon hearing Tian's words. Lightning like light flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to ignite the entire Pure Land. He never expected that despite his immense efforts, he still couldn't control the situation. Otsutsuki Kagaya clenched his fists. The knuckles of his fingers cracked, as if expressing his inner unwillingness and anger. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and then decided to use the backup plan he had long prepared. He would maintain peace in the ninja world in his own way. In the forest, Senju Hashirama held a skeptical attitude toward Tian's words. As a legendary ninja of the Land of Fire, he possessed keen insight and judgment. After being resurrected by the Sage of Six Paths, he had been enhanced and no longer needed to hand sign. He could manipulate the surrounding plants with his mind. Those originally peaceful woods and flowers instantly turned into his weapons. As Senju Hashirama's thoughts flowed, the surrounding plants seemed to be summoned, rushing toward Tian. The green flowers and grasses coiled around Tian's body like spirit snakes, binding his movements. The thick branches tightened around Tian like monstrous tentacles, as if wanting to strangle him. Tian seemed caught off guard by the sudden attack. His face showed signs of exaggerated struggle, as if he wanted to break free from the vines and branches, but found his strength insignificant in front of these plants. Fear appeared on his face, as if he had not anticipated Senju Hashirama's formidable abilities. Do you enjoy pretending so much? Then I'll take your life. Senju Hashirama looked coldly at Tian, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He said in a low voice, Tian, do you think your lies could deceive everyone? I, Senju Hashirama, am not a fool who can be easily tricked. After saying this, he waved his hands again, and the surrounding plants seemed to receive new instructions. Beginning to attack Tian frantically, Tian revealed a comical smile and said, You say you're not a fool, but you're attacking me. Do you think this is your own idea? Chapter 75. The Five Shadows Unite to Attack Tian. Senju Hashirama suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. He took a deep breath, and then a mysterious and majestic mask gradually appeared on his face, a symbol of sage mode. The surrounding environment fluctuated with his breath. The seemingly ordinary flowers, grasses, and branches that were coiling around Tian now seemed to be given life. They grew wildly, twisted, and finally converged into a massive green dragon. This dragon twisted in the air, its scales shimmering with a faint green light, each scale seemingly containing boundless power. The binding force of the dragon was suffocating, as if it wanted to control everything. Its body continuously released a strange wave that could absorb all the chakra around it, whether it was the enemy's or its own. However, Tian was not an ordinary person either. He also possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, the two engaged in a thrilling tug-of-war. Tian faced off against the wooden dragon, a chakra vortex forming around his body. Every time the wooden dragon tried to absorb Tian's chakra, he would use his powerful will and skills to reverse the chakra back. Oomph. Do you think you could trap me like this? Tian smirked, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a ball of blazing fire erupted, like two fire dragons twisting in the air. Let's play a bit. Try this. Tian shouted. His voice echoed like thunder on the battlefield. The two fireballs instantly transformed into two fire dragons, roaring as they lunged toward the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon let out a deafening roar. Its massive body twisted violently in front of the fire dragons, trying to swallow them. But the fire dragons moved as if they had been given life, nimbly weaving through, each touch seemingly devouring the wooden dragon's chakra. Senju Hashirama stood not far away. Witnessing all this, a serious expression appeared on his face. He knew that if this continued, the wooden dragon's chakra would soon be completely consumed by Tian. He couldn't just sit back and watch. He had to end this battle quickly. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding chakra waves suddenly became more turbulent. He joined his hands together and chanted sage art, would release true thousand hands transformation. With his loud shout, a massive statue of Cannon with 1,000 hands suddenly emerged behind him. This statue was enormous, many times larger than the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails were present, it could be easily held in one hand. It radiated a golden light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Countless gigantic arms extended from the Cannon statue, blocking out the sun like towering trees. These arms simultaneously attacked Tian, attempting to crush him in one fell swoop. Thousands of massive fists struck down, each blow seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. But Tian showed no sign of panic. He transformed into a mass of black flames. And under the enveloping fire, the wooden dragon beside him was instantly burned to ashes. Then he condensed a massive black flame shield, blocking all attacks from the Guanyin statue. Senju Hashirama, is this all you can do? Tian's eyes flickered with disdain as he prepared to counterattack. He resembled a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. In that split second, Senju Tobarama moved. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light like stars, seemingly able to pierce through all darkness. He clapped his hands together, inhaling sharply. A high-pressure, straight water column erupted from his mouth, the water release, water break wave. This water column resembled a silver light sword, dazzling and beautiful, carrying endless coldness and sharpness. It drew a perfect straight line in the air, cutting towards Tian. The water waves rippled, and the air was filled with a moist atmosphere. The destructive power made one's heart race, as if even space was being torn apart by this force. Even the surrounding air was pulled by this power, making faint cracking sounds. Tian's expression turned serious, just as he adjusted his stance to evade this deadly strike. The speed of the water break wave was astonishingly fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was once again closing in on his body. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air. There, Retsudu clapped his hands, and a powerful wind chakra erupted from his body. This was his proud bloodline limit, wind release. Under his control, the howling wind surged towards Tian. The wind was mixed with countless sharp wind blades. They danced and spun in the air, producing sharp sounds as if even space was being sliced apart by this ferocious wind. Tian sensed two powerful forces attacking him simultaneously. But he did not panic. Instead, he became even calmer. His figure flashed, like a specter, weaving between the wind and water waves. Each flicker was accompanied by a loud bang and a dazzling light, as if Tian was drawing bright trajectories in the darkness. He effortlessly dodged all attacks, as if everything was under his control. Tian, let us see how you withstand my double assault. I don't believe you can keep dodging. Retsudu shouted confidently and dominantly, but Tian remained unfazed. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from a spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Senju Tobarama. His palm was raised high, as if to strike down. However, Senju Tobarama did not panic. He flickered out of sight, using the Flying Thunder God technique. When he reappeared, he was a few meters behind Tian. He had already prepared, with Flying Thunder God marks all around. Senju Tobarama quickly created a water vortex in his hands and condensed it into a water spear. He threw it with all his might. The water spear spun rapidly in the air, like a blooming silver lotus. Once this water spear made contact with its target, it would instantly form a massive water tornado. Its power was immense and magnificent. Tian keenly sensed the oppressive feeling coming from behind, like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He attempted to dodge again, but his feet suddenly felt as if bound by invisible chains, heavy and immovable. He looked down in astonishment, only to see that the ground beneath him was no longer simple dirt. It seemed to have been infused with life, transforming into long, slender tentacles. They tightly wrapped around his feet, as if he were firmly adhered to by seaweed in the deep sea. A tremendous force surged from beneath, as if a torrent was trying to engulf him. Tian tried to break free with all his strength, but that power was as heavy as a mountain, making him feel like an iron block firmly stuck by a magnet, unable to move. He looked up at the figure in midair, the first Hokage, Ishikawa. Ishikawa stood with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed and at ease. A hint of mocking smile appeared on his face as he gazed at Tian. He slowly spoke. Tian, just stand there obediently. In front of me. You have nowhere to escape. Chapter 76. The Sage of Six Paths makes a move. Tian transformed into a mass of blazing black fire. In the raging flames, it seemed as if countless demonic spirits were dancing wildly. The black fire tore through the sky, carrying boundless might and fury, charging towards the endless firmament. The sky seemed to be ripped apart by this mass of black fire, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, producing crackling sounds. He broke through layer upon layer of restraints. Whether it was the barriers of space or the shackles of time, nothing could stop his advance. Tian let out a long howl in midair. That sound was like the roar of dragons and tigers, shaking the hearts of all. His face was filled with madness and excitement, as if all the fighting and killing were merely an exhilarating game to him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. This is so much fun. Tian laughed, his eyes sparkling with playful light, saying, You people are truly interesting. I almost hesitate to kill you. His words were filled with mockery and disdain, as if his enemies were merely a bunch of ants, not worth him using his full strength. Just as his words fell, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, looking in one direction. There stood a figure, none other than Sarutobi Hisashi. But there was one exception. Tian coldly said, his voice filled with killing intent. That is you, Sarutobi Hisashi. His eyes sparkled with icy cold light, as if he wanted to freeze Sarutobi Hisashi completely. As he spoke, the mass of black flames surged again, becoming even more intense. Tian shot forward like a massive arrow, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Racing towards Sarutobi Hisashi, his speed was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed the limits of space, making it impossible to evade. Sarutobi Hisashi's expression also turned serious. He could feel the terrifying pressure rushing towards him. Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly formed hand seals. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth. In that instant, a mass of purple lightning instantly formed in his mouth. Like a giant purple dragon, it roared towards the oncoming Tian. This was the secret technique of the In release, thunder style that Sarutobi Hisashi had secretly learned from Uchiha Madara. Facing this thunderous attack, Tian remained unfazed. The black flames he embodied surged in the air, like an arrow ignited by dark fire. It tore through the sky, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, directly shooting towards the purple dragon. The purple dragon roared, trying to use its thunderous might to withstand the assault of the dark fire. But before this arrow empowered by dark power, the purple dragon was instantly ignited, rapidly turning into a dazzling spark, ultimately dissipating into the endless darkness. Sarutobi Hisashi was left with nothing, not even a trace behind. This scene shocked everyone present. They did not expect Tian's strength to be so formidable that even Sarutobi Hisashi's ultimate skill could not shake him in the slightest. Monkey, you dare to kill him! Senju Hashirama roared in furious rage. His voice echoed like thunder in the air, shaking everyone's hearts. In an instant, the ground beneath Tian's feet began to tremble violently. Countless wooden giant hands surged from the ground, like massive vines, mysteriously grabbing at Tian. These wooden giant hands emitted a rich vitality, as if they wanted to swallow Tian whole. But Tian remained indifferent. The black flames on his body instantly became even more vigorous, as if they were going to ignite the entire world. As those wooden giant hands came into contact with the black flames, they were instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Tian coldly looked at the crowd before him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He said, Can't you line up and let me take care of you one by one? Why must you swarm me? Since that's the case, I won't play anymore. The black flames on his body surged once more, as if they were going to engulf the entire world. The first-generation Tsuchikage, Shurha, narrowed his eyes. He let out an angry shout and said, "Young man, you dare to underestimate us 5 Kage. Today, let you know what the pinnacle of the ninja world is." He formed hand seals and unleashed his unique technique, the bloodline elimination, earth style. Around Lu Tian, the earth surged, transforming into lifelike mud figures. They wielded weapons and attacked from different directions. These mud figures exuded a heavy, earthy aura, as if they were going to completely bind Lu Tian within the soil. A trace of disdain flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. With a movement, he glided like a phantom among the mud figures. However, he quickly realized that these mud figures were not a simple technique. The earth-style ninjutsu they released actually caused a slight delay in his chakra. Is it this move again? How boring. Lu Tian let out a cold laugh, and his body suddenly shook as a powerful black flame erupted from within him. The mud figures around him rapidly cracked under the scorching flames, ultimately turning into puddles of mud scattered on the ground. Just as Lu Tian was about to pursue his advantage, he suddenly felt an immense pressure descending from the sky. The air around him sank under this heavy pressure, as if it had turned into a viscous liquid. Lu Tian's body froze, unable to move as freely as before. Earth-style, gravity-crushing technique. The voice of Tsuchikage Yuki echoed above the battlefield. He hovered in mid-air, hands clasped together, his gaze sharp. The earth surrounding the entire battlefield seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, rapidly converging towards Lu Tian's position. The ground trembled as if it were about to tear open a massive void. Under this heavy pressure, the black flames on Lu Tian's body flickered like a candle being buffeted by a storm, dimming and brightening, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Lu Tian felt the weight of gravity from all directions, like countless mountains pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe and causing him to collapse onto the ground. Lu Tian struggled to stand, but each effort felt like being bound by an invisible force, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, the others were not idle in watching the show. Retsudo had already floated high in the air. He took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. In that instant, a gust of wind howled around him, rapidly forming sharp wind blades. Under the acceleration of gravity, these wind blades doubled in power, slashing towards Lu Tian like sharp blades. The three Mizukage joined forces to unleash ninjutsu. Byakuren clasped his hands together, and a stream of white steam burst forth from his body, quickly drifting towards Lu Tian's head. The third Mizukage also used this technique. Meanwhile, Kaigetsu jumped into the air, opening his mouth wide to unleash a massive water column. Senju Tobarama also formed hand seals, spitting out waves of water-style ninjutsu. His water column intertwined with Kaigetsu's, rapidly forming a giant water curtain. Behind Senju Hashirama, the Senju cannon activated again, with thousands of giant hands surging towards Lu Tian like a tide. These giant hands exuded powerful wood-style energy, each swing capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a mysterious light suddenly erupted from the 5 Kage, enveloping the entire battlefield. This was the backup of Sage of Six Paths. The powerful sealing force surged towards Lu Tian. Before this power, all of Lu Tian's struggles became meaningless. He felt his body being pulled by an invisible force, ultimately disappearing from his original location. You went through so much effort just to seal one of my bodies? Moreover, you overlooked me. Chapter 77. Otsutsuki Pushi finds Ichishi. At this moment, in the desolate land in the northwest of the Land of Wind, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, as if foretelling an impending storm. In this oppressive atmosphere, a figure flashed like a ghost. It was the panicked Otsutsuki Pushi. His eyes sparkled with anger and disdain, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. In this barren land, Otsutsuki Pushi sensed the fluctuations underground. He found Otsutsuki Ichishi, who was parasitic within the body of Jiyuan. His fragmented upper body shrank and resided in Jiyuan's brain. At this moment, Jiyuan, dressed in a white feather robe, had Roman numerals tattooed below his left eye and a wedge mark on his chin. He was very gentlemanly, currently enjoying a meal and tasting red wine. Faced with the sudden appearance of Otsutsuki Pushi, he confronted him through Jiyuen's body. "Look at you now, half dead, Ichishi," Otsutsuki Pushi mocked. His voice echoed in the underground cave, tinged with mockery and pride. He continued, "You were sneak attacked by your own subordinate and ended up half dead. What a disgrace to our reputation. I am of the same class as you, and I find this humiliating." Otsutsuki Pushi's words pierced like a sharp sword into Otsutsuki Ichishi's heart. But Otsutsuki Ichishi did not care. He continued to drink red wine through Jiyuen's body. He said, "If you only came to mock me, there's no need. If you came to reclaim the divine tree, then hurry up. Don't waste time. I am here for 3 major matters. And right now, I want to teach the traitor a lesson." Otsutsuki Pushi's cold voice echoed in the vast underground cave. He instantly opened the portal to the Yellow Springs, like a deep black hole, swallowing everything around. Stepping through this door, Otsutsuki Pushi's figure vanished in an instant. He descended into the starting ball space of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This space seemed like an ancient secret realm forgotten by time. It was filled with a rich chakra aura, and the air contained endless energy. Ancient runes slowly flowed in the space, as if whispering secrets unknown to man. Otsutsuki Pushi stepped into this space, a contemptuous smile blooming on his face. He looked around, his gaze sharp as a hawk, and instantly locked onto the frail figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the corner. With a movement, he appeared before Otsutsuki Kagaya like a ghost. He extended his long, pale fingers and gently grabbed Otsutsuki Kagaya's disheveled hair, as if toying with a helpless kitten. Bloodline net, rabbit hair needle. Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair transformed into countless thousand books, attacking Otsutsuki Pushi. Faced with such an attack, a trace of impatience flashed in Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes. He suddenly slapped Otsutsuki Kagaya hard. The crisp sound echoed in the starting ball space, as if even time had stopped. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body drew an arc in the air, heavily crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Otsutsuki Pushi crouched down, jumping on Otsutsuki Kagaya's back, repeatedly pressing down. In Otsutsuki Pushi's eyes burned with fury. As if it was about to explode, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He said, "You worthless traitor. You were defeated by your own son and sealed for so many years. And now, you dare to resist me? How ridiculous." Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled in pain, but her gaze remained exceptionally firm. She gritted her teeth, using all her strength to try to break free from Otsutsuki Pushi's grip. Her hands clenched into fists, as if she was trying to muster the last bit of strength to counterattack. Bloodline net, 80 God air strike. But Otsutsuki Pushi did not give her this opportunity. He kicked out fiercely, as swift as thunder. Otsutsuki Kagaya's body arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground again. She rolled a few times on the ground, a trace of fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Struggling to lift her head, the light of defiance still flickered in her eyes. She looked at Otsutsuki Pushi and said weakly but firmly, "I will not yield to you." Otsutsuki Pushi let out a cold laugh and stood up. He waved his hand, and a powerful suction instantly pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya towards him. He looked down at her, his eyes flashing with mockery and ridicule at her disheveled appearance. Then, he suddenly waved his hand fiercely. Otsutsuki Kagaya was ruthlessly thrown into the portal of the underworld. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. Her body traced a tragic arc in the air, like a withering fallen leaf, and finally crashed heavily at Otsutsuki Ishiki's feet. Her hair was a mess, her clothes tattered, but in her eyes burned an indomitable flame, a mix of unwillingness, determination, and endless sorrow and anger. Otsutsuki Ishiki, her former superior, coldly watched her through the body of Shinju. His eyes flickered with a complex light, a mix of anger at Kagaya's betrayal and admiration for her resilience. But Otsutsuki Ishiki's anger quickly transformed into a twisted desire. He slowly approached Kagaya, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, saying, "You have given birth to 3 children, and they have caused me a lot of trouble. Why not give me one more?" As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki reached out his hand and violently tore apart Kagaya's tattered clothes. Kagaya struggled, trying to resist, but her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, but more so with a firm resolve to maintain her dignity. This was the intersection of the land of wind, the land of ghosts, and the land of bears. Tian had a body nearby, closing his eyes to sense the chakra fluctuations around him. He quickly stood up, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished from the spot. When he entered the mysterious underground cave, the sight before him instantly filled him with rage. He saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, that once glorious being from 1,000 years ago, now lying on the ground like an abandoned doll, battered and disheveled. Tian's gaze then swept over the two Otsutsuki who were about to commit a heinous act. His eyes turned blood red, fists clenched, and chakra surged wildly around him. Tian roared in anger. "You shameless scoundrels! How dare you do such despicable things?" With his roar, the entire underground cave seemed to tremble. Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Pushur both looked up at the sudden intruder. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, but more was disdain and contempt. However, Tian did not give them any chance to react. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He threw a punch with endless fury and power, directly smashing into Shinju's chest. With a loud bang, Otsutsuki Ishiki's body, possessing Shinju, was sent flying by Tian's punch, crashing heavily against the cave wall. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Tian did not stop. He flashed again and appeared in front of Otsutsuki Pushur. His eyes glinted with cold light, and his fists swung out once more. This time, he directly shattered Otsutsuki Pushur's body, turning it into nothingness. Chapter 78, Tian vs. To Otsutsuki, your performance is over. But don't think I'll just sit back and watch the show. Tian declared coldly in the forest, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Before him were 10 exquisite stone chairs, emitting a faint glow. The previous Hokages were drawn to sit in the chairs by an invisible force. They tried to move but found themselves bound by a powerful force, unable to budge. "Don't bother trying. This is my self-restraining puppet curse seal," Tian said lightly. The faces of the Hokages turned ashen, as if they had seen their doom. At that moment, a massive screen slowly unfolded before them. The images on the screen shocked everyone. It was a battle being fought by another body of Tian. In the dim underground cave, an invisible force seemed to surge. 3 Otsutsuki figures stood out prominently, 2 men and 1 woman, each exuding a powerful aura that seemed capable of tearing space apart. The 5 Kage focused their gaze on Otsutsuki Kagaya, the former ruler of the ninja world, now appearing so wretched. Her clothes were tattered, her fair skin covered in wounds, and her gaze revealed endless pain and despair. This scene stirred an inexplicable sorrow and anger within the 5 Kage. They couldn't help but feel pity for the once great ruler. On the other side of the cave, Tian stood like a brave warrior. Facing 2 powerful Otsutsuki, he showed no fear. His figure darted through the cave, each attack carrying the force of thunder, as if he intended to tear the entire cave apart. The 5 Kage watched in awe, filled with reverence and admiration for Tian. "Is this Tian's true power?" Senju Hashirama murmured, his eyes filled with shock and awe. He had never imagined that a human could possess such immense strength, far beyond his imagination. We are actually his enemies." Shikaku's face showed a look of terror, his voice trembling as if unable to believe this fact. They had always thought of themselves as the top powers in the ninja world, but now it seemed the gap between them and Tian was as vast as heaven and earth. The battle on the screen was not over. To the astonishment of everyone, Otsutsuki Pushur seemed not to be completely dead. He struggled to rise, consuming all the chakra from the fish basket. But even then, the massive energy seemed not enough to satisfy him. He was roaring madly, even swallowing his own 2 Rinnegan, as the chakra and Rinnegan were devoured. Otsutsuki Pushur's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His already tall figure became even more imposing, like an immovable mountain. His skin turned as white as jade. seemingly covered in a layer of divine radiance. On his forehead, a golden rinnegan slowly opened, releasing dazzling light. His face was covered in black runes, as if someone had stepped on his face, leaving shoe prints. These runes emitted a strange and powerful aura. At the same time, Otsutsuki Ishiki, possessing Shinju, began his transformation. He used a wedge, form change, and numerous runes appeared on his body. These runes slithered like snakes, entwining and intertwining around him. A sharp horn grew on the right side of his head, radiating a chilling light. His gaze turned cold and cruel, as if he intended to devour everything. Otsutsuki Pusher's hands kept moving. With his actions, purple energy bullets shot forth like meteors streaking through the night sky, continuously firing from his palms. Tian stood not far away, his eyes glinting with determination. He tried to harness the power of the rinnegan, aiming to absorb these purple energy bullets. He discovered that these energy spheres seemed to possess unique properties that prevented him from absorbing them. He was startled but did not panic. Instead, he quickly adjusted his strategy, preparing to focus on defense. Bang! With a loud sound, Tian felt a strong impact. He staggered slightly but quickly steadied himself. Besides launching these energy spheres, what other abilities have you gained? Has your physical strength just increased? Tian looked at Otsutsuki Pusher, his eyes flashing with curiosity. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishii was about to attack Tian. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful energy wave erupted from his body. Countless black cubes appeared from another dimension, raining down on Tian like raindrops. These black cubes emitted a strange aura that made Tian's heart race. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath. Tian mobilized all his strength, ready to face these attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The black cubes continuously collided with Tian's body, producing deafening sounds. Yet Tian seemed to transform into an indestructible barrier. No matter how fiercely the cubes attacked, they ultimately could not shake him at all. After countless impacts, all the black cubes were shattered by Tian. He stood in place, his eyes sparkling with a cold light. Otsutsuki Ishii looked at Tian in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect Tian's strength to be so formidable that even his divine art could not inflict substantial harm. But he did not give up. Instead, he waved his hands again, preparing to launch a more intense attack. Otsutsuki Pusher once again released purple energy orbs. These energies twinkled like stars, transforming into deadly energy orbs, shooting towards Tian at an astonishing speed. Each release of energy was accompanied by intense vibrations in the air and the tearing of the night sky, as if the entire universe was trembling. The purple light illuminated everything around, making the underground cave seem engulfed in purple flames. Otsutsuki Pusher stared intently at Tian, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. He turned to Otsutsuki Ishii on the other side. This guy is strong. Pusher shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the underground cave, filled with a sense of urgency. Coordinate with my attack. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Hearing this, Tian, standing amidst the rain of purple energy orbs, showed a look of disdain. His eyes were calm and determined, as if these attacks were merely insignificant toys to him. He lifted his head and looked at the disheveled Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra in the ninja world. Don't worry, I will soon eliminate them, Tian said lightly, his voice filled with confidence. In an instant, Tian suddenly felt a strange aura. He looked down and saw a tiny object appearing on his shoulder, trying to burrow into his ear. Tian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that this was Otsutsuki Ishii's divine art. My Baiku, Tian snorted coldly. How could he allow Otsutsuki Ishii to succeed? He quickly extended a hand, executing an extremely agile motion to accurately catch the shrunken Otsutsuki Ishii. The gap between us is too great, Tian said disdainfully while holding Otsutsuki Ishii. Your petty tricks cannot harm me at all. Chapter 79. Black Zetsu meets Otsutsuki Kagaya after an intense battle. The underground cave was unrecognizable. The originally solid rocks shattered under the impact of energy, and the sounds of collapse echoed like the roar of the earth. A massive hole appeared at the top of the cave, several meters in diameter, leading straight to the surface. Sunlight poured down from the cave entrance, illuminating the mess inside. Tian stood amidst the ruins, tightly holding the two powerless Otsutsuki, Sure and Ishii. Their clothes were tattered, looking disheveled, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Tian looked at them, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He coldly said, "You are like cockroaches that cannot be killed. No matter how I attack, you can still cling to life. It's truly exhausting." His voice echoed in the empty cave, carrying a hint of mockery and ridicule. After speaking, he raised his hands, lifting the two Otsutsuki high, as if displaying his trophies. "Since you are so tenacious, I will eliminate you according to your customs." Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes flashing with cold light. He slowly opened his mouth. The two Otsutsuki in his hands were continuously compressing. They struggled and shouted, but ultimately it was futile. Under the sunlight, Tian's figure appeared even taller and more imposing. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if nothing could obstruct his path. The two Otsutsuki had become his nourishment. Delicious. Tian took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction and joy. It felt as if he had just consumed not an enemy, but the most exquisite delicacy in the world. He felt the surging power within him, every thread and every strand seemingly containing endless energy, shaking his spirit. "I feel the power boiling. I've become stronger again." Tian waved his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have become an invincible existence. Any enemy in front of him would become utterly vulnerable. He turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya not far away. Her figure appeared even more graceful under the sunlight. Tian walked forward with a slight smile. "Congratulations, Kagaya. You have finally freed yourself from the seal imposed by your two rebellious sons." Tian's voice was gentle yet powerful, as comforting as a spring breeze. He extended his hand and gently patted Kagaya's shoulder, as if offering her encouragement and comfort. Otsutsuki Kagaya was slightly taken aback. Her originally sharp gaze gradually softened at Tian's words. She slowly raised her head, looking at the man who had just rescued her. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, a mixture of wariness towards the unknown and a barely perceptible gratitude. She had once been an invincible being, but during her years of imprisonment, her power had been ruthlessly bound, and her spirit trapped in endless darkness. When this bondage was broken and freedom returned to her embrace, her heart was filled with complex emotional fluctuations. She did not expect Tian to express congratulations and concern at this moment. This sudden kindness caught her off guard, leaving her somewhat bewildered. However, soon, a grateful smile appeared on her face, like the warm and bright sun of early spring. Otsutsuki Kagaya's smile revealed a kind of innocent sweetness. Her eyes sparkled with expectations and longing for the future, as if she were a child who had just stepped out of darkness and regained her freedom. Such a version of her made Tian feel a sudden stir in his heart. He knew that although Otsutsuki Kagaya possessed immense power, her heart was like that of a Na'vi child. Her innocence and kindness were the key reasons why Naruto and Sasuke were able to successfully seal her. If it were not for such a character, perhaps the battle among the three of them would have had a different outcome. "Kagaya, can you call your third son over?" Tian frowned slightly, gazing deeply at Otsutsuki Kagaya. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Otsutsuki's eyes flickered, as if her gaze could penetrate endless time and space. She gently nodded and said calmly, "I sense his chakra. It's already on the way." Meanwhile, in the distant forests of the Dahan Empire, Tian had completed his masterpiece. He stood in a clearing surrounded by dense woods, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a golden halo around him. In front of him sat 10 former powerful Kage, who, while watching a movie, had transformed into petite and delicate young girls. Their original clothes now looked ill-fitting, and they wore expressions of shyness and surprise, as if they could hardly believe their transformation. Tian looked at these beautiful girls with satisfaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and gently stroked the cheek of Senju Tobarama. He said softly, ladies, this is your rebirth. Your wedges have been removed by me. Be sure to thank me. The now feminine Senju Tobarama, with her once stern features now softened, bit her lip tightly, her eyes glimmering with tears of humiliation. She lifted her head, looking at Tian with clear yet stubborn eyes, trembling as she said, just kill me. Tian, seeing her defiant demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable emotion. He replied, you like this, don't you? It excites me. But he quickly changed his tone, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he smirked. However, I'm not like Uchiha Hanya, that lustful fool. Let's continue watching the movie. His words revealed a sense of ease and teasing, instantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The Kage were guided by his words and shifted their gazes back to the screen. On the screen, a black and white Zetsu resembling a Venus flytrap slowly emerged from the ground. Its body was composed of black and white colors, looking eerie and mysterious. When the black and white Zetsu saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, its eyes widened in excitement, almost in tears. It trembled as it said, Mother, have you broken free from your seal? Its voice was filled with anticipation and excitement, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at the black and white Zetsu, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She nodded slightly and said, I have regained my freedom. Although her voice was calm, the power it contained was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing this, the black and white Zetsu leaped up in excitement, its body twisting in the air as if to release all its joy. It shouted, Great, Mother, we can finally restart the divine tree plan. Its voice was filled with confidence and determination, as if it had already seen the hope of the future. At this moment, the Kage outside the screen were inspired by this scene. Their hearts were also filled with anticipation and curiosity, wanting to know what would happen next, and what plans Kagaya Otsutsuki and the black and white Zetsu had. Chapter 80. Uchiha Madara revived and possessed at this moment. In the pure land of the ninja world, a faint glow of souls lingered, resembling a dreamy illusion. The Sage of Six Paths, draped in an ancient robe, stood in the center of the Pure Land. His gaze was deep and mysterious, like the brightest star in the night sky, as if he could see through everything in the world. He slowly stretched out his hand. A dazzling light gradually emerged from his palm. Within that light seemed to be endless soul power. He took a deep breath, as if to draw the souls of the entire Pure Land into his body. With his breath, the souls of the lower ninjas and ordinary people in the Pure Land began to flow toward him like a stream. They swirled and condensed in the Sage of Six Paths palm, ultimately being devoured by him. The Otsutsuki aliens were all monsters that consumed souls, and the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was no exception to this understanding. After devouring the souls, the Sage of Six Paths' gaze gradually became sharp, as if flames were burning within. A powerful aura erupted from him. This aura swept through the entire Pure Land like a storm, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression. He had eaten his fill and restored his power to its peak state. The Sage of Six Paths slowly extended his hand, as if he could touch the edge of the universe. His palm radiated a faint golden glow. This was the purest power in the ninja world, and also a symbol of his strength. He gently waved his hand, and a dazzling light streaked across the void like a meteor, shooting into the sky. The light was so brilliant that it was almost blinding. When the light dissipated, Uchiha Madara's soul miraculously appeared. His figure flickered in the light, exuding an unyielding pride. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but that surprise was quickly suppressed, returning to his usual indifference. He coldly scrutinized the Sage of Six Paths, his eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and cold, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The Sage of Six Paths smiled slightly, a smile filled with mystery and depth. His gaze seemed to penetrate Uchiha Madara's heart, leaving him unable to hide. I am the Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world is facing an unprecedented crisis. I need your power. Let us protect this world we both love together. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was filled with determination and expectation. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara found himself leaving the Pure Land. He appeared in a strange place. He looked around, only to see the figures of Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu, and Lu Tian flickering before him. Their gazes were all focused on him, as if he had become the center of this world. Lu Tian, upon seeing Uchiha Madara appear, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He scanned Uchiha Madara from head to toe. Could this be another move by Otsutsuki Kagaya? Lu Tian muttered to himself. This power seems to be yin-yang release. But Uchiha Madara did not respond to Lu Tian's question. He felt the powerful force surging within him, as if it would tear him apart. He couldn't help but let out a low growl, filled with excitement and anticipation. But soon, he realized he couldn't control his body. The Sage of Six Paths' will began to invade his body, and his eyes started to become hazy. The Sage of Six Paths spoke through his mouth, slowly, saying, "This is the yin-yang release, the reincarnation of the mundane. As long as the soul has not dissipated, I can revive it anywhere in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, you will become my right-hand assistant in protecting the ninja world." "What? You want to control me?" Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. He struggled to break free from the Sage of Six Paths' control, but that power gripped his body like iron claws. "This is all for the ninja world. Bear with it for now," the Sage of Six Paths said. Then, Uchiha Madara's voice completely disappeared. His body seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, becoming stiff and cold. His eyes lost their former brilliance, becoming hollow and dazed. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. In the end, only the Sage of Six Paths' voice echoed in the air. His gaze swept over everyone present, as if proclaiming his control over this world. Uchiha Madara stood there like a soulless shell, becoming the most tragic existence in this world. He was like a clown, his face now resembling that of the Sage of Six Paths, whose gaze was as deep as the stars in the night sky. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze penetrating through the clouds, seemingly able to perceive the flow of time and the dust of the past. He slowly turned to look at Lu Tian, a hint of appreciation flashing in his deep-set eyes. He nodded slightly, his expression serious as he said, "Lu Tian, your insight is indeed sharp. I do not experience true death, but my true form is confined in the Pure Land, and my power can only descend into the ninja world in the form of a projection." As he spoke, the Sage of Six Paths' gaze shot like an arrow towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. He said in a deep voice, "Mother, your past power was too great, posing a potential threat to the ninja world. For the peace and tranquility of the ninja world, I must seal you once again." Upon hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki's face seemed to turn as pale as paper in an instant. A flash of shock crossed her eyes, followed by deep sorrow. Those eyes, once filled with maternal love, now brimmed with confusion and disappointment, as if a brilliant star had suddenly lost its light. Seeing this, Lu Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Seizing the opportunity, he interjected, his voice full of dissatisfaction and anger. He said, "What threat to the ninja world? Is clearly your ambition at play? To monopolize the ninja world. You even turned against your own mother. You once tried to kill her, but when you found she was immortal, you chose the method of sealing." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising higher. He continued, "After sealing your mother, you pushed your brother away, making him distant from the ninja world. Everything you do is merely to satisfy your own selfish desires, monopolizing the entire ninja world." Hearing these words, the Sage of Six Paths' brows furrowed deeply, his face revealing anger. He clenched his fists tightly, as if to pour out the rage within him, but he ultimately restrained himself. He said in a deep voice, "Nonsense, Lu Tian. Do not turn black into white. Everything I do is for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world." Kagaya Otsutsuki could no longer control her emotions. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes, like pearls that had broken off their string. She trembled and asked, "Is this true, Yui? Did you really summon Uchiha and the others?" Her voice trembled and was weak, as if a gentle breeze could blow it away. Her eyes were filled with despair and sorrow, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. The Sage of Six Paths felt a sharp pain in his heart upon seeing his mother like this. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Hidden in his eyes was the trace of performance, disguising himself as a filial son. He said, "Mother, I have indeed done some wrong things. But please believe me, everything I do is for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. I hope you can understand me." Chapter 81. The five shadows watching the drama and discussing just as the words were spoken. The moment was swift. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to transform into the center of a storm, his momentum rising dramatically. His eyes sparkled with determination. In the palms of his hands, the marks of yin-yang power resembled two dragons, coiling and intertwining, releasing a powerful pressure. He was about to use the Six Paths, planetary devastation, but Lu Tian moved. Like a phantom, he appeared in front of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He clenched his fists tightly, muscles tensed, as if containing endless power. Chakra martial arts life magnetic field, 100. 000 horses. Lu Tian suddenly swung his fists. With the sound of breaking air, he forcefully knocked the Sage of Six Paths away. The Sage of Six Paths figure traced an arc in the air, landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to stand up, his face was filled with shock and unwillingness. He looked at Lu Tian, his eyes flashing with anger. At the same time, Black Zetsu quickly detached from the body of White Zetsu. He transformed into a shadow and swiftly entered the sleeve of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He poked his head out and said anxiously, "Mother, let us leave here. This Lu Tian's strength is unfathomable. We shouldn't stay long." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes. She looked at the Sage of Six Paths, then at Lu Tian, her heart filled with contradictions and struggles. But in the end, she chose to follow Black Zetsu's advice. She gently nodded, preparing to open the gate to the underworld. Just at that moment, Lu Tian suddenly turned around. His gaze shot like an arrow towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. A slightly comical smile hung on his face, revealing disdain and mockery for everything in front of him. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, as if every word carried magic. He said, "No need for that. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Uchiha have already been consumed by me. Their power, their wisdom, has now become a part of my body. To me, Kagaya Otsutsuki is nothing but a clown, easily extinguishable." His voice echoed across the vast battlefield, filled with confidence and arrogance. At that moment, he seemed to be the ruler of this world, as if everything was under his control. Not far away, the Sage of Six Paths' face darkened instantly upon hearing this. His eyes widened in fury, as if he could spit fire. His momentum surged like a mountain flood, causing the surrounding air to tremble under his pressure. Meanwhile, Kagaya Otsutsuki bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. There was shock at Lu Tian's strength, but also wariness towards him. She looked deeply at Lu Tian, as if contemplating a countermeasure. In the forests of the Great Han Empire, the five shadows were watching this epic confrontation like an audience. Their minds seemed to be shaken by this battle, becoming numb in the face of the overwhelming information. Among them, the first Hokage, Shurha, was now a gray-haired beauty. Her face was serious, brows tightly knit. She stared at the images on the big screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. She muttered, "I never expected that the legendary goddess of the moon would actually be the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. The entanglement here is even more complicated than I imagined." Her voice was filled with surprise and confusion, as if everything exceeded her understanding. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as if trying to find some strength from within. The surrounding five shadows were also drawn to Shurha's words. Their gazes turned to her, their faces similarly marked with surprise and confusion, as if they were also pondering the mysteries within. As the first wind shadow, Retsu's normally calm expression now showed extraordinary shock. She widened her eyes, as if trying to see the battlefield more clearly. Clenching her fists, she said with a tremor in her voice, "I never expected the Sage of Six Paths to be such a person." Deep disappointment and anger were reflected on Retsu's face, as if a belief in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. She turned her head to look at Hashirama Senju. She said firmly, "Hashirama, my perception of him has completely collapsed at this moment." A rebellious son like him does not deserve my respect. Hashirama Senju frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a deep contemplation. He tried to comfort this old friend. He said, "Retsu, don't say that. Things may not be as simple as we see them. He might have his reasons." Sitting beside them, the first Mizukage, Haku, let out a cold snort. Her brows were tightly knit, her face displaying a look of disdain. She glanced at Hashirama Senju and coldly said, "Reasons? What reasons could there be? He just launched a sneak attack. Such behavior is unforgivable." Lu Tian's voice suddenly rang out like a thunderclap, breaking the heated discussion of the five shadows. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, a hint of impatience on his face. "Can you be quiet while watching the movie?" he said coldly, his voice filled with authority and undeniable command. The five Kages were taken aback by his reprimand. They quickly closed their mouths, their faces showing embarrassment. They exchanged glances, as if confirming each other's awkwardness. The first-generation Reikage reacted first. She coughed lightly, trying to ease the atmosphere. She slightly lowered her head to show respect to Lu Tian, while also signaling to the others. Seeing this, the five Kages also lowered their heads, no longer speaking. They refocused their attention on the big screen, continuing to watch the battle. On the screen, Kagaya Otsutsuki's magnificent sleeves trembled slightly. A shadow writhed within, which was the hidden black Zetsu. It approached Kagaya's ear like a tentacle, silently. A wary light flickered in black Zetsu's eyes. It leaned close to Kagaya's ear, its voice low and mysterious, saying, "Mother, I sense that Lu Tian is not a good person. His aura is filled with unknowns and danger. It's better to remain vigilant." Hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Kagaya's eyes. Her deep gaze seemed to hold endless wisdom and determination. She gently nodded, as if agreeing with Black Zetsu's sentiment. Black Zetsu felt somewhat relieved but still maintained a vigilant gaze. It melded back into Kagaya's sleeve, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden changes. However, Lu Tian's perception was as penetrating as the wind. Unintentionally, he caught the private conversation between Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki. He slightly turned his head, as if listening to the distant wind, but a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. Lu Tian let out a sneer. The sound echoed in the battlefield, carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. He turned around, his gaze fixed directly on Kagaya Otsutsuki. A contemptuous smile curved at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth. He said, "No need to be wary of me. Your defenses are like child's play to me. No matter how cautious you are, you will never escape my perception. So there's really no need." Chapter 82. The Sage of Six Paths wants to use the dragon vein. The battle between Lu Tian and the Sage of Six Paths seemed simple and unadorned. It contained the power of returning to simplicity. Every punch was a direct clash of strength, making any tricks seem superfluous. Lu Tian's movements were swift and precise. He suddenly seized the Sage of Six Paths' wrist, rendering him immobile. His other hand fell on the Sage of Six Paths' face like raindrops, each punch carrying the force of thunder. "Kagaya Otsutsuki, you detestable, unfilial son. You deadbeat!" Lu Tian shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes were filled with anger and disdain as he said, "You actually dared to bring Otsutsuki Kinshiki here, and you dare to ambush your mother. Truly audacious." As Lu Tian's furious shout rang out, his attacks became more ferocious. The Sage of Six Paths' face gradually shattered under the continuous beating, revealing the hidden Uchiha Madara beneath. Terror and despair flickered in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen his defeat. The air around them seemed to twist from the intense battle, emitting a continuous roar. The hole in the ground kept expanding. Under Lu Tian's torrential onslaught, the body of the Uchiha Madara possessed by the Sage of Six Paths could no longer withstand it, transforming into shattered cellular tissue. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths' true form was undergoing an even more terrifying devouring. His eyes flickered with a mad light, as if greedily consuming everything around him. His voice echoed in the Pure Land, filled with anger and madness. He roared, "Damn Lu Tian! Once I've devoured all the CH Nin in the Pure Land, I will descend upon the shinobi world again. Just wait." All the CH Nin in the Pure Land screamed in terror. Their souls gradually disappeared under the Sage of Six Paths devouring. The Sage of Six Paths' voice echoed with a ferocious and terrifying demeanor, as if he was no longer the revered Sage of Six Paths of the past. His eyes were filled with endless greed and madness. On the side of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the shinobi world, the atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. After ending the battle, Tian gently patted his clothes, as if tidying up his demeanor and displaying his composure. He looked directly at Kagaya Otsutsuki, a slight smile on his face. He said, "Goddess of the Moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, my invitation for you to come to the capital of the great Han Empire should not be in my world." As he spoke, a spatial door had already opened. The scene on the other side was shocking. It was a completely different world, filled with mystery and tranquility. Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at the spatial door in front of her, her eyes flashing with surprise and curiosity. She seemed to be stunned by the power Tian displayed, while also growing increasingly interested in that unknown world. Seeing this, Tian's mouth curved into a confident smile. He continued, "To prevent anyone from ambushing my country, I have already transferred all the occupied countries and everything on the surface to this heavenly paradise. It is my territory and the source of my power. To guard against people like Abido, my other bodies have already taken action. My empire has been moved to my heavenly paradise." Kagaya Otsutsuki was also influenced by his momentum, her eyes flashing with admiration and anticipation. The 5 Kages who were watching the movie had unknowingly also shifted to the heavenly paradise. Just as Kagaya Otsutsuki was about to step into the spatial door to enter Tian's heavenly paradise, a voice came from her sleeve. "Mother, he is trying to deceive you. His intentions are not pure. You cannot trust him. Don't be fooled. He wants you to bear his children." She slightly lowered her head, glancing at Black Zetsu, who was speaking from her sleeve. A complex emotion revealed itself in her deep eyes, as if weighing something. After a moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki slowly raised her head, her gaze refocusing on Tian. A hint of vigilance and scrutiny flashed in her eyes. She slightly frowned, seemingly pondering Black Zetsu's words while observing Tian's reaction. Seeing this, Tian smiled playfully. He seemed unconcerned by Black Zetsu's warning, instead becoming more resolute in his decision. He took a few steps forward, standing face to face with Kagaya Otsutsuki, his eyes shining with determination and confidence. "Kagaya, I know you may have doubts about me," Tian began, his voice sounding gentle, "but my invitation for you to come to my heavenly paradise is not out of malice. It is a beautiful and mysterious world, and I believe you will like it." Kagaya Otsutsuki remained silent, simply staring at Tian. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. On one hand, she was curious and yearning for this unknown world. On the other hand, she worried that Tian's intentions were not pure. Black Zetsu's voice came from her sleeve again, more urgent this time. "Don't believe him, mother. He is using your curiosity and kindness. You cannot go." Kagaya Otsutsuki took a deep breath, seemingly making up her mind. She slowly raised her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Tian. She spoke, "Tian, I accept your invitation. But I tell you, if I want to leave, you cannot stop me." Tian smiled slightly. He seemed not surprised by Kagaya Otsutsuki's response. "Welcome to my heavenly paradise," Tian said with a smile, while making a gesture of invitation. Kagaya Otsutsuki took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked toward the unknown world. At the same time, in the vast desert of the Land of Wind, the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom stood quietly, as if forgotten by time. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged from deep within the ruins, shaking the surrounding sea of sand. A powerful warrior from the Warring States period was resurrected. This warrior, clad in ancient battle armor and wielding a long spear, had sharp light flickering in his eyes. He looked around, sensing the flowing power of the dragon veins around him. A hint of greed and desire appeared on his face. He knew that this power was enough to bring him back to his peak, even surpassing his former self. The Sage of Six Paths spoke through his mouth, saying, "You are merely a tool for me to unlock the dragon veins. Do not think too highly of yourself." A flash of unwillingness crossed the face of the Warring States warrior. But he knew the Sage of Six Paths' strength was unfathomable, and he could not resist. He could only let the Sage of Six Paths take control of his body. There was no other way. My mother has been taken away. I can only do this. As the Sage of Six Paths approached, the sea of sand around the dragon veins began to shake violently, as if something was about to awaken. At that moment, Tian, who was in the land of wind with his yin-yang doppelganger, sensed this anomaly. He vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint afterimage. He quickly crossed the desert, heading toward the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. When he arrived at the ruins, everything had changed drastically. The sea of sand rolled, as if a giant beast was roaring within it. Chapter 83. 3 eras merging into one at this moment. The world underwent earth-shattering changes. The distortion of the surrounding space intensified, and Tian's heartbeat seemed to become the only melody, echoing in the vast and eerie desert. He widened his eyes, a mixture of shock and confusion swirling into chaos, as if he were trying to see through this distorted world. The sky of the desert turned colorful. Various colored light spots danced and spun in the air, like a frenzied dance. Tian felt as if he were in a giant kaleidoscope, each rotation bringing a new scene, yet making him feel dizzy. His features seemed to lose their original shape in this distortion. He tried to touch his face with his hand, but felt as if his fingers passed through some invisible barrier, unable to reach his true self. This sensation filled him with unprecedented fear, as if he was gradually losing his perception of this world. He saw strange plants emerging around the desert. These plants were twisted and bizarre, as if they had grown from another world. Their branches and leaves twisted into various shapes, as if trying to convey an incomprehensible language to Tian. Tian widened his eyes, trying to find a clue among these plants. But his thoughts were completely captivated by this bizarre sight. He felt everything around him becoming blurred and abstract. Tian tried to grasp something to stabilize himself, but found nothing to rely on. He could only let himself spin and sink in this twisted desert, as if he would never find a way out. Just then, Tian saw a blinding light that rescued him from this distorted desert. Tian tightly closed his eyes, trying to resist the intense light. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the strange phenomena had disappeared. He gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Tian looked around. The distortion and bizarre sights were nowhere to be found. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him. What were those abstract images? What did the Sage of Six Paths do? Tian murmured to himself, his voice filled with confusion and bewilderment. He knew he had to find the answer, otherwise the strange sights would continue to haunt him. Cold sweat fell from his forehead like a string of broken pearls, soaking his clothes and his inner fear. Tian felt as if he were in an unknown realm, every cell screaming danger. The disappearance of the strange phenomena did not bring any comfort. Instead, it made Tian feel even more uneasy. He looked around again and found that the edge of the desert seemed endless. The once familiar sand, dunes, and landmarks were now shrouded in a layer of mist, becoming blurred and distant. Tian took several deep breaths, trying to calm his inner fear. He knew he had to remain calm at this moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to face whatever might happen next. Tian slowly raised his head, gazing at the boundless sky, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, as if he wanted to gather all his strength in this moment. Tian suddenly jumped. His body shot toward the sky like an arrow. The fierce wind howled, blowing his hair and clothes, but he was fearless, flying forward even more resolutely. As he ascended higher, Tian finally reached the height approaching the stratosphere. He looked around. The entire desert came into view, its vast edge seeming to swallow everything. Tian gazed deeply at the distant capital of the Land of Wind, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. His brow furrowed, as if he were trying to see through this mystery. He struggled to stabilize his emotions, but the turmoil within him was as difficult to calm as a raging storm. That capital, which he had personally destroyed, along with all its buildings and land, had been absorbed into his paradise. Yet now it stood there intact, even more magnificent than before. The golden and resplendent palace shone brightly in the sunlight, as if mocking Tian's helplessness. Tian suddenly waved his arms, as if trying to disperse all these strange phenomena. But the capital of the Land of Wind remained intact. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to merge with the surrounding environment. He felt the breeze blowing, the sand flowing, as if he could hear the distant capital telling something. Tian did not hesitate for long. He vanished in a flash, flying into this capital filled with confusion. His arrival was like a whirlwind, instantly causing panic among the surrounding crowd. People looked up one after another. A figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, finally landing steadily on the ground. Tian's gaze swept through the crowd, and suddenly, his eyes fixed on a person dressed in the attire of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. His brow furrowed, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He clearly remembered that the daimyo of the Land of Wind had already been killed by the fourth Kazekage. Who was this person dressed as the daimyo? Tian stepped forward, wanting to investigate further. As he approached, he found that the clothing of the people here was extremely chaotic. Some wore old and tattered garments, as if they had crossed over from decades ago, while others wore trendy and avant-garde outfits, as if they were messengers from the future. The strong sense of dissonance created by this stark difference made Tian feel a psychological discomfort. Just as he looked around, trying to understand everything, a group of samurai suddenly appeared beside him. They held long swords, their expressions serious, surrounding Tian tightly. "Who are you?" the leading samurai asked sharply. His gaze was piercing, fixed on Tian as if trying to see through him. Tian did not answer, only glanced coldly at these samurai. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain, as if these samurai were nothing more than ants to him. Tian looked again at the person dressed in the attire of the Wind Country's daimyo. He slowly spoke. "Can you tell me what era it is now?" The person was taken aback and did not immediately answer Tian's question. However, one of the samurai nearby answered, "Our Kazekage is Lord Rado." As soon as the words fell, another voice eagerly chimed in. The person said, "What are you talking about? Lord Rado is already a legend. The current Kazekage is of course Lord Gaara." The responses from these two individuals left Tian even more confused. He frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Tian began to question whether his suspicions were correct, that a fusion of parallel worlds had indeed occurred here. He tried to keep his tone calm and said, "I'm a bit confused by what you said. Can someone explain to me in detail what exactly has happened here?" Chapter 84. Rado and Gaara competing for power. An apparently older samurai stepped forward. His face was filled with seriousness and gravity. He said, "It seems you are not from this world. Recently, our Wind Country has indeed experienced some anomalies. The entire city seems to have been reset, and people's memories have become chaotic. Some remember the first Kazekage, Lord Rado, while others remember the current Kazekage, Lord Gaara. More importantly, two daimyo have appeared here." Upon hearing this, Tian felt a surge of shock in his heart. He finally understood what was happening. There had indeed been the kind of situation he previously speculated about, a fusion of parallel worlds. "I understand now. Then I'll let you go for the time being." After saying this, Tian shot up into the sky. He transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. He felt he had to find a solution to this problem quickly. Otherwise, this chaotic world would become even more unpredictable. And the root of it all was the Sage of the Six Paths. In the endless Pure Land, the originally tranquil and solemn atmosphere suddenly underwent earth-shattering changes. The Sage of the Six Paths, who originally existed as one, now seemed to have undergone a strange fusion. The three different versions of the Sage of the Six Paths from parallel worlds, under the influence of some mysterious power, merged into one. The number of souls in the Pure Land surged, as if they were pouring in from all directions. They surrounded this brand new Sage of the Six Paths, as if in worship, yet also in awe. The Sage of the Six Paths emitted an unprecedented, powerful aura, as if it could shake the entire universe. Slowly, the Sage of the Six Paths opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with dazzling light, as if he could see through everything in the world. He felt this unprecedented power, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Wonderful!" the Sage of the Six Paths exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. He stretched out his hands, feeling the flow of this power, as if he could control everything. "I gradually understand everything," he continued, his voice brimming with confidence. It seemed he had already glimpsed the mysteries of the universe and understood the essence of all things. My power has surpassed before, he emphasized again, as if to convince himself of this fact. He felt that every soul molecule within him was filled with power, as if he could easily destroy everything. The Sage of the Six Paths did not stop to ponder other issues. His mind was solely focused on continuing to merge parallel universes. He believed that as long as the fusion continued, his power would become even stronger, even capable of surpassing the existence of the Otsutsuki god. Meanwhile, Lu Tian had arrived above Sunagakure. He looked down at the chaotic scene below. He saw two groups of people, each forming their own lines. They looked fierce, as if ready to erupt into a great battle at any moment. On his left was a group with a dignified person standing at the forefront. He wore ancient battle armor and wielded a massive long knife. This was the first Kazekage, Rado. Beside him stood a young man. Although he had not yet become the second Kazekage, he already displayed exceptional charisma. This was the Sandman. Behind them were the young Chiyo and Karura, along with a host of loyal guards. The other group was led by the fifth Kazekage Gura. He wore the white robes of the fifth Kazekage and had a cold gaze. Beside him was a group of ninjas dressed in trendy attire, equipped with various ninja tools. Standing ready for action, Lu Tian observed these two groups. He realized the problem lay in the convergence of ninjas from two different eras right before his eyes. This is the era of the establishment of a ninja village, Lu Tian murmured, his gaze darting back and forth between the first Kazekage and Gaara. He could sense the different auras emanating from them. The other side's Gaara is from the Naruto era. Suddenly, a sharp gaze shot towards Lu Tian. It came from the first Kazekage, Rado. He raised his head and locked eyes with Lu Tian for a moment. A flash of confusion and vigilance crossed his eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? This is the super light-heavy rock technique. Who are you from the Stone River? Rado's voice was deep and authoritative, as if it could penetrate the clouds and reach the depths of Lu Tian's soul. Hearing this, Lu Tian smiled slightly and said, "You guessed wrong. This is not the super light-heavy rock technique of the Stone River, and you don't need to argue anymore. This place belongs to me." Before Lu Tian appeared, the atmosphere between the two groups had already reached a peak of tension. As the founder of Sunagakure, Rado's eyes sparkled with undeniable authority and decisiveness. He seemed ready to use his wind release technique to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. As a strong figure who had just established Sunagakure, Rado would never hand over power to Gaara. Even if Gaara was the future successor, he would not yield. But as the fifth Kazekage, Gaara's gaze was equally resolute, showing no fear of Rado's pressure. Lu Tian's appearance shattered this tense atmosphere, bringing them together. "I advise you to behave, or someone may die." Lu Tian's voice was cold and ruthless. Every word seemed to carry a chilling wind that sent shivers down the spine. His gaze flickered between Rado and Gaara, shining with a captivating light. Upon hearing this, Rado furrowed his brows, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. As the founder of Sunagakure, when had he ever been threatened like this? However, when he saw Lu Tian's cold gaze, some of the anger in his heart involuntarily dissipated. He knew that this seemingly young man was undoubtedly a powerful existence, not someone he could easily deal with. Gaara was equally taken aback by Lu Tian's words. He had never imagined that someone would dare to be arrogant again on Sunagakure's territory. In his youth, he was captured by members of the Akatsuki. That was his humiliation. But now, times were different. When he saw Lu Tian's imposing demeanor, his heart was filled with anger. As the fifth Kazekage, bearing the future of Sunagakure, how could he tolerate such provocation? Facing the anger of both, Lu Tian spoke again, saying, "I know you are both vying for power, but now, you don't need to compete. Just be my obedient slaves." As soon as his words fell, Lu Tian's chakra erupted like a flood. That powerful life magnetic field began to rotate, and its power instantly reached an astonishing 100,000 horsepower. The entire Sunagakure seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. The air compressed to the point of almost being unbreathable. The overwhelming pressure felt as heavy as a mountain. This suffocating sensation made it unbearable for many villagers. Even powerful figures like Rado and Gaara felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their bodies seemed to be bound by an invisible force. Their knees felt as if they had lost support, ready to yield to this pressure at any moment. However, Rado and Gaara were both the pride of Sunagakure. Their determination refused to let them easily submit. Rado tightly closed his eyes and took deep breaths, trying to resist the overwhelming pressure in this way. The veins on his forehead bulged, clearly straining with all his might. Gaara clenched his teeth tightly, his fists balled up as if he wanted to crush this force. Other shadow-level powerhouses were also struggling to hold on. Chapter 85. Luton's conquest of the ninja world. Again, the people around them had already knelt or lay down. In the face of this force, they seemed so insignificant. Yet Rado, Gaara, and others stood firm, their figures appearing especially tall in the sunset's afterglow. Luton looked at these unwilling to submit individuals, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "The more you resist, the more interested I become. I will tame you." Meanwhile, Luton's secret realm remained mysterious and tranquil. In this almost independent alternate space, Luton sat on a large bed in his palace. The magnificent decorations contrasted with his slightly pale complexion. His brow was furrowed, as if carrying a heavy burden on his heart. A trace of irritability and unease flickered in his deep-set eyes. Surrounding clouds swirled, dreamlike. Exotic flowers and plants appeared faintly in the mist, emitting a subtle fragrance. Yet all this beauty and the lovely companion by Luton's side lost their color in his eyes. His thoughts had already drifted far away. Recalling not long ago when he attended a biology class with the past 5 Kages, a sense of helplessness surged in Luton's heart. Those Yin-Yang release clones seemed to him like virtual characters in a game. They could feel everything. All bodies were him, yet not him. The Luton clone in Lulon experienced the violent impact of world fusion. That tearing pain felt as if it transcended the boundaries of time and space, directly transmitted to all Luton's bodies. He felt a splitting headache, as if countless blades were stirring in his mind, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. This was unbearable. Luton rubbed his temples vigorously, trying to alleviate the indescribable pain. His face was pale, and anger flickered in his eyes. "Damn sage of the 6 paths, Tsutsuki Kagaya, what have you done?" He suddenly stood up and punched the jade table beside him. With a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible jade table turned to dust under his fury. The air in the palace felt frozen. Only Luton's angry breaths echoed. "Your Majesty, are you feeling better?" Uchiha Makoto's voice was gentle and concerned. She wore no clothing but showed no sign of shame, instead exuding a natural and pure beauty. She gently stepped down from the dragon bed and came to Luton's side, her hands slowly stroking along his spine, trying to comfort him in her own way. Luton turned his head slightly to look at Uchiha Makoto. Her eyes were filled with worry and care, her delicate appearance calming Luton's irritation a little. However, Luton's soul still felt uncomfortable, preventing him from lifting his spirits. "I'm fine." Luton forced a smile, wanting to reassure Uchiha Makoto, but his voice was hoarse and weak, clearly strained. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto's concern deepened. She gently caressed Luton's cheek and softly said, "Your Majesty, please don't push yourself. I know you've been working hard lately, but you must take care of your health." Luton nodded gently, but felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He thought, "Tsutsuki Kagaya, I see you are using the dragon veins to attack me. Otherwise, just merging worlds, how could I feel this awful?" Suddenly, Uchiha Makoto leaned down and whispered in Luton's ear, "Your Majesty, I will always be here with you." A warm current surged in Luton's heart as he looked at Uchiha Makoto's loving and determined eyes. He felt his mood improve slightly, as if a power was supporting him. He reached out his arm and tightly embraced Uchiha Makoto. The two quietly held each other, enjoying each other's company and warmth. Sunagakure, not just 2 Kazekages. Other shadow-level powerhouses also knelt before Luton, bowing in submission. Luton stood there, tall and imposing, but a hint of fatigue was hidden in his eyes. The surrounding shadow-level powerhouses looked at him with awe. Luton nodded slightly. His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the distant desert. He took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort deep within his soul, and turned to leave. Lord Luton, where are you going? The young Chio could not help but ask, her voice filled with concern and respect. Luton paused, turned to look at her, and said calmly, I will continue to reclaim my territory. You all manage here. His voice was calm, but conveyed an undeniable authority. As Luton's towering figure quickly disappeared into the horizon, Rado finally came back to his senses from deep reverence. He slowly stood up, his gaze resolute, as if flames were burning in his eyes. He turned to face Gaara, the young new leader of Sunagakure, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Gaara, Sunagakure is entrusted to you. Rado's voice was powerful, each word like a vow erupting from his heart. He reached out and gently patted Gaara's shoulder, a sign of trust and expectation from an elder to a younger. Gaara slightly lowered his head, his red hair shimmering softly in the sunset. He raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. Yes, Lord Rado, I will do my utmost to protect Sunagakure. Gaara's voice, though young, was filled with resolve and courage. He knew this was Rado's trust in him, as well as his commitment to himself. Rado nodded in satisfaction, a smile of relief appearing on his face as he turned to look into the distance. I will cultivate. I will continue to grow stronger. I will catch up to Lord Luton. Rado's voice echoed in the empty square, like a vow and a declaration. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he better protect Sunagakure and live up to Lord Luton's expectations. Meanwhile, the departing Luton had already entered the territory of the Land of Fire. He descended from the clouds like a war god coming down from the heavens. The moment he landed, he merged into the earth, disappearing without a trace. He entered an underground palace. Dim lights illuminated the mottled stone walls, and an ancient and mysterious aura permeated the air. Luton navigated through the intricate passages, each step appearing firm and powerful. He quickly arrived at the place sealing Uchiha Bido. The seal had been specially reinforced by Senju Tobarama. The sealing runes flickered with a faint glow, emanating a powerful force. Luton stood before the seal, feeling that immense power, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He reached out his hand and gently touched the sealing runes. A cold and powerful force surged into his body in an instant. Lu Tian frowned slightly, but a glimmer of determination soon flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, and with a sudden strike of his palm, he hit the seal. Chapter 86. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with a loud bang. The seal shattered instantly under Lu Tian's immense power. A beam of light shot out from the broken seal, illuminating the entire underground palace. Lu Tian raised his head and saw a transparent container floating in the air, inside which was the still undeveloped Uchiha Hanya. Uchiha Hanya struggled in the container, her eyes flickering with fear and unwillingness. Lu Tian looked at Uchiha Hanya before him, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He reached out and gently touched the surface of the container, and in that moment, the container shattered. Become my power, Lu Tian shouted, his eyes shining with fervent light. At the moment the seal broke, Uchiha Hanya finally broke free from her restraints, struggling to escape from the shattered container. Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Uchiha Hanya's voice echoed in the vast underground palace, trembling slightly. Lu Tian smiled faintly and walked towards Uchiha Hanya with a calm demeanor. He gazed at Uchiha Hanya, his eyes filled with fervor and expectation. I am Lu Tian. Lu Tian's voice was deep and powerful, as if possessing a kind of magic that made one instinctively obey his commands. You will become my power. Together, let us conquer this world. Lu Tian extended his hands, energy waves radiating from his palms. Uchiha Hanya looked at Lu Tian, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes. She knew her power was strong and dangerous, but the Lu Tian before her seemed even more powerful. Deep down, she both yearned for freedom and feared being controlled. I don't want to be bound. Uchiha Hanya's voice was weak and trembling. Lu Tian smiled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently grasped Uchiha Hanya's wrist. A powerful force instantly surged into her body. Bound? No, this is liberation. You will gain stronger power and a broader stage. Become my power. Together, let us create our own legend. Tian's voice was filled with temptation and seduction. Under this powerful force, Uchiha Kei gradually gave up her resistance. She felt that powerful force surging within her, like a volcano about to erupt. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions, both fear and anticipation. Uchiha Kei lowered her head and said softly, I am willing to become your power. Meanwhile, at the new Hokage rock in Kanahagakure, it shone brightly under the sunlight, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. Two figures stood on the mountain peak carved with the Hokage rock. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood side by side, their robes appearing exceptionally resolute in the gentle breeze. Uchiha Madara's brow was tightly furrowed, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He turned to Senju Hashirama and asked in a deep voice, Hashirama, do you really think this position is too exhausting? Why do you want to give up the position of Hokage? Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, revealing a sense of transcendence and nonchalance in his eyes. He gazed into the distance towards the Hokage office, where 30-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was busy handling official duties. He sighed softly and replied, Madara, we understand the hardships and responsibilities better than anyone. This position indeed requires immense effort and sacrifice, but more importantly, it requires a firm belief in the village and peace. I believe that under Naruto's leadership, Konoha will usher in an even brighter future. Senju Hashirama's voice was filled with trust and expectation. Uchiha Madara fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself, surely it's to take it easy, right? Absolutely. He gazed into Senju Hashirama's deep and resolute eyes, hiding his thoughts deep inside. He slowly nodded and said, Hashirama, your insight has always been unique. Since you trust Naruto so much, I am willing to believe in him as well. However, I hope you understand that no matter how the future changes, our friendship and bond will never change. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara's determined gaze, a warm current flowing through his heart. He reached out and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Smiling, of course, Madara. We are lifelong friends and rivals, and no matter what the future holds, I will cherish this friendship. In that case, shall we change places and spar a bit? A glint of expectation flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He looked towards the distant waterfall. According to future generations, it seemed that was the place where they would have their decisive battle. That valley bore witness to their clashes in the future. Every drop of water and every wisp of breeze there seemed to carry their memories and glory. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's eyes also flashed with battle intent. He nodded slightly, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth, saying, all right, since we have nothing to do anyway, let us meet again on the battlefield and see how much we have progressed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two figures flashed away. They seemed to transform into two gusts of wind, rushing towards the valley where the waterfall was located. Their speed was so fast that even the wind could not keep up with their footsteps. In the valley, the waterfall cascaded down, the sound of rushing water roaring like a symphony of nature. The two stood on their respective statues, as if two deities descending to the mortal realm. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and clapped his hands. A tremendous energy surged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire valley in lush greenery. Would release, tree world. Senju Hashirama shouted, launching his signature attack first. Countless thick branches burst forth from the ground, sweeping towards Uchiha Madara like tentacles. Wherever these branches passed, rocks shattered and grass trembled. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, gripped his long sword tightly. He flashed into this world of branches. His long sword traced sharp trajectories in the air, and with each swing, several branches were severed. Susanoo, Uchiha Madara shouted softly. In an instant, his figure was enveloped in a layer of red light. A huge red armored giant appeared out of thin air, wrapping around him. This giant wielded a long sword, and with each swing, it could sever even more branches. Each collision felt as if mountains were collapsing, making the entire valley tremble. The winds in the valley seemed to freeze, leaving only the sounds of the two battling echoing in the air. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara before him, admiration flickering in his eyes. He knew that his old friend was no longer the Uchiha Madara of the past. His strength and wisdom had reached a whole new height. Uchiha also felt deep respect for Senju Hashirama. He knew that this Senju Hashirama before him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced in his life, as well as his closest friend. Their battle was not just a clash of power, but a communication of souls. The battle lasted a long time, and both were exhausted. Yet their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation, because they knew that this battle had just begun and the real contest lay ahead. This valley once again became a witness to their friendship and glory. Chapter 87. The descendants are older than their parents. The land of lightning. In the village of Kimogakure, high in the mountains, it was bustling with activity. The air was filled with joy and excitement, as if even the clouds in the sky were infected by this emotion and became cheerful. The fourth Raikage stood in the center square of the village, his face radiating indescribable joy. His gaze was fixed tightly on two individuals, the living embodiment of the first Raikage and the predecessor who had yet to become the second Raikage. Their appearance seemed to reignite the history of Yunin Village, uplifting every citizen of the Land of Lightning. What excited the fourth Raikage even more was seeing his father, who was only a few years old. In his memory, his father had left this world long ago. He could only meet his father in dreams, and he was almost forgetting what his father looked like. But at this moment, he saw his father with his own eyes. That youthful face, those innocent eyes, made him unable to hold back his tears. He stepped forward, tightly grasping his father's hand. His voice choked as he said, "Father, I finally see you again." Tears sparkled in his eyes, a mix of longing for his father and joy of reunion. The young father looked at his tall son with pride and satisfaction in his eyes. He gently patted the fourth Raikage's shoulder and said, "Child, you have grown up. You have become a true Raikage. I am proud of you." Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage became even more excited. He embraced his father tightly, as if wanting to pour all his longing and gratitude into this hug. The people around them were also moved by this scene, cheering and applauding their reunion. It must be said that this scene was indeed too abstractly dramatic. The first Raikage and the second Raikage stood quietly beside them, witnessing the touching meeting between the fourth Raikage and his young father. The first Raikage let out a soft sigh, as if all the feelings in his heart were contained in that sigh. His gaze was deep and bright, like the stars in the night sky, shining with the light of wisdom. He slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful, shocking the heart like thunder. He said, "The future stage belongs to the young. They will be the hope of our Land of Lightning. They are the light of our future. Let the new generation of Raikage shine their brilliance." After finishing, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, representing his expectations for the future and deep encouragement for the younger generation. The second Raikage stood beside the first Raikage, his face also filled with similar sentiments. He nodded, as if responding to the first Raikage's words. His gaze was filled with admiration and appreciation for the youth, as if he could already see the glorious future they would bring to the Land of Lightning. Yes, our era may not have truly begun yet, but it has already become the past. He said, "Seeing these young people so full of vitality brings me immense comfort. They will carry our hopes and blessings, leading the Land of Lightning towards an even more glorious future." At this moment, their eyes met, as if 1,000 words flowed between them. Their gazes were filled with mutual respect and trust, as well as a shared expectation for the future of the Land of Lightning. The first Raikage turned to face the fifth Raikage, Darui. His eyes were filled with encouragement and anticipation, as if he wanted to pass all his hopes and strength to him. "Young man, the future is in your hands. You must work hard and lead the Land of Lightning towards an even more glorious future." He smiled and said, "We won't compete for this position. We will go train now." Darui felt a warmth surge in his heart upon hearing the first Raikage's words. He deeply bowed and respectfully said, "Yes, I will definitely work hard and live up to the expectations of my predecessors." A determined light sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already see the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and the bright future of the Land of Lightning. The first Raikage nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the square with the second Raikage. Their figures gradually faded into the distance in the glow of the setting sun, as if merging into the distant Yunlei Gorge. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure was quiet and solemn. Sunlight filtered through the ancient rock crevices, dappling every corner of the village, adding warmth to this ancient and mysterious land. The fourth Suchikage, Kuratsuchi, stood in a room filled with historical ambience. Her gentle gaze was fixed on a figure that looked only 10 years old. That was her grandfather. At this moment, Noki was still quite young. His face radiated youthful vitality, and his eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. The one known as the Leg Shadow, Kuratsuchi, approached gently. Her fingers lightly touched Naka's hair, and a playful smile crept across her face. She said, "You old guy, you were quite handsome when you were young." Her voice was filled with teasing and affection, as if conversing with an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. Noki felt Kuratsuchi's hands touch the top of his head. He frowned slightly and then swatted her hand away. Although his movements were quick and firm, his voice held a hint of reproach, but more of a doting and forgiving tone from an elder to a junior. Kuratsuchi withdrew her hand in mock pain. She exaggeratedly rubbed her wrist, a sly smile on her face. She said, "Ouch, you're so stubborn even when you're this young. It seems your personality has been like this since childhood, and you really know how to put on airs." Her words were filled with banter and jest, but more so a deep affection for her family. The dialogue between the two seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. In this moment, Kuratsuchi seemed to see the shadow of her grandfather, who had already been laid to rest in his youth. The one who had dedicated countless sweat and effort to the land of Earth and Awagakure. And Noki also seemed to see his future descendants. His gaze passed over Kuratsuchi and landed on a tall and dignified middle-aged man nearby. That was his future son. At this moment, Kuratsuchi's eyes revealed calmness and determination. Noki smiled slightly, a teasing expression appearing on his face. He intentionally put on a senior's demeanor and waved to Kuratsuchi. He said, "Kuratsuchi, come, give that a back rub. I heard that in the future, this old body of mine is quite prone to back injuries. Now, I'm giving you the chance to show filial piety." Without hesitation, Kuratsuchi walked over, squatting behind the young Noki. Her hands gently rested on Naka's waist, beginning to skillfully massage him. Her technique was gentle yet firm, each movement filled with love and respect. "Father, is this pressure okay?" Kuratsuchi asked softly as she massaged. Her voice was filled with respect and care for her elder. "Pretty good. Not bad." Noki nodded in satisfaction, a pleased smile appearing on his face. Although he did not yet have children, at this moment, he seemed to be enjoying the joys of family life as an elder. He savored Kuratsuchi's massage, feeling the warmth and love coming from the future. He still maintained a senior's demeanor, slightly lifting his head, his gaze revealing an air of authority and confidence. His eyes were filled with expectations and dreams for the future, as if he could already see the happy scene of his descendants filling the halls. Chapter 88. The collision of thoughts from two eras. Kuratsuchi looked at this scene, her face filled with displeasure. She furrowed her brows, her head full of black lines as if dark clouds were gathering, about to erupt into a small family storm. She stepped forward, her tone carrying some severity, yet not lacking respect for her elder. She said, "Dad, what are you doing? Don't spoil this kid." Her voice echoed in the room, sounding particularly serious. Noki looked up at Kuratsuchi, a smile flashing across his face. It seemed he had long anticipated Kuratsuchi's reaction. He said, "Kuratsuchi, look how filial this kid is. I'm just enjoying family happiness." Hearing this, Kuratsuchi shot her father a glare, seemingly blaming him for being unreasonable. "Dad, you are indulging him. He is still so young, and you spoil him like this. How will it be in the future?" Although Kuratsuchi's tone was stern, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Onoki sighed and shook his head. He said, "Kuratsuchi, I should have spoiled you like this when you were young." Kuratsuchi looked helpless, her brows furrowed as if she could crush a fly. She widened her eyes, hands on her hips, and said to the boy in front of her, "Come on, you're just a kid who hasn't even reached the age of having children. What are you pretending to be an adult for?" Her voice was filled with teasing and dissatisfaction, as if scolding a reckless child. At that moment, a figure floated in. It was the first Suchikage, Ishikawa. His form appeared dignified and mysterious. Following closely behind him was the second Suchikage, who quietly descended into the room. The first Suchikage wore a warm smile. He waved his hand gently and said, "Oh, you young people, why quarrel over such trivial matters? Since we are all descendants of Uchiha, why not treat me as your grandfather? That would solve everything. His voice carried a touch of kindness and wisdom, as if it could resolve all disputes. The second Uchiha, wrapped in bandages, looked serious. He floated in front of Anoki, patted his shoulder, and said, "Anoki, don't waste time here. Come with me and train." His tone was firm and forceful, as if giving Anoki an order. Anoki was startled by the second Uchiha's words. He looked up at him, a flicker of awe and defiance in his eyes. When he saw the warm smile of the first Uchiha, his dissatisfaction and stubbornness seemed to dissipate. He nodded and silently followed behind the two Uchihas. In the land of water, in the village of mist, a hazy fog surrounded the village, as if draping a mysterious veil over the land. An elder approached with authority and steadiness. It was the first Mizukage, Hakuren. Behind him followed the third Mizukage, their steps firm and powerful, as if each step treaded on the veins of history. Hakuren's gaze fell on Chur. He frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I never expected that later generations would be worse than the former." His voice echoed in the mist, carrying a weight of heaviness and helplessness. Chur, now over 30, turned pale upon hearing such words. He lowered his head in shame, fists clenched tightly, as if trying to conceal his inner guilt and unease. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing immense pressure. The third Mizukage squinted, remaining silent. His gaze was deep and complex, as if contemplating something. His face showed no expression, but his eyes revealed an indescribable emotion. At that moment, hurried footsteps broke the silence. Terumi Mei, now in middle age, hurried over. Her face bore signs of dissatisfaction and confusion, as if she had heard Hakuren's words. She approached Hakuren, looking him in the eye, and said, "You old man are no longer young. Do you want to take this position? I have already retired. Can't you just step aside?" Her voice was laced with provocation and discontent, as if challenging Hakuren's authority. Hakuren smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "To me, the village of Mist is just newly established. However, you are right. At my age, I should indeed step down." His voice conveyed a sense of calm and composure, as if he did not care about power or status. He paused and continued, "I don't mind, but the position of Mizukage cannot fall into the hands of the weak. I plan to let Zuki Mangetsu take this position. After all, he is also a Mizukage in your history." His gaze turned to the distance, as if searching for that person's figure. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the mist. It was Zuki Mangetsu. He seemed to have a connection, appearing before everyone. With a confident smile on his face, he seemed ready. He approached Hakuren and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Lord Hakuren. I will not let you down, nor will I disappoint everyone." The mist swirled, blurring the scenery around, yet could not hide the impending tension. Terumi Mei stood in front of Hakuren and the third Mizukage. Her brows were tightly knit, as if wanting to say something, but was held back by an invisible force. The third Mizukage glanced at Terumi Mei. His squinting eyes revealed a hint of disdain and contempt. With a slight smirk, he casually said, "Mei, you're not young anymore. Why aren't you married? Once you have children, you won't think so much." His words were steeped in strong gender bias. This statement struck Terumi Mei like an arrow, causing her face to flush instantly, anger flashing in her eyes. She clenched her fists, as if wanting to retort immediately, but held back. The air around seemed to freeze, everyone waiting for Terumi Mei's response. At that moment, Chur, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. He walked to Terumi Mei's side and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to act impulsively. Chur raised his head, facing Hakuren and the third Mizukage, a hint of bitterness and helplessness on his face. He bowed deeply, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong. I am too weak. I shall step down. No more arguing." His voice was calm, yet revealed a strong determination. Terumi Mei looked at him, her eyes showing a flicker of surprise and emotion. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chur. Chur turned around, smiled gently at her, and said, "Sister Mei, don't say anything. I will take a break for myself. I'm too tired." After saying that, he turned and left. his figure gradually disappearing into the mist. Uchiha Mangetsu looked at Terumi Mei, a playful smile on his face. He said, I heard that Konoha is holding a CHNIN exam. Mei, do you want to accompany me? Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. But soon, her expression returned to calm. She looked Uchiha Mangetsu up and down and said, Oh, a business trip? You wouldn't have any ulterior motives towards me, would you? You already have children. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mangetsu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He waved his hand and said, You really know how to joke, but I wouldn't mind having another wife. Chapter 89. Boruto's cheating exposed on the spot half a month later. The village of Konoha was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The Grand CHNIN exam was about to come to a close. In the duel arena, the sunlight poured down like golden silk, adding a sense of solemnity and sanctity to this peak showdown. The ninjas' fighting spirit burned like a raging fire, each one fighting for honor and dreams. Boruto Uzumaki, after a hard-fought journey, finally stood on the stage of the finals. His movements were agile, his gaze sharp, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. Although his opponent was powerful, in his eyes, it seemed merely a trivial obstacle. With Rock Lee's announcement, Boruto Uzumaki wins. He is the first place. The entire venue erupted with excitement. The audience cheered, shouted, and applause surged like a tide. Boruto's friends were especially thrilled, unable to contain their excitement. They hugged each other, high-fived in celebration, their faces beaming with joy and pride. Among them, Himawari Uzumaki was the happiest. She waved her little hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, saying to her mother beside her, Brother is first. He is the champion. Her voice was crisp and melodious, filled with innocence and joy. In the joyful atmosphere, Uzumaki Hinata appeared different. She frowned, her gaze complex as she looked at Uzumaki Boruto on the stage. Worry was evident in her eyes. She let out a slight sigh and said softly, It's like this, her voice carrying a hint of helplessness and resignation. At that moment, Uzumaki Boruto on the dueling stage slowly stood up. He looked around at the cheering audience, a hint of confusion on his face. He didn't seem to be fully immersed in the joy of victory, but rather felt a bit bewildered by it all. Not far away, Uchiha Sarada was also struggling to stand up, clutching her injured arm. She squinted her left eye, and despite the pain, she still gave a thumbs up to Uzumaki Boruto in congratulations. Boruto was momentarily stunned by this scene. Then, he broke into a brilliant smile. He raised his right hand high and shouted to the entire venue, I won. At that moment, he seemed to become the center of attention again. All eyes focused on him. His voice was filled with confidence and enthusiasm, as if he wanted to ignite the entire venue. In the seats of the 5 Kage, Uzumaki Naruto furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze sharp like a hawk, fixated on his son in the dueling arena. His heart was a mix of emotions, complex feelings intertwining. He slowly stood up, each step seeming to carry a heavy burden. At this moment, as the 4th Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi couldn't help but glance curiously at Uzumaki Naruto. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Darui beside her with confusion. She said, What is wrong with the Hokage? Shouldn't he be happy to see his son take first place? Why does he look like this? Darui also appeared perplexed. He cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. He said, Perhaps the Hokage is too excited to speak? After all, seeing his son stand out in such an important competition, anyone would struggle to contain themselves. However, as the Kazekage, Gaara revealed a complex expression. While everyone was speculating, Uzumaki Naruto leapt down from the dueling stage like thunder. His steps were firm and powerful, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if he were walking toward an unknown destiny. He was making his way toward his son, that brilliant young man on the stage. At this moment, Uzumaki Boruto was unaware of his father's change. He joyfully rushed toward Uzumaki Naruto, his face beaming with a victorious smile. He raised his hand high and shouted, Dad, did you see? I won. I'm number 1. His voice was filled with pride and joy. When Uzumaki Naruto's gaze fell on Boruto's wrist, his eyes instantly turned sharp and cold. He reached out his hand, seemingly to fist bump his son in celebration. But in the next moment, he suddenly gripped Boruto's wrist tightly. That hand which had saved the ninja world countless times from peril, clamped down on Boruto's wrist like an iron vice. As he squeezed, something was revealed on Boruto's wrist. It was an unassuming device, a scientific ninja tool that concealed a huge secret, now fully exposed to everyone. The small and exquisite device seemed to hold immeasurable power. Uzumaki Naruto stared intently at this scientific ninja tool, a flash of anger and disappointment crossing his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the device, wanting to uncover the truth behind it. He lifted his head and looked directly at Uzumaki Boruto, his voice deep and stern. "What is going on? Why are you using this prohibited item?" Each word struck Boruto's heart like a heavy hammer, making it hard for him to breathe. The air felt as if it had been solidified by an invisible force. The entire venue fell into dead silence, with only the occasional sound of breathing echoing in the air. All eyes were focused on Boruto, who held his breath, waiting for his response to this sudden questioning. Boruto was stunned by his father's stern gaze and questioning, his face turning pale. He instinctively looked at the glowing scientific ninja tool on his wrist, a hint of panic and confusion flashing in his eyes. He tried to explain, but his voice seemed stuck. All he could manage was weak stammering, I. Seeing his son like this, disappointment surged within Uzumaki Naruto like a tide. He took a deep breath and slowly released his son's hand. He announced firmly and loudly, "This is a scientific ninja tool." Each word was like a hammer, striking hard in the hearts of those present. Instantly, the venue erupted into a wave of discussion. People murmured in surprise, confusion, and disappointment, their emotions intertwining. Boruto's friends displayed expressions of disbelief. They exchanged glances, whispering to each other, the chatter rising. How is this possible? Boruto, how could he cheat? Scientific ninja tools? Do such things really exist? This is so disappointing. Uzumaki Naruto ignored the surrounding murmurs and continued to explain calmly. This ninja gear can release jutsu without consuming one's own chakra, even replicating others' jutsu. Such equipment completely contradicts the purpose of the Chunin exams, which is to showcase a ninja's strength. His words were filled with unwavering authority. As Naruto's voice faded, the discussions in the venue gradually quieted. People turned their gaze back to Boruto, who had his head down, his shoulders slightly trembling as if bearing immense pressure. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and continued. Therefore, I announce that Uzumaki Boruto is disqualified from this competition. His voice echoed in the venue, every word like a heavy blow to Boruto's heart. Boruto raised his head, his eyes shimmering with tears. He looked at his father, trying to find a hint of comfort in his father's gaze, but all he saw was disappointment and sternness. Uzumaki Naruto felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He knew this incident was a heavy blow for his son, but he also believed that his son could learn from this lesson and grow stronger. He took a deep breath, turned to Rock Lee beside him, and said with a firm tone, "Lee, the results of the previous matches will be reviewed." Rock Lee nodded, indicating he understood. He knew Uzumaki Naruto's character and that this incident was also a heavy blow for him. But he also understood that, as the Hokage's son, Uzumaki Boruto must learn to face his mistakes and pay the price. Chapter 90. Becoming the spokesperson for scientific ninja tools in the stands. Uzumaki Himawari's eyes were filled with worry and confusion. She tightly clutched her mother's hand, her small face showing concern. Her voice was tender and trembling, as if she would break down at any moment. "Mom, what's wrong with my brother? Did he do something wrong? Why is everyone so angry?" Uzumaki Hinata gently stroked Himawari's head, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She comforted softly, "Himawari, don't worry. Your brother just made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is that we can learn from them." However, in the seats of the 5 Kage, Akatsuchi couldn't help but sneer. A cold smile appeared on her lips, her voice laced with biting chill. "Is this the foolish son of the Hokage? He's really tarnishing his father's name. It seems the Hokage's reputation will be ruined by this son." Although Akatsuchi's words were not loud, they rang out like thunder in the quiet venue. The audience, who had been whispering before, now amplified their voices, converging into a surging wave of sound. "Cheater, get lost. Trying to win by deceit is ridiculous. It's simply a disgrace to Konoha." These words were like sharp arrows, mercilessly shooting at Uzumaki Baruto. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. He clenched his fists tightly, as if trying to find a shred of strength within. But what he felt more was helplessness. Suddenly, the forehead protector on his head was violently torn off. Uzumaki Naruto stared intently at his son, disappointment and anger flashing in his eyes. His voice was deep and stern as he said, "You are not qualified to be a ninja." This sentence struck Uzumaki Baruto's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his body to tremble violently as if he had lost all strength. He raised his head to look at his father's disappointed gaze, feeling a pain in his heart as if it were being torn apart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked and he couldn't make any sound. Seeing his son's pained expression, Uzumaki Naruto felt a pang of pain in his heart as well. But he knew that at this moment, he had to make his son face his mistakes. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder, his tone softening slightly. He said, "Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. When we get back, I will properly lecture you." Hearing his father's words, the anger inside Uzumaki Baruto erupted like a volcano. He could no longer suppress his emotions. He forcefully brushed away the large hand that Uzumaki Naruto had placed on his shoulder. His gaze was filled with stubbornness, as if trying to penetrate his father's complex heart. "Lecture me later? Does Dad really have time for that?" Uzumaki Baruto shouted, his voice echoing in the empty venue, filled with deep disappointment and anger. His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging, and his body slightly trembled, as if he wanted to vent all his emotions. Tears sparkled in his eyes, but he stubbornly raised his head, refusing to let them fall. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked by his son's reaction. His pupils trembled slightly, as if witnessing something incredible. "If you treated me well, if you could care about me more, understand me more, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Uzumaki Baruto continued to shout. His voice grew louder, as if he wanted to pour out all his grievances and anger. He gestured wildly, his emotions heightened, as if trying to release all his dissatisfaction. His eyes were already red, tears swirling in his eyes, but he struggled to hold them back, refusing to let them fall. In the face of his son's shouting, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. He looked at the angry and pained expression, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. He realized that he might have truly overlooked his son's feelings, failing to give him enough love and understanding. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He reached out, wanting to touch Uzumaki Baruto's shoulder again. But Uzumaki Baruto dodged his hand, as if he didn't want to accept any comfort anymore. "I know I was wrong," Uzumaki Naruto said in a deep voice, but his tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. He looked directly into Uzumaki Baruto's eyes and continued, "But I also hope you can understand that as your father, I am equally disappointed. I want you to become a true ninja, not one who relies on cheating to win." His eyes were filled with expectation and determination. It was as if he was telling Uzumaki Baruto that even if he made mistakes, as long as he could admit and correct them, there would still be a chance to start over. Just then, a figure rushed in. It was a researcher of scientific ninja tools, Tian. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if he had found a perfect opportunity for a demonstration. He cleared his throat. He looked at the audience. He raised his voice and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain something." Although Uzumaki Baruto ultimately lost, he was able to get this far thanks to our latest scientific ninja tools. Kian's voice was passionate and enthusiastic as he waved his arms, as if wanting to convey his enthusiasm to everyone present. His gaze was filled with confidence and fervor for scientific ninja tools, as if these tools were everything in his life. But this sudden speech made Uzumaki Naruto frown. He stared intensely at Kian, a surge of indescribable anger rising in his heart. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Kian, shut up. This is not the place for you to sell your products." Kian was startled by Uzumaki Naruto's sudden outburst. He turned around and saw Uzumaki Naruto's angry gaze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. But he quickly regained his fervor, as if forgetting the occasion. He directly said to Uzumaki Baruto, "Young master, this is the most suitable stage, plus you are the most suitable tester. I'm just promoting our product. Don't blame me." His voice grew louder, and his expression became increasingly menacing. It was as if he was venting all his dissatisfaction and resentment in this situation, completely disregarding Uzumaki Boruto's feelings. Hearing these words, Uzumaki Boruto, who was standing to the side, turned dark, his eyes seemingly blazing with fire. He clenched his fists tightly, his body slightly trembling. He looked up at Tian, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. He shouted, "I never asked you to do this. How dare you use me as your opportunity for profit?" His voice was filled with anger and grievance, as if he wanted to pour out all his dissatisfaction. His gaze sparkled with determination, indicating that he would never accept being used like this. Tian was taken aback by Uzumaki Boruto's anger. He froze for a moment. Then a look of disdain appeared on his face. He sneered and said, "Young master, you are our spokesperson. You have enjoyed the benefits brought by scientific ninja tools, so you naturally have to bear the corresponding responsibility." His tone was filled with provocation, as if deliberately trying to anger Uzumaki Boruto. But Uzumaki Boruto was not swayed by his words. He became even more resolute in his stance. He shouted, "I never asked for such a spokesperson. I just want to prove my strength, not to be used by you or treated as a tool for making money." Chapter 91. Otsutsuki Kenshiki's one-palm demolition. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A tremendous chakra descended like a storm, sweeping across the entire venue. This power was so strong that it seemed to distort the very air, causing the entire space to tremble under its influence. The audience could not withstand this pressure. They felt as if they had entered a bizarre dream. Everything before their eyes became distorted and inverted, and the colorful hues were swallowed by a mysterious force. Only black and white intertwined, as if they had entered a world entirely different from reality. Under the impact of this force, many weaker individuals fainted on the ground. Their faces turned pale, their bodies weakly collapsing, as if struck down by an invisible force. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, his gaze sharp, staring at the two figures in the sky. There stood Otsutsuki Kenshiki, steadily carrying someone on his shoulder, that being Otsutsuki Momoshiki. They looked like messengers descending from another world, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and mystery. Otsutsuki Momoshiki wore luxurious clothing, shimmering with dazzling light. A trace of contemptuous smile appeared on his face, as if nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, as if he could see through everything and discern everyone's innermost thoughts. "Finally found you." Momoshiki's voice echoed in the air, filled with disdain and provocation. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it had a magical power to attract everyone's attention. His gaze fixed on Uzumaki Naruto. Those sharp eyes seemed to want to see through him. He slightly raised his chin, as if challenging Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with vigilance and anger. He knew that these two extraterrestrial beings were definitely not ordinary enemies. Their appearance would undoubtedly bring unprecedented crises to the Hidden Leaf Village. Otsutsuki Kenshiki floated down from the sky like a feather, casting a long shadow in the sunlight, adding a sense of foreboding to the tense battlefield. He landed steadily, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki lightly jumped down from his shoulder. Momoshiki's movements were as graceful as a little girl dancing, but his voice sent chills down people's spines. This stark contrast made everyone present feel an unprecedented tension and oppression. Otsutsuki Momoshiki wore a thin veil on his head, gently swaying with the wind. The veil shimmered in the sunlight, like a layer of mysterious fabric, adding an air of enigma to him. His gaze was deep and cold, as if he could see through all disguises and lies. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were filled with vigilance and concern. He quickly shielded Boruto behind him, his hands clenched into fists, muscles tense, as if ready to face the imminent battle at any moment. He whispered to Boruto, "Boruto, stay behind your dad and don't move. If there's a chance, get out of here as quickly as possible, understand?" Naruto's voice was low but filled with determination, as if he had confidence in protecting his family no matter what difficulties lay ahead. Boruto looked at Naruto's tense and determined demeanor. Although he felt a bit scared, he felt more trust and admiration for his father. He nodded, indicating that he would follow his father's instructions. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was also ready for battle. He stood beside Naruto, his eyes fixed on Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. His hands were clenched into fists, muscles taut. His gaze was filled with fighting spirit and determination, as if he was prepared to give everything to protect his home and friends. In the 5 Kage seating area, the originally calm atmosphere suddenly became tense. Like a torn curtain, Gaara slowly stood up. A hint of deep memory flashed in his eyes, recalling the moments of confrontation with Otsutsuki Urashiki, like scenes from a movie rapidly flashing through his mind. He stared intently at Otsutsuki Momoshiki below. He noticed the veins around Momoshiki's eyes bulging, as if countless little snakes were writhing beneath his skin, trying to break free. His Byakugan appeared particularly glaring, flickering with a ghostly white light like ghost fire. That cold gaze filled Boruto with an inexplicable fear. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his hands clenched into fists, as if seeking some form of comfort. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto once again tightly shielded Boruto behind him. His eyes were fixed on Momoshiki, filled with vigilance and determination. Naruto asked in a deep voice, "Is that the Byakugan? Are you of the same clan as Otsutsuki Kagaya?" His voice echoed in the spacious arena, carrying a hint of questioning and inquiry. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he was looking at a trivial ant. His voice was filled with arrogance and disdain as he said, "Humph, there are really too many annoying lowly beings. It's really an eyesore." This statement landed like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts present. Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned a glance at Otsutsuki Momoshiki upon hearing this. Excitement flickered in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen the upcoming battle feast. He slightly nodded, as if signaling to Momoshiki, and said, "Should we clean up first?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki replied impatiently, "Indeed." His voice carried a hint of disdain and impatience, as if this battle was just a minor interlude for him. Just as the two were conversing, a figure suddenly intruded into their line of sight. It was Kinshiki, who fearlessly walked towards them and shouted, "Who are you? This place is my stage." His voice was firm and powerful, as if declaring his determination to everyone. Naruto's expression changed upon seeing this, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't go over there." His voice was filled with urgency and concern, fearing that Kinshiki would get caught up in this unwarranted disaster. But Kinshiki seemed not to hear Naruto's warning and continued to walk forward. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's right hand suddenly emitted visible red energy. The energy burned like flames, illuminating the entire arena in crimson. Kinshiki slammed his hand onto the ground, and a powerful shockwave erupted, sweeping away everything in its path like a raging beast. "Everyone be careful. Stay safe," Naruto exclaimed, quickly rushing towards Boruto and wrapping him tightly in his arms. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he would protect his family no matter the danger. Kinshiki and his assistant were struck by the sudden shockwave. They were blown away, rolling against the wall, struggling to stand up. Their faces were filled with pain and shock. The scene was chaotic, with dust flying everywhere. Naruto held Boruto tightly, his eyes filled with anger and concern. He looked up at Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that this battle was now inevitable. Chapter 92. Sasuke versus Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The cracks on the ground spread wildly like the fangs of a giant beast. They rampaged as if they wanted to tear the entire world into pieces. The roof of the spectator stand swayed precariously under the strong tremors, as if it could collapse at any moment and mercilessly swallow the spectators above. The surrounding buildings appeared so fragile against this irresistible force, as if they were merely paper toys. The 5 Kage seating tower suffered devastating damage. It was almost completely shattered, leaving only ruins, with its former glory and majesty now gone. The giant fire symbol emblem representing the will of fire also lost its former brilliance at this moment. It fell from the sky, as if mourning or announcing a disaster to the world. Kakashi stood in a corner of the stands, his gaze firmly fixed on the two Otsutsuki below. Could those two be? His brow furrowed as he struggled to think of a countermeasure, with surprise and concern intertwining in his eyes. "What about the exam, Hokage?" A nearby ninja asked anxiously. His voice trembled, clearly terrified by the scene before him. Kakashi took a deep breath, turned to the ninja, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "We can't worry about the exam now. Quickly organize an evacuation." His voice was strong and powerful, as if a warm current flowed through everyone's hearts, pointing the way forward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sakura moved with the agility of a leopard. She struck at the roof, about to collapse above, with a powerful punch. This punch carried immense force, shattering the roof into a shower of debris. Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if she could step forward and protect everyone no matter the situation. Nara Shikamaru also refused to back down, wielding a large iron fan. With a strong gust of air, debris from the roof was blown away in all directions. Her movements were graceful and powerful, as if performing a magnificent dance. Together with Uchiha Sakura, she opened a path for everyone. But the other pillars on the stands could no longer hold up and began to collapse one after another. The roofs in other areas were also on the verge of caving in, threatening to crush the spectators below. At this moment, the entire venue fell into chaos, with panic and despair spreading among the crowd. In this critical moment, Gaara quickly sprang into action. He clenched his fists tightly, as if summoning the power of the earth. In an instant, countless grains of sand flew up from the ground, swirling in the air like a giant dragon. Ultimately, they formed a solid barrier, firmly blocking the collapsing roof. "Quick, everyone, run this way." Kakashi's voice boomed through the chaos. He stood on a relatively stable rock, shouting loudly to guide everyone to evacuate to safety. His gaze was firm and powerful, as if it could penetrate layers of dust and reach deep into people's hearts, dispelling their fears. Amidst this chaotic scene, Shinji, as Gaara's adopted son, gradually awoke from his unconscious state. His eyes slowly opened, and the sight before him instantly brought him to full awareness. Dust swirled around him, and the roar of collapsing buildings filled the air as people frantically fled in all directions. He felt a wave of dizziness, as if the whole world was spinning. "Shinji!" A familiar and anxious voice called out not far from him. He looked up to see Gaara standing nearby, using sand to support the crumbling roof. Gaara's gaze was like a torch, the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Shinji's confusion. Upon noticing Shinji's awakening, Gaara's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though his expression remained serious. He spoke to Shinji in a low voice, "Do not underestimate the enemy's combat strength. This is not an opponent you can handle." His tone was deep and resolute, as if warning Shinji not to act recklessly. Hearing this, warmth surged in Shinji's heart. He understood his father's worries and care, as well as his own helplessness in this battle. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to stand up. He knew he could not cause trouble for his father, nor could he become a burden to others. "First, prioritize organizing the evacuation," Gaara added, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Shinji nodded, knowing what he needed to do. He began helping the surrounding ninjas evacuate the crowd, guiding civilians to safety. However, the scene remained chaotic. Many ninjas were busy rescuing people, their figures appearing and disappearing in the dust, like brave warriors charging into battle. Civilians ran in panic, their faces filled with fear and unease. Amidst the turmoil of the ruins, Sarada Uchiha, like a lost lamb, ran anxiously. Her eyes darted between the dust and debris, desperately searching for that familiar figure. That was her pillar of support, her reliance in this chaotic world. But the surrounding chaos and unrest surged towards her like a tide, leaving her feeling incredibly anxious and helpless. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. A massive shadow loomed overhead, like dark clouds enveloping her. The heavy sense of oppression made her involuntarily stop in her tracks. She looked up to see the enormous figure of Kinshiki Tsutsuki leaping towards her. His twisted face bore a cruel smile, as if he were enjoying her panic. Sarada's heart sank. She knew she was in a life-and-death crisis. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, but she understood that she could not give up. She had to find that familiar figure, the one who could bring her hope. Just as she was about to despair, a black figure suddenly dashed out from the side, like a flash of lightning in the night. It was the familiar figure, her father, Sasuke Uchiha. He tightly embraced Sarada and swiftly leaped forward, evading Kinshiki's lethal attack. Sasuke's gaze was determined and calm, shielding Sarada closely behind him. His eyes were like sharp blades, piercing towards Kinshiki as if to shatter his cruelty and arrogance. "You bastard! Don't even think about laying a hand on my daughter." Sasuke's voice was low and firm, carrying an endless authority. His voice echoed through the ruins, resonating like thunder. Kinshiki was momentarily intimidated by Sasuke's imposing presence, but he quickly regained his cruel smile. "Do you really think you can protect her? I am Kinshiki Tsutsuki, and you are nothing but a lowly creature." Sasuke remained unfazed. Continuing, "Do you want your horns to be even shorter? I remember last time, I made you suffer quite a bit." His voice was filled with provocation and mockery, as if deliberately trying to infuriate Kinshiki. Kinshiki was enraged by Sasuke's words. His face twisted even more grotesquely. He let out a roar and launched a fierce attack toward Sasuke. His eyes glowed red, as if they could spit fire. He swung the massive red axe of chakra in his hand, each swing seeming to tear through the air. He charged at Sasuke again, moving with the speed of lightning. Chapter 93. Naruto Uzumaki is kicked away. Kinshiki's axe cut through the air, tracing a sharp arc. With a sound that pierced the void, it approached Sasuke Uchiha. The axe seemed to carry endless rage, intent on devouring both Sasuke and Sarada. Sasuke frowned slightly, but his gaze remained steadfast and calm. It was as if he could see through Kinshiki's every move and intention. He did not flinch or dodge. He simply stood there, waiting for Kinshiki's attack. Suddenly, both figures vanished from their original spots. Kinshiki's axe struck nothing but air, leaving him momentarily stunned. He immediately turned around, searching for the figures of Sasuke and his daughter. But all he found was a landscape of ruins and swirling dust. In the next instant, Sasuke had appeared with his daughter at a distance. They seemed to have materialized out of thin air, catching Kinshiki off guard. Sasuke looked coldly at Kinshiki, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. Kinshiki was enraged by Sasuke's mockery. He swung his axe again, charging at Sasuke. But Sasuke was already prepared. He flickered out of the way, avoiding Kinshiki's attack. He quickly counterattacked, swinging his Kusanagi sword at Kinshiki's horns. At this moment of fierce battle, a mysterious figure named Rutin lurked in shadows. His Rinnegan eyes glowed with a deep light, as if they could see through everything in this world. During this time, he emulated the Sage of Six Paths. He had devoured many souls, trying to use them to heal his own spiritual wounds. Rutin wore a black robe, his entire being hidden in the crevices of space. A hint of coldness and cruelty flickered in his gaze, like a beast lurking in the dark, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Despite consuming numerous souls, Rutin's injuries had improved, but the discomfort deep within his soul still lingered. He knew that healing his spiritual wounds was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It required more souls to nourish them. At this moment, he did not intend to act recklessly. Rutin quietly observed Sasuke Uchiha and Kinshiki Tsutsuki on the battlefield. He chose to wait, waiting for the perfect opportunity. A strange smile curled at the corners of Rutin's mouth. He already had a plan in mind. He planned to strike suddenly while Sasuke and Kinshiki were locked in a fierce battle. With one move, he would take both of them down. Then, he would devour their chakra fruits to heal the wounds in his soul. In the shadows, Rutin quietly waited for his prey to become fatigued and careless. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire, as if he could already see the moment he would consume the chakra fruits. On the other side, the dust gradually settled like smoke, revealing the devastated battlefield below. Debris lay scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke from the crumbling walls. Otsutsuki Kinshiki faced Uzumaki Naruto, their gazes clashing like sharp swords. Uzumaki Boruto stood behind his father, looking at the scene before him with shock and confusion. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly, and said, "What is going on?" Uzumaki Naruto felt a pang in his heart upon hearing his son's voice. He turned his head, his expression serious and worried. He said to Boruto, "Son, it's dangerous here. Quickly go to everyone else and protect yourself." Boruto looked at his father's serious demeanor, his anxiety growing stronger. But he understood that he couldn't become a burden to his father, so he nodded. Uzumaki Naruto turned back, refocusing his gaze on where Kinshiki had been. To his shock, Kinshiki's figure had completely vanished. How was that possible? Uzumaki Naruto murmured, furrowing his brow, a hint of confusion and vigilance flashing in his eyes. At that moment, an unusual aura suddenly surged, accompanied by a pleasant scent of peaches. It seemed to waft in from an orchard. Uzumaki Naruto's heart tightened. He immediately realized this was Kinshiki's attack. He quickly turned around, only to see a gigantic foot kicking towards him with such speed that it was almost impossible to react. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils constricted, a strong sense of crisis surging within him. Bang! With a loud crash, Uzumaki Naruto's body was violently kicked away. He flew several meters like a kite with a broken string. His body arched through the air and crashed heavily into a crumbling wall. The wall instantly collapsed upon impact, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling. Uzumaki Naruto felt a tremendous force coming from his back, as if it were trying to tear his body apart. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Uzumaki Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flickered with anger and determination as he said, "You bastard! Don't hurt my son." Otsutsuki Kinshiki landed lightly, and Boruto was right beside him. The distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Boruto was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear and unease as he desperately crawled backward, trying to escape this terrifying enemy. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki seemed completely indifferent to Boruto's fear. He didn't even glance at him, walking straight past, as if Boruto were a trivial ant. "Stop!" Uzumaki Boruto mustered his courage and shouted loudly. His voice trembled, but was filled with firm determination. Otsutsuki Kinshiki stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. His gaze lingered on Boruto for a moment before noticing the hand signs Boruto was forming. "Oh, you little brat, still want to resist?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he were watching an amusing performance. Uzumaki Boruto took a deep breath. He knew his chakra was almost depleted, but he couldn't give up. He had to protect himself and his father. So, he hurriedly activated his scientific ninja tool. "Fire release, flame bullet," Boruto shouted loudly, pressing the button on the scientific ninja tool. A flame shot out from the tool, heading towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki merely extended his right hand. In the palm of his hand, there was a red rinnegan that instantly absorbed all the flames. He actually absorbed it. Uzumaki Boruto exclaimed, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. He couldn't believe his eyes. This enemy's ability was so powerful. But Boruto didn't give up. He continued to attack, launching a water bullet. Faced with this situation, Otsutsuki Kinshiki once again displayed a mocking smile, effortlessly absorbing the water bullet. Uzumaki Boruto gritted his teeth and attacked again. He used a lightning release attack, and lightning shot out from the scientific ninja tool. But no matter how hard he tried, Otsutsuki Kinshiki easily absorbed his attacks. "My headscarf got dirty. You little brat really have no manners," Otsutsuki Kinshiki said coldly. He pulled down his headscarf and casually tossed it aside, then walked step by step towards Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto's face turned pale. He knew he had no way out, but he still tightly gripped the scientific ninja tool, ready for one last stand. He knew he might not be able to defeat this powerful enemy, but he had to protect himself and his father. Even in the face of despair, he could not give up. Chapter 94. Sasuke and Naruto successfully unite in the ruins of the upper platform. Mitsuki pushed away the concrete that had fallen on him. He stood up, his eyes shining with determination. A green chakra flowed slowly around his body, the life force within him boiling like the lushness of a forest. Mitsuki took a deep breath and lightly ran across the ruins. He tried to use the airflow and speed to silently sneak around to Kinshiki's back. He knew that only by catching this powerful enemy off guard could he pose a threat. Just as he was about to successfully circle behind Kinshiki, a sharp fishing line suddenly shot out like a silver lightning bolt, instantly piercing through Mitsuki's body. He trembled violently, disbelief showing on his face. His body could not move. I've never seen chakra used this way. A cold voice rang out not far away. Mitsuki looked up to see Otsutsuki Urashiki standing nearby, holding the other end of the fishing line with a mocking smile on his face. What a dangerous power. I can't let you use it, Otsutsuki Urashiki said coldly. As a force pulled on the fishing line, Mitsuki let out a painful groan. The green chakra within him was forcibly drawn out, as if his life force was being stripped away. Mitsuki felt utterly powerless. He struggled to call out Boruto's name, but his voice became weak and trembling. He watched helplessly as his chakra was absorbed by Urashiki, filled with despair. He knew he could no longer provide any help to Boruto. Meanwhile below, Otsutsuki Kinshiki still stood still, continuing to taunt Uzumaki Boruto. A comical expression appeared on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as he carefully placed Mitsuki's chakra into a fishing basket. He muttered to himself, "This is amazing, a power we've never seen in our technology. This planet's beings are truly full of the unknown and surprises." He hopped over to Mitsuki's side. Just as he was about to land, suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded. A massive flow of sand surged forth, as if it wanted to engulf him. Otsutsuki Urashiki rolled in the air, skillfully dodging the sand flow, and landed steadily behind. He brushed the dust off himself, a hint of vigilance and surprise in his eyes. He said, "So it's you after all. I wondered why this chakra felt so familiar." His gaze was once again locked onto the spot where you had originally been. There, 3 figures had appeared, led by a person in a red battle robe, Gaara. Behind him were 2 other formidable ninjas, namely Aoi Jitsumangetsu and Terumi Mei. Gaara coldly stared at Otsutsuki Urashiki, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. "It seems you are quite skilled at ambushes." Gaara suddenly changed his tone while speaking, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His gaze sharp as a knife directed at Urashiki. His voice was filled with disdain and contempt, as if mocking Urashiki's incompetence. He continued, "But you are not good at dealing with ambushes." Urashiki's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He coldly replied, "Did you put honey on your lips? You sure know how to talk." His voice was full of sarcasm and disdain, as if mocking Gaara's arrogance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Boruto Uzumaki was still using scientific ninja tools, but he was clearly struggling. His face was anxious, and a hint of despair shone in his eyes. The reserved ninjutsu had already run out, and he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. At that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki slowly walked over. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seeming to step on Boruto's heart. He coldly looked at Boruto, his voice filled with mockery. "Are you done? Is it over?" Boruto's face instantly turned pale. A strong sense of despair surged in his heart. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It was Naruto Uzumaki. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. However, his seemingly perfect ambush did not achieve the expected effect. Otsutsuki Momoshiki casually sidestepped, as if he had eyes at the back of his head, and Naruto's attack missed completely. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on his face, as if ridiculing Naruto's speed. Naruto was taken aback, but did not give up. He knew the urgency of the situation and had to escape this dangerous place with Boruto as soon as possible. He quickly adjusted his stance and picked up his son. He leaped into the air, swiftly jumping into the distance. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's cold voice rang out again. "Don't think you can escape." He scanned the other side of the battlefield, where Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Sasuke Uchiha were still locked in fierce combat. Sasuke moved with agility, tightly holding his daughter as he continuously dodged on the battlefield. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, like a furious beast, launched relentless attacks, trying to corner Sasuke. "You all brought your kids. How boring." Otsutsuki Momoshiki coldly mocked. He extended his palm, preparing to unleash a more ferocious attack. But suddenly his hand began to tremble slightly, as if it were out of control. A look of astonishment appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. He looked down and saw a mass of black shadows quietly spreading from beneath his feet. Like a giant spider web, it firmly bound his body. The shadow was writhing continuously, seemingly absorbing his power. What is this? Otsutsuki Momoshiki tried to struggle, but his body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was in the same predicament. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and his sword became even sharper. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an attack aimed at Otsutsuki Kinshiki's vital points. "Dad, be careful. This guy's not simple," Sarada Uchiha exclaimed in his arms. Although her voice was young, it was filled with concern. Sasuke glanced back at his daughter. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He gently patted her head and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Dad is here." At that moment, a sharp light flickered in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. The red rinnegan in his hand seemed to come alive, spinning wildly. The mass of shadow binding him quickly disappeared as if swallowed by a black hole under the pull of the rinnegan. "Boring trick," Momoshiki disdainfully spat out these words, his voice full of contempt. Nara Shikamaru's ninjutsu was instantly absorbed without a trace, as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of the shadow, the two Otsutsuki regained their ability to move. Their movements became even more agile, and their power grew stronger. Sasuke was pushed back a few steps. He steadied himself, and then leaped to Naruto's side. Chapter 95. Luton awaits the right moment to strike. Sasuke Uchiha's gaze seemed to pierce through to the truth. His eyes were sharp and deep, focused on the two Otsutsuki in the distance. His words carried undeniable certainty and a heavy sense of responsibility. He said, "The people I mentioned before are these two, as recorded in Otsutsuki Kagaya's scroll." Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow like a mountain peak. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His tone was filled with unwavering certainty as he said, "Otsutsuki Kagaya created the white Zetsu precisely to defend against these uninvited guests, right?" "Indeed." Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the two Otsutsuki. Beneath his calm tone lay surging emotions. He continued, "Their goal is the chakra fruit, for the chakra of the tailed beast Kurama within you." Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly descended beside Momoshiki. His posture conveyed an undeniable majesty and power. The latter snorted lightly with a hint of arrogance. He said, "You seem to understand us quite well. I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki, a relative of Kagaya. I am her guardian. And I am Otsutsuki Kinshiki," Kinshiki added, his tone calm but hiding a sharp edge. Upon hearing this, Naruto's brow furrowed deeper. His eyes burned with intensity as he directly questioned, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki answered straightforwardly, without any concealment. He said, "You already know in your heart. Why ask when you know the answer? You possess the most abundant chakra in this seedbed. As long as we recover it, we can replant the God tree." The shock on Naruto's face was hard to conceal, and his voice trembled slightly as he asked, "The God tree you mentioned, is it that legendary existence?" "Exactly." A glimmer of reminiscence for past glories flickered in Momoshiki's eyes as he said, "Our mission is to continue Kagaya's unfinished work and recover the scattered chakra fruits." Sasuke Uchiha's black eyes were deep, and his words revealed familiarity with ancient legends. He said the God tree, the source of chakra, the wellspring of Kagaya's power, is a tree that carries countless legends. Meanwhile, Sarada Uchiha and Boruto stood not far away, whispering to each other. Sarada's tone held a hint of awe as she said, "It is said that Kagaya obtained the chakra fruit from the God tree, and only then did ninjas come into existence, and that God tree subsequently disappeared." Boruto nodded, his eyes full of curiosity. "Exactly." Sasuke's voice interrupted their conversation as he stared directly at the two Otsutsuki, questioning, "You want to awaken this ancient myth. What is your intention? Is that even question?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki retorted, a strange smile appearing on his face. He said, "Naturally, it is to collect chakra and refine it into pills." Otsutsuki Kinshiki then chimed in, his tone filled with yearning. He said, "Eternal life, extraordinary power, all within reach with just one pill." Naruto frowned and pressed, "Are you talking about some kind of drug?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki revealed an appreciative expression. He said, "Your comprehension is quite good. You should be able to imagine how incredible this treasure is, right?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki gently toyed with the pill in his hand. The dark red orb resembling a cherry, spun lightly at his fingertips as if it carried supreme power. With this pill, I can easily obtain immense strength. A smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, his words filled with confidence in his own abilities. Uzumaki Boruto trembled at his words, his eyes narrowing, filled with both shock and disbelief. He recalled using scientific ninja tools to cheat and felt that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was implying something about him. What kind of ability is power gained from pills? Those accustomed to taking shortcuts will never go far. Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, his disdain evident. His gaze was resolute as he said, "True power comes only through sweat and effort, forged in adversity, not relying on the false strength that any drug can provide." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed even more boisterously. He seemed amused by Naruto's remarks. What a foolish logic from a lowly creature. Power is meant to be used by me. Why should I care about the means of acquisition? As long as the results meet my expectations, the methods are irrelevant. Naruto's eyes widened with anger, his breath suddenly rising, the air around him vibrating with his fury. You will never understand. The true essence of power lies in protection, not in conquering and plundering. His words were forceful, each one ringing out clearly. It was a steadfast commitment to his beliefs, as well as a stern warning to his opponent. At this moment, in the realm of Tian, surrounded by an ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane world, the spiritual mist curled and the celestial aura lingered, as if every breath could purify the soul. Tian's gaze was fixed on the screen in the air, as if he had penetrated the boundaries of time and space. He focused on the distant battlefield, where two sides faced off tensely. His brow furrowed, revealing his inner impatience and anxiety. Why aren't these fools making a move? What are they stalling for? Tian's expression was somewhat uncomfortable, his words tinged with dissatisfaction. A helpless smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Talking and talking, even the mosquitoes are going to sleep. Can't they just get on with it and resolve this quickly? He complained, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, clearly already plotting something. Sigh. If it weren't for my current poor condition, I would have caught them off guard long ago, saving myself this anxiety. Tian shook his head, seemingly trying to dispel his restlessness. He then leaned closer to the void barrier. His eyes narrowed into a slit as he continued to closely observe the movements in the ninja world. He silently thought, just wait a little longer. Opportunities always favor those who are prepared. Once the moment comes, I could devour an Otsutsuki. Tian turned to another screen beside him. It displayed the battlefield on the other side. Otsutsuki Urashiki stretched his form like an eagle soaring through the sky, landing gracefully in the nearby dense forest. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari followed closely behind. Their footsteps were steady, advancing step by step, and the air was thick with a tense atmosphere ready to erupt. Kankuro frowned slightly, his tone laced with surprise. This guy actually sensed our attack in advance. Otsutsuki Urashiki halted and activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged, as if containing the secrets of perceiving everything. A smirk crept up his face, tinged with amusement, as he said, "Of course. I know all about your traps with sand underground, including yours, Gaara." Gaara's eyes narrowed, his voice steady. "What are you trying to say?" Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled broadly, a glint of cunning shining in his eyes. "Investigation is my forte. I am fully prepared, while you have no chance of winning." Before his words could settle, he flicked his fishing rod in a gentle motion. The chakra-formed fishing line shot out like a venomous snake, heading straight for Gaara. Chapter 96, Surprise Attack on Otsutsuki Urashiki. Gaara reacted with lightning speed. Sand rapidly gathered at his fingertips, forming a sturdy sand wall that stood before him. His eyes sparkled with determination, aiming to block the swiftly approaching fishing line. However, the fishing line pierced through the sand wall effortlessly, displaying its exceptionally sharp quality. Gaara's body was pierced by the fishing line. Otsutsuki Urashiki observed this scene, a mocking smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. He lightly waved the fishing basket, his eyes filled with provocation, laughing loudly. "Looks like your sand isn't enough to block my attack." Just as Otsutsuki Urashiki was feeling triumphant, Gaara's figure suddenly transformed into flowing sand, dissipating like a gust of wind. His true self had quietly appeared in midair, mere inches away from Otsutsuki Urashiki. The sand once again coalesced, instantly transforming into sharp claws, attacking the opponent with a fierce, storm-like force. Gaara's gaze was sharp, a cold smile gracing his lips as he taunted. The same trick won't work a second time. Otsutsuki Urashiki swiftly dodged Gaara's attack, landing safely. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by mockery. You do have some skills. But in front of me, Otsutsuki Urashiki, it's all in vain. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew even tenser. Kankuro flicked his fingers, and a powerful stream of water shot out like a cannonball. It was his proud water release, water iron cannon. The water traced a beautiful straight line in the air, directly targeting Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered, leaping up to easily evade it. Just when he thought he had escaped disaster, Temari suddenly launched her attack. She opened her mouth and sprayed out a thick, highly corrosive acid. This was her dissolution release. Dissolution of monster's technique. A hint of surprise flickered in Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes, but he seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future, dodging with agility once more. His figure danced in the air, deftly responding to the attacks of the two powerful figures. At this moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the fishing basket of Otsutsuki Urashiki. A powerful aura surged forth, revealing a gigantic hand formed of sand and stones. This hand charged aggressively toward Temari. Seeing this, Temari reacted swiftly. Without moving her body, she opened her mouth and spat out a dissolution shield. The shield rapidly expanded in midair, blocking the gigantic sandy hand outside. The collision created a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of a storm brewing. Otsutsuki Urashiki stood not far away, a faint smile of indifference on his face. He lightly clapped his hands, as if praising Temari's defensive capabilities. Yet, his gaze revealed undeniable confidence. I told you, every move you make is within my expectations. Otsutsuki Urashiki paused before continuing to mock. Your techniques are nothing but old books I've read long ago. What else could I not see through? At this moment, Kankuro was unwilling to back down. A smile crept up at the corner of his mouth as chakra surged within him. He utilized the steam release, violent pressure. He cleverly fused the properties of oil and water, creating a childlike clone. This clone not only had a unique form, but also contained incredible power. The clone gently flicked its right arm, transforming into a gigantic and sharp blade. The blade glimmered like lightning, moving with astonishing speed. The clone nimbly maneuvered, trying to catch Otsutsuki Urashiki off guard. However, this meticulously planned offensive seemed to have failed to touch the opponent even slightly. Otsutsuki Urashiki swiftly dodged, having already predicted and avoided all attack routes. He stood not far away, his eyes filled with mockery. Your attacks are becoming increasingly boring. At that moment, the boy-like clone rapidly expanded and ultimately exploded. Although it produced a large amount of diffused steam, it was merely a trivial fluctuation for Otsutsuki Pori. He gently waved his hand, as if dispelling the fog before him. Is this a vision obstruction technique? What tricks are you trying to play? Have you forgotten about my Byakugan? Otsutsuki Pori slowly spoke, his tone revealing an undeniable certainty. His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. He wielded a fish rod made of chakra. With a sudden flick, the densely packed fish hooks shot through the air like meteors streaking across the night sky, rushing towards the three with fierce momentum. Heavenly Kusu Meteor! Otsutsuki Pori shouted, his gaze flashing with a fierce light. At that moment, the battlefield's environment suddenly changed. The fog that had shrouded the battlefield was no longer just a visual barrier, but began to surge like a living creature. It quickly coalesced into waves of surging water, forming a gigantic water prison. This was the S-rank ninjutsu, water release, super explosive water colliding wave, unleashed by Kagetsu Hoshigaki and Terumi Mei in unison. Inside the water prison, Otsutsuki Pori was tightly wrapped by the rushing water, almost unable to breathe. He struggled, trying to break free from this confinement. But the pressure of the water felt like a mountain, making it hard for him to catch his breath. Gaara stood nearby, watching Otsutsuki Pori struggle within a water prison, a smirk of satisfaction appearing on his face. He casually said, I've already opened up the underground water vein, and with the water release techniques of the Tumizukage, you can't escape. Inside the water prison, Otsutsuki Pori's face grew paler, but he still did not give up. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try to break through this confinement. However, under the control of the two shadow-level powerhouses, the pressure inside the water prison grew increasingly intense, almost crushing him to pieces. Just then, Gaara added coldly, looking at Otsutsuki Pori with a mocking tone, "The naive one is you. Do you really think your power can make you invincible?" Hearing this, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashed in Otsutsuki Pori's eyes. But at that moment, he suddenly activated the yellow, spring Hirazaka. His figure flickered and vanished from the water prison. The water prison shattered with a loud bang, sending water splashing everywhere. In midair, only Otsutsuki Pori's echo remained. This mistake is truly heartbreaking, but it has bought me some time. However, his satisfaction did not last long. Tian had already arrived in Otsutsuki Pori's original space. His figure was agile, and with a single step, he reached behind Otsutsuki Pori. He effortlessly launched a surprise attack, swiftly gripping Otsutsuki Pori's throat with one hand, his movements quick and decisive. As he tightened his grip, Otsutsuki Pori's body began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a crimson chakra fruit. Tian directly swallowed it, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Truly worthy of the Otsutsuki, a top-grade medicinal ingredient. Tian licked his lips, as if still savoring the wonderful taste. He had long known the secret of the Otsutsuki. They seemed strong, but they were merely rare, medicinal ingredients of high-dimensional beings. As long as one devoured the chakra fruit they formed, the consumer's strength could be greatly enhanced. Even a single taste could cure ailments and bring an ordinary person great relief. Very good. Extremely good, Tian said coldly. Let me eat those two Otsutsuki as well, and my soul's injuries should be healed. Chapter 97. Naruto passively taking hits on the ground in another battlefield. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The figures of the two Otsutsuki appeared particularly cold in the sunlight. They fell silent for a moment. The chubby Otsutsuki Kinshiki squinted slightly, glancing at the Uzumaki Naruto across from him. He spoke in a deep voice. "Are you there shouting that this isn't true power?" His voice was low and authoritative, filled with disdain. Otsutsuki Momoshiki coldly smiled, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He said, "These inferior beings are merely nourishment for us, Otsutsuki." His words were filled with arrogance and scorn, as if in his eyes, these so-called inferior beings were utterly insignificant. Before he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Momoshiki moved, soaring into the air. His movements were light and agile, like a soaring eagle. He turned to look at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his eyes flashing with an undeniable command. "Kinshiki, follow me." Otsutsuki Kinshiki responded and took to the air as well. Momoshiki pulled out a chakra pill from his chest and swallowed it without hesitation. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Since this seedbed needs to be reorganized anyway, let's do it now," he said coldly, his voice filled with determination. He raised his left hand, palm facing up. The red Rinnegan in his palm released a small black sphere. This small black sphere rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. Ninjutsu of 5 attributes swirled around the expanding black sphere, forming a colorful halo. This halo emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everyone below changed their expressions. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a massive mountain was pressing down on their chests. Their heart rates quickened, and their breathing became labored. Momoshiki coldly laughed, his eyes flashing with madness. "This is the true power of the Otsutsuki clan. How could you inferior beings possibly understand?" His words were filled with mockery and contempt, as if he had already viewed these so-called inferior beings as ants. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki appeared particularly at ease, as if everything was under his control. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a playful smile. He slowly began to speak. "This is the power of K-Chans. It can amplify the techniques I absorb and then strike back with the force of a thunderous storm." His voice was filled with confidence and disdain, as if he were displaying his supreme power to the world. The scene instantly turned horrifying, Even the usually bold Uchiha Sarada couldn't help but tremble. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with fear and unease, as if she saw the arrival of the apocalypse. Uzumaki Baruto, seeing this, felt a surge of unyielding fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination, wanting to make a bold stand. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Shadow Clone Technique." Suddenly, a clone appeared beside Baruto. Both of their eyes sparkled with the same light of determination and courage. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki remained unfazed. He coldly laughed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Inferior beings. His voice was filled with contempt. He swung his hand fiercely, and a massive fireball shot out, heading straight for Uchiha Sasuke and the others. The fireball traced a scorching trajectory through the air, as if it aimed to devour everything. Upon seeing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts and quickly performed ninjutsu for defense. However, the moment the fireball made contact, it erupted in a massive explosion. A deafening blast echoed, and the ground instantly shattered. The surrounding walls also exploded under the impact of the fireball, sending debris flying. The shockwave from the explosion knocked everyone off balance, and they struggled to steady themselves, their eyes filled with terror and unease. Uzumaki Baruto turned pale, clearly having used up all his strength. Dust rose, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in a gray mist. As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, golden figures streaked across the sky like meteors, appearing in various places on the battlefield. That was the shadow clone of Naruto, Uzumaki, seemingly emerging from the void with an unstoppable momentum. Each shadow clone entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Their golden cloaks burned like fierce flames, radiating dazzling light. Mysterious patterns adorned the cloaks, as if containing endless power. A golden chakra energy shield appeared around them, resembling a golden dome that firmly protected those who had yet to evacuate. The golden light flowed around them, instilling a sense of reassurance. In the position that bore the brunt of the fireball attack, dust settled to reveal Naruto's chakra energy shield, resembling the head of the Nine-Tails formed by chakra. Its eyes sparkled with sharp light, fangs bared, exuding an extraordinary ferocity. It used its massive body to shield Sasuke, Baruto, and Sarada, creating a solid barrier for them. Konoha is my home, and everyone here is my family. I will never allow you to harm them. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Kinshiki Otsutsuki